Chapter 1 The Nine-Turn Golden Elixir, I am benevolent and charitable. In the primordial Kunlun mountains, Erakoreo spiritual energy converges, and divine life faintly shimmers at the mountain's peak. Occasionally, spiritual beasts are passed with a piercing cry. The entire mountain range is saturned with lush, verdant spiritual roots. A glance at this place reveals it to be one of the most exquisitables lands in the primordial realm. At the summit stand three majestic palaces, known as the Scenery Palace, the Jade Void Palace, and the Azure Wonder Palace. Within the Eight Scenery Palace, an elder Liman stands before the Bagua furnace. With a serene smile and an air of tranquility, he holds a whisk in hand. The Bagua furnace burns with true fire, radiating boundless heat. Suddenly, the elder waves twist the whisk, unleashing Azure Job magical power. In an instant, the Bagua furnace opens. The entire Scenery Palace fills with eric fragrancy flexors, detectable by nearly all living beings in Kunlun Mountain. Accompanied by aromatic scent, Asinge elixir floats before a fielder. Its surface is saturned with 9 purple cloud patterns, subtly emanating pure spiritual and medicinal energy. This is known as the nine-turn golden elixir, universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of elixirs in the primordial world. Any being lacking cultivation who consumes it can instantly become an immortal. Eventoso ho havio redi attained immortal yanda kiveth dao fruit of greatly find it difficult to resist the allure of nine-turn golden elixir. Fielder raised his brow in surprise. This nine-turn golden elixir has absorbed the medicinal power so falleth their elixirs, how cold thisb, hegas escurious liantata furnace, whereas a viral elixir shade been drained off their potency reduced to wast. Vaguely, the seems to surpass Hiram of nine-turn golden elixir, perhaps it can be called. The primordial golden elixir, Fielder murmurs, retrieving gopper plagold gourd. Just as she prepares to storeth elixir away, it suddenly darts away. Fielder remains unperturbed, watching with keen interest, his consciousness firmly fixed on nine-turn golden elixir. That flange elixir flits around until it hovers above Kunlun Mountain, drawn to the 3 grand palaces. 8 Scenery Palace, Jade Void Palace, Azure Wonder Palace. Have it traversed the primordial realm? At this moment, the nine-turn golden elixir has been seized by a human from Lustar, who occupies its place. His original name is Jean Dan, with Thesser name Janantha Jiva name Dan. Born with the innate ability to project this consciousness outward, he perceives his current form from an equal perspective. Named Jean Dan, yet Ivy transformed into nine-turn golden elixir. Fortunately, Miparents did not bestow upon Menemi of obscure abstraction. He feels some exof anxiety and confusion, uncertain of his next. Despite his familiarity with novels set in the primordial, he understands the significance of elixir's manifestation. It undoubtedly serves as sustenance for the demon Rasian de target for the covetous gaze of great powers. Yet, he finds solace in the fact that possesses the lineage of a golden elixir rather than being some insignificant entity. In the primordial realm, lineage determines on its potential if it were of inferior stock, there would be no place to lament. Suddenly, a kind-hearted elder clad in a tai-kai robe, holding a whisk, appears. If Ace indeed gains sentience, the nine-turn golden elixir gaining sentience is unprecedented. How intriguing! Truly, if Ace absorbed numerous even material sanderth litria suri synthethes Bagua furnace. Is this the first elixir in the primordial realm to achieve ascensions due to karmic reasons? The golden elixir is startled, only Tori Lizite cannot move. Oh no, could it bethatayamvestine toperish immediately after crossing over? With a heart filled with dread, the golden elixir suddenly recognizes the elder Sakanakatir. The initial fear dissipate has been in a %, fourth is figure undeniably classic. Before him stands the foremost of 3 pure ones, the letter of Xuanman, the first disciple of Hongjuan, the master of elixirs, the lord of heaven, the sage of Taijilauzi himself. Laezi wears a gentle smile, his tone warm and welcoming, devoid of any hint of oppression. You are a elixir crafted this, sherry an unbreakable band of Karman fate. The primordial realm is Spirilisho abuti our remain in Kunlun Mountainasm as disciple, the golden elixirus instantly filled with exhilaration. For now, in the primordial realm, I embody a walking pinnacle of even material sanderth litria series. Without a formidable backing, relying solely on its innate celestial powers post transformation, and a random cultivator could easily consumite. In terms of efficacy, it for surpassed Tang Sung. To have a support of a sage's astroka fortune thought countless beings could not attain life at times. Without hesitation, the golden elixir calls out, disciple pace respects to master. Lao Zizmud brightens instantly. After all, heis von doft elixa ha personally refined. Themergency of ascension se delight shim fostering gassens of affection. Hextenshand releasing gas stream of azure light that envelops golden elixiron ethicore of spiritual energy. In less than 3 breaths, a primordial deobada materializes. The utha persuasive shizel from jade, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in a blue robe. Thaginlbris cause shis garments to flutter, reminiscent to fakir free as word immortal. Fafi pierced obrille 15 or 16 years old, his features are striking yet bear trace of youthfulness. A flicker of surprise crosses Laz's face. Itasid Theton's appearance is a reflection of the heart that transformation of Ninetern golden elixir indeed reveals a pure disposition. The golden elixir quickly adapts to its new form. These elegant visage mirrors that of his youth in use previous life. Disciple expresses gratitude to master. With a beaming expression, Leia lets golden elixir back into a fate scenery palace. I consider you to be Kintozantom. You, the Ninetern golden elixir, have a taken form mild des disciples named Schwandu. From no one, you shall be known as Schwandun. Soendun murmurs in joyful disbelief, hastily Boingen thanks. Disciple expresses gratitude for master's besto wed title. Laza continues, now that you have interred Schwanman, itis to meet a disgust heralds. Ehavuan Suendu was a medicipal sa you must foster harmony and friendship, without their boring Ganyal will. Suendon's expression turns rias. With memorias of te primordial realm intact, he understands the that not reverse it here, theta kings of humanity would have only one inheritor, Schwandu. It is said that Suendu has cultivated of equasa satal val fruity consumption of elixirs. Regardless, Laos it reaches disciples exceptionally well, and there is no competition for precious resources. Unlike Eve, where the main uter discipleskovic treasures, elixirs, and event the opportunity to heart out the canotevan mead sage, unliable tolling her outside the azure wander palace. Zuenden respectfully bows, histo nearnest. Ishal heed master's teaching saying keep theme in me heart. Just as Zuenden ponders, a mechanical was a sudden liar sonates in his mind. Ding, the benevolent and charitable system has awakened, Zuenden jolts awake, clenching his fists, his heart brimming with joy. The essential golden finger of a transmigratore activated. While Zuenden isolated, he's also filled with uncertainty regarding the system's function. Just as this thought crushed his mind, the system's voice chimes again. Ding, the thick soft elixirs produced by the host have increased tenfold, Zuendan's pupils constrict, and ha takes a deep breath, striving to remain composed, especially with his master present. However, Leia merrily interprets Zuendan's demeanor as the excitement of finally accepted disciple. In the primordial realm, the exhilaration of becoming a disciple of Fasagesak and the joy of fallen cherished dream fulfilled. Leo's astrocious beard deep and hot, contemplating what cultivation method should I impart at this child. Meanwhile, Suendan is struck with the subsequent word softy system. Ding, wilety fix softy elixir serene enhanced tenfold, random sidiafix saril sotuct, ding, each to methe host bestows an elixir to another, they will receive erendum word. At this moment, Suendan's mind desinesta tavdis array. The prospect of receiving random rewards for gift tinge elixir sis undoubtedly appealing. However, random city facts, the system is certain like complicating matters for him, just as Suendan considers show to effectively utilize the system, Laozisius glimmer with unequalite, as if he's about to speak. Chapter 2 The Golden Elixir Path, Heavenly Heart Elixir, Transform into a lowly? As Zuendan's thoughts wander, Leia suddenly speaks. Disciple, your transformation marks the beginning of your cultivation journey. As sane elixir taking form, you are destined to inherit my alchemical techniques. Perhaps there are further opportunities for auto surpass. Up in saying this, Suendan feels an influx of unfamiliar incantations filling his mind. Thesaurith insights laozi has accumulate over countless years of alchemy, along with a compendium hereditable Taiji alchemical scripture. Zuendan is overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Discipline express as gratitude for master imparted alchemical methods. He had been earnestly seeking a way to acquire alchemic knowledge, and now, before he could even voice his request, Leo's bestos it upon him. After expressing gangs, Laza continues, merely possessing the alchemical method without cultivation is not the true path. He shall also grant you Taiji golden elixir technique. This method directly leads to the Dao fruit of great Lua cultivated diligently. So when Dunchiart swells with excitement, his exhilaration evident in his face. Discipline shall not disappoint master's expectations. However, for Sumion with a system, his focus will undoubtedly be in alchemy, wife golden elixir passage supplementary pursuit. After all, thanks to the system's gifts, alchemy itself becomes a form of cultivation. Having received both field chemical methods and cultivation techniques, Suendan does not but gazislanging at Lausian's Bagua furnace. His excitement is palpable. The Bagua furnace, the Varakajathat imprisoned Sun Yukong during the great calamity of the journey to Thuist, helped the monkey king complete lyrfinite medicinal powers within him. Not only can it be used for alchemy, but it is also capable of forging artifacts with ease. In the Daistacom, their known Drui Jingu Bang, the nine-toothed drake, the purple gold bell, and the diamond bracelet all originated from this place. Leazinitus Chen Donskazi and revealed a tender smile. Very well, what treasonous Thorito imparted chemical methods to discipline without providing them with an alchemic furnace? With that, Laozi casually produced a pound-sized furnace. It stood on four legs with twoirs, intricately carved with the images of Tajir dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, emanating waves of spiritual energy. Handing it to Shandan, Laozi explained, the Zist 4 symbols cauldron, containing 36 postnatal prohibitions, a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. Ida suffici inferiata cultivatithi arto falcami. Shandan slips nearly stretched to visors, his joy uncontainable. Discipline expresses profound gratitude to master for this precious gift. When he lifted his gaze, he found himself outside a scenery palace. At the same time, Liozisser and voice each Edenhezers. Find a cavaresidence for yourself, diligently cultivate and don't indulge in frivolity. A millennium hence, he wished to witness the fruits of your labor. After promising, Shandan really wander Edney. Kunlun mountain waste indeed atriasurladen land honoft hemost exception elbows adround sint the primordial chaos, replete with countless naturally formed caves. Shandan sun discovereda cavinas old bethi mountain sandwaters, setting up the most rudimentary formation. After all, it was Kunlun mountain, arguably safest place ain't a primordial chaos. The formation merely signified to his fellow disciples that this Gavin awaited owner. Seated within the cave Shandanga's death of four symbols cauldron, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, by the way. Did I forget Osk master for all chemical materials? Itis often said that even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Shandan found himself in a similar predicament. However, no sooner had Thevot left the slip's Tana storage bag appeared beside him. Initially stunned, joy quickly followed. Ash's consciousness probed into the storage bag, he discovered a mountain of postnatal spiritual roots and theremains of demonic beasts simple materialis for alchemy, sufficient for Shandan to lavishly indulge Forthausen so fires. Harried libowed in the direction of Tate Scenery Palace. Discipline expresses gratitude to master for the alchemical materials. Within the Tate Scenery Palace, Laozi wore a gentle smile, no longer attending to Shandan's affairs, and dresem dis alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, Shandan diligently practiced the methods of golden elixir path. Born of 9 transformations golden elixir, he found himself remarkably attuned to ispathy. In merely 500 years, he's ended to the pinnacle of celestial immortal realm 500 years, the duration during which sun Wukong was oppressed. In the present primordial chaos, it was but ebling Kofaniine cultivation. Shandan did not confine himself to the cave for days an end. Every century, he would venture to roam Kunlun mountain, befriending numerous fellow disciples from both Chan and Jai sects. Yet, his senior brother, Xiandu, remained in seclusion, leaving Xiandan to return empty-handed after Riak visit. Feeling the atmosphere of Kunlun Mountain, whereat the three Kingsko existed harmoniously, and the three pure once remained blood brothers, akin to family, Xiandan felt upangov sororafult tingant the futurist rifuth fengshen calamity. Hesitantly vad to exert a vir yeffer tolter the eventual outcome. Once, Laozi hadranted Haima millennium to embark on the path of cultivation. Hefirst spent 500 years levating his realm the following 500 were dedicated to mastering the art of alchemy. Standing tall before the four symbols cauldron, Xiandan conjured a flamekna's wood fire, alograda divina fire. The alchemical technique has naturally included methods for cultivating divine fire, first mastering wood fire, stone fire, and air fire, which could then be fused to form the initial three mystical true fire. Xiandan had merely taken the first pint of the realm of alchemy, preparing to concoct table named Tianxiandan. As the name suggests, it is intended to awaken nuestro heart and enhance comprehension. Following the steps outlined in the alchemical text, Xiandan continuously added materials, meticulously controlling the heat. Dreed leaves off enlightenment tea tree, essentia of these spiritual dewoft hejeruskis. As theory materials are placed in ta four symbols cauldron, thefragrancy of elixir wafti dinal directions from Xiandan's abode. Just then, Xiandu a passing bee caught his entend revealed a look of astonishment. Could this but hecavi of my junior brother, happendered. I have heard that he junior has suit ma multiplitamus without successes an elder brother, imistatliest pay hum a visit. Knowing Xiandan was engaged in alchemy and should not be disturbed, Xianda chose to it patiently outside the cave. After all, they were a fellow disciples, the unlitwasted and soft human teaching such rigidity or was necessary. Unaware that the senior brother was waiting outside, Xiandan remained focused on concocting Tianxiandan. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. 200 years elapsed, and Xiandan realized that alchemy was no trivial pursuit. As the four symbols cauldron trembled, he promptly opened it, revealing for luminous violet Tianxiandan's that exuded a fragrant aroma. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiandan's mind. Ding, the host has enhanced the efficacy of Tianxiandan tenfold effect transforms into a duration 3,000 years. Xiandan's previously joyful expression suddenly froze. Hishiard plummet das of cast into the abyss. Previously, had thought this debuff would merely cause a discomfort or diarrhea. How old have imagined it was a transformation into alalai, and I must distribute the elixir to receive a theirward? Image of Kunlun mountain infilled with lawless flying guns words flashed through his mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously, dispelling such distracting thoughts. Gazing gather for Tianxiandan, he wore a troubled expression. By fairway. What should they do know? Just then a deep voice resonated from outside the cave. I am Xiandu, here to pay a visit to my junior brother Xiandan. Chapter 3, the good senior brother Xuandu transforms into a lowly brotherly affection. With a gaze filled with curiosity and a smile dancing in his eyes, Xuandu, born of the human race, had initially thought himself to be the sole disciple of the sage Laozi after joining the human teaching. Little did he expect the arrival of a junior brother Zuinden. Despite never having met this hard-earned junior, Xuandu found himself immensely fond of him. As he called out, the entrance to the cave abode swung open. And the formation closed on its own, revealing Zuinden's handsome visage akin to that of a celestial being. Having met my senior brother Xuandu, please do come in. Zuinden beckoned warmly, sensing his junior's enthusiasm. Xuandu felt a wave of joy wash over him. It seemed this junior brother was quite amiable. Following Zuinden's lead, he soon found himself deep within the cave, where the four symbols cauldron had not yet been put away, still radiating residual warmth. With a slight arch of his brow, Xuandu, having immersed himself in alchemy for many years, seized the opportunity to offer guidance to his junior brother. However, as the senior brother, it was inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. With a flick of his wrist, a celestial sword emanating a fierce sword intent appeared in his grasp. Junior brother, this sword is named Qingxian, a treasure I acquired by chance. It has become redundant for me, so I bestow it upon you for protection. Zuinden accepted the Qingxian sword, his face alight with astonishment as he casually scanned it with his divine sense. It was a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Being at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, this treasure would serve him well for defense. As fellow disciples, Zuinden felt no need for excessive politeness. Thank you, senior brother. If that is the case, I shall accept it. Observing Zuinden accept the spiritual sword, Chuandu's heart swelled with happiness. No need for formalities. Were you crafting pills just now? Having been in the field for a considerable time, Chuandu believed he had the ability to guide Zuinden in alchemy. Thus, he inquired, keenly curious about the pills his junior had concocted. Recalling his own initial attempts at alchemy, he remembered the countless precious materials he had squandered and the numerous explosions he had endured before finally achieving his current level of expertise. He reminded himself that if his junior's pills did not meet expectations, he should refrain from criticism and instead offer encouragement. At that moment, Zuinden was reminded of the side effects of the pills. The word lowly echoing repeatedly in his mind, causing his expression to twist in discomfort. Chuandu, catching sight of this, immediately offered reassurance. I understand, junior brother, I too have been through this, there is no need for shame. Zuinden regarded Chuandu with a knowing glance before producing 4 heavenly heart pills he had just crafted. The fragrant aroma of the pills instantly widened Chuandu's eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless as he stared at the heavenly heart pills in a daze. At that moment, he felt like a fool, having intended to guide his junior in alchemy, only to discover that Zuinden's first batch of pills was of the highest quality. Chuandu's astonished gaze remained fixed on Zuinden. Truly, these are the fruits of a 9-turn golden elixir, junior brother, your talent is nothing short of monstrous. The exquisite heavenly heart pills were something he had only managed to produce under fortunate circumstances. Yet, here was Zuinden, with his first batch yielding 4 top-tier pills. As Chuandu spoke, he reached for one of the heavenly heart pills, his expression shifting to one of even greater astonishment as he furrowed his brow. The potency contained within this pill seemed to far exceed that of ordinary heavenly heart pills. He had crafted high-quality ones before, but their efficacy was merely a fraction of what lay within the one in his hand. Chuandu gazed at Zuinden as if he were an otherworldly being. In that moment, Zuinden spoke up, a senior brother, since you gifted me the Qingxian sword, I have nothing to offer in return. If you do not mind, I would like you to have all 4 heavenly heart pills. Chuandu accepted the 4 heavenly heart pills, having transcended the flow of time and attained the golden immortal Dao fruit. Ordinary heavenly heart pills were of little use to him. However, a pill with such potency was indeed irresistible, and it was also a gesture of goodwill from his junior brother. To refuse would surely harm the bond of brotherhood. Your first batch of pills, junior brother, I shall gladly accept. Moreover, these heavenly heart pills were truly remarkable. He intended to use them to aid in his cultivation. Just as Chuandu was about to accept the heavenly heart pills, a sudden voice resonated in Zuinden's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting 4 heavenly heart pills to another, receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Samadhi True Fire. Gazing at Chuandu's departing figure, Zuinden smiled, extending his hand as an orb of flame began to dance and flicker, radiating the intense heat of Samadhi True Fire. My dear senior brother, you have now equipped me with both a treasure and a divine ability. Samadhi True Fire was one of the most exceptional divine abilities, invaluable for both pill crafting and combat. Originally, he would have needed to cultivate the fire of stone, wood, and void step by step, ultimately refining it into one of the 10 great divine fires of the primordial world. And now, with the system's power, he could achieve mastery in an instant. As Zuinden's imagination conjured up a miniature lowly version of Chuandu, a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. After all, who wouldn't want a lowly feminine senior brother? Zuinden turned and returned to the cave, continuing his closed-door cultivation. After all, in a few hundred years, his master would be looking forward to his results. Meanwhile, Chuandu sat cross-legged in his cave, reflecting on his junior brother's appearance, unable to suppress a smile. In the future, I too shall have a junior brother, holding a heavenly heart pill in his hand. Chuandu felt an even greater sense of joy, genuinely pleased with Zuinden's talent. I suppose I shall be the first to partake of the pills crafted by my junior brother. Lost in thought, he swallowed the heavenly heart pill. The rich potency immediately spread throughout his body. Chuandu instantaneously entered a state of enlightenment, as spiritual energy from a radius of 100,000 miles began to swirl toward him, coalescing into a vortex above his cave abode. This phenomenon, akin to a towering spire, naturally attracted disciples from the Chan and Je teachings to observe. The likes of Guangchengzi, Zhijingzi, and Huanglongzhenren from the Chan teaching arrived on their swords, Remarking, "It appears our senior brother is experiencing a breakthrough in his cultivation." Disciples from Je teaching, including Duobao, Wodong Shengmu, and Jinling Shengmu, along with the 3 celestial maidens, also came to witness the spectacle of Duobao, seizing the opportunity. Remarked, "What kind of divine ability could possibly draw such resonance with the Tao?" As a century passed, the number of disciples outside Xuandu's cave continued to grow until suddenly 2 golden beams shot into the sky. The heavens echoed with Xuandu's melodious laughter. At last, I have comprehended this ocular technique, the Xuanguang divine eye. Ah, my junior brother's heavenly heart pills are truly remarkable. I have finally broken through the 3,000-year bottleneck. All the surrounding disciples of the Xuanguang sect were momentarily stunned. What is this commotion? Is this the kind of ruckus our senior brother can create? Boom! The cave's entrance burst open. As the dust settled, Duobao raised his head, ready to offer congratulations, only to freeze mid-action. The same went for Guangchengzi, Shijingzi, and Wudong Shengmu. As nearly all the onlooking disciples collectively turned to stone, Xuandu surveyed his surroundings, confusion etched upon his face. "Huh, why do you all look like that?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he clapped a hand over his mouth. No, something was terribly amiss. His voice had transformed into that of a child. Chapter 4, Xuandu's Social Death. Xuanguang's senior brother, Xuanguang's great lowly. Xuandu scanned the room, realizing that the respect once held in the eyes of his junior and younger sisters had vanished without a trace. Replaced by looks of astonishment, most of the younger sisters even wore expressions reminiscent of doting aunts. He cast a mirror spell and beheld his current appearance. Long dark hair cascaded behind him, his skin as smooth and pale as mutton fat jade. His bright eyes were filled with confusion and surprise, especially given his diminutive height of roughly 1.40 meters, which added an extra layer of cuteness. He resembled an adorable little lowly. Xuandu was still trying to piece together what had transpired when the other junior brothers and sisters began to chatter excitedly. "When did senior brother Xuandu also take in a disciple? Do you think she might be senior brother Xuandu's daughter?" "Impossible, senior brother doesn't seem like someone who could find a partner drawn by the celestial phenomenon." Jin Zhao and Yin Zhao approached, striving to appear as friendly as possible. They reached out to pinch the chubby cheeks of the little lowly before them. "Little girl, do you know when senior brother Xuandu will emerge from his seclusion?" At that moment, the 3 celestial maidens from Je teaching drew near, not able to contain their maternal instincts upon seeing Xuandu's adorable form. Bisho approached him with a pill in hand. "This one has no real medicinal effect. It's simply delicious. Little sister, would you like some candy? Are you perhaps senior brother Xuandu's daughter? When did senior brother Xuandu find a partner? Could it be that you are senior brother Xuandu's disciple?" Duobao, unable to resist, flew directly in front of Xuandu and ruffled his hair vigorously. A torrent of questions overwhelmed Xuandu, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "I am Xuandu, do not ruffle my hair." The lowly's tender voice reverberated in the ears of the many disciples of the Xuanguang sect. Several disciples began to capture today's moments with their recording stones. Duobao's mischief did not cease. If anything, it intensified. Jin Zhao, Yin Zhao, and Chang Niu watched with great interest. After all, the Xuanguang sect was now harmonious, and their senior brother had always been affable in this lowly form. Xuandu was simply irresistible. Duobao was determined to enjoy himself to the fullest. At this moment, Xuandu's heart was on the brink of collapse. His dignity had been utterly obliterated by Zawindan's pills. He had made countless attempts to alter his appearance through various spells. All to no avail. As if he were forever locked in this lowly form, after shouting in frustration, he immediately turned and fled back into the cave. Boom! The cave door slammed shut behind him. If he couldn't confront it, could he not hide from it? Within the confines of the cave, Xuandu stood, arms crossed, his round face flushed with embarrassment. Upon realizing his own actions and demeanor, he hastily lowered his hands. The senior brother of the Xuanguang sect had transformed into the great lowly of the Xuanguang sect. At this moment, all semblance of dignity was utterly lost. How could one ever face others again? Hissed! Xuandu gasped in shock. Why had he unconsciously started to laugh? After Xuandu closed the door and isolated himself, many disciples of the Xian sect hurriedly exchanged first-hand accounts, armed with their recording stones. After all, in the monotonous life of cultivating immortality, the amusing spectacle of Xuandu transforming into a little girl was certainly worth spreading far and wide. However, several disciples also grasped the crux of the matter. It seemed that Xuandu had been lamenting about his junior brother Shandan, which piqued the curiosity of the other disciples. They began to discuss amongst themselves, asking if anyone knew this fellow disciple named Shandan. It was not until Qingniu took the initiative to clarify that they learned brothers and sisters. Shandan is a disciple taken in by our master hundreds of years ago. I, old Niu, know the location of his cave dwelling. I shall lead you there. Instantly the majority of the Shin sect disciples echoed in agreement. Let us go. A disciple who could concoct the pill that enabled brother Xuandu to break through after hundreds of years of apprenticeship, truly astonishing. If we could obtain one, even if we couldn't comprehend the powerful magical abilities like brother Xuandu, it would still be beneficial to overcome our current bottlenecks. Wait a moment, I just had a thought. Do you think brother Xuandu's transformation was due to the pill? One disciple rolled his eyes at this suggestion. Don't be ridiculous, didn't brother Xuandu say that the pill helped him break through? It is likely that something went awry during his cultivation. Indeed, regardless of whether we can acquire the pill, it would be delightful to meet this new junior brother. Thus, under Qingniu's guidance, the numerous disciples of the Shen sect set off in a grand procession towards Xuandan's abode. After all, the allure of a pill that could bestow enlightenment on magical abilities was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, Shandan had just finished refining a batch of Tianqin pills. It seemed that once the debuff was confirmed, it would not change during certain stages. The side effect of transforming into a little girl remained. 0.5 Tianqin pills naturally possess tenfold potency. Just as he was about to continue his alchemical work after storing the pills, a voice from a fellow disciple seeking an audience rang out. Qingniu, the mount of the Taiji sage, has come to pay a visit to junior brother Shandan. Shandan, puzzled, lightly gasped, why has Qingniu come to visit me all of a sudden? With a sense of curiosity, he opened the door to his cave dwelling, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Retreating in shock, why are there so many fellow brothers and sisters here? Are they here to invite me to a party? The three sisters, Sanxiao, approached Shandan with an air of familiarity. Among them, the most audacious Bixiao narrowed her eyes playfully. She suddenly leaned in beside Shandan and sniffed. Junior brother, you smell so good. Xuandan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was his senior sister really being this forward, unconstrained by decorum? She truly was a formidable person destined to ascend beyond the 12 golden immortals. Sister, I am a 9 transformation golden pill manifestation, so naturally, I would emit a fragrant aroma. Wait, fellow brothers and sisters, what brings you all here? He suddenly realized, having been distracted by Bixiao, that he had forgotten the main point. Without further ado, Qingniu displayed the recording stone, and the mortifying scene of Xuandu's social demise reappeared before everyone. The air was filled with joviality, yet Shandan felt a chill run down his spine. Once the transformation was lifted, Wun Ti, my brother, kill me. Some may remain alive, but he had already experienced social death. The eldest sister among Sanxiao Yunxiao explained, little junior brother, we sisters witnessed brother Xuandu's breakthrough thanks to your pill. We too have been stuck at a bottleneck for quite some time and have come to request 3 pills from you. Would you be so gracious? As she spoke, she felt a bit embarrassed, for after all, she was a senior sister to It felt somewhat inappropriate to ask for pills on her first visit. She quickly added, if you ever need us 3 sisters in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Shandan, however, directly placed 3 pills into Yunxiao's hands, his expression solemn. You are all my esteemed senior sisters. There is no need for formality. With a grand gesture, he displayed ample generosity, earning accolades from the surrounding disciples. The 3 sisters were deeply touched, feeling that their junior brother truly valued their bond and was a wonderful person to eye in the future. Anyone who dares to bully our junior brother will have to contend with us 3 sisters. Junior brother, you truly smell delightful. I can hardly contain myself. Meanwhile, a sudden voice from the system rang in Xuandan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting 3 Tianqin pills to others, receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a critical reward, receiving a low-grade innate spiritual root, Star Tree Seedling Xianyang Dan Recipe, and 100,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 5, vigorously indulging the little girl Sanxiao. The sudden surge of happiness left Shandan feeling somewhat dazed. He turned to regard his 3 beloved senior sisters with newfound sincerity. The low-grade innate spiritual root Star Tree, the recipe for Xianyang Dan, and 100,000 years of cultivation were all stored within the system space. Whenever he found leisure, he could inject the 100,000 years of cultivation into his body, sparing himself the arduous journey of a century. At that moment, Yunxiao, after receiving the Tianqin pills, immediately distributed the pills to her two younger sisters. As they sensed the potency contained within the Tianqin pills, their faces displayed astonishment. Junior brother, you truly possess remarkable talent in alchemy. Being able to produce such extraordinary pills, if Master Taiji were to learn of junior brother's abilities, he would surely be overjoyed. Indeed, it is a pill crafted by our junior brother, how could it not be fragrant? The three sisters, possessing straightforward personalities, consumed the pills without hesitation and promptly sat cross-legged before Xiandan, eager to comprehend the magical abilities of this action. Immediately shocked Xiandan, however, upon seeing the calm demeanor of the other disciples. He felt reassured. He had initially thought that the world of cultivation was rife with deception, where one must hide away in the most obscure places, yet he had forgotten that the three pure ones were now harmonious. And the Xin sect was united in friendship. In Kunlun Mountain, any significant breakthrough could lead to immediate enlightenment, and if fellow disciples were present, they would even come to protect one another's path. What exemplifies the unity of the three pure ones and the profound bonds of the Xin sect family? Countless gazes converged upon Sanxiao. Unbeknownst to them, the three sisters began to change, shrinking in size. The gauzy skirts they wore, akin to treasures, naturally transformed alongside them. Yunxiao, originally resembling a wise and gentle older sister, now appeared as a little girl, with fair skin, dark eyes, and a petite stature. She exuded the grace of a refined lady. Creating a stark contrast with her youthful appearance, Bixiao, already a lively and carefree girl, became even more playful and charming after her transformation, while Qiongxiao, characterized by her earnest nature, now stood less than 1.5 meters tall. Clad in a fairy dress and smiling radiantly, showcasing her unique classical charm, the sudden turn of events left the gathered disciples dumbfounded. Xiandan furrowed his brow, sensing strange glances directed at him, and quickly retreated behind the crowd. Jin Jiao, ever unrestrained, spoke candidly. Wasn't brother Xuandu also transformed into a little girl after taking the pill? This pill must be toxic. Taking it leads to becoming a little girl? The gazes of the crowd turned even more peculiar as they focused on Xiandan. Qingniu glanced back at the adorable young Xiandan and then at the transformed Sanxiao, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The disciples eagerly activated their recording stones, preparing to capture this precious moment. After a century, Xiandan never expected the gossiping nature of his fellow disciples to be so intense. Even after 100 years, none were willing to leave, just as he intended to turn around and resume his cultivation. A mighty surge of magical energy erupted in all directions. Sanxiao simultaneously unleashed overwhelming pressure, leaving the onlookers, including Chijingzi, utterly astonished. Had the three sisters simultaneously broken through to the golden immortal level? The vast expanse of the sky reflected a transcendent passage through the endless river of time. Three ethereal figures nearly identical to Sanxiao leapt from the river and descended from the boundless heights, merging into their primordial spirits. This spectacle rendered the surrounding disciples of the Xian sect speechless. Jin Jiao suddenly interjected. I recall that brother Xuandu also ingested this pill to attain enlightenment, yet now the three senior sisters have consumed it and immediately achieved the golden immortal Dao fruit. Could it be that this pill truly possesses such formidable potency? At this moment, Xiandan felt the gaze upon him shift once more, transforming from one of scrutiny to one of fervent desire. They could not help but fantasize if they could obtain a Tianqin pill. Could they not also enhance their cultivation or comprehend magical abilities? However, Yin Zhao chimed in, but it seems that the side effect of turning into a little girl cannot be undone. The clear words resonated in the ears of the crowd, causing their inner thoughts to become conflicted. Indeed, transforming into a little girl would mean social death in Kunlun Mountain, yet the effects of the pill were simply too enticing to refuse. Such a loss of face. I cannot bring myself to ask. Just as many of the male immortals hesitated, each with their own thoughts, the female immortals noticed the state of Sanxiao and their eyes sparkled with delight. At this moment, Sanxiao had stabilized their auras and approached Xiandan. However, they also noted their current condition, yet they did not dwell on it as much as Xuandu had. For Sanxiao, transforming into little girls was merely a return to youth. Xiandan gazed at the three distinct styles of little girls before him, feeling a peculiar sensation arise within him. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he reached out and pinched Sanxiao's cheek. It was soft and smooth, like jelly, and Sanxiao was momentarily stunned. It was the first time since their transformation that someone had pinched their cheeks. Yunxiao's face instantly flushed crimson, and she grasped Xuandan's hand, pulling it away. Junior brother, You shouldn't touch a girl's face randomly. Seeing her youthful appearance, Shandan only wished to pinch a couple more times. Bishao, unbothered by Xuandan's playful gesture, joyfully exclaimed, "Little junior brother, the efficacy of your elixir is truly remarkable. My sisters and I have been ensnared in stagnation for countless years, yet today we have experienced an enlightening breakthrough, all thanks to you." However, upon glancing at her own physique, she let out a soft huff, saying, "You mustn't do this again." Observing her proud demeanor, Shandan couldn't help but smile knowingly and naturally. Such a fortunate turn of events warranted a bit of pretense. He humbly waved his hand. "I merely followed the formula to concoct this, and I cannot fathom why it has such an effect. It was but a trifling effort, and I am delighted to have been of assistance to my 3 senior sisters." Bishao rose on her toes, attempting to pat Shandan's shoulder, but finding it out of reach, she settled for his arm instead. "From now on, while on Kunlun Mountain, I will look after you. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to approach me." Yun Xiao exhibited a demeanor more befitting a refined lady. "Junior brother, should you encounter any difficulties, seek out my sisters and me. We shall certainly do our utmost to assist you." Having just broken through to the golden immortal stage, her Dao fruit remains unstable, and she must retreat to solidify her progress, so she took her leave first. Shandan responded with a smile, urging her to return swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed that the onlooking disciples had yet to disperse. Just then, a female immortal stepped forward. "I am the Wudong Saint Mother of the Jie sect. Might I inquire if you still possess any Tianqing Dan?" Shandan replied truthfully, "Indeed, I do. If senior sister requires it, I would be more than happy to present her with a pill." The Wudong Saint Mother instantly beamed. "Then I shall express my gratitude to junior brother." With the Wudong Saint Mother's lead, numerous female immortals flocked around, all hailing from the Jie sect, as the human and Chan sects had yet to produce any female cultivators. Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Color Cloud Fairy, and Stone Chi Lady all approached to request their share. Shandan couldn't contain his glee at such fortune. He distributed the remaining 2 Tianqing Dan and assured the Color Cloud Fairy and Stone Chi Lady that should more be refined, he would reserve them for them. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting 2 Tianqing Dan to others, receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Enhanced Comprehension. Subsequently, Shandan used the pretext of needing to cultivate to return to his cave abode and securely closed the door. Many male immortals clenched their fists, sighing inwardly, "How lamentable it is not to be in the guise of a maiden." Chapter 6. Huanglong's distress. Onlookers from the Shenmen disciples stared intently at the entrance of Shandan's abode, yet none dared to step forward, their eyes filled with indecision. Such miraculous elixirs are indeed hard to come by. With precedents like Xuandu and the 3 Shaos, attaining enlightenment, or breaking through to become a golden immortal could save one tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. However, the side effect of transforming into a lowly was a daunting thought for many. Eventually, the male immortals could only depart in sparse numbers. Qi Jingzi patted the still-dazed Huanglong. "The junior brother has left just in time for our master to assess our progress." Snapped back into reality, Huanglong immediately wore a troubled expression. Together, they made their way to the Jade Void Palace, the abode of the Jade Pure Saint and the Primordial Supreme. Shortly thereafter, the 12 core disciples of the Chan sect, along with 2 named disciples, gathered within. Suddenly, the figure of the Primordial Supreme appeared on a cushion, an imposing middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe. As he materialized, the disciples grew tense, for the Chan sect is notorious for its strict codes of conduct. The Primordial Supreme's sacred gaze swept over the disciples as he spoke in a deep voice. "Since the last lecture concluded, I instructed you all to cultivate the divine transformation technique for over several centuries. Today, I have come to assess your progress, beginning with the eldest brother, Guangqing." "Yes, Master." As the eldest brother of the Chan sect, Guangqing Zi exuded grace, his every action adhering to propriety. In mere moments, he dispersed hundreds of clones. A smile of approval graced the Primordial Supreme's face, akin to a teacher admiring a top student. "Excellent, excellent. You all should take Guangqing Zi as your model. To progress so swiftly within just a few centuries. What remarkable talent." Guangqing Zi returned to his seat with a humble smile. Next was the second-ranked Qi Jingzi, who managed just over 100 clones, yet each emanated a solid aura, unlike mere projections. The Primordial Supreme's smile widened once again. You have grasped another essence of the divine transformation technique. Were it not for your opponent's overwhelming realm or possessing techniques or treasures, your true self would remain concealed. Keep up the good work." Now it was Huang Long's turn, and the Primordial Supreme's smile diminished somewhat. He was not fond of those who don armor and scales, although Huang Long possessed the innate essence of the Xian Huang Qi. He had amalgamated the bloodline of the ancestral dragon during his transformation, thus qualifying him as an innate talent and enabling him to enter the Chan sect. Huang Long's anxiety was palpable as he lifted his gaze to see the master's expression. Causing him to tremble, suppressing his discomfort, he unleashed his divine ability, bang. As the white smoke dissipated, only a few dozen clones appeared, some incomplete, clearly indicating something amiss. The eyes of the Chan sect disciples fell upon Huang Long. He felt as though 1,000 needles pricked his back and cautiously raised his head, only to be met with the Primordial Supreme's ominously dark expression, as if it could drip with water. He instantly lowered his head, wishing to burrow into the earth. The Primordial Supreme clenched his fists, his countenance grim, continually suppressing his inner rage. He reassured himself, "They are all good disciples of mine, he merely lacks comprehension." Exhaling a breath of frustration, he fixed his gaze on Huang Long once more, his attention drawn to the peculiar clones. Huang Long, meanwhile, displayed a deferential demeanor. The Primordial Supreme could no longer contain himself and barked. "I am aware that your comprehension is somewhat lacking, but the results after hundreds of years should not be so meager. You have allowed your thoughts to wander too much, neglecting your cultivation. Your resolve is insufficient. To appear so subservient before your superiors, no matter how strong your foundation, you will struggle to achieve greatness." Guanqing, as the eldest brother, should not you offer guidance to your junior brother? Guanqing Zi, caught in the crossfire, accepted the criticism with an air of indifference, while Huang Long returned to his seat, his face flushed with shame. The subsequent displays from his junior brothers only heightened his discomfort. With even the two named disciples outperforming him. By the time they left the Jade Void Palace, Huang Long felt utterly dazed. Do not be disheartened, junior brother. Should you have questions, come seek me. A voice as gentle as a spring breeze reached his ears. Huang Long looked up to see a remarkably poised young Taoist. "I have met the eldest brother. I apologize for causing you trouble in the Jade Void Palace." Guanqing Zi offered a nonchalant smile, gently patting Huang Long's shoulder in encouragement. As the eldest brother of the Chan sect, I naturally bear responsibility for your shortcomings. Do not be troubled, diligence can make up for a lack of talent. Cultivate earnestly, and you shall surely achieve greatness. With that, Guanqing Zi took his leave. First, upon returning to his cave, Huang Long remained lost in thought. My comprehension is truly lacking, if only there were a way to enhance it. What the master said was indeed true. In my present state, I am a disgrace to the Chan sect. With such poor comprehension, I wonder how my junior brothers view me. At this moment, Huang Long's spirits were utterly dejected. He possessed a solid foundation but lacked comprehension, entering the path before his junior brothers yet falling short. Slumping onto a cushion, he hung his head in despair, akin to the unsuccessful scholar Fan Jin. Muttering to himself, comprehension, comprehension, the more he uttered, the more bitter his mouth felt, until, suddenly, he sat up with a flash of inspiration. The elixir refined by my junior brother, Xuandu, attained enlightenment after consuming it. The three Shaos achieved the golden immortal Dao fruit upon ingestion. If one were to speak of enhancing comprehension, that elixir would be most fitting. Moreover, with the bond of brotherhood, it could deepen our connection. The more Huang Long contemplated, the more he felt this path was viable. Yet, the side effect of transforming into a lowly was indeed mortifying. He had just risen to his feet when he slowly sat back down again, his mind replaying Xuandu's sorrowful figure beneath the recording stone. He even left behind a reflection of himself. The thought of swallowing the elixir and transforming into a lowly, under the gaze of onlookers, made Huang Long furrow his brow, his clenched fists reflecting his inner turmoil. Which mattered more, dignity or the elixir? Furthermore, I have had no prior interaction with junior brother. Whether I can request the elixir remains uncertain. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wavering in indecision, ultimately he rose suddenly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. How can I forsake the elixir for the sake of my pride? Dignity pales in comparison to enhancing one's strength. As for requesting the elixir, I shall implore junior brother Xian Dan to keep it confidential. If all else fails, would it not be worth humbling myself to plead for it? After all, I have already set my pride aside. I cannot lose face over this. Resolute, Huang Long took care to conceal his movements and finally arrived at Xian Dan's abode. I am Huang Long Jinren of the Chan sect, here to pay a visit to junior brother Xian Dan. At that moment, within the cave, Xin Dan had just finished refining a batch of Tianqin Dan. He marked the pills with different symbols, muttering to himself, "This one is for Sister Jinling, and this is for Sister Kaiyun." Until he heard Huang Long's voice, he expressed his confusion. "Huang Long, the Three No Realms, Chapter 7. Huang Long, junior brother, I implore you not to speak of this outside." Huang Long Jinren is one of the more renowned core disciples of the Chan sect. Yet his fame does not stem from the powerful divine abilities of Guangqing Zi or the exceptional disciples taught by Tai Yi Jinren or Yu Ding Jinren. Rather, he is infamous for his lack of disciples, treasures, and cultivation, hence the moniker Three No Realms. Though Xin Dan was puzzled, he opened the door for Huang Long. "It is senior brother Huang Long, please come in." Once inside the abode, they exchanged pleasantries, but Huang Long wore an expression of deep discomfort, as if he bore a burden too heavy to share. Xin Dan, uninterested in idle chatter, directly broached the subject. "What brings you to my humble dwelling, senior brother?" Huang Long suddenly revealed an awkward smile and quietly inquired, "Ahem, junior brother, do you still have any of the heavenly heart pills you concocted?" The humble Taoist wished to shamelessly request one, as he had recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. "Although I possess no extraordinary talents, having spent several years in Kunlun Mountain has granted me a modest foundation. Not if there is anything you require, junior brother, I shall do my utmost to oblige." Xin Dan raised an eyebrow, and the two exchanged knowing smiles, each bearing expressions that conveyed a mutual understanding. "Indeed, senior brother, you have arrived just in time to receive a freshly minted heavenly heart pill." With that, he handed the pill to Huang Long, who was suddenly interrupted by a notification from the system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for gifting a heavenly heart pill to another, and receiving a random reward." "Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-grade postnatal spiritual root, Cloud Sungrass." Xin Dan's heart swelled with joy, as the reward was quite to his liking. Huang Long, having received the heavenly heart pill, was elated beyond measure. Both wore expressions radiant with delight. After expressing gratitude for the pill, Huang Long urged, "If there is anything you need from your senior brother, do not hesitate to ask." He was eager to return to his secluded meditation. However, Xin Dan unexpectedly spoke with a knowing smile. "Actually, there is something I need your cooperation with." In a light-hearted tone, Huang Long responded, "Junior brother, feel free to speak. I shall repay your kindness in giving me the pill." Xin Dan scrutinized Huang Long, then nodded slightly. "It's not a difficult task. I merely wish for you to consume the pill in my presence." As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Huang Long's face instantly froze. Consuming the pill would indeed transform him into a lowly. Such pills invariably shared the same side effect. And now Xin Dan had imposed this peculiar condition. Could it be that this new junior brother taken in by master was behind this? The more he contemplated, the more horrified his expression became. Xin Dan's face twitched, hastily clarifying the misunderstanding. "Ahem, I merely wish to observe whether this batch of pills retains that peculiar side effect." Huang Long nodded slightly, relieved to understand. It seemed this batch had been modified by his junior brother. With a carefree attitude, he swallowed the heavenly heart pill whole. Simultaneously, he began to devise methods for cultivating and embodying the great universe. The previously incomprehensible incantations began to simplify, feeling his comprehension enhance. Huang Long dared not squander this precious time and immersed himself fully in the cultivation of the great universe. For 10 years, he remained in a state of epiphany, his understanding remarkable. The ability to embody the great universe had seen substantial progress. When he finally opened his eyes, his joy was evident. He raised his hands in gratitude towards Xin Dan. "Thank you, junior brother, for the pill. It has aided me in achieving this divine ability." "Wait, why are you using the recording stone?" he exclaimed. "Why did I say that? And when did you grow so tall?" Huang Long looked down, utterly astonished. His chubby little hands made it clear what had transpired. Xin Dan's smile never faltered as he beheld Huang Long's transformed appearance. Now a lowly, her skin was as white as a millennium-old crystal, and her adorably naive expression was irresistibly endearing, especially with the pair of soft, smooth, and still youthful dragon horns adorning her head. Adding an extra layer of cuteness, Xin Dan, captivated by Huang Long's silly demeanor, mused about her former appearance. "Junior brother, what are you laughing about?" Xin Dan chuckled, waving his hands in explanation. "Oh, it's nothing. I just recalled something delightful." "Ha!" Huang Long tilted her head in confusion, then realized her situation was amiss, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly covered her mouth. "What is happening? Why does my speech sound like a lowly now?" Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xiandan burst into laughter, the air filled with mirth. Suddenly, Huanglong plopped down onto the ground, tears of frustration welling up. I'm such a fool. I knew the pill would turn me into a loli. But I forgot that my manner of speaking would change too. Her short, chubby legs elicited a chuckle. Huanglong looked up, wide-eyed at Xiandan. Junior brother, there are many people in Kunlun Mountain, I implore you. Please keep this a secret. Xiandan, struggling to contain his laughter, placed the recorded stone into his storage space, his expression turning serious. Fear not, senior brother, this shall remain our little secret. Huanglong's anxious heart settled, and he energetically prepared to leave. In that case, I shall take my leave, he said, not waiting for Xiandan's response, and hurriedly departed from the residence, dodging and weaving along the way to avoid being seen. Upon returning to his cave, Huanglong stood with hands on his hips, entirely shedding his previous despondency. Indeed, the pill is far more important than appearances. I merely need to meditate until the side effects fade. Huanglong thought, you are truly clever. Noticing his state, his face flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness, settled down cross-legged, and resumed digesting his understanding of the divine ability. Meanwhile, Xiandan placed the recording stone in his storage ring. Now having 3 in total, which he referred to as his collection, he calculated the time and furrowed his brow. After so long of alchemy, it seems my cultivation has also progressed. I fortuitously possess 100,000 years of cultivation in the system space. Perhaps I should seize this final opportunity to break through to the immortal realm. Xiandan then retracted the 4 symbols cauldron and continued practicing the Tai Ching golden pill technique. The reward of enhanced comprehension began to manifest. As he absorbed denser spiritual energy at an increased pace, gradually unraveling the previously obscure aspects of the technique, time flew by, and many disciples of the Shinmen privately traded recording stones, referring to a certain adorable lowly senior brother. Many disciples were astonished upon viewing it. Upon hearing the news, Huanglong patted his chest, grinning. Fortunately, I am clever. Do not be fooled by my usual lack of comprehension. I am indeed quite astute, while reveling in his good fortune. A sudden bell toll resonated through the minds of all disciples of the Chan teaching. The voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign echoed, hasten to the Yushu palace to review your assignments. Do not delay. Huanglong's chubby little face turned ashen, his short legs pacing anxiously. Oh no, master is checking the assignments. I cannot avoid this, or I will be scolded. But in my current state, what should I do? He exerted all his efforts to change his appearance, but alas, it was all in vain. At this moment, Huanglong was the only one yet to arrive at the Yushu palace. The expression on the primordial heavenly sovereign's face turned dark in an instant. This wayward disciple, not even bothering to show up. Before he could finish speaking, a childish voice rang out from outside the Yushu palace. Master, I'm here. Chapter 8, Huanglong's Experience, Xianyang Pill. The sweet, youthful voice echoed through the vast Yushu palace, capturing the attention of all disciples of the Chan teaching. The lowly with dragon horns blushed fiercely, however, within the Yushu palace, without the permission of the primordial heavenly sovereign. One could not employ magical abilities, she could only struggle forward on her little legs. Guang Qingzi and Shi Jingzi exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. The expressions of the other disciples were similarly amused. Had it not been for the fact that this was the Yushu palace, they would have certainly recorded this precious moment. Previously, the 3 heavens effortlessly attained the golden immortal Tao fruit with the aid of the heavenly heart pill, inciting countless disciples of the Shinmen to covet it. However, due to the socially mortifying side effect of transforming into a lowly, none of the male immortals dared to step forward to forsake their dignity for the pill. Unexpectedly, the first to take the initiative was one of their own. The lowly Huanglong's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, stuttering and unwilling to speak. The primordial heavenly sovereign raised an eyebrow. Reaching out to calculate. In mere moments, the saint had grasped the situation. He scrutinized Huanglong's now shy and adorable appearance, unable to suppress a smile, though he quickly cleared his throat, assuming a serious demeanor once more. Huanglong, who had initially feared reprimand, stole a glance at the primordial heavenly sovereign. Oh no, it seems master is angry. The primordial heavenly sovereign feigned sternness, admonishing, instead of diligently cultivating, you present yourself in such a manner. What would others think if this were to spread? Come here, closer, let me see if I can dispel this side effect. Huanglong pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Witnessing her adorable expression, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt his heart melt. Though he maintained a facade of seriousness, "Thank you, master." With that, Huanglong scampered over to stand before the primordial heavenly sovereign. Her cuteness was so disarming that it tempted him to reach out and pat her little head. No, I mustn't lose composure in front of my disciple, he thought. He then extended his hand to attempt to alleviate Huanglong's side effect. In the next moment, a look of astonishment crossed the primordial heavenly sovereign's face. "I didn't expect this side effect to be beyond even my ability to remove." The murmurs of surprise rippled through the gathered disciples of the Chan teaching. After all, in the Honghuang era, there were very few things a saint could not accomplish. The primordial heavenly sovereign, however, remained unperturbed. In the presence of a saint, all beings were equal, outward appearances were merely superficial. He gazed down at Huanglong's beaming countenance and mused. What a charming form this is. As he contemplated, he could no longer resist the urge to gently pat Huanglong's little head. "Return now. We shall continue reviewing assignments." Huanglong scurried back to her seat, which incited further suppressed laughter among the disciples of the Chan teaching. The review of divine abilities subsequently resumed, starting with Master Brother Guangqingzi. Both Guangqingzi and Qijingzi displayed notable progress. Particularly Guangqingzi, whose countless avatars earned the primordial heavenly sovereign's high praise. Qijingzi also received commendations of equal merit. When it was Huanglong's turn, the gaze of all disciples of the Chan teaching converged once more. To everyone's surprise, the young and spirited Huanglong displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, she held her head high and puffed out her chest, coupled with her current lowly appearance and its tsundere expression. She appeared exceedingly adorable. The primordial heavenly venerable found himself somewhat astonished, his face reflecting a hint of anticipation. Huanglong unleashed her supernatural abilities, manifesting countless lowly versions of herself, instantly populating the Jade Void Palace. This spectacle left the disciples of the Chan sect utterly astounded. Even the primordial heavenly venerable could not help but express his astonishment internally. "This child has truly surprised me," exclaimed Qijingzi. The sheer number of her avatars was comparable to that of the eldest senior brother, if not even more substantial in their solidity. Could it be that the elixirs crafted by the alchemical disciple produced such formidable effects? The other disciples of the Chan sect began to chatter excitedly amongst themselves. Once Huanglong dissipated her manifestations, she placed her hands on her hips and stood proudly. The primordial heavenly venerable was once again overwhelmed by her cuteness. Donning a benevolent smile, "Excellent. It is indeed a delightful surprise to witness Huanglong's progress. In light of your diligent efforts and perseverance in cultivation, I shall permit you to give your lecture at my side." Huanglong was instantly elated, her lowly persona taking over, prompting her to cheer joyfully. "Master is the best." "Thank you, master." With that, she scampered over to sit upon the mat beside the primordial heavenly venerable. Her obedient yet haughty demeanor compelled him to gently pat her little head. In that moment, Huanglong mused to herself, being a lowly isn't so bad after all. After the remaining disciples were examined by the primordial heavenly venerable, they commenced their lecture. During the proceedings, he occasionally provided Huanglong with special attention. Aware that this disciple's comprehension was somewhat lacking, he nonetheless recognized her many virtues. As the lecture concluded, the primordial heavenly venerable vanished, leaving only his voice behind. "Should there be anything you do not understand, seek out Guangqingzi." The disciples of the Chan sect bowed respectfully, expressing their farewells. At that moment, the Jade Void Palace was left with only the disciples of the Chan sect. Huanglong felt that this lecture had been immensely rewarding. Upon rising from the mat, she turned to find a multitude of her fellow disciples approaching her. Hey, what are you all up to? I am your senior brother, Tai, where are your hands wandering?" Naturally, the lowly Huanglong could not escape the playful clutches of her fellow disciples, who proceeded to ruffle her hair with delight. Simultaneously, the other disciples discreetly employed their recording stones. Meanwhile, the alchemical disciple sensed that the moment had come and consumed a millennium's worth of cultivation from his system's spatial reserves in an instant. He advanced to the early stage of the Xian immortal realm, surrounded by shimmering celestial light and ethereal radiance. His internal magical power grew substantially due to his enhanced comprehension and innate talent in alchemy. He found himself in a state of sudden enlightenment. Upon regaining his composure, he stabilized his aura, a smile gracing his face. Not only had he broken through to the Xian immortal realm, but he had also grasped the harmony of the five elements technique. For one who specialized in alchemy, the harmony of the five elements technique was an exceptional skill. Mastering the principles of the five elements allowed for precise control over the refining process. achieving optimal balance between the elemental interactions of the medicinal materials, thereby significantly increasing the success rate and potency of the elixirs. Consequently, the alchemical disciple was filled with exhilaration. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the might of this newfound skill. Retrieving the four symbols cauldron, he simultaneously took out the recipe for the Xian Yang pill from the system's spatial reserves. His mind was suddenly flooded with methods to concoct the Xian Yang pill. With the materials bestowed by Laozi, he was essentially well equipped for the task. Moreover, the principal ingredient for the Xian Yang pill happened to be the Yun Yang grass, which had been awarded by the system. The alchemical disciple promptly began the refinement process. With the assistance of the harmony of the five elements technique, the endeavor proved to be remarkably efficient. As the four symbols cauldron ignited, the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the cave, spreading in all directions. The host has enhanced the efficacy of the Xian Yang pill tenfold. Side effect: random body parts enlarged tenfold. Duration: 500 years. Chapter 9, Winged Immortal. Look at how grand I am. The rich fragrance of the elixir wafted from the alchemical disciple's abode. Outside, a youth with wings sprouting from his back bore a look of hesitation. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath. O winged immortal, fear not the embarrassment. What truly matters is overcoming the bottleneck. As he inhaled deeply, he caught a whiff of the rich elixir's fragrance. Instantly, his spirits lifted, and he called out, "The winged immortal of the Cut sect has come to visit the alchemical disciple." The alchemical disciple, having just refined the Xian Yang pill, was momentarily taken aback. The winged immortal, one of the 7 celestial attendants, was among the few exceptional disciples of the Cut sect. Could it be that this senior brother had come to seek an elixir? He promptly opened the doors of his abode, welcoming the winged immortal inside. With origins tracing back to the golden-winged Great Pang, the winged immortal was known for his forthright nature. Junior brother, I have come to seek an elixir. If it is convenient for you, might I trouble you for a Tian Xin pill? The winged immortal divulged his struggles with a bottleneck to the alchemical disciple. As fellow disciples of the Xianmen, the alchemical disciple felt compelled to assist. However, the Tian Xin pill was no longer available. The winged immortal was immediately filled with regret, his demeanor drooping, just as he prepared to take his leave. The alchemical disciple suddenly shifted his tone. However, I do have the freshly refined Xian Yang pill. Perhaps you would like to give it a try. The winged immortal, sensing the latent power within the Xian Yang pill and the intoxicating aroma, could not help but be intrigued. Halting his departure, this pill seems even more potent than the Tian Xin pill. The alchemical disciple nodded emphatically, explaining, the Xian Yang pill can activate the bloodline within a spirit being for a limited time. Should the bloodline be significantly stimulated, both comprehension and aptitude will see a slight enhancement. As you hail from the lineage of the golden-winged Great Pang, this pill suits you perfectly. The winged immortal felt a surge of excitement. After accepting the Xian Yang pill, he produced 5 divine feathers he had prepared for exchange. Junior brother, I shall not take advantage of you. These 5 divine feathers are imbued with Taoist essence from my cultivation. They are rare treasures, suitable for both alchemy and artifact forging. The alchemical disciple, while verbally expressing familial bonds, accepted the 5 divine feathers into his possession. The incongruity between words and actions caused the winged immortal's lips to twitch slightly. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to seek me out. With that, he felt an overwhelming urge to return to his cave for seclusion. The thought of transforming into a lowly made him cringe internally. He resolved that he could not allow his fellow senior brothers to witness it, particularly the likes of Qiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, and Ling Xian, those 3 boisterous fellows. Just then, the alchemical disciple reached out to stop him. Since you have made such a statement, then follow my lead, and consume the Xian Yang pill now. The winged immortal froze, caught in a dilemma, having just proclaimed his willingness to assist his junior brother. How could he lose face by transforming into a lowly before him? If discovered by the disciples of the Xianmen, it would be a social death on Kunlun Mountain. Yet, recalling his proud escape techniques, he suddenly steeled his resolve. Let us do it. The alchemical disciple, noticing the winged immortal's conflicted expression, could not help but interject, brother, you may have misunderstood. I assure you, this pill will not yield side effects akin to the Tian Xin pill. The winged immortal's expression relaxed, a smile breaking through. I see. It is not that I distrust you, but I simply wish to thoroughly contemplate before consuming such a remarkable elixir. The alchemical disciple agreed. You are right. Consume the elixir quickly without hesitation. The winged immortal swallowed the Xian Yang pill. Instantly his bloodlines surged, boiling as if in a pot. His internal magical power increased dramatically, coursing through his limbs and meridians. Time seemed to stand still as the winged immortal felt his shackles shattered. A phantom of the golden-winged great Peng manifested above the heavens, soaring through the river of time, descending from the 9 heavens to merge with the winged immortal's primordial spirit. The winged immortal's aura transformed, becoming long and ethereal. Emerging from the river of time, he attained the golden immortal Tao fruit, free from the constraints of lifespan. Upon truly breaking through to the golden immortal realm, time lost its significance. As the winged immortal opened his eyes and integrated his primordial spirit within, he reveled in the newfound power that accompanied the overcoming of his bottleneck. His face lit up with joy. I must thank my junior brother for this elixir. In the midst of his gratitude, he became aware of an unusual heaviness upon his back, noticing that the alchemical disciple's gaze had not strayed from his wings. The winged immortal raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Slowly turning around, he was met with astonishment. He beheld his wings, now approximately 10 times larger, radiating a brilliant golden light. Confused, he inquired, "Junior brother, did you not say there were no side effects?" The alchemical disciple shrugged, an expression of innocence on his face. "I merely stated that there would be no side effects akin to the Tian Xin pill. I never claimed this elixir would be devoid of side effects. Furthermore, I followed the recipe precisely, so you cannot hold me accountable." The winged immortal's grin widened, laughter bubbling forth. "How could I blame you? Junior brother, I should be thanking you instead." He chuckled, running his hands over his magnificent wings. Witnessing this, the alchemical disciple was perplexed. "Why are you so enamored with your wings?" The winged immortal waved his hand dismissively. "You wouldn't understand. Among the avian kin, wings are a mark of beauty, and now that my wings are so grand, they are simply exquisite. I must take a stroll around Kunlun Mountain to show off. I owe it to your elixir. Farewell." With that, the winged immortal swiftly departed from the cave. To the alchemical disciple, he resembled a fisherman boasting about his great catch. The latter found it difficult to comprehend the winged immortal's sentiments. As he left the alchemical disciple's abode, the winged immortal traversed Kunlun Mountain, his massive wings on full display. Whether familiar or stranger, he approached every fellow disciple he encountered. "Junior brother, do you see how grand my wings are?" "Senior brother, how did you know my wings had enlarged tenfold?" Countless disciples of the Su Nmn gazed incredulously at the magnificent wings of Yue Xian. Their expressions ranged from admiration to confusion. And, of course, some bore the looks of those watching a fool, while the other disciples might not grasp the mystery behind it. The Baiha Tongzi, belonging to the avian clan, contemplated Yue Xian's earlier words. "Baiha, your wings are not as splendid as mine." Even after Yue Xian had departed long ago, he could not suppress his bewilderment. Is he not unwell? It wasn't until he returned to his cave and began meditating that he saw 2 enormous wings before him. Accompanying them was Yue Xian's insufferable grin as he jeered, "Baiha, why are your wings so small? Are you even capable?" Baiha Tongzi abruptly opened his eyes, nearly falling into a trance, and could not help but curse. Is he not unwell? Chapter 10. The Su Nying Dan captivates Mount Knln, and everyone is quite enthusiastic. Yue Xian's wings had grown tenfold, naturally extinguishing any desire he had for seclusion. He roamed the expanse of Mount Knln all day, boasting to anyone he encountered about the unparalleled beauty of his wings. It was only when his close companion, Xiu Xian, inquired about the reason behind this transformation that Yue Xian began to recount his tale. "I sought out my fellow alchemist, Suen Di and Shidi, for a Su Nying Dan. Now not only have I broken through to the golden immortal stage, but just look at these grand wings, aren't they striking?" Xiu Xian chose to disregard the last boastful remark, focusing instead on the essential points. Suen Di and Shidi, Su Nying Dan, and the breakthrough to the golden immortal. Soon, the news of Yue Xian's enlarged wings due to the ingestion of the Su Nying Dan spread throughout Mount Knln. The Su Nying Dan was known to awaken the bloodlines within living beings, though the innate divine beings may not overly admire it. For those of demonic heritage, this elixir was considered the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. The quality of one's bloodline determined their limits in cultivation. Most disciples of demonic lineage faced restrictions in their comprehension, aptitude, and innate talent due to their bloodlines. Many might find themselves forever stuck at the golden immortal stage. Unable to transcend the river of time, even upon achieving immortality, they remained shackled by their lifespan, seldom glimpsing the true path. However, the emergence of the Su Nying Dan illuminated a glimmer of hope. Henceforth, the names Suen Wying Dan and Suen Dian circulated fervently among the disciples, some disciples recalling the past humiliating incidents involving Suen Di and the transformation of Sanchio into a lowly. Harbored concerns regarding the elixirs crafted by this alchemist. Nevertheless, some sharp-eyed and quick-witted disciples had already commenced their actions. As they put it, having our body parts enlarged is certainly preferable to turning into a lowly. Suen Dian observed the throng of eager disciples before the entrance of his cave, barely able to contain his elation. No, I must maintain my composure. I cannot allow myself to smile. Just the thought of distributing the elixir made him giddy with anticipation for the rewards from the system. Glancing around, Suen Dian noted that most of his fellow disciples hailed from the Jijiao sect. It was only logical, as it was Master Tong Tian who embraced all without discrimination. The human sect had only 2 disciples, Suen Di and Suen Dian. The Yuancher Tianzuan would never consider accepting demonic beings as disciples, as they placed paramount importance on the hierarchy of bloodlines. Amidst the cacophony of voices clamoring for a Suen Wying Dan, Suen Dian raised his hand to silence them. Esteemed brothers, I am aware of your requests. However, I must inform you that this elixir does indeed possess side effects, as exemplified by our brother Yui Xian. Furthermore, the materials and mental effort required to concoct this elixir are substantial. At this point, some astute disciples began to interject. Do not worry, brother, a mere tenfold enlargement is nothing. I can handle it. I understand the difficulty you face, so please accept this piece of star-fallen iron. The resources consumed in the alchemical process are immense. How could we accept them without offering something in return? Suen Dian beamed at his fellow disciples who presented him with precious materials. His heart swelled with joy as he praised, "Indeed, you are quick-witted. There is no need for further persuasion." He then retrieved the gourd containing the elixirs, smiling broadly as he declared, "Brothers, there is no need to rush. We shall proceed one by one. I happen to have a sufficient supply of Suen Wying Dan." The disciples lined up eagerly, reminiscent of a supermarket during a sale, throughout the day. Suen Dian distributed the Suen Wying Dan without pause, his face aglow with the delight of a bountiful harvest. "Brother, do take the elixir." It was not until the last disciple received their dose that Suen Dian suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for bestowing the Suen Wying Dan upon another and receiving a random reward. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving a critical reward, 200,000 years of cultivation, a low-grade innate spiritual root, Tianyun grass, and a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, Ziyun sword." The generous rewards left Suen Dian grinning from ear to ear. Most disciples prepared to return to their caves to enter seclusion and consume their elixirs, while some impatient ones had already swallowed their stai in an instant. The area before Suen Dian's cave became a scene of chaotic jubilation. Ling Xian, Xiao Xian, and Jingwang Xian simultaneously emerged from the river of time, attaining the golden immortal Dao fruit. Though they were fortunate, they also bore the side effects. Ling Xian's true form was that of a 6-toothed white elephant, and his 6 teeth had enlarged tenfold, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Xiao Xian's true form was that of a green-haired lion, and his lion's head had grown tenfold, sporting an enormous mane. Jingwang Xian, with the form of a golden-haired roarer, had his prominent horns enlarged tenfold, towering like a pillar reaching the heavens. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, all wearing smiles. What a windfall, no loss at all. Their transformations bore little adverse effects. However, some less fortunate disciples encountered mishaps. For instance, one wolf demon disciple experienced a tenfold enlargement of his waist, which, as they say, is the weakest point of a wolf. Fortunately, as all were fellow disciples on Mount Knln, it was of little consequence. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by disciples of the Chanjiao sect leaving the Yushu Palace, who couldn't help but feel envious, especially upon witnessing the 3 immortals attain their golden immortal Dao fruit. Yet, the elixir had minimal effect on the Chanjiao disciples, leaving them to simmer in envy. The lowly Huanglong's eyes lit up, and she promptly darted over to Suen Dian, performing a respectful bow. "Brother, I wonder if there are any Suen Wying Dan left." Upon seeing Huanglong still in her lowly form, Suen Dian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed there are. Does my sister wish for one? If so, I shall grant it to you." The lowly Huanglong presented Suen Dian with precious materials, received the Suen Wying Dan, and without hesitation swallowed it whole. Instantly her form grew tenfold, and a dragon tail began to flicker behind her, resembling a juvenile dragon the size of a small mountain. Capturing everyone's attention, the river of time appeared above, revealing a 5-clawed dark yellow dragon merging with Huanglong's primordial spirit. With the consumption of a Su and Wying Dan, she directly broke through to the golden immortal realm. The remaining Chan Zhao disciples looked on, their envy nearly palpable, were it not for their disregard for bloodlines. They would have eagerly sought a Su and Wying Dan for themselves, including Su and Dian. Many gathered to congratulate Huanglong on her breakthrough. Upon regaining her senses, Huanglong expressed her gratitude to Su and Dian. Just as Su and Dian was about to dismiss her thanks, the sudden, piercing wail echoed through the air. "What is happening? My third hand!" The crowd turned towards the source of the sound. Discovering a gaunt Taoist with a hand inexplicably growing from the back of his head, this hand had also enlarged tenfold. The disciples of Jia Zhao recognized him as the one and only Ma Yuan of Skull Mountain. The enormous hand dangled awkwardly from his head, creating a most unseemly appearance. The gathered Su NMN disciples hastily retrieved their recording stones, ready to document the spectacle, while others began to comment. "From the front, it looks like he's trying to say something awkward. I am a martial practitioner. I assure you, this is a halberd." The cacophony of voices reached Ma Yuan's ears. Chapter 11. The Cunning Su and Dn. "Please do not fight." The exchanges among the Su NMN disciples fell upon Ma Yuan's ears, and his face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted vehemently, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can cultivators speak so crudely?" Unfortunately, most disciples paid little heed to his protests. His efforts to defend himself, coupled with the awkward third hand dangling from his head, created a comical scene. It became evident that Ma Yuan's reputation was exceedingly poor. As no one was inclined to come to his defense, his heart seethed with rage, and his expression darkened as he cast resentful glances at his fellow disciples. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Su and Dn. "It is all your fault for the Su and Wying Dan that has caused me to embarrass myself in front of my fellow brothers." Yet, while he blamed Su and Dn for his humiliation, he could not help but covet the effects of the Su and Wying Dan with a cunning glimmer in his eye. Ma Yuan approached Su and Dn, who regarded him with suspicion. Furrowing his brow, the infamous name of Ma Yuan had reached Su and Dn's ears. Knowing full well that he would rise to prominence during the Fengshan calamity, yet, this notoriety was hardly favorable. As he was known for consuming others to enhance his own cultivation, resembling a sinister demon more than a celestial being. A rebellious soul, he had defected from the Jejiao to join the Western Church. Now known as Ma Yuan, the King Buddha, confronted with such a character, Su and Dian found it impossible to maintain a cordial demeanor. Ma Yuan, brimming with malice, sternly accused him, "Your Su and Wying Dan has caused me to lose face before my brothers. You must take responsibility. Considering you are newly initiated into the Su NMN, I would be willing to overlook this if you provide me with some Su and Wying Dan as compensation." The other Su NMN disciples looked on in astonishment, incredulous at the audacity of such a shameless individual within their ranks. "This is nothing short of extortion. What a disgrace!" Ma Yuan, undeterred by their disdain, continued to glare at Su and Dn. Fury ignited within Su and Dn, and his expression turned grave. "Are you here to provoke me? I already made it clear that there are side effects. And at that time, you wholeheartedly agreed to accept them. Now you turn your back and demand compensation for the Su and Wying Dan. I find myself quite curious. Is your skin thicker than the legendary barrier guarding Kunlun Mountain?" The words of Yin and Yang, once uttered, elicited muted laughter from my fellow disciples. The already humiliated Ma Yuan was instantly filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury. How dare a junior show such disrespect towards a senior? "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Ma Yuan summoned his own head, releasing a foul miasma of blood. The shocking act left the surrounding disciples aghast that he was not only unreasonable but brazenly aggressive. The sudden onslaught rendered Xin Dan momentarily speechless. That he had witnessed shamelessness before, yet never to such an extreme. Just as the situation seemed dire, a colossal figure appeared to shield him. It was none other than the now magnified Loli. Huanglong, having attained the golden immortal Dao fruit, Huanglong effortlessly dispersed Ma Yuan's attack. How dare they think that Xin Dan is easy prey? Ma Yuan, recognizing Huanglong as a member of the Chan sect, felt an overwhelming disdain. He was merely an unremarkable figure, lacking any notable comprehension. It was no secret that the primordial heavenly master held little regard for Huanglong on Kunlun Mountain, yet now that Huanglong had broken through to the golden immortal realm, he was not a match for him. Ma Yuan forced a sycophantic smile and performed a respectful bow. "Esteemed brother Huanglong, Xin Dan has wronged me to this extent. Is it too much to ask for a few Xin Yang pills?" Meanwhile, he harbored his own thoughts. Huanglong's current predicament was indeed a gift from Xiandan. Embarrassed before all, he likely harbored a grudge against Xiandan as well. To his surprise, Huanglong unleashed a tirade of anger upon him. "You truly lack shame. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." With that, Huanglong wielded his divine abilities, transforming into a myriad of forms. In an instant, countless clones surged forth to assail Ma Yuan. However, Ma Yuan, at the Xian immortal level, was no match for such an onslaught. He was swiftly knocked to the ground, his appearance pitiable, with the earth beneath him cratered from the force of the blows, leaving him embedded within. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiandan's eyes glimmered with excitement. He approached Huanglong and offered a respectful bow. "I must express my gratitude to you, brother. Please accept this token of appreciation. It is but a trifling effort. It is nothing to mention." Just as Huanglong was about to decline, he caught sight of the Xian Yang pills hovering before him. He hastily accepted them, his tone shifting. "This scoundrel had clearly benefited at my expense, yet he remains so shameless. Is this not bullying the innocent? My junior has aided me greatly. For him to strike in my presence is akin to slapping my face. I cannot agree to this." The other disciples cast envious glances at Huanglong, for he was one of the few disciples of the Chan sect who was valued for his lineage. Obtaining the Xian Yang pills would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. In simpler terms, they were coveting what he had received, yet Xiandan repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, we are all fellow disciples. I believe this brother was merely momentarily misguided. One lesson should suffice, but please do not injure him severely. If his face is harmed, or if his foundation is damaged, it would be most unfortunate." Hearing Xiandan's words, Zhou Xian suddenly interjected with a stern reprimand. "Junior, Ma Yuan's actions are indeed a disgrace to the Chan sect. You may be kind-hearted, but I cannot allow this." Without hesitation, Zhou Xian charged into the pit. Soon Ma Yuan's pitiful cries echoed once more. "Zhou Xian, you have gone too far, striking my face?" Moments later, Zhou Xian returned swiftly, chest puffed with pride. Xiandan approached him with a heavy heart, lamenting, "Alas, I advised against damaging our brotherly bonds. Why did you resort to violence?" Nonetheless, he praised, "But brother, your noble character in punishing the wicked is commendable. This Xian Yang pill I bestow upon you, brother. I hope you maintain your sincere heart." Zhou Xian's face lit up with delight as he coughed lightly, opening his storage bag. No, I said I do not wish to accept. Why did you simply place it in my bag?" "Oh dear, my storage bag is so full, I cannot find it at the moment. But once I do, I shall return it to you." The other disciples of the Chan sect looked on with newfound excitement. Xiandan, however, expressed his frustration, saying, "I understand that you all mean well, but please refrain from further violence. I have not a single Xian Yang pill left." As he waved his hands, a jade vial accidentally slipped from his sleeve. With a crash, it shattered, and 10 Xian Yang pills tumbled to the ground. Unfazed, Xiandan picked them up, exclaiming, "There are more here." As soon as he spoke, several agile disciples pounced upon Ma Yuan. In no time, 10 disciples surrounded him in a merciless assault. The rest of the disciples felt deep regret. Slapping their thighs in frustration, their gazes towards Ma Yuan were filled with fervor. Xiandan, observing Ma Yuan's pitiful state, quietly chuckled. As Ma Yuan was subjected to brutal torment, Xiandan finally spoke. "My dear brothers, why strike Ma Yuan so harshly? He surely did not act with malice. Please cease your actions." A fragrant incense burned, and in the span of a single stick, Ma Yuan was left bruised and battered, his robes in tatters, disheveled and pleading for mercy. "Please, brothers, no more. I recognize my mistakes. If the master were to find out, you would all face punishment." Ma Yuan shot a venomous glare at Xiandan. "You say such sweet words, but I am on the brink of death here. Should I catch you, I will ensure you pay dearly." With that, a defeated Ma Yuan slunk away. Xiandan retrieved a Xian Yang pill, sighing, "Brothers, let us not act so. Harming our fellow disciples is ill-advised." The fortunate recipients of the Xian Yang pills beamed with gratitude, assuring him, "Rest assured, we shall not allow any harm to come to our junior." Disciples who missed their chance stepped forward, saying, "If you ever find Ma Yuan displeasing again, do not hesitate to speak up." After all, it was akin to receiving Xian Yang pills for free, and they were undoubtedly envious. Yet Xiandan waved his hands repeatedly, indicating it was unnecessary. Chapter 12, A Lecture from the Celestial Master. What a chaotic spectacle! Soon after, only Xiandan remained at the entrance of his abode. Smiling as he watched his fellow disciples gradually depart, he returned to his cave dwelling, filled with joy from the system's overwhelming rewards. Not only had he gained 200,000 years of cultivation, But he was also elated to have acquired the recipe for the starry pill, alongside the wondrous technique of the somersault cloud and the inferior innate spiritual treasure, the purple cloud sword. As he pondered, an expression of contemplation crossed his face. The somersault cloud was the signature evasion technique of Sun Wukong, capable of traversing vast distances, a commendable skill. The purple cloud sword, on the other hand, was sufficient for self-defense. As for the recipe for the starry pill, it required thorough study. With his enhanced comprehension, Xian Dan's grasp of the recipe accelerated. Additionally, with 200,000 years of cultivation stored within the system's space, this retreat presented a clear opportunity to advance into the mid-stage of Xian Immortal. After exchanging all his Xian Yang pills, Kunlun Mountain erupted into chaos. However, most disciples remained diligently in their caves, engrossed in meditation. Except for the fortunate few like Yui Xian, the majority of the immensely enlarged disciples appeared exceedingly bizarre. The once lively Kunlun Mountain suddenly fell silent. Biu Palace served as the temple of the Celestial Master. Awaking from his meditation on the mat, he stretched and calculated. It seemed he had not delivered a lecture in quite some time. There was no time like the present. Today, he would summon the disciples of the Jie sect to hear his teachings. With a mere thought, the Celestial Master resonated a deep, soul-piercing bell. All Jie sect disciples within Kunlun Mountain hastened to Biu Palace to listen to the teachings. Instantly, the disciples erupted in excitement, rushing toward Biu Palace. In a flash, Kunlun Mountain resembled a parade of bizarre creatures. Countless strange beings made their way to the palace, and soon, the inner disciples filled the hall to capacity. The outer disciples, save for a few exceptional talents, could only listen from outside. The Celestial Master sat upon his mat, smiling as he greeted the arriving Jie sect disciples. Among the first to arrive was the eldest disciple, Duobao Daorun, who bowed respectfully. The Celestial Master displayed no airs of a sage, responding casually. Following him were Wu Dang Shangmu, Jinling Shangmu, and Zhao Gongming. With a moment of leisure, he asked Zhao Gongming, "By the way, my disciple, as the outer sect's eldest brother, have they been causing any trouble lately?" Zhao Gongming, recalling the recent strange occurrences on Kunlun Mountain, appeared conflicted, resembling someone constipated, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent. The Celestial Master felt a sudden pang of concern. Surely the outer disciples of the Jie sect had not stirred up a significant calamity. He was well aware of their natures. While some were mischievous, they were unlikely to cause real trouble. Furthermore, with two elder brothers keeping watch, such a situation should not arise. Just as he was lost in thought, three youthful voices echoed, "Master, we have arrived." The innocent tones sparked confusion within the Celestial Master. When did I take on these three disciples? Three little girls, each with distinct qualities, entered Biu Palace, occupying the positions of the original Sanshao. The whimsical Bai Shao seemed to notice the Celestial Master's puzzled expression and promptly shouted, hands on her hips, "Master, I am Bai Shao. This is my elder sister Yin Shao, and this is my younger sister Cheong Shao." The Celestial Master felt his mind racing. He quickly gestured for them to come closer. Attempting to derive the connection with the Sanshao. In an instant, he unraveled the entire story. It turned out they were new disciples taken in by the eldest brother, transformed from the Nine Turns Golden Pill. The Celestial Master was left bewildered. Why would normally concocted pills produce such side effects? He beckoned the Sanshao to approach. "Come here, let me see if I can eliminate this side effect." Sanshao, with her short legs, hurriedly approached Tongtian Jiaozhu. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu soon realized that even he was incapable of dispelling the side effect. How peculiar! While he was perplexed, he scrutinized the lowly Sanshao and playfully gave Bai Shao a light smack on the head. "Hey, you must admit, you do look quite adorable like this." Duobao and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, their expressions nonchalant, clearly accustomed to Tongtian Jiaozhu's whimsical nature. Bai Shao, adopting a cute yet fierce demeanor, placed her hands on her hips. "Master is so mean, always picking on Bai Shao." This elicited hearty laughter from Tongtian Jiaozhu, brightening his mood immensely. However, this cheerful disposition was abruptly shattered when the seven fairies arrived. Tongtian Jiaozhu stared blankly at the seven peculiar beings before him, his lips twitching slightly as he took a deep breath. Could this also be a side effect of the elixir from my alchemical nephew? As soon as he voiced this thought, the seven fairies nodded vigorously. Bowing in greeting, "Master, you truly have a gift for foresight." Tongtian Jiaozhu glanced at the lowly Sanshao and then at the monstrous seven fairies. An ominous premonition suddenly took root in his heart. "By the way, how many of the disciples from Jiejiao have consumed the elixir crafted by the alchemist?" Yin Shao responded without hesitation. "Not many, just the three of us sisters." Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded slightly. Reassured, little did he know, the Chiosho fairy sporting a large lion's head interjected, "In truth, quite a lot, almost all the outer disciples of the demon race have consumed it." Tongtian Zhozhu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His eyes flickering with a strange light, the chaotic scene outside Bayou Palace unfolded before his eyes. Demons were dancing wildly, each transformed in various ways. In particular, he spotted Ma Yuan among the crowd. And he quickly averted his gaze, resting his hand on his forehead, unwilling to look further. What a disgrace for a disciple of a saint to have such a bizarre appearance. Tongtian Zhozhu never imagined that the phrase "what a disgrace," one often uttered by his second senior brother, would escape his own lips. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that they were all his disciples. He mustn't show favoritism or mock them. After a moment, he managed to suppress the twitching of his lips. "Just look at you all in such a state. One might mistake Jijiao for a sect of evil. However, I must admit, your progress is quite rapid. Barely acceptable." With thoughts of his disciples' slightly improved abilities, he gradually came to terms with the situation. They wouldn't remain like this forever. Their odd appearances mattered little as long as they did not cross the line. Such was Tongtian Zhozhu's stance. He did not dwell on these matters for long and soon began to impart his teachings. Nevertheless, he quietly noted the name of the elixir, realizing that even he could not dispel its side effects. The efficacy of this elixir was truly astonishing. Until the conclusion of his teachings, the disciples remained immersed in enlightenment. Suddenly, Tongtian Zhozhu called out sternly, "If you do not awaken now, when will you?" The Jijiao disciples promptly stirred. Respectfully bowing in gratitude, "We thank you, Master, for your teachings." Afterward, the disciples of Jijiao dispersed, only to attract the attention of the Chanjiao disciples, who were drawn by the chaos. Tongtian Zhozhu intended to continue his seclusion for cultivation. But a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears, "All saints, hasten to the Zishao Palace for a meeting." Chapter 13, Meeting at Zishao Palace. The end of the catastrophe at Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Zhozhu appeared in the Baiyaning Palace in an instant. "Brother, our master has summoned us to Zishao Palace for a meeting." Laozi maintained his usual demeanor, nodding slightly. In the blink of an eye, the three beams of light vanished from Kunlun Mountain, racing towards the 33 heavens. As the three pure ones departed, several streaks of azure light shot forth. Just as he was practicing, the voice of his master suddenly resonated in Xuandan's mind. "I am heading to Zishao Palace for a meeting with your two uncles. Focus on your cultivation and do not slack off. If you need assistance, seek your senior brother Xiandu. At this moment, Xuandan silently committed this matter to memory. His internal power had already reached its threshold. Earlier, when he sent out the Xianyang pill, the system rewarded him with numerous benefits. Though he possessed the three mystical true fire for alchemy and combat, he lacked an escape technique. Fortunately, he had just acquired the miraculous skill of the somersault cloud, a perfect means to evade enemies. Additionally, the many innate spiritual roots could serve as materials for alchemy. Were he to seek these in the wilderness, it would take countless eons. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Xuandan's eyes as he thought, "The time has come." He immediately infused the 200,000 years of cultivation stored in the system space into himself. Boom! A torrent of magnificent power erupted, shooting skyward as a green pillar of light. The dense spiritual energy rapidly surged into Xuandan's body. With his enhanced understanding, he found it easier to comprehend the path of the golden elixir. The pressure he exuded suddenly intensified. He remarkably broke through to the mid-stage of the Xianxian realm but did not stop there. His might swelled, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam, continuing until he reached the late stage of Xianxian. Xuandan gradually ceased his cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Rising to his feet, his face radiated joy as he murmured, "Indeed, 20,000 years of cultivation has enabled me to break through two minor realms consecutively." Yet, he did not forget his master's earlier admonition. Xuandan gazed in the direction of Baiyaning Palace, frowning in contemplation. "I wonder what matter could warrant such urgency from my master and uncles." After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. "Never mind, it is of no concern to me. My master is preoccupied with important matters and cannot check on my progress." Seizing this opportunity, he decided to refine the Ziyun sword, a fitting magical artifact for combat. With that, Xuandan returned to his cave abode, retrieving the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Ziyun sword. He exhaled the three mystical true fire, swiftly refining the innate restrictions within. Meanwhile, the three pure ones had already arrived at Zishao Palace. Once upon a time, when they first came to Zishao Palace, the chaotic currents along the way posed a deadly threat. demanding their utmost vigilance, yet now traversing the chaos felt effortless. Time had passed, and circumstances had changed. Just as they approached the entrance of Zishao Palace, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind them. Three senior brothers, it has indeed been a long time. The three pure ones turned to the source of the voice, the newcomer, clad in a plain palace gown and draped in white gauze. With her hair elegantly pinned up, exuded an air of grace, her deep-set eyes sparkled like a radiant starry river, hinting at profound experiences. A hint of maternal warmth graced her exquisite face. Laozi offered a courteous bow. "Ah, it is junior sister Niwa. Indeed, we have not seen each other since your ascension to sainthood." Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu also bowed respectfully. Just then, as Niwa approached, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. "Senior brothers, you arrived early. Do you know the purpose of this meeting at Zishao Palace?" The three pure ones shook their heads, and the foremost Laozi smiled. "We have just arrived," Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly interjected. "Speaking of which, the two saints from the west are rather slow. They were late for the teachings at Zishao Palace before, and they are late again now." Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brow, about to admonish him for his impoliteness, when a voice filled with mirth interrupted. "Tongtian, your nature remains as forthright as ever." From the chaos emerged two figures. The taller one, clad in simple robes, bore a pained expression, while the shorter, plumper figure, with a beaming smile, seemed oblivious to worldly suffering. Tongtian scoffed lightly. "Yijing and Zhuanxing, if you arrive any later, I shall not wait for you." The two saints from the west bowed in greeting to the three pure ones in Niwa, acknowledging one another. Zhuanxing's playful gaze landed on Tongtian, and he lamented, "You know well, my friend, that the west is barren and distant. The journey is arduous." Laozi promptly interjected, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "My ears are nearly calloused from hearing this. Let us head to Zishao Palace together. We can discuss important matters before reminiscing." The other saints nodded in agreement. "Good." Eventually, the six saints entered Zishao Palace, where they found the old man in a purple robe seated upon a high dais. Had they not seen him with their own eyes, they would have felt no trace of his presence. As if he had completely merged with the universe, the six saints no longer displayed their earlier casualness, bowing respectfully as they called out, "We disciples pay our respects to our master." The old man in the purple robe was none other than Hongjun, the Tao ancestor who preached the teachings of the wilderness and unified with the Tao. He slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to encompass all things and contained the true Tao. Hongjun's gaze swept over the six saints, and he nodded slightly. "You have come to discuss the matter of the calamity." The calamity had been at a standstill for a long time, showing no signs of progress. As heavenly saints, it is your duty to promote the resolution of this calamity. The six saints furrowed their brows, falling into contemplation. Hongjun paid no mind to their reactions, continuing, "Regardless of your methods, it is best for the calamity to conclude as soon as possible. This matter is for you to discuss. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Hongjun's figure vanished from sight, leaving the six saints in Zishao Palace to deliberate the trajectory of the calamity. After some thought, Laozi spoke first. "I, along with my two younger brothers, do not wish to partake in the strife between the witch and the demon. However, we may allow our disciples to use this as training, to lend a hand." Yuanshi Tianzuan recalled his 12 direct disciples and 2 named disciples, each blessed with exceptional roots and fortune, and a smile spread across his face. "What the eldest brother suggests is precisely what I had in mind." Tongtian Jiaozhu, contemplating the chaotic state of Jie Jiao, suddenly felt a headache coming on. "Alas, I hope those wayward disciples do not embarrass us any further." His expression remained calm, yet a hint of worry lingered in his brow. "I have no objections." Niwa furrowed her brow, sighing, "I am most deeply involved in the witch and demon calamity and can operate in the shadows." Yijing remained silent, while Zhuanxing, with a cheerful demeanor, chimed in, "Our disciples in the West are few. It is difficult for them to engage in the calamity. Rest assured, my fellow Taoists, if the need arises, my senior brother and I shall take matters into our own hands." Upon uttering these words, the assembly of saints effectively reached a consensus. The six saints exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Excellent." With but a brief discussion, they delineated the trajectory of the great calamity in the primordial realm. To be a saint is not merely to possess a lofty status, it is to wield authority over the primordial expanse. The figure of Hongjun reappeared, his demeanor tranquil as he waved his hand lightly. "Since you have arrived at a conclusion, do not linger within the Zishao Palace, disperse." The six saints performed a respectful bow, exclaiming, "We humbly bid farewell to our master," when they raised their heads once more. They found themselves enveloped in chaos, with no trace of the Zishou Palace in sight. Laozi bore a gentle smile, shaking off the floating dust. The master's realm remains as profound and inscrutable as ever. Elusive to ascertain, the other saints nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Chapter 14. Brother, your kindness shall not be forgotten. Henceforth, you shall receive your share of elixirs. Within the chaos, the three pure ones offered respectful bows to Nuwa and the two western saints simultaneously. Junior sister, esteemed Taoist friends, we shall now take our leave and return to Kunlun Mountain. Nuwa and Jane nodded slightly. Yizhuanti then turned his eyes and, with a smile, said, in the future, should the opportunity arise, let the disciples of the Western teachings and the three teachings exchange ideas. Laozi cast a smiling glance at Zhuanti and replied slowly, indeed, farewell. With that, the figures of the three pure ones vanished into the chaos. Subsequently, Nuwa, Jane, and Zhuanti departed in turn. At Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones appeared simultaneously within the 8th Scenery Palace. Laozi addressed his two junior brothers, now that a decision has been made, we must hasten to inform our disciples. We must not delay the unfolding of the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Excellent. Both Yuanchi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu responded in unison before returning to their respective sanctuaries to summon their disciples. Laozi casually released two beams of azure light within the Xiandan mansion. Xiandan, wielding the purple cloud sword, wore a beaming smile. At last, I have successfully refined all these restrictions. It has not been an easy task. Fortunately, the enhancement of my comprehension through the system's feedback has expedited the process, otherwise I cannot imagine how many years it would have taken. He couldn't help but recall the legends of the mighty beings of the primordial realm, who would isolate themselves for tens of thousands of years to refine those superior and exceptional innate treasures. The more complex the innate restrictions, the more challenging the ritual of refinement. However, the purple cloud sword, being classified as a lower-grade innate treasure, was still manageable. Xiandan stowed away the purple cloud sword and murmured, I wonder when Master will return and what significant matters are being discussed. Just as his thoughts concluded, the voice of his master echoed in his mind, I have returned from the Zishou Palace, hastened to the 8th Scenery Palace to discuss matters. Xiandan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly perceiving the scene as reminiscent of a homeroom teacher addressing students after a meeting. He dared not delay and quickly approached the entrance of the cave. Utilizing his divine ability, he soared into the clouds and soon arrived at the 8th Scenery Palace. Coincidentally, Xuandu arrived at that moment, still bearing that simple demeanor and a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, there was a hint of mockery in Xuandu's gaze. Junior brother, it has indeed been quite a while. Upon uttering these words, Xuandu seemed to grit his teeth slightly. Xiandan offered an awkward smile, touching his nose in response. It is indeed you, senior brother. What a coincidence. He surveyed Xuandu, whose side effects had dissipated, and awkwardly chuckled. Master is awaiting us in the 8th Scenery Palace. Let us enter promptly. With that, Xiandan hastened towards the 8th Scenery Palace. Xuandu observed Xiandan's retreating figure, chuckling and scolding, this little junior brother. Inside the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi sat cross-legged upon a mat. Upon noticing the arrival of Xuandu and Xiandan, he revealed a warm smile while continuing his calculations regarding the experiences of his two disciples. However, the smile on Laozi's face suddenly faltered. He cast a meaningful glance at Xiandan, pondering, this disciple of mine is truly difficult to assess. His gaze then fell upon Xuandu as he softly remarked, indeed, you have comprehended the divine abilities. I am very pleased. Xuandu fixed his gaze upon Xiandan, his tone somewhat peculiar. I must express my gratitude to my junior brother's elixirs. They have been of immense assistance. As he uttered the last two words, his tone unexpectedly heightened considerably. Xiandan, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, we are all brothers. Why speak of thanks? Did you not also assist me greatly? Laozi's gaze shifted to Xiandan, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. You have indeed broken through to the late stage of the Xianxian. Very good. Your foundation and comprehension surpass my expectations. Xuandu's expression instantly transformed into one of surprise. He had not scrutinized closely just moments ago, and to his astonishment, his little junior brother's progress was indeed remarkably swift. He adopted the demeanor befitting the elder brother of the Xian sect and sincerely congratulated. Congratulations, junior brother. Why did you not mention this? Xiandan chuckled. I have been cultivating within the cave all day and have hardly traversed Kunlun Mountain. Laozi stroked his beard and smiled. Today's events require you both to venture out. Consider it a form of training. I, at the behest of the master, must intervene in the development of the calamity of the Wu and Yao. You too shall descend the mountain for training. As for your purpose, follow your hearts. There is no need for excessive formality, Xuandu and Xian Dan replied in unison, with Xian Dan secretly reflecting on how this indeed aligned with Master S' principle of non-action. At that moment, Xuandu suddenly inquired, "May I ask, Master, is it only my humble self and junior brother who shall descend the mountain for training, or do the other two uncles share this sentiment?" Laozi patiently replied, "All disciples of the Xin sect shall descend the mountain, support one another. Do not engage in oppression against your fellow disciples. Training inevitably comes with risks, yet within those risks lie opportunities. As the elder brother, you must protect Xian Dan." Xuandu's expression turned serious as he respectfully bowed. "Rest assured, Master, I shall do everything in my power to ensure my little junior brother's safety." As he spoke, Xian Dan felt a warm surge within his heart. Laozi smiled as he observed the scene before him. Xian Dan, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze upon Xuandu and suddenly spoke, "Brother, your kindness towards me shall not be forgotten. In the future, when I concoct elixirs, there will surely be a share for you." Xuandu raised an eyebrow, recalling his own mortifying moments. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier remark. What should I do? Can I take that back? After leaving the 8th Scenery Palace, they encountered countless disciples of the Xian sect, rejoicing and celebrating. Among them were familiar faces such as the 3 Shaos, Huanlong, and the 7 fairies. However, the side effects of the Xian Yang Dan had yet to dissipate. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain resembled a place besieged by demons. This was precisely why Tongtian had specifically instructed them not to disclose their affiliation with the Jie sect after exiting. Xian Dan's previously anxious heart finally settled, and he mused, those unaware might think the demon race has launched an offensive. The disciples of the Chan and Jie sects departed first. Xuandu turned to his junior brother and inquired, "I wonder, during this descent for training, do you have any particular destination in mind?" Xian Dan furrowed his brow, a myriad of names for blessed lands and cave heavens flashing through his mind, such as the Sun Star, the Moon Star, the Mountain of Longevity, and the Blood Sea of the Underworld. However, upon closer reflection, all seemed too perilous. The best choice would be to stay by Xuandu's side. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Xuandu's expression brightened, gazing into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. "I hail from the human race, and since arriving at Kunlun Mountain, I have yet to return to my tribe. It is a fortuitous opportunity to revisit my homeland during this training. Would you care to accompany me, junior brother?" Xian Dan nodded earnestly, eager to witness the current state of the human race. Xuandu, possessing a golden immortal's realm, slowed his pace to walk alongside Xian Dan. The two brothers set forth towards Xuandu's human tribe, being the last disciples of the Xian sect to leave Kunlun Mountain, progressing at a leisurely pace. Chapter 15, The First Kill of the Primordial Realm. How arrogant you are. As Xian Dan and Xuandu journeyed together, he found himself particularly intrigued by the current state of the human race. However, this interest was merely a curiosity. After all, the human race of the future, Earth, could not be compared to that of the primordial realm. The differences in era, ideology, and customs were simply too vast. Although he had been human in his past life, he found it challenging to garner a sense of belonging among the current human race. Nonetheless, Xian Dan genuinely wished to foster good relations with them, for the human race would play a pivotal role in the future. Moreover, his senior brother hailed from the human race and had treated him with utmost kindness. Xuandu's desire to revisit his roots during his first descent for training undoubtedly stemmed from emotional ties, which Xian Dan could sense. As they traveled for training, Xian Dan's horizons were broadened by the diverse sights they encountered. Meanwhile, Xuandu's expression remained unchanged, piquing Xian Dan's curiosity. "Brother, why do you seem so unfazed during this training journey?" Xuandu chuckled lightly. "I have witnessed these sights during my time among the human race." He appeared to reminisce about his past life among humans, his expression becoming somewhat stiff. The extraordinary shift did not attract Xian Dan's attention. Before long, they arrived at the territory where the humans currently resided. This area was not far from the Eastern Sea. With mountains interconnected, the humans took refuge in caves to evade natural disasters and calamities. However, upon reaching the human tribe, Xuandu and Xian Dan found themselves frozen in place. Gazing into the distance, they beheld countless humans scattering in terror. Numerous beasts transforming into their true forms, chasing after the humans like cats toying with mice. They awaited the moment when the humans were about to dash into their caves before devouring them whole. Savoring the thrill of the hunt, the cries of the humans resonated in the ears of the beasts like the most exquisite melodies. Those who could not flee, the elderly, women, and children, stood helplessly awaiting their demise. The able-bodied youths, unwilling to abandon their kin, returned as bait to draw the beasts away, only to meet a gruesome end within the beasts' maws. This scene of carnage left Shen Dan standing in a daze. Although he had envisioned countless instances of the survival of the fittest in his mind, none could compare to the impact of witnessing it firsthand. Suddenly Shen Dan furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening as he softly inquired. "Brother, are these demonic beasts not disciples of the Jiejiao, the beings who cultivate the three pure one's celestial arts emit an aura that is quite distinctive?" Thus Shen Dan is able to recognize the identities of these demonic beasts. Shen Du remains silent, standing still. At that moment, a bloodied demonic beast approaches, transforming into human form in an instant, laughing heartily. "I have met with you, brother, and also with the little junior brother." Shen Dan's gaze is fixed intently on Shen Du. Offering no words, Shen Du, with a somewhat stiff tone, inquires, "Why do you consume the human race?" To which the demonic beast, seemingly unconcerned, wipes the blood from the corner of its mouth, casting a disdainful glance at the humans. And scoffs. "The human race is, without a doubt, the weakest being in the primordial world, born merely as oppressed waste. It just so happens that they are delectable. Survival of the fittest is the very principle of the primordial realm." Suddenly recalling something, it quickly adds with a sycophantic grin, "I forgot that brother is also of human origin. Since you've entered the Masteress sect, you are no longer to be compared with these worthless beings." "My apologies." Then it continues, "By the way, little junior brother has yet to taste human flesh. Do come and try it, it is simply delicious. Once you have tasted it, you shall never forget it." Boom! Shen Du suddenly erupts. Channeling his profound magical energy, the illusory image of a mountain he conjures swiftly suppresses the demonic beast to the ground, presenting an utterly unyielding stance that leaves the beast devoid of any resistance. The Jiejiao demonic beasts now wear expressions of terror, their eyes filled with confusion and defiance. "Shen Du, what do you mean by this? You strike against a fellow sect member without cause?" "Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, I shall report this matter to the master and hold you accountable." Shen Du can no longer contain his inner fury and rebukes. "You dare to regard my kindred as mere food? How dare you?" The Jiejiao beast, initially taken aback, then scoffs derisively, "What is the big deal? It is merely a few humans that I have consumed. Why the fuss? The demon race eating humans is simply the way of the heavens. What is it to you? Besides, since when did it become your place to meddle in my affairs? I am a Jiejiao outer disciple, a disciple under a sage. Who are you to dictate my actions?" Shen Du, suppressing his rage, coldly states, "I am the elder brother of the Shen sect and bear the responsibility of overseeing the disciples within the sect. Your indiscriminate slaughter of innocents only adds to your karmic debt and is bound to bring trouble to our third master." The Jiejiao disciple, not backing down, retorts, "My master pays me no heed. Why should it concern you? We are both disciples of sages. Do you truly think I fear you?" Just as he finishes, several Jiejiao disciples who had been devouring humans hastily arrive. Their faces fierce as they glare at Shen Du and Shen Dan. "Does Shen Du intend to assume the role of our master and discipline us? Since when does Shen Du have such authority? Should this matter reach our master's ears, I wonder how master and the sage will react." Their clamorous voices reach Shen Du's ears, causing the mountainous illusory form above the Jiejiao disciple to wane slightly. Indeed, if this incident leads to discord between the master and the third master, would I not become a sinner? Yet Shen Du's gaze shifts to the distant humans, countless weary figures standing in place. Gazing at him with hopeful eyes, how could he bear to watch his kin suffer oppression without intervening? Shen Du finds himself in a dilemma, his heart torn. The subdued Jiejiao disciple takes his silence as a sign of cowardice. "Shen Du, release me at once. They are merely humans. I want to eat in front of you. Let us pretend this incident never occurred." A violet sword shadow suddenly erupts. The head of the suppressed Jiejiao disciple is severed. Rolling onto the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the dust with a hint of mockery on his face. Enough with the meaningless chatter. It's utterly annoying. After slaying the beast, Shen Dan turns his gaze to the remaining Jiejiao disciples, who now feel a chill in their hearts and take a few steps back. They quickly regain their composure, pointing in terror at Shen Dan. "You dare to slay a fellow sect disciple? I shall return to Kunlun Mountain and report you." No sooner had he spoken than the Jiejiao disciples scatter in panic. The violet cloud sword swiftly moves, severing the heads of several Jiejiao disciples. Blood sprays forth like a fountain, and only then does Xian-du come to his senses. Junior brother, why have you killed them all? As the violet cloud sword returns to his hands, Xian-dan replies nonchalantly. He was too arrogant. I found him displeasing. Such disciples, who show no respect to their fellow brothers, only add to the Jiejiao's karmic burden. What purpose do they serve? Xian-dan's piercing gaze falls upon Xian-du, leaving him somewhat taken aback. He had never seen such emotion in his little junior brother's eyes before. It turns out that the usually jovial junior brother can display such demeanor. Xian-dan then scolds sharply. Brother, why do you dither like a coward? How can you serve as a model disciple of the three teachings with such indecision? Chapter 16, Proud and Stubborn. All talk and no action. Xian-du's expression is quite remarkable at this moment. Ultimately, it seems that all his thoughts have coalesced into a heavy sigh. Alas, junior brother, as you are new to the Xian sect, it is only natural that you are unaware of certain underlying matters. This statement piques Xian-dan's curiosity. Oh, brother, please elaborate. Xian-du patiently explains. Though the three teachings of the Xian sect on Kunlun Mountain appear harmonious, they are in reality fraught with hidden intricacies. Akin to oil on fire, ready to ignite at any moment, the master and the two uncles have not gathered for a long time. Xian-dan furrows his brow slightly, recalling that since his apprenticeship, the disciples of the three teachings have indeed interacted, yet the three sages have not made an appearance together, and he suddenly realizes the implications. Xian-du sighs again, his face filled with melancholy. Between the disciples of the three teachings, there are only you and me in the human teaching, thus there are no issues. However, the disciples of the Jiejiao often clash with us, as the teachings of the Chan sect emphasize etiquette. While the Jiejiao's disciples are a mixed bag, among them are talents like Duobao Zhao Gongming, and the three Shaos, who are not inferior to us, yet many more are talented but lack virtue, making it difficult to conceal their true nature on Kunlun Mountain. I fear that this may completely ignite the conflict among the three teachings, which is why I hesitate to take action. Xian-dan's brow slowly knits together. After transforming on Kunlun Mountain, he had been absorbed in cultivation and alchemy, indeed lacking deep interaction with other brothers. He had not anticipated that the seeds of discord among the three pure ones had already been sown at this time. Xian-du continues. Though the few slain disciples were outer disciples, given Tongtian uncle's protective nature, he is certain to seek out the master for an explanation, and I dread what may ensue. He then gazes intently at Xian-dan, speaking earnestly. Junior brother, when that time comes, you must deny everything. This incident arose from the actions against humans. I shall bear the brunt of it. Observing his elder brother's protective demeanor, Xian-dan chuckles softly. I believe that Tongtian uncle is not a person without reason. From the memories of his past life, he knows that Tongtian is indeed not such a person. He possesses memories of his previous life and feels that the division among the three pure ones is an inevitable event, and thus does not perceive this matter as unacceptable. Xian-dan reveals a slight smile, softly stating, I understand your intentions, brother. However, what sort of creatures are these vile beasts? Keeping them only tarnishes the Jiejiao's fortune and adds to karmic entanglements. There are many disciples of the Jiejiao like them. In my view, it would be better to eliminate them all. Such shocking words from Xian-dan's lips leave Xian-du utterly astonished, and he quickly replies, Junior brother, be cautious with your words. Tongtian uncle cherishes all disciples. You must not speak so recklessly. Xian-dan, however, remains unfazed. In my view, some beings are simply born as beasts, and no teaching can reform them. If we can improve the atmosphere of the Jiejiao, lessening the karmic burden, it would surely lighten the hearts of our master and Yuanshi uncle. Is it not a threefold benefit? I ask you, brother, what is there to object to? As soon as he finishes speaking, Xian-du observes Xian-dan's carefree demeanor, his expression somewhat complex, yet he quickly regains his composure and nods. You speak rightly, junior brother. It seems that I have lost sight of my original intention. Just then, the humans who had been hiding emerge one after another from the surrounding caves, bowing their heads in gratitude. We thank the immortal for saving our lives. Xian-du hastily uses his magical power to gently lift the humans. There is no need for such formalities. I too am of human descent. The humans display expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that there existed such a powerful immortal among their kind. Xian-du nods slightly and states, I wish to impart teachings to the human race. I wonder what thoughts my junior brother has on this matter. Xian-dan shrugs casually, I shall naturally follow my brother. Coincidentally, I am refining some elixirs to aid the development of the human race. Upon hearing this, Xiandu is filled with delight. Just as he is about to express gratitude on behalf of the humans, he suddenly recalls the side effects of the elixirs Xiandan produces. He turns back to the swarm of humans. "Oh no, please do not let my kin suffer mishaps with the elixirs." Meanwhile, an angry voice suddenly erupts from Kunlun Mountain. "Brother, elder brother, your beloved disciple, Xiandan, has slain my Jiejiao disciple. Come out quickly." Tongtian floats beside him, wielding 4 swords radiating boundless malevolence, his face filled with rage, his chest heaving as he struggles to contain his emotions, having sensed the demise of the Jiejiao disciple. He deduces that it was Xiandan, the younger brother of the elder, who dealt the blow, and his anger surges. He directly heads to the Bioning Palace to demand an explanation. Boom! The doors of the Bioning Palace swing open as Lao Zi emerges with an indifferent expression. Upon seeing his elder brother's demeanor, Tongtian's voice diminishes several notches. "Brother, your disciple Xiandan has done a fine deed. You may handle this as you see fit, having only recently embarked on this journey. One dares to recklessly lay hands upon fellow disciples. Where have the rules gone?" I remain composed, my mind clear as I deftly discern the unfolding events. He scrutinizes the furious Tongtian and coldly remarks, "Your disciples of the may wield their influence to take lives, but does that mean they cannot themselves be slain? They bear the brunt of their own misdeeds. Should my disciple Xiandan have dealt the fatal blow? It is, but they're just deserts." Tongtian, initially taken aback, had only been aware that a disciple of his had perished at the hands of Xiandan, never considering that it was in the act of murder. He hurriedly began to calculate the implications, his brow furrowing. The 4 swords of Zhuxian beside him exuded an imposing aura. After a moment of silence, Tongtian spoke again. "While my disciple may have erred, it is my duty to address this matter upon our return to Kunlun Mountain. It is not for a junior to take such liberties." Yet his voice lacked its former conviction. At that moment, Yuanchi Tianzuan arrived, drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, his brow knitted in concern. "I am already aware of the specifics, Tongtian. Mistakes have been made. Why argue with your elder brother? Your disciples of the have already caused considerable trouble on Kunlun Mountain, and your continued protection of them will only serve to deepen their karmic consequences. Having just descended the mountain, they engage in wanton slaughter. If you ask me, Xuandan's actions were justified. They deserved their fate." Tongtian, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "What trouble have my disciples caused on Kunlun Mountain? Speak clearly, second brother." Seeing that reasoning failed, Yuanchi Tianzuan stated coldly, "Your outer disciples engage in brawls, indiscriminately consume spirit beasts, and bully the weak while fearing the strong. Most possess capabilities but lack virtue. They are nothing but a rabble clad in armor. How can they be instructed? With your careless disposition, without proper guidance, calamities are bound to arise." Tongtian, unwilling to concede, attempted to defend himself further. I stepped forward calmly, my gaze steady yet imbued with formidable authority, not of a sage, but of a brother wielding the weight of bloodline. I fixed my eyes upon the Zhuxian swords beside Tongtian, which could only be challenged by the 4 saints. Do you wish for me to traverse your Zhuxian sword formation? Tongtian averted his gaze, nearly feigning anger. Unexpectedly, I advanced and struck him sharply on the back of his head, admonishing him sternly, "If you lack the courage to strike, refrain from aimless gesturing, return to Bio Palace and reflect upon your actions." Chapter 17, Granting Pills to Humanity, Divine Powers of Fiery Flames, and Purifying Elixirs. Despite his discontent, Tongtian dared not defy his elder brother. He huffed, gathering the Zhuxian swords, and hastily retreated to Bio Palace, muttering to himself about how his 2 elder brothers conspired against him, that Xiandan certainly should not have acted independently. Was it wrong to voice a few words? He rubbed the back of his head and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Bio Palace. The elder brother and Yuanchi exchanged a knowing smile as they stood before the gates of Bioning Palace. The elder brother shook his head in resignation, recognizing that with such a disciple it was futile to expect proper management. This young apprentice, in a way, is also assisting me. Tongtian's impulsive nature, combined with his reluctance to impose strict discipline, would only lead to chaos if his disciples were allowed to act freely. Yet he harbored admiration for Xuandan's actions, believing that my disciple had done the right thing, and thus saw no reason to bow his head. Yuanchi Tianzuan nodded in agreement. "Your nature, dear brother, is indeed wild and unrestrained, which sometimes can be a double-edged sword, particularly as there are so many disciples of the." Alas, he too admired Xuandan's actions, reflecting inwardly that the unruly outer disciples of the should have long been dealt with. This young disciple's deed aligns with my sentiments, since he has never received any acknowledgement since joining. This time he has performed commendably. I shall bestow upon him an opportunity as a reward. Unbeknownst to Shendan, events on Kunlun Mountain had unfolded without his knowledge. After slaying a few unruly outer disciples of the Qian, Xuandu remained in the realm of humanity, not having strayed an inch. They sought out a cave rich in spiritual energy. Xuandu took it upon himself to periodically impart teachings to the more gifted individuals among humanity, while Shendan set up the four symbols cauldron to begin refining Shenyang pills. As the elixir emerged, its fragrant essence wafted through the realm of humanity, captivating countless beings who eagerly swallowed in anticipation. Shendan emerged from his seclusion with the freshly crafted Shenyang pills, coincidentally encountering Xuandu, who had just concluded his teachings. Xuandu, taken aback, inquired, "Brother, have you emerged from your pill refining?" Shendan nodded, proudly presenting a Shenyang pill. "Brother, as promised, you shall partake of the elixir I have refined." As soon as he spoke, Xuandu waved his hands in flustered refusal. "There is no need for that, dear brother. I have just experienced insights while imparting teachings. I am truly unworthy of such a gift. Simply distributing the pills among humanity suffices. I shall express gratitude on their behalf." Shendan patted Xuandu's shoulder, smiling as he replied, "Brother, there is no need for such formality. You are of human descent, and I shall certainly extend my protection. Let this Shenyang pill be my contribution." With that, Xuandu hurriedly departed, appearing as though he sought to evade a flood of calamity. Shendan summoned the current leader of humanity to gather the gifted practitioners for the distribution of Shenyang pills. Given the limited number of pills, only the most deserving would be chosen. He could not remain buried in the task of pill refining indefinitely. Soon, the elder leader arrived with over 10 talented individuals from humanity to claim their elixirs. Xuandan's gaze swept over the assembly, noting that nearly all were on the brink of breaking through to the human immortal stage. Some, like the leader, had already achieved that milestone, highlighting the concerning state of humanity's cultivation aptitude. Unperturbed, Shendan promptly began distributing the Shenyang pills. "Elder leader, this is your Shenyang pill. Thank you for the grace of the immortal." After all the recipients had received their Shenyang pills, a sudden notification rang in Xuandan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for bestowing Shenyang pills upon others. You have received a random reward." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a critical reward. Divine power of fiery flames, formula for purifying elixirs, inferior post-heaven spiritual root bee watergrass, and inferior post-heaven spiritual treasure black Shen armor." The system's critical reward enveloped Shendan in a wave of elation. Among the rewards, the divine power of fiery flames and the purifying elixirs caught his attention most. The purifying elixirs could counteract myriad toxins, rendering the consumer impervious to poisons for a certain period. The divine power of fiery flames, on the other hand, was exponentially more formidable than the purifying elixirs. Once mastered, it would manifest a blazing flame within him. Though initially weak, akin to mundane fire, it possessed the capacity to consume spiritual flames, continuously augmenting its strength. The number of primordial divine fires was not insignificant. Among the 10 renowned divine fires, each held great prestige and formidable power. Should he manage to absorb all divine fires, he might just carve a path of prosperity. Additionally, as an alchemist, possessing powerful divine fire would greatly assist him in his craft. Shendan was undeniably satisfied and began to divert his focus towards comprehending the divine power. At that moment, the recipients of the Shenyang pills began to consume their elixirs. In an instant, the once ordinary humanity transformed into beings more monstrous than demons. The cacophony of startled voices gave rise to widespread panic. "Ah, why have my hands grown so enormous? My hair is a nuisance now. Goodness, my behind." Suddenly, the leader of humanity, having swallowed the Shenyang pill, was enveloped in blazing flames, instantly silencing the chaos. Shendan furrowed his brow, astonished, as he moved closer for a better look. Intrigued, what is this aura of the laws of fire? The burning flames gradually fused into the leader's being, his eyes igniting with a fiery crimson hue, radiating an aura unmistakably indicative of the early stages of a celestial immortal. Upon regaining consciousness, the leader gazed at himself in astonishment, quickly noticing Shendan nearby and bowing respectfully. "I thank the immortal for the grace. The elixir has awakened the fragments of fire laws within me. It seems I can now effortlessly control flames." Shendan inquired, "Might I know your name?" Responding to the immortal, "My name is Fengshui." Upon hearing the name, Shendan nodded, but then faltered in realization. Fengshui, is that not the name of the legendary Swearing clan? The seemingly ordinary individual before him was one of the three ancestral figures of humanity, the progenitor Swerin himself? It appeared that Swerin had yet to discover the art of fire through friction. Xuandan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he examined Swerin. The fragments of fire laws within him seemed to have been integrated during the creation of humanity by his aunt. Enhua, passed down through generations. Humans, being born with a natural affinity for the Tao, were indeed capable of such inheritance. It seemed the aptitude for cultivation among humanity was intertwined with this lineage. At that moment, Swerin also noticed the peculiar appearance of those around him and was astonished to find his hair had grown tenfold in length and thickness. Fortunately, he could use his magical power to support it. So it was not too much of a hindrance, Shendan, with an awkward smile, reassured him. It's quite normal, merely a side effect of the elixir. Sweren's lips twitched slightly, yet feeling the significant advancements in the cultivation of those present. He understood the terrifying efficacy of the elixir. Subsequently, Shendan retreated to his cave to continue his seclusion. When it was Xuandu's turn to impart teachings, he gazed at the oddly transformed humanity and shook his head in resignation. Ah, my dear younger brother, once the teachings concluded, Swerin bore a contemplative expression. The elevation of his realm and the awakening of his bloodline had enhanced his comprehension. He felt an elusive yet significant truth just beyond his grasp. Swerin often lingered atop the mountain, observing the development of humanity. Some engaged in steady cultivation, others cleared the surrounding underbrush, while some hunted for sustenance. Suddenly he froze, fixating on those savagely devouring flesh, his heart whispering, if one could ignite a fire without the need for magical powers, how wonderful it would be. Weeds could be incinerated directly, free from the threat of hidden toxins lurking in the shadows. Game could be roasted over the flames, enhancing its flavor. Swerin gazed at the burgeoning human race, his eyes filled with bewilderment, lost in a moment of enlightenment. Chapter 18, The Golden Dragon Bestows Treasures. Arriving at just the right moment, when Shendan emerged from his retreat, he was humming a cheerful tune. Upon exiting his cave, he was startled by Swerin, who was deep in thought at the entrance. Why is the clan leader standing before my humble abode? Swerin, momentarily dazed, regained his senses. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he looked at Shendan, exclaiming, Please, Celestial Master, teach me. Shendan, puzzled, inquired, What doubts plague your heart, clan leader? Speak freely. Swerin recounted the vision he had witnessed atop the mountain. Shendan fell into contemplation. The current state of the human race was one of savagery, living off raw flesh and blood, entirely uncivilized. Even mortals devoid of magical powers could grasp the fundamental principle of fire-making. In the past, such a notion would have been unthinkable. Shendan invited Swerin into his cave for a detailed discussion. I possess some insights into the five elements principle, which I shall share with you. Ultimately, how much you comprehend depends on your own understanding. Swerin was profoundly grateful, bowing respectfully. After expressing his thanks for the master's generous instruction, Shendan elaborated on his understanding of the five elements: water, fire, wood, metal, and earth, which serve as the very foundation for the generation and evolution of all that exists in the universe. Reflecting the eternal cycles of yin and yang, these elements interact in a cycle of creation and destruction. Wood fuels fire. Fire produces ash, ash becomes earth, earth harbors metal, metal yields liquid, and liquid nurtures wood. The heavenly way is cyclical, and the five elements revolve continuously. Until he had conveyed all his insights. Sweren's gaze transformed from confusion to clarity. Suddenly awakened, he was overwhelmed with joy and hastily bowed again, thanking the Celestial Master for the bestowed wisdom, declaring, I now understand how to enable my kin to master the flames. Shendan smiled gently and nodded slightly. Go forth. As Swerin departed the cave, he murmured about wood igniting fire. He climbed to a peak that overlooked the entirety of the human race, wielding two wooden sticks of varying thicknesses. Through contemplation and Swerin's relentless practice, smoke began to rise from the point of friction. It worked. Finally, it worked. Boom! Thunder rumbled as the divine pressure descended. Golden clouds of merit cascaded from the heavens, with 90% merging into Swerin's being. The cosmic river of time materialized above, from which Swerin's ethereal form emerged, merging with his own essence. The pressure he emanated was now indicative of an early golden immortal. Countless members of the human race gazed in reverence towards Swerin. Filled with immense joy, while instinctively acquiring the method of fire-making through friction. A portion of the merit settled in Xuandan's hands. He stood suspended in the air, having been drawn to Swerin's commotion. Rather than elevating his own realm with the merit, he chose to internalize it within his essence. Xuandu approached Xiandan, unable to contain his delight as he watched the jubilant humans from afar. "Junior brother, thank you." Xiandan casually waved his hand, dismissing the gratitude. "We are all brothers, no need for thanks." He resumed his secluded cultivation. Following the mastery of fire-making, the human race entered a phase of explosive growth. The once deadly darkness and cold no longer posed such a threat. The era of raw flesh and blood was behind them. Everyone could now enjoy cooked food, which was far more nutritious and wholesome. Under Xuandu's diligent efforts, the human race flourished, thriving more than ever. Meanwhile, Xiandan focused intently on his cultivation, delving into alchemy and the newly acquired recipe for the purification pill. Regrettably, only a small fraction of the human race engaged in cultivation. The ordinary humans could not withstand the potency of the Shenyang pill, to the extent that Xiandan found himself unable to distribute the pills he had pressed each time he attempted to offer them to Xuandu. He was met with various excuses and adamant refusals. Thus, centuries slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Junior brother, I, Huanglong, have urgent matters to discuss." Xiandan suddenly opened his eyes, rising to open the door of his cave. Before him stood Huanglong, whose side effects had been alleviated. Gazing at the transformed figure of Huanglong, Xiandan muttered, "I find it somewhat hard to adjust." He keenly sensed that Huanglong's aura seemed somewhat diminished. Huanglong bowed respectfully, a hint of sorrow etched across his brow. "I come today, setting aside my pride, to seek some healing elixirs from my junior brother." Xuandan's eyes lit up. "Excellent, I was just lamenting my inability to distribute the pills." Before he could speak further, Xuandu also sensed Huanglong's presence and approached. "How did you sustain such injuries, junior brother?" Xiandan too was puzzled and inquired, "Who among the ancient wilderness would dare to harm a disciple of a sage?" Huanglong's face was etched with bitterness as he sighed. "I have some ancestral ties to the dragon clan and am thus connected to their fortune. Prior to joining the Chan school, I lived directly among the dragons. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, I intended to return to the Dragon Clan for a visit. As you know, despite the decline of the Dragon Clan since the initial calamity, they still wield some influence over the seas. Recently, the treasure emerged within the Dragon Clan's territory, prompting them to dispatch someone to retrieve it. Unexpectedly, they were severely injured by an outer disciple of the Jie school, Lu Yu, who poisoned them and seized the treasure." Xuandu and Xiandan exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. They had not anticipated that this matter would once again involve the Jie school's disciples. Those from the Jie school truly could not remain idle. No matter where they were, they remained silent, continuing to listen to Huanglong's account. Huanglong swallowed his bitterness, his eyes reflecting profound sadness. "I am the wild, the law of the jungle prevails. Killing and plundering are commonplace and not particularly surprising. I paid no mind to it. It was merely a case of being outmatched." Swallowing my broken teeth in silence, however, "The Dragon Clan is a blood relation to me, so I thought to swallow my pride and seek some antidotes from Lu Yu." Hoping to settle the matter, Xuandan's brow furrowed further. "How did you sustain such injuries, senior brother?" Anger flickered across Huanglong's face as he clenched his fists, speaking fiercely. "When I sought him for medicine, not only did he refuse to show me any respect, but he also mocked and ridiculed me. Unable to tolerate his arrogance, I engaged him in combat. Yet, despite being merely an outer disciple of the Jie school, he had already transcended the river of time and attained the golden immortal fruit. Demonstrating considerable expertise in the art of poison, I was no match for him and was injured in defeat. The poison he wields is indeed formidable. Within the Dragon Palace, there were no suitable spiritual pills, forcing me to come to my junior brother with a heavy heart, seeking some elixirs for healing and detoxification." Huanglong sighed deeply, feeling somewhat desolate. As a disciple of a sage, losing to an outer disciple of the Jie school was a blow to the reputation of the Chan school. If my master were to find out, it would surely be unacceptable. In truth, had he merely injured me, it would not have been a matter of concern. Losing in a duel is simply a reflection of my lack of skill. However, Lu Yu, in his pursuit of mastering the art of poison, has been experimenting on Donghai Island, spreading his virulent toxins indiscriminately. Countless sea creatures have perished under his poison, and the sea tribes are powerless to retaliate. Even though the Dragon Clan commands the sea tribes, we find ourselves utterly helpless against Lu Yu. Whenever a strong individual comes to warn him, he merely boasts of being a disciple of the Jie school, proclaiming, 'My master is the Tongtian saint.' At this point, even Xuandu, known for his patience, could not help but interject in outrage. How utterly arrogant! Does one wield the identity of a sage's disciple to bully others?" Huanlong's gaze shifted, his words faltering. Ultimately, he expressed his innermost thoughts. To be frank, I not only sought medicine for my own sake but also hoped to shamelessly request some Shenyang pills to invigorate the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Once I recover from my injuries and purge the poison, I shall undoubtedly seek Lu Yu for a rematch. Regardless of the outcome, the Dragon Clan will offer treasures in return, though the Dragon Clan may be in decline. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and they still possess some treasures that will surely satisfy my junior brother. Chapter 19, The Remarkable Elixirs of My Path. Shandan regarded Huanglong, whose sincerity was tinged with a hint of shame, his expression thoughtful. The Dragon Clan is renowned for its abundance of treasures. Once, they stood among the three dominators of the ancient wilderness during the initial calamity, controlling the seas and amassing countless treasures. Since the onset of the Fengshan calamity, any celestial being with even a modicum of strength has sought treasures from the Dragon Clan. Shandan was no exception. Especially as he disapproved of Lu Yu's actions, boasting of his status as a sage's disciple, he brazenly flaunts his connections. As a disciple of the esteemed Taiji saint, I have never stooped to such arrogance. Moreover, Lu Yu is cunning and treacherous, adept in the art of poison, valuing human life as little more than straw, with a heart as unyielding as stone. Shandan quickly reached a decision, patting Huanglong's shoulder with a smile. Senior brother, fret not about treasures. Given our friendship, I shall certainly lend my utmost support. Please wait here, I shall return shortly after concocting some elixirs. With that, Shandan turned and strode towards his cave, leaving Huanglong moved by his steadfast demeanor. After Shandan returned to his cave to refine the elixirs, Xuandu extended an invitation to Huanglong to join him in imparting teachings to the human race. Naturally, Huanglong readily accepted. By the time the teachings concluded, Huanglong felt immensely enriched and, walking alongside Xuandu, wore a smile of fulfillment, leaving behind his earlier worries. Within the cave, Shandan successfully concocted the purification pill, utilizing the recipe gifted by the system. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the purification pill. Effectiveness has increased tenfold. Side effect, rot blindness. Attribute, duration, 300 years. Just as Shandan emerged from the cave, bearing the refined Qingzheng Dan and Shenyang Dan, he exclaimed, "Oh, my two senior brothers, have you truly been waiting all this while?" Xuandu, with a resigned smile, chided junior brother, "Do not be so glib. I was just discussing matters concerning the human race with Huanglong. It appears, junior brother, that you have successfully completed your alchemical concoctions." Shandan produced a porcelain vial containing the Qingzheng Dan and Shenyang Dan. "Behold, my esteemed senior brothers, within this vial lie the Qingzheng Dan and Shenyang Dan. The former is potent enough to nullify the poison of Lu, while the latter serves to awaken the bloodline of the Dragon Clan." Huanglong's face brightened with delight as he bowed sincerely, saying, "I am truly grateful for your generous gift of the elixir. Once Lu is driven away, I shall honor our agreement and present you with treasures." He then carefully stowed the vial away. Ding! The host has received the reward of an immunity to all toxic harm below the level of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Shandan approached Huanglong, his countenance grave. "Alas, I am not one to covet treasures." Huanglong's eyes sparkled with interest, ready to praise his junior brother's noble character. However, Shandan abruptly shifted his tone, addressing him with utmost seriousness. "As brothers, discussing treasures may strain our bond. My assistance stems from a deep disdain for Lu's arrogant demeanor, and it bears no relation to the innate spiritual roots or treasures within the Dragon Clan's vault. Do not even think of bestowing upon me any innate spiritual roots, innate treasures, especially a Dan furnace. The supreme postnatal spiritual treasure bestowed by our master suffices. I have no need for an innate grade Dan furnace, as it would be of no use to me." Huanglong scrutinized Xuandan's expression, a hint of disbelief flickering at the corners of his mouth. "Fear not, even if you refuse, I shall insist on gifting it to you, and I implore you to accept it when the time comes." Xuandan's face broke into a playful grin as he clasped his hands in response. "Oh, what can I say? This is quite embarrassing." The scene left Xuandu momentarily stunned, unable to stifle an inner critique. "Where is your sense of embarrassment?" Ignoring the peculiar expressions of his two senior brothers, Shandan urged her brother, "Quickly consume the Qingzheng Dan to rid yourself of the poison within." Huanglong nodded slightly and promptly ingested the Qingzheng Dan. The gentle medicinal energy coursed through his limbs and meridians, and in an instant, accompanied by the circulation of his mana, black mist dispersed around him. A look of comfort spread across Huanglong's face, as not only the potent poison left by Lu was eradicated, But even the impurities within his body were somewhat purified. Xuandu waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding toxic mist with a breeze. Surprisingly, Huanglong, after consuming the elixir, did not immediately express joy over the removal of the toxins. Instead, he hastily cast a spell to project his own reflection. Examining himself closely, only after confirming that there were no aberrations did he let out a sigh of relief and bow in gratitude. I thank you, junior brother, for your medicinal aid. With the assistance of the Qingzhengdan, I shall surely banish that scoundrel Lu. Observing Huanglong's anxious demeanor, Xiandan could not help but reveal a mysterious smile. I wish you a triumphant return, senior brother. With that, Huanglong employed his escape technique and swiftly made his way toward the East Sea. Xuandu nodded slightly, harboring some doubts. It is truly rare that the elixirs crafted by junior brother come without side effects. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, maintaining a composed expression. Junior brother, I have gained insights while imparting teachings to the human race and must enter seclusion to cultivate. Farewell. As Xuandu departed, Xiandan felt it was also time for him to retreat into seclusion. It seemed as though all matters were progressing favorably except for Huanglong, who had not long departed. He had just passed the monument representing the human domain. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, the Qingzhengdan will shield me from Lu's vile poison. This battle shall surely end in victory. Huanglong's heart surged with determination, and he hastened his pace. Before long, he beheld the monument signifying the human territory once again, his expression one of astonishment as he mused. Indeed, the territory of the human race is vast beyond measure. He surmised that the aquatic clan had likely suffered under Lu's tyranny for quite some time, compelling him to hasten his journey. With that, Huanglong utilized his escape technique, significantly increasing his speed. On the third day, he once more spotted the monument marking the boundary of the human realm, his brows knitting together in concern. Is the territory of the human race truly this expansive? Huanglong, having confirmed his attainment of the golden immortal Dao fruit, felt no hint of disorientation. Days later, he suddenly caught sight of numerous figures in the distance. Upon approaching, he discovered they were humans engaged in hunting. Huanglong's expression turned somewhat numb as he murmured, have I truly lost my way? Just then, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Senior brother, you have swiftly driven Lu away. It seems the Qingzhengdan I concocted is indeed remarkable. Huanglong's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to find words. Junior brother, I have already stated that innate spiritual treasures are of no concern. Our brotherly bond holds precedence. Before he could finish, Huanglong interjected, junior brother, that is not the matter at hand. Xiandan gazed at Huanglong with surprise, pondering, I was merely being courteous, he cannot truly intend to refuse, can he? My senior brother, with his broad brows and bright eyes, should not be so unyielding. Huanglong's tone grew somewhat sorrowful as he explained. I have traveled for several days only to lose my way and return here. Xiandan raised an eyebrow, inhaling sharply. My elixir is indeed formidable. Chapter 20, Huanglong conquers Lu. Xiandan gains a treasure. Xiandan shook his head softly, stating, I shall accompany you, senior brother, so that I may witness this Lu of the excellent. After exchanging pleasantries with Xuandu, who readily agreed, they set off together. Xiandan had already proven his support for the human race. He needed to remain with the humans for a while longer. Unable to attend to Xuandan's affairs, with Huanglong present, he could ensure Xuandan's safety. As they traveled towards the East Sea, Xiandan noticed the side effects of the elixir were indeed potent. Even with the direct distance to the East Sea, Huanglong seemed to stray off course. They journeyed together to the East Sea, yet Lu's whereabouts remained elusive. Xiandan inquired, senior brother, do you have any idea where Lu might be hiding? No sooner had he spoken than an expression of confusion appeared on Huanglong's face. He surveyed his surroundings, seemingly attempting to ascertain every potential direction. Xuandan's complexion darkened as he lamented, all right then, senior brother. You may rest. He closed his eyes, extending his consciousness outward. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. His eyes sprang open and found it. Huanglong expressed surprise, asking, how did you manage to locate Lu's hiding place so easily? As Xiandan led Huanglong onward, he explained, I am a manifestation of the 9 revolutions Golden Dan, thus I possess a heightened sensitivity to the sense of elixirs and poisons. Lu acts with extreme arrogance. He knows not the meaning of restraint. In this vast ocean, the emanation of toxic gas indicates his presence. Before long, they beheld an island in the distance, surrounded by waters transformed into a deep violet hue. Shrouded in toxic fog, countless bodies of aquatic creatures floated upon the surface, their demise gruesome to behold. Huanglong's eyes turned crimson upon witnessing this scene, and he bellowed, Lu, come forth, Xuandan's brows furrowed, his displeasure palpable. This act, far from benefiting Lu alone, was a grievous offense against the aquatic beings, incurring karmic retribution upon the disciples of. No wonder became the target of scorn during the Fengshan calamity. The seeds of disaster had been sown long ago during the establishment of the Sun. They spotted Lu, clad in a crimson robe, his complexion a shade of indigo, with hair resembling vermilion. He hastened forward. A mocking smile adorning his face as he observed, "I thought I sensed something. It turns out to be the worthless Huanglong of the Chanjiao. You were not satisfied with the injuries you sustained earlier. So you have brought reinforcements?" His gaze landed on Xiandan, maintaining an air of arrogance as he continued, "I recognize you as a disciple of the human. You must be that newly initiated little junior brother. Do you truly believe that bringing a disciple of the human will allow you to suppress me? I am also a disciple of a sage inheriting the teachings of Tong Tian. What can you do to me?" Xiandan regarded Lu's defiant demeanor and sensed the latter's mid-level golden immortal realm. He retreated behind Huanglong, raising his voice, "Senior brother, what are you hesitating for? Engage him." With that, Huanglong moved with the swiftness of thunder. Summoning a tremendous surge of mana, the laws of heaven and earth were drawn forth, and the essence of the Shenyuan Qi coalesced into a five-clawed golden dragon that roared forth, shattering the surrounding void and stirring up titanic waves. "You have harmed the aquatic beings and brazenly acted with impunity. Relying on your status as a disciple of a sage today, I shall suppress you and restore justice for the aquatic beings." Yet, instead of retreating, Lu advanced with fervor, brandishing the plague umbrella. Instantly, the area was engulfed in toxic mist, swirling ominously. The umbrella transformed into a colossal object that obscured the sky. Do not delude yourself. It is too late to speak of holding back against my toxic fog. Boom. As the five-clawed golden dragon collided with the plague umbrella, the latter trembled slightly, and the surrounding toxic mist was immediately dispersed. Lu's heart raced with disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? In our previous encounter, Huanglong was no match for me. How is it that now, the toxic mist cannot even approach him? Refusing to accept defeat, Lu gritted his teeth and summoned the plague bell. Boom! The resonating chime of the bell reverberated through the air, sending waves of sound rippling forth while enveloping the toxic mist as it surged toward Huanglong. Huanglong wore a confident smile, showing no signs of resistance. Lu, this appeared as a clear indication of impending doom. You have sealed your fate. The toxic mist completely enveloped Huanglong, and Lu instantly resumed his arrogant demeanor. He stood upon the air, laughing maniacally, his words dripping with disdain. "It seems you have made little progress." Before the words could leave my lips, I witnessed the toxic mist being effortlessly dispersed by the yellow dragon, who appeared unscathed. Lu's smile froze, transforming into a visage of shock, panic, and a piercing scream. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My poison technique is unrivaled among those of the same tier." In an instant, the yellow dragon struck, sending a torrent of water surging towards the heavens. Endless black clouds rolled ominously above the battlefield, shrouding the world in darkness, accompanied by the resounding rumble of thunder that echoed through the air. It felt as if the very laws of the universe were exerting their pressure upon this coastal realm. Any sea creatures passing by dared to circumvent this area, fearing to tread even a step closer. The yellow dragon cast a gaze filled with hatred towards Lu. "You regard life as mere fodder, wantonly slaughtering the beings of the sea. Today, I shall suppress you here with the jade-clear divine thunder." Boom! The thunder clashed with immense force, as silver snakes danced within the dark clouds, illuminating Lu's pale countenance with their fleeting brilliance. The onlooking Xiandan couldn't help but feel astonished. "My senior's aptitude far exceeds my expectations. It seems this delay in cultivation is merely due to a lack of comprehension." At that moment, Liu came to his senses, shaking his head repeatedly. His face contorted with unwillingness, he roared, "It must be a bluff, surely it is just a bluff." Yet, the might of the jade-clear divine thunder was daunting. He dared not underestimate it, summoning all his magical artifacts. The plague seal, the pestilence sword, the pestilence bell, the pestilence umbrella, the pestilence whip, and the headache hairpin, 6 distinct artifacts floated around Lu. A greenish-purple toxic mist continuously seeped from his being, obscuring the sky as it surged towards the firmament. The yellow dragon formed hand seals, and the jade-clear divine thunder thundered down. The turbulent toxic mist was instantly scattered, as the divine might of heaven and earth caused the very fabric of space to tremble and the seas to churn. Despite Lu Yu's desperate attempts, he could not withstand the might of the jade-clear divine thunder. Ultimately, he was struck down upon an island, reduced to a charred husk, devoid of any means to retaliate. The yellow dragon stepped forward, looking down upon the dying Lu Yu. In consideration of our shared teachings, I shall spare your life. You may escape the death penalty, but you cannot evade the punishment of living. I shall confine you to this island. Boom! An endless torrent of water was summoned forth, the heavy force pressing down upon Lu Yu. He found it exceedingly difficult to restore his inner power. And the artifacts under his control scattered across the island. Upon seeing the numerous artifacts, the yellow dragon couldn't help but sigh. As a dignified 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, he lacked suitable treasures. While Lu Yu had cunningly acquired so many, alas, he was not adept in the art of poison. The primordial heavenly master despised these minor paths, forbidding the disciples of the Chan sect from cultivating them, rendering these treasures of no use to him. Nevertheless, he still rummaged through Lu Yu's belongings for a moment. Moments later, the yellow dragon's expression brightened as he called out to Xian Dan, Junior brother. This Lu Yu possesses quite a number of fine treasures. What treasures are you referring to? Supreme innate spiritual treasures or supreme innate spiritual roots? Upon hearing these words, the yellow dragon was struck with a sudden realization. He picked up the jade slip and tossed it into Xian Dan's hands. Xian Dan infused his spiritual energy into the jade slip, and a multitude of poison pill formulas and an understanding of toxins flooded his mind. It turned out to be Lu Yu's lifelong insights into the path of poison. Xian Dan was overjoyed. The realms of pills and toxins were intertwined, and if he could master these toxic arts, it would provide him with an excellent means of attack. It must be said, although Lu Yu's character was questionable in the realm of poison, he was a rare talent in the primordial era. In the days to come, Lu Yu would be known as the Plague God, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the foremost figure in the realm of poison. This treatise on toxins was indeed an unexpected gain. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was already suppressed in the central lake of the island. The yellow dragon bowed and said, Junior brother, the surrounding toxic miasma remains, and the seawater has been contaminated. I require your assistance. Xian Dan smiled. Of course, he casually crushed several purifying miasma pills and scattered them into the surrounding sea. The endless toxic miasma quickly dissipated, and the greenish-purple seawater gradually became clear. Golden clouds appeared across the sky. The yellow dragon's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Heavenly Tao merit? You must understand, for an ordinary cultivator to attain heavenly Tao merit is exceedingly challenging, requiring one to perform acts beneficial to heaven and earth, aiding the heavenly Tao. The merit of the heavenly Tao is akin to a divine boon for cultivators, capable of elevating their realms without any adverse effects. It can also be used to comprehend divine abilities and refine magical artifacts. With myriad applications, Xian Dan continued to store the heavenly Tao merit within his primordial spirit. After all, for him, a small amount of merit held little significance. It was better to keep it for future needs. The yellow dragon, filled with envy, bowed and said, Junior brother, you have benefited the beings of the sea, and acquiring heavenly Tao merit is well deserved. Now that we have subdued Lu Yu, why not accompany me to the Dragon Palace? After all, you have helped me resolve such a significant dilemma. You should be honored as a guest. Xian Dan pondered for a moment. It was evident that Xuandu was still supporting the development of humanity. Returning to humanity would only mean closing himself off for cultivation. Perhaps refining some pills. It would be better to visit the Dragon Clan, especially the Dragon Clan's treasury. Xian Dan nodded slightly. Naturally, I am inclined to follow my senior brother's wishes. I am quite eager to witness the Dragon Clan. The yellow dragon was overjoyed and led Xian Dan straight to the Dragon Palace. They soon passed by a blessed land. The leading yellow dragon was taken aback upon seeing this island. Oh no, I've taken a wrong turn. The yellow dragon cleared his throat and said, Junior brother, the blessed lands of the East Sea are numerous, and many loose cultivators wish to establish their sanctuaries here. Coincidentally, this place is called Five Elements Island, and its layout subtly aligns with the principles of the Five Elements. It is indeed excellent for those cultivating the Five Elements path to establish their sanctuaries here. I specifically brought you here to witness this marvel. Yes, I brought Xian Dan here for sightseeing, certainly not because I took a wrong turn. Xian Dan's eyes sparkled with astonishment and curiosity. This was the first blessed land he had encountered since leaving Kunlun Mountain, and it truly opened his eyes to the natural wonders of the primordial era. They continued on towards the Dragon Palace. After a considerable time, the yellow dragon gazed into the distance, his expression suddenly perplexed. No, wait, the direction has clearly changed. How have I taken another wrong turn? He cleared his throat and solemnly stated, Junior brother, take a look at the blessed land ahead, known as Tai Chi Island. It was formed under the influence of my great master's ascension, creating this extraordinary phenomenon of yin and yang in harmony. If one were to cultivate the yin-yang path and establish a sanctuary here, it would indeed be splendid. My great master excels in the way of the pure yang, which aligns well with your own path. I intentionally brought you here to experience it. Shin Dan nodded slightly, fixated on the grand spectacle of Tai Chi Island. The swirling clouds of black and white continuously merged in a mesmerizing display. After observing Tai Chi Island, Shin Dan followed the yellow dragon onward, but soon they halted once more. A junior brother, look ahead. Before he could finish, Shin Dan's keen gaze fell upon the yellow dragon. The flustered yellow dragon found himself at a loss for words. Brother, if you were lost, just admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The yellow dragon's face flushed crimson as he retorted loudly, the Dragon Palace is where I grew up. I could find it with my eyes closed. How could I possibly lose my way to the Dragon Palace? That would be absurd. Just follow me, junior brother, and let's go. With that, the yellow dragon led Shin Dan onward. After some time, the yellow dragon suddenly halted, pointing to an island ahead, softly stating, Junior brother, this place is called Nine Dragon Island, originally formed during the calamity of the Dragon Han era. Shin Dan, still wearing a smile, was curious to see how his obstinate senior brother would extricate himself from this. Boom! Suddenly, Nine Dragon Island trembled, and the air was filled with deafening dragon roars. The unexpected grandeur instantly captivated both the yellow dragon and Shin Dan, as they beheld 9 five-clawed golden dragons spiraling upward, exuding an awe-inspiring spectacle of cloud swallowing and mist exhalation, commanding the winds and rain. As the golden light faded, a magnificent bronze cauldron stood between heaven and earth, adorned with 9 vividly depicted dragon patterns radiating endless majesty and power. Spiritual energy gathered from a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, forming a vortex around the bronze cauldron, which erupted with a dragon roar akin to a mountain's call and a tsunami's crash. The yellow dragon's face lit up with delight as he patted Shin Dan's shoulder in feigned profundity, saying, I had already predicted that a spiritual treasure would emerge here. The reason for my delay in reaching the Dragon Palace lies in this very place. I must say, my fortune is indeed profound. Shin Dan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the yellow dragon. You, a well-known unassuming immortal, dare claim to have profound fortune. However, the recently emerged treasure indeed astonished Shin Dan. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. At that moment, the yellow dragon suddenly spoke. Could it be a cauldron? Junior brother, it seems this is your opportunity. Quickly refine that treasure. I will protect you. A supreme innate spiritual treasure would be immensely beneficial for your alchemy. Hurry! Shin Dan gazed at the cauldron floating in the sky. Given the yellow dragon's insistence, he naturally would not be polite. He advanced, channeling his power to retrieve the bronze cauldron, seeking a cave on Nine Dragon Island to refine this treasure. The supreme innate spiritual treasure contained 48 innate restrictions, deserving the title of the finest among supreme innate spiritual treasures. Upon acquiring the cauldron, he instantly understood its name, Nine Dragon Cauldron, without hesitation. Shin Dan expelled the 3 mystical true fire to refine the 9 dragon cauldron. Time is inconsequential in the world of cultivation. The primordial era does not keep track of years for Shin Dan and the yellow dragon. Several hundred years seem trivial. As the 3 mystical true fire gradually extinguished, the 9 dragon cauldron was stored within Shin Dan's primordial spirit for nurturing. A look of joy spread across Shin Dan's face. It is done. At last, he had simplified the restrictions of the 9 dragon cauldron. Refining spiritual treasures requires considerable time, but fortunately, he was highly attuned to the 9 dragon cauldron and had already refined a portion, making it usable. To achieve complete refinement, it seems it may take thousands upon thousands of years. Shin Dan was also reluctant to keep Huang Long waiting for too long, so he decided to halt for the time being. Upon exiting the cave, he encountered Huang Long waiting at the entrance. I am deeply grateful to you, senior brother, for your protection, he expressed. Huang Long, rising, clasped his hands in acknowledgement. However, the perceptive Shin Dan noticed a hint of melancholy etched on his brow. Is there something troubling you, senior brother? Do not hesitate to share. Perhaps I might offer a solution. Huang Long sighed and began to explain. I have been able to discern the location of the Dragon Palace. Jolon Island lies at the heart of the dragon's territory. Logically, the emergence of a supreme innate spiritual treasure would undoubtedly provoke a stir among the dragon clan, yet, after several hundred years, there has been no sign of them. Which is indeed suspicious. My connection to the dragon clan's fate allows me to sense that something detrimental is occurring. Xian Dan's brow furrowed, and he stepped forward to pat Huang Long's shoulder in comfort. In that case, let us not linger any longer and proceed directly to the Dragon Palace. Regardless of what transpires, you have entrusted this Jiulong cauldron to me, and I shall offer my utmost assistance. Chapter 22, Yuanshi. As a disciple of the Chan sect, how could I be weaker than the Jie sect? In Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzun suddenly opened his eyes wide. A surge of inspiration struck him. As a sage, he sensed that something pertinent to him was unfolding. Yuanshi Tianzun extended his hand to divine for a moment, revealing a trace of a smile. Huang Long has indeed made great strides. With a flicker of his mind, he transformed into a beam of azure light. Departing from Yushu Palace. In an instant, he reappeared before the gate of Bo Palace. Rather than waiting for Tong Tian to summon the four swords of the immortal execution, it would be more prudent for him, as the elder brother, to take the initiative and offer some persuasive counsel. The moment Yuanshi Tianzun appeared, the doors of Bo Palace swung open. Upon entering, he found Tong Tian still wearing a stern expression, evidently still vexed by the reprimand he had received last time. Nevertheless, he continued to pour tea without pause. In a cold tone, Tong Tian inquired, "What brings you to my humble Bo Palace, senior brother?" Observing the scene before him, Yuanshi could only shake his head in resignation. He had no intention of beating around the bush and stated plainly, "My disciple Huang Long has subdued Lu, an outer disciple of the Jie sect, in the East China Sea." As soon as the words left his lips, Tong Tian exploded with indignation. "Are you also bullying me, just as my elder brother does? Your disciples are treasures, while the outer disciples of the Jie sect are mere weeds. It is one thing for Xian Dan to enter late, but Huang Long, as a senior brother, has displayed such disregard for the rules." After a considerable pause, Yuanshi Tianzun replied with a gentle smile, "Have you finished venting your frustrations?" Tong Tian maintained a stern demeanor. Unwilling to engage further, Yuanshi, unfazed, continued, "I must add that Lu has been dabbling in poisons in the East China Sea, corrupting the very essence of the world and harming the sea tribes. His actions tarnish the fate of the Jie sect and increase its karmic burdens. He relies on his status as a disciple of a sage, behaving arrogantly and dismissively towards others. As fate wanes and karmic retribution grows. Do you truly believe that the actions of these outer disciples reflect well upon the Jie sect?" Tong Tian, having calculated the situation in private, still appeared unconvinced. Standing tall and defiant, Yuanshi remained calm and continued, "Were it not for Huang Long's intervention, Lu would eventually be cast aside by heaven and earth. What path could he hope to pursue then? You, as his master, surely understand this truth. Or do you believe Lu can pursue the great way without regard for anything else?" Tong Tian pursed his lips, slowly lowering his noble head. His gaze flickered, and he sighed in resignation. "You speak the truth, senior brother. Lu possesses remarkable talent, yet his temperament is excessively extreme. It is indeed wise to confine him to the East China Sea for some tempering." Yuanshi's expression softened slightly, and he too let out a sigh. His tone became gentler as he spoke. "My dear brother, I have never held any objections towards you or the path you choose to take. I have never intended to prevent you from taking disciples. I am known for my aversion to those who thrive on chaos, yet I also recognize that they are an indispensable link in the grand scheme of things. Why should I harbor grievances against your disciples? Is my pride truly worth that?" Tong Tian unconsciously lowered his head, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed he had not had such a heart-to-heart with his elder brother in quite some time. Yuanshi continued, "However, your disciples have caused quite a ruckus on Kunlun Mountain, engaging in reckless competition and needless violence, something you surely must have witnessed. Their journeys down the mountain for training have only added to their karmic burdens. Committing indiscriminate killings and tarnishing the reputation of the Jie sect, the name of the Sages Dao has become a shield for their misdeeds." A deep sense of melancholy washed over Tong Tian's face, and his sigh revealed a trace of bitterness from within. "Senior brother, the path I have discerned is to seize every glimmer of hope and educate all living beings. They are beings fated to connect with the Jie sect, and it is my duty to impart my teachings to them. If they fail to enter the Jie sect after undergoing trials, would that not contradict my own path?" Yuanshi seemed to have anticipated this. Speaking softly, educating living beings encompasses not only imparting skills but also nurturing proper virtues. I understand your predicament, yet I implore you to consider, what merit is there in guiding such despicable individuals? Reflect on this matter. I can only express my views up to this point. Tong Tian nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, I have contemplated punishing them severely, but when the moment arrives, I can never bring myself to do so. After all, they are my disciples. He understood clearly that as the master, he would naturally be concerned about the Jie sect disciples' journeys down the mountain for training. However, there were simply too many disciples, and often he could not keep up with them, focusing instead on a few key inner disciples such as Duo Bao, as well as the exceptional outer disciples like San Xiao Zhao Gongming. And the 7 fairies, they must not misuse their status to act tyrannically. Since the incident where Xin Dan eliminated an outer disciple of the Jie sect, Tong Tian had begun to pay attention to those disciples he had previously overlooked. What he discovered was alarming. Most of them acted recklessly, believing their status as disciples of sages granted them the right to bully others, though their cultivation was merely at the level of celestial immortals or profound immortals. Their ambitions soared high. Take Liu for instance. When powerful figures of Tai Golden Immortal came to expel him, he showed no fear, instead driving them away with his identity as a disciple of a sage. Such behavior surely alienated the beings of the primordial world from the Jie sect. While Tong Tian was lost in thought, Yuanshi suddenly spoke. If you cannot bring yourself to act decisively, allow me to assist you. Tong Tian was taken aback, looking at his elder brother. Yuanshi cleared his throat. Do not misunderstand. I merely suggest that, as we 3 have established our own sects for quite some time, we might as well have our disciples engage in mutual sparring. Since you have noticed your disciples' misconduct, we can use this opportunity to select a few outstanding disciples to manage the others, creating a balance among them, fostering self-reflection and self-examination. I see that Huang Long and Xian Dan's descent this time has already helped you eliminate a few nuisances, which is indeed a good thing. As sages, how can we allow ourselves to be bogged down by such matters? It is most fitting to leave these affairs to them. Tong Tian considered this proposition and found it reasonable. He looked at Yuanshi with a playful smirk. Senior brother, if your disciples of the Chan sect happen to lose, do not blame me for embarrassing you. Yuanshi shot a glare at Tong Tian. I personally instruct them, regularly assess their progress, and provide strict guidance. Do you truly believe that this is inferior to your hands-off approach with the Jie sect? Just then, Tai Ching also sensed their thoughts and flew in from the 8 Sceneries Palace. Laughing heartily, Yuanshi, I see that you wish to bolster the facade of the Chan sect and enhance your own reputation as well. He smiled warmly at Yuanshi and Tong Tian. As the eldest brother, he knew these 2 siblings all too well. Yuanshi was proud. Huang Long had been injured by Liu, and he could hardly accept the idea that disciples of the Chan sect were inferior to those of the Jie sect. This proposal also held an implication of monitoring the disciples of the 3 teachings while seeking to regain some face. As for Tong Tian, he was amiable in all respects but was too sentimental, unable to harden his heart against those close to him. Nonetheless, it was essential for the disciples of the 3 teachings to engage with one another. I believe Yuanshi's suggestion is quite commendable. It is indeed time to impose more regulations on the disciples of the 3 teachings. Tong Tian found no objections, and deep down, he was eager for his 2 elder brothers to witness the abilities of his own disciples, who were by no means inferior to theirs. The 3 sages reached a consensus and began deliberating the details. Meanwhile, Huang Long had already brought Xian Dan into the vicinity of the Dragon Palace. However, there were no signs of the Yaksha patrols, nor could they see the figures of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. A dense aura of demon energy enveloped the entire Dragon Palace, causing dark clouds to gather and suffocating the atmosphere with malevolence. An ominous premonition arose in the hearts of Huang Long and Xian Dan. Chapter 23, The Crisis of the Dragon Clan. Can Xian Dan resolve it? The demon energy shrouded the vicinity of the Dragon Palace. Fortunately, there were no demon clans hindering Huang Long and Xian Dan's passage, allowing them to arrive smoothly within the Dragon Palace. The opulence of the Dragon Palace left Xian Dan in awe. Built from ice and an abundance of crystals, countless luminous pearls adorned the sides, illuminating the dim depths of the sea. 2 towering pillars at the entrance of the palace spiraled with 5-clawed golden dragons, and the profound symbols of the Tao emanated an enigmatic aura, prompting Xian Dan to marvel. No wonder the Dragon Clan's wealth is renowned throughout the primordial world. One can discern it merely from the grandeur of this venue. As Xian Dan followed Huang Long into the Dragon Palace, shrimp soldiers and crab generals finally began to appear around them. They all displayed a respectful demeanor towards the Yellow Dragon, having served the Dragon Clan for many years. They were naturally well aware of the Yellow Dragon's esteemed identity. Xin Dan couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise that he had not anticipated that his senior brother, despite being looked down upon in the Chan school, would command such grandeur within the Dragon Palace. They soon arrived at the interior. The current Dragon King occupied a lofty position, exhibiting a dragon's head upon a human form upon seeing the return of the Yellow Dragon. The previously troubled expression of the Dragon King transformed into one of joy, prompting him to rise swiftly and approach with eager strides. My worthy nephew has finally returned. His gaze then fell upon Xin Dan. Inquiring, and who might this be? The Yellow Dragon introduced. He is a disciple recently accepted by my master, known as Xin Dan. The Dragon King's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in admiration, truly deserving of the title of Taiji Saint's direct disciple. He is indeed a remarkable figure. I sense that a distinguished guest would arrive at our dragon clan many millennia ago, and my heart has been filled with unease since now, upon seeing my esteemed nephew. I finally understand the reason behind it, and my old heart feels much more at ease. Come in quickly. With a distinguished guest's arrival, the Dragon Palace truly shines with glory. Xin Dan, with a smile gracing his features, felt that the Dragon King was indeed quite astute for his age. After all, he had not yet even transformed a millennium ago. The Yellow Dragon, with a concerned expression, then asked, "Uncle, I sensed a pervasive aura of demonic energy on my way here. Yet I did not see any patrols of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Has something gone awry within the Dragon Clan?" At the mention of this, the Dragon King's troubled expression resurfaced, with a sigh. He recounted the events that had transpired. Xin Dan listened intently, quickly grasping the situation. Ever since the Demon Clan was established, the forces that had originally pledged allegiance to the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans began to turn to the Demon Court. Consequently, the Demon Court entered a phase of rapid development, with some smaller factions no longer satisfying its appetite. The Demon Court set its sights on the affluent Dragon Clan, dispatching the demon sage Ji Meng to negotiate. However, this so-called negotiation was merely a guise for coercion and inducement. Ji Meng held a unique status, having once been a general who fought alongside the ancestral dragon, before the climactic battle between the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans commenced. He betrayed the Dragon Clan and, after the establishment of the Demon Court, pledged his allegiance to it, rising to become one of the 10 demon sages, responsible for suppressing the aquatic beings alongside Kunpeng. As the East Sea Dragon King spoke, a weary sigh escaped his lips. How prosperous the Dragon Clan once was. Now, we lack even a semi-saint. That traitor Ji Meng, relying on his semi-saint status, dares to oppress our Dragon Clan. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings gathered could only manage a tenuous stalemate. If the situation continued to stagnate, it would undoubtedly be extremely detrimental to the Dragon Clan. Ji Meng merely needed to lead the demon army to besiege the Dragon Palace, allowing Kunpeng to brazenly consolidate the aquatic beings. In that eventuality, the Dragon Palace would become a mere figurehead, its strength severely diminished, and it would inevitably fall under Ji Meng's control. I wonder how the 4 Dragon Kings have contemplated this esteemed demon sage's proposal? Just as the atmosphere within the Dragon Palace grew tense, Ji Meng's booming voice, laced with mockery, reverberated. The expressions of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings instantly soured. The Yellow Dragon felt a surge of anger rising within him. Coldly snorting, the deserter of yesteryears, today wielding the guise of authority, truly does not know his own limits. He cast an apologetic glance towards Xin Dan Jr. Brother, I sincerely apologize. I had intended to showcase the wonders of the Dragon Palace to you, but it seems I have only subjected you to a farce. Xin Dan waved his hand dismissively. No matter, does he dare to act against me, the senior brother? You should be more concerned about your kin. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. Xin Dan was indeed correct. As a disciple of the Taiji Saint, who would dare to show him disrespect? Not even Ji Meng, and certainly not Di Jun, would dare to act impolitely. Observing the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and the Yellow Dragon prepare to confront Ji Meng, Xin Dan followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Soon, he beheld a formidable figure. A demon sage with a dragon's head in a human form, standing not far away, emanating an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. A smug smile adorned his face, which vanished upon spotting the Yellow Dragon, his brow knitting in displeasure as he prepared to act against the Dragon Clan. Naturally, he had thoroughly assessed the Dragon Clan's situation. The Yellow Dragon, a direct disciple of the Yuqing Yuanchi Tianzuan. Ji Meng surely noted this, for his status was exceedingly unique. Being a saint's disciple, even the 2 demon emperors would be reluctant to offend him. His dark gaze swept over the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. And with an arrogant tone, he declared, "This esteemed demon sage has granted you ample time for consideration. Do not make this unpleasant for all involved. Joining the demon court allows one to share in the demon clan's fortunes, perhaps even enabling the dragon clan to rise once more. What is there to hesitate about?" Before the 4 Dragon Kings could respond, the yellow dragon stepped forward, replying, "The dragon clan has no possibility of joining the demon court. Esteemed demon sage Ji Meng, please take your leave. I am a disciple of the Yuqing saint and hope you can be magnanimous. However, considering past relationships, the dragon clan can offer Ji Meng some support." Hearing this, Xian Dan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Once the rulers of heaven and earth, they had now devolved to the point of needing to pay protection fees. Ji Meng's expression darkened. Hesitating to speak, he recognized that he dared not act against a saint's disciple. By virtue of rank, he was of equal standing with the saint, should word spread that he bullied a junior. His reputation would suffer. Moreover, he feared the retribution from the 3 pure saints. He believed that even if Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai united, they could not shield him. Nevertheless, the notion of using some treasures to avert disaster was utterly fanciful. Ji Meng's mind raced, and abandoning the dragon clan was out of the question. The past betrayal was an indelible stain. However, he perceived an opportunity to rectify his previous missteps. If he could seize the chance to incorporate the Dragon Clan, it would validate his earlier actions as wise and correct. Furthermore, leveraging the Dragon Clan's resources and strength would significantly bolster his standing and influence within the Demon Court. No matter what, Ji Meng could not relinquish the prospect of assimilating the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Xian Dan observed the dispute between the 2 clans from the sidelines. He remained silent, making no moves, merely watching quietly. After considerable contemplation, Ji Meng finally spoke. On account of the Yellow Dragon's esteemed nephew and the Yuqing saint, this esteemed demon sage can refrain from making a move. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Dragon Kings displayed signs of delight, yet Ji Meng suddenly shifted his tone. However, the Dragon Clan must send forth a junior to duel with my progeny. If victorious, I shall lead my forces away. If defeated, the Dragon Clan shall fall under my command. I wonder how the 4 Dragon Kings feel about this. The expressions of the 4 Dragon Kings were conflicted, while the yellow dragon's eyes sparkled with determination. Having broken through to the golden immortal realm, he possessed confidence and was about to speak when Ji Meng interrupted. However, Yellow Dragon's esteemed nephew must not intervene, as a disciple of the Yuqing saint. It would be inappropriate both in sentiment and reason. Just as the Yellow Dragon was about to argue, he was restrained by the East Sea Dragon King from behind. We, the Dragon Clan, accept this duel. Ji Meng's face lit up with joy. Good. I hope the Dragon Clan will not resort to trickery. With that, he swiftly departed from the Dragon Palace, his figure disappearing from sight. Ji Meng's demeanor was exceedingly self-assured. After all, he was dealing with his own progeny, one with a strong bloodline. Since joining the Demon Clan, he had poured countless resources into his offspring and personally instructed them, enabling them to break through to the golden immortal level. Given the current state of the Dragon Clan, with their inferior talents, it was utterly preposterous to believe they could triumph in the duel. At this moment, the East Sea Dragon King, noticing the confusion on the Yellow Dragon's face, explained the Dragon Clan could never compete with Ji Meng. In contrast, engaging in a duel with Ji Meng's progeny might yield a threefold chance of victory. The East Sea Dragon King's expression quickly turned grave. However, that mere 30% chance, sighed one, could only transform myriad words into a single bitter sigh. Suddenly, the Yellow Dragon's mind sparked with inspiration as a fervent gaze fell upon Xian Dan. Fear not. My junior brother is here. The odds of victory may very well exceed 30%. It merely depended on whether the Dragon Clan was willing to pay the corresponding price. As soon as he spoke, the astonished gazes of the 4 Dragon Kings turned towards Xian Dan. Relying on him, he is but at the Xian immortal level, even if he is a disciple of the Taiji saint. What influence could he possibly have on the battle of the Golden Immortal? Chapter 24. The 4 Dragon Kings become subservient dogs, bestowing a gift of 200,000 years of cultivation. Golden Immortal in sight, Xian Dan felt the fervent and dubious gazes upon him but remained unfazed, his expression steady. The East Sea Dragon King, his eyes glimmering with hope, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. This matter concerns the future of the Dragon Clan. We implore the disciple of the saint for assistance. Should you succeed, I shall grant you the privilege of selecting any treasure from the Dragon Clan's treasury. Though our dragon clan may be in decline, we still possess some wealth, and I assure you it will be satisfactory to you. Without mentioning anything else, we still have a few exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The other 3 dragon kings were perplexed. Even though the other party was a disciple of a saint, his Xian immortal status was undeniable. Why should a mighty Diluo golden immortal lower himself to such a degree? The East Sea Dragon King then transmitted a thought directly. This person is a disciple of the Taiji Saint, the Yellow Dragon's esteemed nephew, while referring to him as a junior brother, shows him great reverence. I believe he must possess exceptional qualities. Moreover, should the Dragon Clan fall under Ji Meng's control, they would lose far more than just one treasure. The other 3 Dragon Kings regained their composure and bowed to Xian Dan in unison. Pleading for his assistance, in this moment of desperation, the entire Dragon Clan, with 4 Diluo golden immortals, found themselves with no options left but to place their hopes on Xian Dan, who was merely at the Xian immortal level. Xian Dan had already begun to smile when he heard about the opportunity to select a treasure from the Dragon Clan's treasury. He quickly used his magical power to lift the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and took out a Xian Yang Dan. Courteously stating, "You seniors truly flatter me, the Yellow Dragon is my senior brother. Seeing the Dragon Clan in distress, I must lend my aid in light of that." This item is called Xian Yang Dan, which can awaken the bloodline within living beings. The East Sea Dragon King accepted the Xian Yang Dan, unable to suppress his astonishment. What a rich medicinal fragrance, what potent medicinal power. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Xian Dan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for bestowing the Xian Yang Dan upon another, and receiving a random reward in return. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a critical feedback reward, 200,000 years of cultivation. Xian Dan immediately felt invigorated. 200,000 years of cultivation is ample enough for him to transcend to the golden immortal realm. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea pondered for a moment and summoned a member of the Dragon Clan. Aoguang, you shall consume this elixir. The other 3 Dragon Kings nodded slightly, smiling as they remarked, "Indeed, our nephew's talent is unparalleled among the contemporary dragon lineage." With Aoguang present, there is a glimmer of hope for victory in this battle. Clearly Aoguang was recognized as the leading prodigy of the younger generation of dragons. Only Xian Dan appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing this name. Aoguang, a name familiar to anyone who has read Journey to the West. The old Dragon King bullied by Sun Wukong, who submitted to the heavenly court and became a mere pawn. Who would have thought he possessed such talent in his youth? Xian Dan gazed in the direction of Aoguang. A striking young man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an imposing aura. Xian Dan found it perplexing how he later transformed into such a subservient figure. He cleared his throat and said, "Esteemed ones, this commotion may be a bit excessive. We must conceal it to avoid drawing the attention of the Demon Clan." He certainly did not wish for his Xian Yang Dan to be targeted by the demons, for that would spell trouble. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea did not hesitate and immediately activated the formation to shroud the area. Aoguang took the Xian Yang Dan and swallowed it. The overwhelming medicinal power surged through his limbs and bones, continuously awakening the dragon blood within him. Aoguang gritted his teeth, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, as if he were enduring immense pressure. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the excruciating pain tearing through his insides. Boom! He let out a long dragon roar, revealing his true form within the dragon palace. His enormous scales shone with a golden hue at a visible rate. And astonishingly, a 5th claw began to sprout. This spectacle instantly left the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and the Huanglong in sheer astonishment. Could it be that Aoguang is experiencing a bloodline awakening, intending to transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon? I never imagined I would witness a 5-clawed golden dragon in person. This elixir is nothing short of a holy pill, above the endless firmament. A phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon emerged from the river of time, merging into Aoguang's being, exponentially amplifying his aura. In an instant, he broke through to the golden immortal realm, attaining the golden immortal Dao fruit. The scales on his body had transformed into a brilliant golden hue, now embodying the innate Dao body. Aoguang stood proudly within the dragon palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea was filled with joy. Approaching to inquire cautiously, "Aoguang, how do you feel?" Aoguang exhaled a breath of turbid air and smiled. "Excellent. I have never felt this invigorated before. The bloodline awakening has significantly enhanced my physical form. I am now hopeful of breaking through to quasi-saint status in the future." The 4 Sea Dragon Kings beamed with delight. They were no longer apprehensive about the duel with Ji Meng. The bloodline of his offspring was now an entirely different realm compared to Ao Guang's. Their expressions towards Shen Dan shifted, revealing a hint of unease. His alchemical talent was indeed astonishing, merely at the Shen immortal realm. He could concoct pills that allowed their dragon bloodline to awaken, truly a prodigy of unparalleled genius. It was unfathomable. The Dragon King of the East Sea grinned broadly, while the Dragon Kings of the North Sea, West Sea, and South Sea immediately flocked to Shen Dan's side. A friend, do you have more of this elixir? My North Sea Dragon Palace has some treasures as well. North Sea, what a state the North Sea has been reduced to under Kuanpeng's oppression. Would you be willing to spare me one? The West Sea Dragon King, coughed lightly, addressing both the South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings. We are all great Luo Golden Immortals, such behavior is unbecoming. The South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings were taken aback. The West Sea Dragon King leaned toward Shen Dan, grinning. Friend, you are merely at the Shen immortal realm. Traversing the primordial wilderness is fraught with peril. Would you like a bodyguard? Do you think a great Luo Golden Immortal Dragon King would suffice for that role? The South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings were left speechless. Shen Dan coughed lightly. Let us not dwell on that for now. Observing the four Sea Dragon Kings fawning so extravagantly, Shen Dan finally understood why. Even after the decline of the Dragon Clan, they managed to thrive so well and ultimately align with the Heavenly Court. The allure of the Shen Yang Dan was truly boundless for these bloodline-dependent races. Yes, let us resolve this matter first, the West Sea Dragon King promptly agreed, striding forward with great confidence. Ao Guang's lips twitched. Shouldn't he be the protagonist in this scenario? Wasn't he his magnificent dragon horn handsome? The laughter of joy reverberated throughout the Dragon Palace, as everyone felt they had struck a significant fortune. Days later, Jimang led his troops toward them, the atmosphere thick with demonic energy. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace was led by the four Sea Dragon Kings, flanking Shen Dan, Huang Long, and Ao Guang. Both sides' momentum surged, secretly engaging in a standoff, evenly matched. Jimang squinted slightly, sensing a hint of disquieting energy. It seemed the Dragon Palace's inhabitants were exceptionally confident about this battle. He dismissed the thought, believing it to be the Dragon Clan's final struggle before extinction. The duel commenced, with life and death resting upon skill, and no grievances to be addressed afterward. Is there any objection? The Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head, speaking calmly. Naturally, there is no objection. I hope that Jimang the Demon Saint can also adhere to this. Jimang felt a surge of anger within. Instructing the youth beside him, make sure to unleash your full strength and eliminate the dragon brat. The youth nodded slightly, his expression stern, advancing with a long spear in hand. I am Ji Yun. Who dares to engage in battle? Ao Guang brandished his spear, transforming into a streak of light as he advanced, responding with pride. I shall take your life. He swung his dragon tail, striking forward with furious intent. His techniques shifting unpredictably, the waters below surged violently, currents roiling. Sensing the sudden pressure, Ji Yun's expression turned to shock. He sought to counterattack but felt an overwhelming suppression from his bloodline upon making eye contact. Stunned, he stood frozen as the spear struck him down to the ground. Jimang regained his composure, his fury boiling over as he bellowed, You useless fool, why did you not counterattack? Ao Guang flicked his dragon tail, delivering a thunderous blow to Ji Yun. Boom! Dust erupted, the ground trembled, and countless fissures appeared, obscuring Ji Yun's figure. Ao Guang's gaze remained haughty as he addressed Ji Yun coldly. He no longer has the opportunity to retaliate. From a distance, Shen Dan raised an eyebrow. One might say this Ao Guang was quite the strong figure in his youth. Jimang's pupils constricted, filled with disbelief that he, a quasi-saint powerhouse, could sense an aura of threat emanating from a mere golden immortal. The offspring he had painstakingly nurtured was completely outmatched by the opponent. Enraged, Jimang erupted, unleashing his quasi-saint pressure and extending a massive dragon claw. The Dragon Palace's occupants were instantly alarmed, unsure of how to respond. In a critical moment, Shen Dan cleared his throat, casually stating, Let me introduce myself. My master is Tai Ching, and my Dao name is Shen Dan. I am merely here to observe your affairs and hope that Jimang the Elder does not harm me. Otherwise, my master might be displeased. The Dragon Clan still owes me something. Perhaps you could continue after I depart. Jimang immediately retracted his dragon claw, filled with confusion. It was well known that Tai Ching only took disciples by fate. Originally, Shen Dan was the sole heir. Now, this young man claimed to be a direct disciple of Tai Ching, making him one of the two disciples of the human teaching. He would have to think twice before acting against Huang Long. let alone a disciple of Tai Ching. He scrutinized Xian Dan and then glanced at Huang Long, his face flashing between green and white. They were not to be trifled with. Very well, this demon saint shall naturally honor his word. Farewell. His words dripped with resentment, yet he found himself powerless. With two disciples of saints siding with the dragon clan, Ji Meng had no choice but to withdraw his forces. The long-suppressed dragon palace erupted in jubilant cheers as sunlight spilled over the sea's surface. Xian Dan secretly reveled in the moment, relishing the thrill of intimidating others with his master's name. It was no wonder that the disciples of the Jiejiao spoke of their master Tong Tian daily. The Dragon King of the East Sea was now utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he believed that even after the transformation, Guang would have to exert himself to win. Who could have imagined the outcome would be so swift? No wonder the primordial wilderness spoke of swallowing a golden pill, claiming, "I control my fate, not the heavens." This friend Xian Dan truly deserved to be courted, or rather, befriended, perhaps sending that foolish younger brother of the North Sea Dragon King to act as a sycophant. No. As a bodyguard wouldn't be a bad idea either. He stepped forward, bowing sincerely. "Young friend, you have aided the Dragon Clan immensely. I shall honor our agreement. Please accompany me to the Dragon Clan's treasury and choose treasures that suit your fancy." Chapter 25, The Nine Heavens. Cloud Phoenix Chariot. Nirvana. Divine Fire. Breaking through to Golden Immortal. Xian Dan, brimming with righteousness, was certainly not one to be greedy or lustful. He closely followed the Dragon King of the East Sea into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Boom! The moment the treasury of the Dragon Palace opened, the entire palace trembled. An ethereal white dragon gate manifested in the boundless deep sea. Xian Dan could not help but be astonished. They had independently carved out a small world as the Dragon Clan's treasury. However, upon reflection, it was in line with the nature of the Dragon Clan, known for their pride and flair. As he stepped inside, the scenery rapidly shifted. It was as though he were immersed in an infinite starry sky. With scintillating stars illuminating the expanse, the Dragon King of the East Sea proudly declared, "These are the true foundations of the Dragon Clan: top-tier innate spiritual treasures, high-grade innate spiritual roots, and rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What the primordial wilderness lacks, the Dragon Clan's treasury possesses." Xian Dan was instantly overwhelmed by the sheer variety, unable to take it all in. As he gazed around, the points of light resembling stars were all unique treasures. Just as the Dragon King of the East Sea had said, any treasure absent in the primordial wilderness could be found in the Dragon Palace. Among them, a particular treasure caught Xian Dan's unwavering attention. With a slight mental shift, the treasure appeared in his hand. The Dragon King of the East Sea, acting as a guide, explained, "This item is known as the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Chariot, classified as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Once, during the tumultuous era of the Longhan initial cataclysm, the treasure was seized from the Phoenix clan." Xian Dan gazed at the Zhoxiao Yunluan chariot with a smile illuminating his face. This magnificent chariot, crafted from the divine feathers of the phoenix, exuded a fragrant aroma, accompanied by swirling winds and clouds wherever it traversed. The body of the chariot was intricately carved with patterns of the cloud phoenix, capable of manifesting into reality. As it moved, it was flanked by a myriad of birds, creating a spectacle of grandeur. It soared through the vast expanse of the skies, evading the confines of space itself. The Dragon King of the East raised an eyebrow, observing Xian Dan's infatuation with the chariot, and seizing the moment, he remarked, "My young friend possesses remarkable discernment. This Zhoxiao Yunluan chariot is equipped for both offense and defense. Summoning the ethereal shadows of 9 phoenixes in combat, its power is boundless. In times of peril, it can autonomously defend itself, making it a formidable shield even against the likes of Deluo Jinxian. For someone of your current stature, it is undoubtedly the most fitting treasure for protection. Furthermore, when the chariot is in motion, it radiates an aura of grandeur, with 9 phoenixes pulling it and a multitude of birds in attendance. Even when compared to the primordial supreme being's 9 dragons Agarwood chariot, it stands on equal footing." Xian Dan nodded thoughtfully. Having gleaned a rough understanding of the treasure's worth, he promptly stored it within his primordial spirit. Preparing for subsequent refinement, the Dragon Clan had already permitted him to choose one item, and naturally, he showed no hesitation. Observing this, the Dragon King of the East felt a twinge of envy. This Zhoxiao Yunluan chariot had been fiercely contested by many during the Dragon Clan's peak. Solely for its impressive reputation, however, since the decline of the Dragon Clan, none dared to flaunt it, opting instead to keep it sealed away, fearing it would be snatched by a stronger entity. As a direct disciple of Tai Ching, Xiandan was free from such concerns. How enviable it is to have a good master. As they prepared to leave the Dragon Clan's treasury, Xiandan's steps suddenly faltered, his gaze drawn to a distant crimson starlight. The previously nurtured burning heaven blazing flame within him stirred with unexpected movement. May I ask, esteemed elder, what flame is this? The Dragon Clan possesses such divine fire. The Dragon King of the East casually plucked the red star from the air, revealing a fist-sized source of flame. My young friend has a keen eye. This is none other than the Nirvana divine fire of the Phoenix clan. This flame was separated from a quasi-saint of the Phoenix during the previous great battle, and is renowned as one of the most powerful divine fires in the primordial world. Might it be that you are interested in this Nirvana divine fire? Upon hearing it was the Nirvana divine fire, Xiandan's interest was piqued. As one of the top 10 divine fires in the primordial realm, he observed the essence of the Nirvana divine fire up close, feeling the inexhaustible cycles of life and death emanating from it. The immense vitality flowed amidst the essence of death, while the runes of great laws flickered intermittently. Truly, as a fire seed separated from a quasi-saint level phoenix, it was awe-inspiring. Fixating intently, Xiandan inquired softly, "Might you be willing to part with a portion of this Nirvana divine fire? However, rest assured, esteemed elder, I do not seek it for free. I offer 5 Xian Yang pills in exchange. Quasi-saint level divine fire." As an alchemist, with the burning heaven blazing flame at his disposal, how could he not covet it? Moreover, this fire would perfectly compensate for his deficiencies in offensive power. In Xiandan's eyes, this was far more valuable than any supreme innate spiritual treasure. After all, the Phoenix clan currently remained hidden, and this was likely the only quasi-saint level Nirvana divine fire to be found in the primordial world. The Dragon King of the East was overjoyed upon hearing the term Xian Yang pill. Having witnessed the transformation of Ao Guang after consuming the Xian Yang pill, he regarded it as an essential item for revitalizing the Dragon Clan, initially contemplating how to leverage his relationship with Xiandan to acquire more Xian Yang pills for the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. He had yet to devise a plan when Xiandan proactively proposed the exchange. As for the Nirvana divine fire, that particular item was not compatible with the Dragon Clan, otherwise it would not have remained untouched until now. Trading it for Xian Yang pills was to him an excellent deal. Without hesitation, the Dragon King of the East placed the essence of the Nirvana divine fire in Xiandan's hand, his speed suggesting an eagerness to conclude the transaction before Xiandan changed his mind. His face was adorned with a smile of satisfaction. My young friend, as a disciple of the esteemed Huang Long, you are welcome to this Nirvana divine fire without reservation. You need not offer 5 Xian Yang pills in exchange. I have long heard that the disciples of the saints are well-mannered. Today, seeing this in person is indeed enlightening. You truly are a disciple of the Taiching saint. As Xiandan observed the Dragon King of the East continuously stuffing Xian Yang pills into his embrace, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The moment the Xian Yang pills were gifted, he suddenly heard a voice from the system. Ding, congratulations, host, for gifting Xian Yang pills to another, receiving a random reward. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, 300,000 years of cultivation. Xiandan could not help but smile. Within the system's repository, he had already accumulated 500,000 years of cultivation. The Nirvana divine fire was an unexpected boon, capable of enhancing the might of the burning heaven blazing flame. The supreme innate spiritual treasure Zhou Xiao Yunluan chariot was unparalleled in both offense and defense. The gains from this venture were indeed substantial. Reflecting on the journey to the Dragon Clan alongside Huang Long, he had amassed treasures along the way, while Huang Long had acquired nothing. Could it be that this senior brother, the four Wu Daoists buff, was still in effect bestowing all upon him? As they departed the Dragon Clan's treasury, both bore expressions of delight. Just then, Huang Long arrived, noticing Xiandan's gaze directed at him with an air of peculiarity, rendering him momentarily perplexed. He shook his head, casting aside distractions, and bowed respectfully. Junior brother, you have aided me greatly. Let us linger longer within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King of the East, regaining his composure, quickly concurred. Indeed, my young friend is right. You are a benefactor to the Dragon Clan. We must host a banquet to express our gratitude. Xiandan, however, nonchalantly replied, there is no need for a banquet. Indeed, I wish to remain within the Dragon Clan for some time. I have insights to ponder, and I wonder if the Dragon King might lend me a place for seclusion. With 500,000 years of cultivation secured, he was prepared to break through to the golden immortal realm right here. The Dragon King of the East nodded vigorously, beaming with joy. Of course, I shall personally escort you there. As a disciple of the Tai Ching Saint, the longer he remained in the Dragon Clan, the more the Demon Clan would be deterred from acting recklessly. If he could seize another opportunity to acquire a few more Xian Yang pills, that would be even better. Xian Dan understood the Dragon King of the East's thoughts and felt little concern. His identity would ensure he received special treatment wherever he went. Rather than feign resistance, it was far more prudent to enjoy the benefits that his status afforded him upon arriving at the seclusion site. Xian Dan nodded appreciatively. The Dragon Clan had granted him the finest spiritual ground. He stepped into the cave, casually laying down warning formations before summoning the burning heaven blazing flame, the Samadhi true fire. And the Nirvana divine fire, the burning heaven blazing flame extended tendrils of fire outward, soon enveloping the Samadhi true fire and the Nirvana divine fire completely. The crimson hue of the burning heaven blazing flame deepened. A glimmer of brilliance danced in Xian Dan's eyes as he sought to devour the essence of the divine fire, extracting its quintessence while discarding the dross, utilizing 100,000 years of cultivation from the system. Xian Dan successfully absorbed and refined the essence of both divine fires. With a subtle shift of his mind, the burning heaven blazing flame manifested in his palm, emanating a power that surpassed that of the individual Samadhi true fire and Nirvana divine fire. Simultaneously, Xian Dan sensed a significant enhancement in his control over the flames, promising greater efficiency and alchemical refinement in the future. The burning heaven blazing flame was nothing short of a divine skill essential for his craft. Were other beings of the primordial realm to uncover its hidden virtues, even quasi-saint powers would surely be tempted. As for the supreme innate spiritual treasure, Zhou Xiao Yunluan chariot, he did not rush to refine it. The process of devouring the two divine fires had inspired him. Xian Dan promptly infused the remaining 400,000 years of cultivation from the system into his being. An overwhelming surge of power erupted within him, causing his aura to rise dramatically, stirring the waters around him and drawing forth boundless undercurrents. Concurrently, cosmic phenomena began to manifest, capturing the attention of countless beings. He was finally on the cusp of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Chapter 26, Transforming Foundations. Shocking the primordial world. The most powerful divine pill in ancient and modern times, a time river, transcending past, present, and future, emerged in the firmament above. A soft red glow enveloped the entire East Sea. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings had been discussing the allocation of the 5 Xian Yang pills within the Dragon Palace. The North Sea Dragon King spoke first to Elder Brother. You know my situation. The North Sea is under the suppression of Kunping. Is it too much to request a Xian Yang pill? The West Sea Dragon King waved his hand dismissively. Elder Brother, you know my circumstances. The West is desolate, and my situation is dire. A Xian Yang pill would be a great relief. The South Sea Dragon King rose earnestly. Elder Brother, the South Sea is very close to the immortal volcano guarded by the Phoenix Clan. Requesting a Xian Yang pill to suppress that flock of raucous birds is reasonable, is it not? The East Sea Dragon King surveyed his 3 brothers with a look of astonishment. It seems I have discerned your extraordinary talents and hidden abilities. Just as he was about to continue discussing the Xian Yang pills distribution, an unexpected fragrance of pills wafted through the Dragon Palace. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings furrowed their brows and exchanged puzzled glances. The East Sea Dragon King was the first to regain his composure. Something is amiss. Where does this pill fragrance emanate from? It is intoxicating, just a whiff, and I feel my realm shifting. Could it be that Xian Dan Daoist has concocted another divine pill? The East Sea Dragon King was startled, realizing the scent had permeated the entire Dragon Palace, mesmerizing countless beings within, leaving them entranced. Boom! The roar of true dragons echoed throughout the expanse of the Dragon Palace. Countless entranced shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and younger members of the Dragon Clan snapped back to reality. The figures of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings materialized outside Xian Dan's seclusion cave, just in time to see Huang Long, who had arrived earlier. The time river in the sky emanated a pressure belonging to the heavenly Tao. The East Sea Dragon King was astounded, quickly grasping the situation. Good heavens, the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill? Xian Dan's foundation is actually the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill? This youth's potential is truly astonishing. At this moment, he finally comprehended the origin of the divine fragrance, the 9-turn golden elixir, the pinnacle of the primordial alchemical path. An insurmountable peak yearned for by countless quasi-saints and great Luo beings, a singular entity capable of forging a great Luo, the Xian Dan, astonishingly, was a manifestation of the Nine-Turn Golden Elixir? The eyes of the Four Seas Dragon Kings converged upon the Huanglong. Furrowing his brow, Huanglong explained, "Junior brother has emerged from the transformation of the Nine-Turn Golden Elixir, yet the magnitude of this event clearly escapes his understanding. Only the Xian Dan, in deep meditation, fully grasped the situation. He was not an ordinary Nine-Turn Golden Elixir, but one born of the essence absorbed from various other elixirs. Having attained sentience, his foundation was no longer comparable to that of a mere Nine-Turn Golden Elixir. With 400,000 years of cultivation, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Immortal Realm, truly transcending the flow of time to attain the Tao fruit of the Golden Immortal Path. The Golden Immortal Realm represents a leap in existence, allowing one to escape the constraints of lifespan and undergo a complete transformation of life. The IT is essential to understand that any subsequent realm, be it the Tai Golden Immortal, the Great Luo Golden Immortal, or the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, bears the title of Golden Immortal, underscoring the uniqueness of this stage. Any sentient being, regardless of their foundation, that breaks through to the Golden Immortal will experience a fundamental metamorphosis of existence. The birth of the Nine Turns is already an extraordinary phenomenon, yet now, under the pressure of breaking through his realm, he was further elevating and transforming. Before his transformation, Taiji had previously remarked that he was half a tier above the average Nine-Turn Golden Elixir. This breakthrough, a leap in existence, was akin to harnessing the very roots of the immortal path, culminating in the final refinement of the elixir, thus completing that half tier. He had utterly surpassed the Nine-Turn Golden Elixir, becoming the Primordial Golden Elixir, a marvel unprecedented in the primordial world. In the realm of alchemy, none could rival him. As his primordial spirit emerged, the purple elixir pattern shifted from the ethereal to the tangible. Notably, the 10th elixir pattern coalesced within. Simultaneously, a shadow within the river of time sought to rise on the winds. It felt as though the breakthrough to the Golden Immortal and the transformation of his foundation were imminent. The fragrant aroma of the elixir spread uncontrollably, heralding a celestial phenomenon. Xian Dan furrowed his brow, a blend of joy and concern filling him. To possess such a foundation that others covet is indeed a cause for celebration. Yet, with the breakthrough to the Golden Immortal drawing near, the fragrance spreading in all directions was beyond his control. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It was likely to attract numerous primordial beings. Once, on Kunlun Mountain, Senior Sister Bishao remarked on how fragrant he was, and now, it seemed the entire East Sea's inhabitants would soon know just how fragrant he truly was. Xian Dan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. However, his estimation was somewhat conservative. Any being endowed with intelligence, lured by the fragrance, would be awakened by the roar of the East Sea Dragon King, yet, countless unintelligent beasts were irresistibly drawn to it. They were descendants of once ferocious creatures, possessing only cultivation and no trace of intelligence, acting solely on instinct. The beasts, upon catching the scent of the elixir, were akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. An innumerable horde of these creatures surged towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Above the firmament, the shadow of Xian Dan within the river of time had begun to coalesce the 10th elixir pattern. The pressure of the heavenly Tao had descended, and not only the beings of the East Sea, but countless mighty figures of the primordial realm had sensed this occurrence. Dai and the demon court atop Mount Buzhou. Two figures exuding imperial might stood high. Their discerning gazes surveyed the direction of the East Sea. These two were the demon emperor Dijuan and the Eastern emperor Tai, the rulers of the entire demon clan. Dijuan, astonished, summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu for divination. The transformation of the Nine-Turn Golden Elixir, the metamorphosis of the Golden Immortal Tao fruit, the foundation. This is simply defying heaven. The Eastern Emperor Tai, gazing toward the East Sea, felt a pang of envy. If I could devour him, perhaps I could surpass the quasi-saint realm and become a primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Dijuan immediately interjected, "Exercise caution. That is a disciple of Taiji. We cannot act against him." The Kuanping, overseeing the North Sea, narrowed his eyes. Such is indeed the finest nourishment on the path to sanctification. Damn it, why must such an existence be under the tutelage of Taiji? Seeking fortune in danger is perilously risky. It is unattainable. He gazed at Xian Dan, as if witnessing the elusive primordial purple energy. A single primordial golden elixir might indeed rival primordial purple energy. significantly increasing his chances of breaking through to the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet he dared not make a move. The Kuanping, raging with impotence, could only stir up towering waves in the North Sea to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, in the distant western Shumi Mountain, the quasi-Saint Kunti was equally envious. A primordial-level golden elixir, an unparalleled marvel, consuming just one could potentially advance me further in the saintly realm, allowing me to stand shoulder to shoulder with Taiji. The transformation of the golden elixir is an unprecedented wonder, capable of breaking through the golden immortal and achieving metamorphosis. Taiji truly has grand designs. How could such fortuitous events befall the three clear ones? Across the primordial realm, nearly every mighty figure's attention was drawn to him. They calculated Xian Dan's background and foundation, each with their own thoughts. The most concerned were the three clear ones atop Kunlun Mountain. The primordial lord suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "The foundation of my nephew Xian Dan is indeed extraordinary, yet this act has stirred the primordial beings. It may bring calamity. The entire primordial realm is affected by his breakthrough to the golden immortal." In truth, he as a saint has never encountered such a scene. Surprised to the point of speechlessness, the commotion is nearly as significant as their own elevation to sainthood. Xian Dan is in grave danger. The mighty figures of the primordial realm have all become aware of his foundation, while many rational beings fear the authority of the saints and dare not act when the stakes are high enough. Many will choose to take risks, especially those two fellows in the west, who care not for their dignity. In the Bio Palace, Tongtian was similarly awakened. Upon learning the details, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "This move of my nephew is indeed deserving of my interception of the teachings of the Jie sect. I wonder if senior brother would be willing to part with him for my cultivation." This defiance of heaven and the foundation, opposing the primordial beings for survival, is truly exquisite. Tongtian shouted this aloud, only to be overheard by Yu Su Gong's primordial lord, unable to suppress a smirk. He reproached Tongtian, "Have you taken a page from the unashamed antics of the two saints in the West? Are you not afraid of incurring another beating from senior brother for such words?" The primordial lord and Tongtian simultaneously set off towards the Baiyaning Palace. The might of Xian Dan's breakthrough to the golden immortal in the East Sea grew increasingly formidable. Countless beasts roared as they charged toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. Numerous koi, possessing traces of dragon blood in the vicinity of the Dragon Palace, frantically absorbed the aroma emanating from Xian Dan. Suddenly, they leapt high out of the water, transforming into flood dragons upon the surface. This spectacle rendered the Four Seas Dragon Kings utterly stunned. Wang Long too gaped in astonishment. Nearly the fragrance was enough to allow koi to transform into dragons if he were to truly consume Xian Dan. Achieving Great Luo would not be a dream? Countless sea creatures were invigorated, continuously absorbing the essence of the elixir's fragrance. The impurities in the bloodline of the flood dragons were gradually purged. The East Sea Dragon King's mind was in a whirl. Could this mean the limitless creation of true dragon bloodlines? The Dragon Clan had witnessed countless spectacles over the years, yet this was truly unprecedented. Unbeknownst to Xian Dan, who was wholly focused on his breakthrough, the tumult outside grew ever more tempestuous. The scheming Jiaming demon saint, preparing to lead his forces in retreat, suddenly halted, his greedy gaze fixed upon the East Sea Dragon Palace. His heart filled with conflict. Chapter 27, Lotus Flowers, White Lotus, Green Lotus Leaves. The three teachings originally one family. Jiaming's eyes were filled with greed and resentment. Even a quasi-saint could hardly restrain the impulses of his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he refrained from acting hastily. He remembered well that Xian Dan was a disciple of Taiji, and he dared not forget that the consequences of provoking a saint were too great for Jiaming to bear. Yet, the thick fragrance emanating from the elixir was truly immobilizing. Jiaming's mind even entertained the thought of consuming Xian Dan, with the potential for attaining sainthood. His mind raced as he spread his consciousness in all directions. Detecting countless beasts instinctively rushing towards the Dragon Palace, a bold plan began to form in his mind. The beasts, lacking intelligence, were drawn solely by the fragrance. Many among them were of the golden immortal realm. If he were to unexpectedly confront these beasts, he would find it quite troublesome. A sinister smile crept across Jiaming's face as he subtly influenced the direction of the beasts, guiding them toward Xian Dan's location. The demon army remained stationed, poised to ambush. After much deliberation, Jiaming deemed this endeavor worth the risk. He would take advantage of the beasts to gauge Taiji's attitude. Meanwhile, in the Baiyaning Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, The primordial lord in Tongtian had arrived to the forthright Tongtian, filled with urgency, stated, "Senior brother, allow me to intervene and bring my nephew back. With so many eyes upon him, remaining in the Dragon Palace is utterly unsafe." The primordial lord concurred. Any primordial being with some cultivation would wish to act against my nephew given such a foundation. Even Jane and Cunty would dare to shamelessly offer salvation. If we continue to turn a blind eye, my nephew may find himself in a perilous situation with little chance of survival. The words of the two saints were not exaggerated in the least. Had it not been for their own nephew, they might have set aside their dignity to act. The impact was nearly equivalent to that of the primordial purple energy, the foundation for becoming a saint. One must ask, in the expanse of the primordial realm, how many could withstand such temptation? Their gazes were fixed upon Taiji. Ultimately Xian Dan was his disciple, and the decision rested with him. Taiji, calm and composed, replied nonchalantly, "What is the rush? Let us observe a bit longer. We are all saints. There is no need for such commotion. This is an opportunity to leverage the situation." Perfectly aligning with the arrangements of the Tao ancestor, Tongtian became increasingly anxious, his speech becoming somewhat agitated. "Senior brother, if you neglect your own disciple, I shall take matters into my own hands. To contemplate taking action against the disciple of Xiandan, one must first inquire whether the four swords of Zhanxian in my possession would consent to such a course." Yuanshi furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed. "Brother, this matter is of great consequence and is far from a trivial affair. Xiandan is your prized disciple. You cannot afford to be neglectful." I rose with a sigh, my profound gaze resting upon the two saints. No harm done. Since matters have reached this point, a bit of patience will not hurt. Do not mistake my words for cruelty. After all, he is my own disciple. If necessary, I shall take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged knowing smiles. Stability has been achieved. They are of the same origin as I. They are all too aware of their elder brother's formidable strength. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas and the Yellow Dragon exchanged glances, their expressions revealing astonishment. They have begun to realize the gravity of the situation. Countless aberrant beasts surged toward the Dragon Palace, and the entire essence of Honghuang gazed longingly upon it. The aberrant beasts approached without a shred of concealment, their terrifying pressure cascading forth. Among them were not a few great Luo golden immortals, and even faint shadows of quasi-saints could be discerned. Since the primordial cataclysm, the Dragon Clan had never witnessed such an ominous spectacle. The response of the East Sea Dragon King was swift. After all, he had endured the primordial cataclysm. He activated the defensive array of the Dragon Palace, summoning all the powerful beings within to guard it. The four of us joined forces, leveraging the might of the array, and we would hold out for as long as we could. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas assumed serious expressions, transforming into their true forms. The colossal five-clawed true dragons positioned themselves at four different cardinal points of the Dragon Palace. Simultaneously, the array of the Dragon Palace manifested, with the faint echo of dragon roars resonating in the air. The Yellow Dragon was not idle either, desperately seeking contact with Xiandan. Yet at this very moment, Xiandan was on the cusp of breaking through to the golden immortal realm and could not respond. Anxious, the Yellow Dragon wasted no time and immediately utilized secret methods to reach out to his fellow disciples. Upon learning of the urgency of the situation, Guang Qingzi's expression turned grave. "Xiandan, my junior brother, is breaking through. The winds of the East Sea are gathering. I wonder what master and uncle think about this. The great Luo and Tai affairs have already exceeded our handling capacity. How strange it is, our master and the others cannot possibly be unaware of this matter. No, I must set aside the opportunities here for now. I cannot allow anything to happen to my junior brother." He casually cast a talisman, which transformed into dozens of azure lights scattering from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted all his power in a flight toward the East Sea. The remaining disciples of the Chan teaching, including Qi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenren, and Tai Zhenren, received the news and hastily activated their teleportation lights to rush to the East Sea for assistance. Meanwhile, Xian Du, who was delivering a lecture in the ancestral land of the human race, furrowed his brow upon learning of the news contained within the talisman. His expression turned frantic, leaving no words behind. He abruptly halted his lecture and swiftly made his way to the East Sea. Xian Du understood deeply the profound allure that Xiandan possessed, now that the situation had just begun to unfold. It had already attracted the attention of Tai and great Luo aberrant beasts. He could only imagine the spectacle that would ensue once Xiandan thoroughly broke through. "A junior brother, you must not come to harm. The eldest brother of the Jie sect Duobao, who was practicing atop Mount Buzhou, also received the news. He gazed toward the East Sea, his expression impassive and silent. Behind him followed 3 other disciples of the Jie sect. "What should we do, brother?" asked Wu Dang. Breaking the silence, Duobao stood atop the mountain peak, his Taoist robe billowing in the wind, and smiled gently. "No need to ask. The East Sea is surely a gathering of storms and bustling with activity. What do we have to fear from great Luo aberrant beasts? They are but mere beasts. Let us journey to the East Sea, witness the heroes of the region, and let them behold the swords of the disciples of our 3 teachings. Is it not splendid for the disciples of our 3 teachings to test their swords in the East Sea?" With that, he laughed heartily and transformed into a piercing beam of sword light. Soaring toward the East Sea, not only did he inform the inner disciples of the Jie sect, but he also alerted all the outer disciples upon his departure. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao, who were training overseas, were utterly astonished by the overwhelming momentum unleashed by Xian Dan. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Gongming turned and rushed straight for the East Sea. My junior brother is assisting my sister in attaining the golden immortal Dao fruit. He is family, and I shall render my utmost support. Sanshao, led by Yunshao, wore a serious expression and solemnly declared, "My junior brother gifted us pills to aid in achieving the golden immortal rank. Now we must do all we can to safeguard his safety. Let us go." In a certain blessed land within the eastern depths of Honghuang, the 7 immortals, including Jin Guangxian, Xiu Xian, Ling Yixian, and Yui Xian, were present. They received news from Duobao simultaneously. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Yui Xian spoke up. "What more needs to be said? Who dares to lay a hand on our junior brother? Can we possibly allow that?" The other 3 responded with fierce resolve, "We shall not allow it. Let us take action." Their personalities, inherently free-spirited and unrestrained, fostered a profound camaraderie. Without further ado, they hurried at full speed toward the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. From all corners of Honghuang, countless lights of teleportation surged forth, converging upon the East Sea. They were acutely aware of the perilous nature of this battle, yet they hesitated not for a moment. As some disciples expressed, when the disciples of the Shin men clash among themselves, it is a matter to be discussed behind closed doors. Now that a junior brother is in danger, the Shin men must unite as one to fend off external threats. The 3 pure ones, witnessing this scene within the 8th scenery palace of Kunlun Mountain, could not help but reveal smiles of satisfaction. Although the Shen men has divided into the Chan and Jie sects, the differences in Dao do not alter the bonds of affection. In times of peril for fellow disciples, the students of the 3 teachings stand united, without distinction. Countless lights of teleportation converge toward the East Sea, presenting a unique spectacle in the eyes of the 3 pure ones. With lotus flowers, white lotuses, and green lotus leaves, the 3 teachings were originally one family. Chapter 28, Shin Dan comprehends Tao and achieves golden immortal. Disciples of the 3 teachings gather at the Dragon Palace. With his eyes tightly shut, Shin Dan connected his primordial spirit to the heavens and earth. A phantom gradually coalesced into the 10th pattern of the elixir. Heavenly Tao thunder rained down from the firmament, and the river of time resembled a thunder pool. Bathed in thunder, he sought to attain his own Tao. The path of the golden elixir and the art of alchemy have certain commonalities. I am the golden elixir, achieving the golden immortal. The transformation of life is not unlike the final step of alchemy. He murmured, a thread of clarity blossoming in his heart. In this world, the most powerful art of alchemy lies in using the heavens and earth as a furnace and oneself as the great medicine to refine a divine elixir. No, perhaps it is not the strongest, but it is the most suitable for me. To use oneself as the elixir, to practice the supreme law of the golden elixir, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. The heavens and earth serve as the furnace. I am the alchemist. He realized his true self, opened his eyes, and his gaze was already clear. With the foundation of the primordial golden elixir, he utilized the golden elixir method to refine himself. High above the firmament, the 10th pattern of the primordial golden elixir within the river of time finally solidified. Accompanied by the rumble of heavenly Tao divine thunder, it merged into his primordial spirit. Shen Dan suddenly unleashed a tremendous might, resonating outward in all directions. The pressure he emitted was unmistakably that of a golden immortal. He had attained the golden immortal Tao fruit, unbound by the constraints of longevity. When one attains such a status, they are rightfully referred to as a great being. Once Shen Dan's aura stabilized and his primordial spirit returned to his corporeal form, he felt an unprecedented clarity of thought. A serenity of soul, and a transformation of his physical body. He had never experienced such an exquisite sensation. Xian Dan stepped out of his secluded space, his demeanor at ease, however, as he glanced around. He sensed that the atmosphere was exceedingly amiss. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings, having sensed Xian Dan's emergence from seclusion, immediately dispatched a wisp of their divine consciousness to him. Xian Dan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is this not the intrusion of the demon clan?" The defensive array of the Dragon Palace was activated, with the 4 Sea Dragon Kings stationed at the 4 cardinal directions. Countless forces of the sea races stood ready. Exhibiting an air of impending hostility, the yellow dragon appeared particularly flustered, as if confronted with an immense threat. The East Sea Dragon King fixed his gaze upon Xian Dan, swallowing hard as he spoke. "Ahem, my young friend, you may not be aware, but your earlier breakthrough to the golden immortal realm triggered an anomalous phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The fragrance of your elixir wafted throughout the entire Honghuang, attracting myriad aberrant beasts. Now, the Dragon Palace is completely surrounded by these creatures." Xian Dan was taken aback, having anticipated some disturbances but never imagined the situation would escalate so dramatically. He had heard of aberrant beasts, akin to ancient ferocious beasts, devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinct. The strongest among them present were the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, seasoned powerhouses of the great Luo golden immortal realm, yet the sheer number of aberrant beasts was overwhelming. They could only rely on the ancient array left within the Dragon Palace to hold them off temporarily, and now, the Dragon Palace was thoroughly besieged by aberrant beasts, leaving little room for escape. Xian Dan had begun to grasp the severity of the problem. However, he regarded the 4 Dragon Kings before him, who were continuously swallowing hard, with a puzzled expression. It felt rather strange that these ancient beings appeared as if they wished to devour him yet dared not approach. The yellow dragon approached Xian Dan, producing a bronze mirror. "Junior brother, take a look. This is the current predicament facing the Dragon Palace." Xian Dan leaned in to observe, and the bronze mirror revealed an endless sea of aberrant beasts surrounding the Dragon Palace. They were densely packed, akin to stars in the sky or grains of sand on the ground, impossible to quantify. The visual impact struck Xian Dan with a sense of foreboding. The Dragon Palace was entirely encircled. Facing a relentless assault from the aberrant beasts, the array could only sustain itself for a limited time. It was only a matter of time before it would be breached. Xian Dan fell silent, racking his brain to devise an escape plan. The East Sea Dragon King wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and proposed, "Young friend, why not utilize that supreme innate spiritual treasure? The 9 Heavens Cloud Chariot, to burst through the encirclement." Remaining in the Dragon Palace offered little hope for survival. This way, there might be a slim chance. The other Dragon Kings nodded in agreement. The yellow dragon looked at Xian Dan with hopeful eyes. This could indeed prove useful. Of the aberrant beasts lack intelligence. They would dare to strike at you given your background, as long as you can break through their ranks. How many fools in this world would still dare to lay a hand on you? Once you break through, the heavens will be high and the seas wide. There will be nothing to worry about. Under the protection of the 3 saints, any who dared to act against you would only be courting death. Yet Xian Dan furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you think, esteemed seniors, is the chance of breaking through?" That throng of aberrant beasts numbered in the billions. While great Luo beings were rare, the entirety of the East Sea's aberrant beasts had gathered here. In such overwhelming numbers, they undoubtedly outnumbered the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings hesitated, sighing heavily. The sheer quantity of aberrant beasts is simply too great. Even a 50% chance of survival would be considered optimistic. Xian Dan shook his head, expressing his reservations. "Is it merely a 50% chance? That is far too perilous. Moreover, aside from the exotic beasts, who knows if there are hidden ambushes from rogue cultivators lurking in the East Sea? The entirety of the East Sea's exotic creatures are drawn to me, and there will undoubtedly be scattered cultivators willing to take risks, fishing in troubled waters. In this world, bustling activity is motivated by profit. When the allure of gain is substantial enough, even if one's master is a revered sage, there will always be those who obsess over." Xian Dan, harboring reckless hopes, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, along with Xian Dan and Huang Long, wore grave expressions, once again lost in contemplation. Just as their brows furrowed in distress, a familiar voice suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. "Junior brother, do not fear. This humble Taoist has come to take you home." Instantly, all eyes were drawn, turning to see Xian Du descending from the vast skies, wielding the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The furnace exuded an aura imbued with profound laws of the Tao. And in an instant, its overwhelming suction drew in countless exotic beasts. The blazing samadhi true fire erupted from within the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, accompanied by piercing cries as innumerable exotic creatures were reduced to ashes. Xian Dan stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such fury from his senior brother. Even when the outer disciples of the Jie sect had slaughtered human beings previously, he had never displayed such a loss of composure. Before he could regain his wits, the heavens above suddenly revealed a cascading galaxy, as if a celestial curtain of sword energy pierced the entire sky. Boom! The sword energy descended, leaving an unfathomable abyss at the seabed while simultaneously claiming the lives of countless exotic beasts. A hearty laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Senior brother has outpaced me once again. This place is so lively. How could this humble Taoist miss out? Behold this sword, as I slay another 100,000 exotic beasts. With the blood of 100,000 exotic beasts, let us celebrate junior brother's breakthrough to golden immortal. Duo Bao swung the Qingping sword, its sword energy crisscrossing the universe and stirring the dark currents of the seabed. With each swing, he claimed the lives of tens of thousands of exotic beasts. His joyous laughter filled the air as he boldly charged into the throng of beasts, utterly fearless, as though he had come solely to wield his sword. Behind him followed Wu Jinling and Gui Ling, his fellow disciples of the Jie sect. Junior brother, do not fear, your senior sisters will protect you. The dark currents of the seabed surged, and suddenly 24 calming divine pearls appeared. Harnessing the might of the water veins, they swiftly scattered the souls of the million exotic beasts. Simultaneously, an endless tide of yellow sand engulfed the area, shattering the very bodies of the beasts as if they were mere vegetables. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos emerged, declaring, "Who dares to lay a hand on the disciples of the Shenmen? Behold my 9 curves yellow river formation, those unafraid of death may come forth." Bai Zhao's resolute voice instantly brought a smile to Xian Dan's face. Boom! A soul-stirring roar suddenly erupted. The crowd turned to see the Qiushou Xian revealing his true form, opening his mouth to devour tens of thousands of exotic beasts. Transformed into a green-haired lion, he let out a series of thunderous roars. What a thrill! What a thrill! In quick succession, several beams of golden light flickered as Huang Long exclaimed with delight, "It is our brothers from the Chan sect." Guang Qingzi led the disciples of the Chan sect in their arrival, each unleashing their most formidable techniques. Tai Yizhenren summoned the 9-dragon divine fire cover, enveloping the surroundings. Qi Jingzi conjured the yin-yang mirror, unleashing black and white true dragons that consumed the 8 directions. Zhang Daorin gently raised a crystal-clear glazed bottle, drawing countless exotic beasts into Itida. In less than half a moment, they transformed into thick liquid, their Tao extinguished, their bodies perishing. Meanwhile, other disciples from the Chan sect and numerous outer disciples from the Jie sect rushed from all directions, lending their strength to assist their fellow disciples against the external foes. Chapter 29. In Wine and Song, What is there to fear? On Kunlun Mountain, the harmonious and supportive scene among the disciples of the 3 teachings brought immense comfort to the 3 purities. As Yuanshi Tianzun witnessed Duo Bao's sword slashing through the exotic beasts, the 3 Shaos setting up the 9 curves formation, and Qiushou Xian devouring 100,000 beasts. A mysterious light glittered in his eyes, his gaze fell upon Tong Tian, and after much hesitation, he finally spoke. My previous comments were somewhat one-sided. What I have witnessed today reveals that the Jie sect also possesses many talented and virtuous individuals. Perhaps it was my own bias. Even a grand sage can fall prey to generalizations. I feel ashamed, truly ashamed. As an elder, I ought to be more forgiving. Tong Tian looked at Yuanshi in surprise. Noticing his elder's face slightly blushed, it was unexpected for the usually composed second senior brother to voluntarily extend an olive branch. Recalling his earlier outburst of anger, he felt a surge of shame. Senior brother, you speak too harshly. It is indeed a fact that the Jie sect is a mix of good and bad. It is also true that I have not managed my disciples well. I shall ensure to supervise them diligently in the future, lest they cause trouble while traversing the wilderness. Laozi observed the 2 younger brothers reflecting and apologizing to each other, unable to suppress a smile. As the eldest brother, I too have not set a good example. From now on, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. The 3 purities wore smiles, ceasing their conversation and focusing intently on the battle in the East Sea. All being sages, they shared the same origin, and so their words were succinct. In the East Sea, Shandan felt warmth in his heart, yet the 4 Seas Dragon Kings felt a sudden stiffness in their breath. Their bodies growing tense, all those present were disciples of the sages. Should anything go amiss in the East Sea, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Exchanging glances, the Four Seas Dragon Kings acted without hesitation, deliberately creating a gap in the formation to carve a bloody path alongside the disciples of the three teachings, ensuring that all the disciples of the sages could safely reach the East Sea Dragon Palace. Only then did the Four Seas Dragon Kings breathe a sigh of relief. They were all precious disciples of sages. Any mishap could provoke their wrath, turning the East Sea upside down. The three Shahs stowed away their mixed-element golden dado and swiftly approached Xin Dan. They began to examine him, murmuring, "Not bad. The exotic beasts did not manage to gnaw on you." Xin Dan, unable to withstand their scrutinizing gazes, flushed deeply. "Senior sisters, please do not touch me. What decorum is this?" Bai Shao grinned playfully, teasing, "This is not the time to be bashful. Remember when you brazenly teased your senior sister?" Guang Chengzi, following closely behind, appeared composed, nodding slightly. "It is good that you are unharmed. The brothers from the Chan sect will lend their full support." The other disciples of the Chan sect nodded in agreement. Yue Xian retained her carefree demeanor. "Junior brother, you have now become a figure of prominence in the wilderness." Xin Dan chuckled helplessly. "Senior brother, please spare me from your jests. I have indeed become quite the coveted figure." Xiao Xian waved his hand dismissively. "As long as our brothers are gathered together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. With our senior brothers and sisters here, you shall be well protected." As soon as he spoke, the disciples of the three teachings erupted into laughter. As disciples of sages, they naturally carried an air of pride. Only the Four Seas Dragon Kings wore frowns. Suddenly, the East Sea Dragon King interrupted the jovial atmosphere. "Dear friends, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but this dragon palace was built after the calamity of the Dragon Han. It truly cannot withstand the onslaught of the exotic beasts. It is only a matter of time before it falls." Duo Bao stepped forward, flicking blood from his sword's edge with a carefree smile. "No matter, since we descended from the mountain to hone our skills, we have never gathered as we do today. How could we allow those exotic beasts to ruin our revelry?" Ling Xian chimed in. "Indeed, this scene is unparalleled, even on Kunlun Mountain. In my humble opinion, let us indulge in 3 rounds of wine." Duo Bao laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. "Junior brother, you have truly spoken to the heart of this humble Taoist. Here in the Dragon Palace, it is only fitting for Huang Long to host," he added, turning to Huang Long. "Rest assured, I will ensure that all my brothers are satisfied and return in high spirits." Huang Long, moved by the atmosphere, smiled and said, "Junior brother, have no worries. I will certainly ensure you and your brothers are well entertained." He then turned to the East Sea Dragon King. "I must ask for your assistance in this matter." "Uncle," the East Sea Dragon King observed the exuberance of the disciples of the three teachings, completely disregarding the millions of exotic beasts outside the Dragon Palace. After much contemplation, he sighed, revealing a smile tinged with both resignation and nostalgia. The North Sea Dragon King stepped up beside the East Sea Dragon King, laughing. "Back in the day, when we faced the assaults of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, did you not lead the charge in drinking?" The West Sea Dragon King nodded in agreement. "Indeed, back then, you proclaimed, 'Killing one is not a loss, killing two is a gain,' and we ultimately emerged victorious." Soon a clam girl brought forth divine wine and delicacies. The disciples of the three teachings, without needing tables or chairs, sat directly on the ground drinking and singing. They had never been as united as they were today, setting aside past grievances from Kunlun Mountain. Duo Bao drank heartily, the wine flowing down his neck, and playfully teased Guang Chengzi. "Senior brother, always so stern. Today, you must drink to your heart's content." Guang Chengzi smiled, shaking his head helplessly as he accepted the wine cup and downed it in one go. Shi Jingzi stood up, clapping his hands in admiration. "Senior brother, you have a great capacity for drink. Allow me to join you." Xiao Xian sat beside Wenshu Guangfa Tianzun, his face flushed from the drink. He patted Wenshu's shoulder. "We must have fought at least 50 times on Kunlun Mountain. Do you concede?" Wenshu glanced at Xiao Xian and teased, "The times you won could be counted on one hand." "How could you have the audacity to ask if I concede?" Xiao Xian's face reddened further, unsure if it was from the drink or embarrassment. "What you say is misleading. Did I not win against you?" "The disciples of the Jie sect have triumphed over the direct disciples of the Chan sect. Do you concede or not?" Wenshu slowly raised his cup, speaking casually. "We are all disciples of the Shenmen. Under the three purities, what does it matter if one is an outer disciple of the Jie sect or a direct disciple of the Chan sect? You and I are brothers. Let us not speak of such nonsense." The other disciples of the Chan sect and outer disciples of the Jie sect who were lingering nearby were momentarily taken aback. They quickly regained their composure, their eyes sparkling with determination, and raised their cups to drink. Indeed, we are all brothers, without distinction. Let us drink. Cheers erupted among the disciples of the three teachings, their faces glowing with genuine smiles. As they raised their cups and drank, the past grievances from Kunlun Mountain faded into oblivion. Outside the Dragon Palace, billions of exotic beasts continuously emitted roars, instinctively launching fervent assaults against the palace's protective formations. Within the Dragon Palace, disciples of the three teachings had already begun to raise their cups in joyous song. It seemed as though the distinctions of the three teachings and the inner and outer disciples had vanished entirely. Brothers in arms were connected by fate, the three pure ones originating from a single source. It appeared that no genuine division should exist. The three pure ones were indeed one family, and were not the disciples of the three teachings also? With beaming smiles, they toasted and sang heartily. The melodies wafted out from the Dragon Palace, the roars of the beasts transformed into the most exquisite accompaniment. The songs celebrated. In the Dragon Palace, fine wine flows like rivers, while Kunlun's teachings endure for millennia. In camaraderie, we drink for you, swords drawn against beasts beneath the azure skies. In the banquet of the three teachings, we discuss the merits of the Eastern Seas battles. The sage's favor bestows profound wisdom. As disciples wield their swords, stunning the myriad immortals. By day we traverse the Eastern Sea, by night Kunlun's heights. Within the cave, the sun and moon bow to me, the treasured sword within its sheath roars incessantly. It shall not be passed on without finding a worthy companion. Chapter 30, United Efforts of the Three Teachings, Warming Wine to Vanquish Taibum. Suddenly, the entire Dragon Palace shook violently, the surrounding luminous pearls flickered ominously. Revealing an air of crisis, the previously merry disciples of the three teachings halted their revelry. The smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by deep concern. The figure of the East Sea Dragon King appeared suddenly. Looking harried. My young friends, the formation can no longer withstand the onslaught. A breach has been created by the beasts. He had been delighted to see the three teachings disciples indulging in drink and song within the Dragon Palace. However, the situation was dire, and it was evidently not the time for merriment. The disciples of the three teachings rose in unison, eager to assist, yet a hearty laugh rang out, compelling everyone to pause and observe. Brothers and sisters, do not fret, allow this humble Taoist to handle the matter. Duobao, his face flushed, stood up, brandishing the Qingping sword with bold declarations. His gaze fell upon Xuandu, as he drunkenly proclaimed, "Brother, it is rare to see one another in Kunlun. Today, behold the sword in my hand, you must warm my wine." Xuandu smiled as he lifted his cup, the flames of the Samadhi true fire burning bright. "The wine is warmed and awaits your triumphant return." Duobao laughed heartily, transforming into a beam of light that dashed towards the breach in the formation. The assembled crowd continued to drink, awaiting good news. Outside the Dragon Palace, Duobao, intoxicated, wielded the Qingping sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The silver brilliance hung in the sky, the chilling sword energy carrying a dense murderous intent that swept through the billions of exotic beasts. In an instant, the sea was stained red with blood. Limbs flying in every direction. He casually cast out the formation materials bestowed by Tong Tian, his hand forming seals as he inscribed dozens of profound runes. The previously breached formation was swiftly mended. Turning to face the oncoming horde of beasts, he tilted his head back and down another gourd of wine. Delightful. Truly delightful. With sword in hand, he charged forth, the green sword energy slicing through the sea. In the blink of an eye, it claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of exotic beasts. Duobao returned to the Dragon Palace, casually tossing the severed head of a golden immortal beast onto the ground. The surrounding disciples regarded him with admiration. A toast to my brothers and sisters. Let us drink. Xuandu tossed out a wine jug, the wine still warm. Let us drink together. At that moment, the East Sea Dragon King was left utterly astounded. Is it true that the disciples of the sages possess such terrifying strength? The Dragon Palace's formation can be mended at will, and a single sword can slay a golden immortal beast. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly instructed the clam girl to take the beast's head away for disposal, his heart brimming with awe. I must treat these disciples of the sages well. Forging a bond with them is a chance for my Dragon Palace. As the merriment continued, Shendan rose, invigorated, and produced a handful of elixirs he had refined. Brothers and sisters, your assistance is greatly appreciated. I happen to have some elixirs, do not hesitate, take them all. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes sparkled with excitement. almost rushing forward to bow in gratitude as he accepted the elixirs. However, the surrounding disciples of the three teachings suddenly fell silent. They exchanged awkward smiles, glancing at one another. Xuandu quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Brother, you are mistaken. We are all comrades here. There is no need for such formalities." Guangchengzi recalled the earlier transformation of the yellow dragon into a young girl and also raised his cup. Stepping forward to reassure, "Brother, do not speak of gratitude. Let us drink." Duobao, meanwhile, was haunted by the chaotic image of the disciples of the Jie sect. He suddenly shivered, as if awakening from his drunken stupor. "My brothers are right. If gratitude is mentioned again, I may become irate. Keep the elixirs safe." Shendan downed his cup in one go, feeling the genuine connections amongst his elder brothers were indescribably profound. After several rounds of drinking, the Dragon Palace's formation had been temporarily stabilized. As for the battle ahead, everyone began to voice their opinions. Duobao spoke candidly. "In my opinion, our master is certainly aware of this situation. It is merely an opportunity for us to hone our skills. Expecting our master to intervene is unrealistic. We must rely on ourselves to carve out our own survival." Guangchengzi nodded slightly, agreeing. "What you say is true. We disciples of the Qin sect excel in the art of refining weapons. I happen to know of a treasure that requires the strength of all to activate. With the power of my brothers and sisters, we can slay the Tai Golden Immortal, or at least hold off a great Luo for a moment." Duobao perked up at this revelation. "The Jie sect is adept in the ways of formations. We can lay down an intricate net to strike down our foes." The three heavens similarly chimed in with smiles. "Let us try our sisters 9. Even against a Tai Golden Immortal, a great Luo would also be momentarily ensnared." Xuandu, inspired by the enthusiasm of his companions, added, "I have made some progress in the way of elixirs. I shall refine some for my brothers to prepare for any eventualities." Laughter erupted among the crowd. For Xuandu's achievements in alchemy were far beyond mere progress. He was a disciple of the foremost alchemist in the primordial world, Laozi. The elixirs he crafted were renowned for their efficacy. Shendan recalled the poisonous scriptures he had obtained from Liu. If he could refine poisonous elixirs to counter the exotic beasts, it would be most advantageous. He began to formulate some plagues to drive away the beasts. The gathered disciples of the Shenmen swiftly devised a strategy with just a few words. They wasted no time. Rising quickly, they began their preparations. The disciples of the Qin sect assisted their Jie sect brethren in crafting the necessary treasures for the formations. Meanwhile, the Jie sect disciples generously provided the materials needed to set up the formations. Shendan and Xuandu each found a cave to refine the poison and elixirs. This scene evoked envy from the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The East Sea Dragon King stroked his beard, unable to contain his admiration. "Truly, the disciples of the Shenmen are remarkable. United, they are unparalleled." They were even more astonished by the Shenmen disciples' execution. They acted decisively without a hint of complaint, even willing to part with their most treasured resources to overcome the crisis. Indeed, they were disciples of the sages, worthy of the sages' attention, possessing extraordinary qualities, such unity and vibrant spirit, who could rival the three teachings. Their deep camaraderie and unique talents were nothing short of a flourishing spectacle. After the calamity of the Dragon Han era, if the younger generation of the Dragon Clan could emulate the state of the three teachings disciples, they might rise again. The East Sea Dragon King gazed on with longing. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts without the need for words. They sent their own offspring to join the three teachings disciples, eager to forge bonds, for a connection with the three teachings was a chance for the Dragon Clan's youth. Should they enhance the three pure ones' favor, it would be a boon for the entire Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, within the 8th Scenery Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones observed the harmonious scene of the disciples of the three teachings within the East Sea Dragon Palace. Smiles appeared on their faces in unison. Tongtian chuckled heartily. "What splendid children, haha." The other two saints said nothing, their smiles speaking volumes. Far on the shores of the East Sea, Jaimin led his army stationed there. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he covertly unleashed a wave of demonic energy. This dark energy slipped into the endless sea, merging with a formidable beast. The creature, driven to madness, raced towards the Dragon Palace with eyes aglow like crimson flames. Chapter 31, Xuandun's poisonous path revealed. Dual mastery of elixirs and toxins unleashed. Within the Dragon Palace, the disciples of the three teachings prepared diligently after much anticipation. Xuandu had produced a vast quantity of elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. Huang Chengzi successfully refined a postnatal spiritual treasure, the 5 elements demon-breaking crossbow, classified as a top-grade postnatal treasure, its power linked to the number of users and the infusion of spiritual energy. The remaining disciples of the Chan sect did not remain idle, assisting their Jie sect peers in crafting the necessary magical tools for the formations. The Dragon Palace trembled occasionally, the once mended formation was clearly on the verge of collapse. The faces of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings reflected a growing unease. If the Dragon Palace were breached, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the disciples of the 3 teachings were thoroughly prepared and ready to act in unison. Duobao stood firm with his sword, laughing heartily as he called out, "Brothers, you have come for me. I shall be the first to strike," Xiandan bellowed, stirred by the fervor of his companions, taking a step forward. "Brother, you have just broken through to Golden Immortal," Duobao instinctively cautioned against his eagerness. The others were well aware of Xiandan's remarkable alchemical skills, but his combat prowess was untested, facing billions of ferocious beasts, many of which were Golden Immortals or Tai-level threats. Could he truly contend against them alone? "Brother, be cautious," they urged. "Let me take action," all the disciples of the 3 teachings implored him. Xiandan waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, mere billions of exotic beasts." At this declaration, all activity in the hall came to a halt. Mere billions of exotic beasts, is that even a reasonable statement? Xiandan seized the moment, activated the formation, and with a wave of his hand, released a miasma of plague. The greenish-purple toxic fog flowed through the water towards the beasts. This was a plague he had meticulously studied to combat the beasts. Any creature below the Golden Immortal level that entered the toxic miasma would disintegrate instantly. In an instant, millions of exotic beasts perished, their bodies visibly decaying into withered bones. This spectacle left the gathered Xianmen disciples utterly astounded. Xiandu's expression was one of astonishment, as if he could hardly recognize this junior brother. "Junior brother, when did you embark upon the path of poison cultivation, although it is said that alchemy and poison are inseparable? A serious alchemist wishing to pursue the path of poison must indeed invest considerable effort. How is it that you have achieved such mastery over poison in such a short time? Having previously not dabbled in it under my watch, this terrifying proficiency in poison is no wonder you regard the myriad beasts with such disdain. The path of plague and poison is evidently the most effective means of mass slaughter." Duobao was utterly dumbfounded. "Junior brother, you are astonishingly powerful. Your expertise in poison is perhaps on par with that of junior brother Lu. Goodness, do we even need to be here? Xiandan alone could slay countless beasts. Those who survived this poison are none but Tai and Luo." As he recalled his earlier attempts to dissuade Xiandan, Duobao's face flushed with embarrassment. Could he be blamed? How was he to know Xiandan possessed such ferocity? Clearly, during their time on Kunlun Mountain, he had been nothing more than a harmless alchemist. In such a brief span, he had delved into the study of poison to this extent, truly terrifying. Yin Shao, however, was acutely sensing the plague poison, and his expression shifted slightly. "Junior brother Lu's poison cannot compare to that of junior brother Xiandan. When you were on Kunlun Mountain, you had not yet practiced the path of poison. Had you, such talent is indeed rare to find even in the vast wilderness." Yue Xian chuckled. "You were well aware of junior brother Xiandan's lineage." Suddenly, Xiaoshuo Xian came back to his senses. "By the way, why have we not seen Lu?" He had not expected that someone with such an honest appearance could also be so cowardly. Xiandan gazed upon the beasts that continued to fall before him and shook his head with a sigh. "Time is indeed too pressing. Otherwise, had there been sufficient materials, the spread of plague poison would surely claim even Tai Golden Immortals. Alas, what a pity!" Upon hearing this, the mood of those present soured. Here was a newcomer in the Golden Immortal realm who could eradicate Tai beasts with poison. What an anomaly! At this moment, Zhao Gongming leaped forth to confront the Tai Golden Immortal beasts head-on. 24 pearls, radiating the power of the myriad worlds, gleamed brilliantly. They contained a heavy might, crashing down upon the Tai beasts with a force that shook the heavens. Zhao Gongming bellowed, embodying the might of the 5 elements, and the 24 Dinghai God pearls truly unleashed their power. Wherever the Dinghai God pearls descended, beasts fell, and the tumultuous waves calmed, aware of his fellow disciples behind him. Zhao Gongming charged ahead without a care for his safety, plunging into the throng of beasts. The surrounding currents surged violently, erupting in waves. The formidable laws of water allowed him to navigate the sea with the ease of a fish. The very fabric of space twisted and contorted, a terrifying sight. Stabilize, Zhao Gongming roared, and in an instant, he shattered the corporeal form of a Tai beast. Witnessing their fellow disciples achieve victory, the other golden immortal disciples of the Xianmen sprang into action. Duo Bao, wearing an excited smile, swung his Qingping sword, dashing towards the Tai beasts. Huang Chengzi followed closely behind, summoning his treasures, relishing the opportunity to unleash his prowess. Tai Zhenren summoned the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Incinerating the Tai beasts, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, witnessing the scene before them, could not help but break into a cold sweat. They wiped the perspiration from their brows, utterly shocked. Is this what it means to be a disciple of a saint? Truly terrifying. The dragon talents we have painstakingly nurtured pale in comparison. Even Ao Guang, returning to his ancestral bloodline, could barely be considered above average. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings exchanged wry smiles, their perceptions of reality shattered yet again by the disciples of the Xianmen. To receive the favor and guidance of a saint was an enormous opportunity that transcended the vast majority of beings in the wilderness. Meanwhile, within the 8 Sceneries Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the 3 Pure Ones closely monitored the battle at the Dragon Palace. Laozi's eyes lit up as he beheld Xin Dan unleash poison miasma to annihilate the beasts. Tong Tian observed the disciples of the Jie Jiao, who were continuously cutting down Tai golden immortals with the aid of formations, a proud smile adorning his face. Indeed, Zhao Gongming is worthy of being the outer sect's eldest brother. Duo Bao is commendable as well. His swordsmanship bears a hint of my true teachings. The formations laid down by the 3 Shaos are truly exquisite. Splendid, they are all excellent disciples of mine. Yet, Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow furrowed as he began to murmur. Huang Qingzi cannot afford to be too complacent. He relies too heavily on his treasures and must focus on cultivating his own mystical arts upon returning to Kunlun Mountain. Tai Zhenren's killing intent is too strong. He must temper his heart, lest calamity ensue. Why is Zihong so soft-hearted, unwilling to stain his hands with blood? Such weakness should not be tolerated. He must strengthen his resolve. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a wry smile. Truly, he is the second. Even now, he scrutinizes the flaws of his disciples with such strictness. At that moment, Laozi's expression suddenly grew serious, and he extended his hand to calculate. His gaze fell upon a position several 100,000 miles northwest of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The sea surface was intermittently stirred by monstrous waves, accompanied by torrential winds and rain. The instant lightning streaked across the sky, it illuminated the world, revealing a gargantuan entity moving beneath the waves. The pressure emanating from it unmistakably indicated a quasi-saint-level beast. This beast was undoubtedly heading towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Laozi's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. Quasi-saint beasts were no ordinary foes. They possessed a degree of intelligence, knowing what to do and what not to do. However, beasts are ultimately not very clever. If they were misled or influenced by some secret technique, they could easily lose their wits like any ordinary beast. This beast's trajectory towards the Dragon Palace clearly indicated that someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Laozi calculated a few more moments, his expression darkening, and his deep-set eyes revealed a hint of unfathomable meaning. To dare scheme against my 3 sect disciples, what audacity! Simultaneously, the vicinity of the East Sea Dragon Palace had turned a vivid crimson. The seawater was stained red with the blood of the beasts. Countless beast corpses either sank to the ocean floor or floated upon the surface. If one were to gaze eastward from the heavens, the location of the Dragon Palace stood out sharply amidst the blood-red expanse, narrating tales of endless silence as the setting sun descended. Chapter 32. Forcefully breaking into the East Sea, the Dragon King pulls the cart. The area surrounding the East Sea Dragon Palace was tainted scarlet by the blood of the beasts. Any beast below the Tai golden immortal level that dared approach would find itself ensnared in the poison miasma released by Xin Dan. Instantly turning to white bones, their path to redemption extinguished, they had no opportunity to approach the East Sea Dragon Palace. The disciples of the 3 teachings, leveraging the power of the 5 elements exorcism formation, unleashed a force that cleaved through the ranks of Tai golden immortal beasts. One after another, the massive forms of Tai beasts sank into the deep sea. With each battle, they grew bolder, determined to carve a bloody path through the encirclement of countless beasts. The overwhelming intent to kill rendered ordinary beasts too fearful to come near. Yet, De Luo golden immortals surged forth, unleashing a cacophony of roars. The disciples of the 3 teachings were fully aware that With the formation's assistance, they were no match for De Luo. De Luo's Dao fruit harnessed the laws of the cosmos, invoking the might of the heavens should they be surrounded by De Luo. Their chances of survival would diminish drastically if fortunately most of the surrounding beasts had been cleared away. They merely needed to forge a path through the blood to escape the Dragon Palace and return to Kunlun Mountain. Xiandan, seizing the opportunity, summoned the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage, calling out, "Brothers, quickly board, let us make a concerted effort to break free from this beastly encirclement." The disciples of the three teachings swiftly utilized their evasion techniques to ascend the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. Duo Bao, brimming with sword intent, gazed at the carriage with excitement, exclaiming in wonder, "What a splendid innate spiritual treasure! Truly a remarkable artifact. Indeed, my junior brother's fortune is enviable." He marveled at the ethereal presence of the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. His eyes filled with envy. "How dazzling! This is far more impressive than finding a steed." Guang Chengzi nodded in agreement. "This treasure rivals our master's Nine Dragons incense carriage," as the treasure garnered praise. Xiandan felt an inner satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. He infused his spiritual power into the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. In an instant, phoenixes soared into the sky, accompanied by a multitude of birds. Waves of azure light shimmered, reminiscent of clouds and mist gathering and dispersing. The four seized dragon kings, noticing Xiandan's actions, exchanged glances and simultaneously chose to lend their aid. Undoubtedly, this was an opportune moment to earn favor. Personally piloting the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage for the disciples of the three teachings while ensuring the safe departure of the saints' disciples from the East Sea Dragon Palace would leave a favorable impression in their hearts. For the declining dragon race, this was a win-win situation. Moreover, it was far too frivolous for the disciples of the three teachings to attempt breaking through the encirclement of De Luo beasts alone. Even with the formation's sophistication and the disciples' extraordinary talents, they stood little chance against overwhelming power. He could not allow any mishaps to befall the three teachings disciples in the East Sea, should the saints direct their ire at the dragon race. The consequences would be dire. The Four Seas Dragon King let out a thunderous roar, arriving before the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage, conjuring threads of spiritual energy to pull it through the surrounding threats. The Dragon King pulls the cart. 6 De Luo golden immortal beasts surrounded them, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they emitted resounding roars, their imposing presence palpable. The Four Seas Dragon King acted decisively. Unleashing 4 columns of water infused with tremendous force that surged skyward, accompanied by the thunderous claps of lightning above, they shattered the surrounding space. The dragon race's innate mastery over the laws of water was applied to perfection. The combined might of the four struck the 6 De Luo beasts before them, repelling them and creating an opening for escape. Of the East Sea Dragon King seized the moment, propelling the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage forward with all his might. Roaring, "Young friends, we shall cover your escape." Yet, the 6 beasts, catching the scent of Xiandan, disregarded their injuries and sought to return. The path to survival was rapidly narrowing. With a deafening roar, the Four Seas Dragon King's voice reverberated through the heavens. The thunder above rumbled down, and the overwhelming pressure of annihilation bore down upon the De Luo beasts. The paralysis of both their physical forms and spiritual essence left them momentarily stunned. The Four Seas Dragon King did not dare hesitate, charging forward with all his strength. In the chariot of the 9 heavens, the mystical eyes of the celestial Dan shimmered with divine light. The dragon clan, though lean, possesses an imposing stature greater than that of a horse. Observing the formidable strength exhibited by the Sea Dragon Kings, one can discern that it far surpasses that of an ordinary De Luo. Should a member of the dragon lineage rise to the status of a quasi-saint, there might yet be a chance for resurgence. As they broke free from the encirclement of the alien beasts, the monstrous creatures pursued relentlessly from behind. A De Luo beast leapt high, its gaping maw intent on devouring the chariot whole. In this dire moment, Duo Bao grasped the Qingping sword and soared against the heavens. With a proud laugh, he declared, "Do not impede me. Today, I shall test my blade against a De Luo." Duo Bao tightened his grip on the Qingping sword, where countless Dao inscriptions swirled, imbued with boundless killing intent. He cultivated a magnificent sword intent that surged skyward, his calm gaze fixed upon the looming De Luo beast. The overwhelming sword intent, akin to a torrent breaching its banks, exploded forth, infusing the Qingping sword with life-taking energy. Cut off the life force, Duo Bao's voice was soft yet resonated in the souls of all present, as if even the approaching De Luo beast was momentarily frozen in time. The Qingping sword erupted with a blinding azure light. Cleaving through the heavens, the spatial barriers shattered, and the void rippled, all creation dimmed under the influence of the sword's aura. The moment of collision reverberated like thunderclaps. The spectacle of the sword's movement astonished the disciples of the three teachings. Their eyes brimming with admiration. As the blinding light dissipated, the Deluo beast bore a wound reminiscent of an abyss. Simultaneously, Duobao's weakened form became apparent, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This strike, though it injured the Deluo beast, left him grievously wounded as well. Nonetheless, Duobao raised his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what a thrill, what a thrill! Zhao Gongming was the first to regain his senses. Conjuring 24 sea-calming pearls to charge ahead, with all his might, he fought to retrieve the injured Duobao. Witnessing the perilous scene, Guang Qingzi summoned the 5 elements breaking demon crossbow, exclaiming, "Brothers, lend me your strength." In an instant, mighty magical energy converged upon the crossbow. Arrows tore through the air, striking the Deluo beast with explosive force, wounding it further while buying Zhao Gongming precious moments to save Duobao. Zhao Gongming, invoking the sea-calming pearls with all his strength, fought valiantly, carving a path back to the chariot of the 9 heavens. Both were heavily injured, yet Xian Du timely provided healing elixirs. Lying down, Duobao, though breathless, felt invigorated and laughed toward the heavens. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This sword truly brings joy. Inquiring of the Deluo, he had struck out with a sword that could sever the heavens, gaining profound insight. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, he felt assured in his pursuit of the Tai Golden Immortal. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian watched as Duobao wielded his sword, his face flushed with joy, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, truly deserving of being my foremost disciple." Fearless, testing the Deluo with his sword, seeking to seize a glimmer of hope. How splendid! The disciples of the three teachings, facing the pursuing beasts, unleashed their abilities. The 5 elements breaking demon crossbow and the 5 elements dispelling array complemented each other, unleashing a barrage of arrows that hindered the Deluo beast's pursuit. The 3 heavens, utilizing the primordial golden dipper, collaborated to establish the 9 curves yellow river formation, enveloping the area in swirling yellow sands that obscured the Deluo beast's vision. United, the disciples of the Shinmen finally carved a bloody path. With fewer obstacles, their speed increased, drawing them ever closer to the surface of the sea. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings could not help but release a sigh of relief. Reflecting on their perilous journey, they realized that a single misstep could have led them to utter ruin. Just as they began to lower their guard, an aura of quasi-sainthood loomed ahead. Chapter 33, Tai Ching takes action. The might of saints, fortuitous encounters. The ancestral dragon's legacy revealed. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings and Shen Dan felt their hearts plummet. Breaking free from the encirclement of Deluo beasts had been perilous enough, but now they faced a quasi-saint beast blocking their path, leaving them with no hope for survival. Even formidable Deluo golden immortals like the 4 Seas Dragon Kings were no match for a quasi-saint beast. It felt as if all hope was extinguished at that moment. Meanwhile, far across the eastern sea, the demon sage Ji Meng clenched his fists, his gaze piercing through boundless space, fixated on the quasi-saint beast poised to strike. He awaited the opportune moment, ready to act. After years of scheming, everything hinged on this instant. Success would lead to the promise of the Tao. The occupants of the 9 heavens chariot turned ashen. Paralyzed by the oppressive aura emanating from the quasi-saint, it was as if they were pinned to the ground, gasping for breath under the weight of an enormous stone. An atmosphere of despair enveloped them all. The quasi-saint beast let out a roar that echoed like thunder. Its massive form, towering over millions of zhang, charged forth with the ferocity of a collapsing mountain. The oppressive might bore down upon them. Offering no semblance of hope, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings even closed their eyes, awaiting their fate. Thankfully, Guang remained in the Dragon Palace, ensuring that the Dragon Clan had a potential successor. Xian Du positioned himself before Xin Dan. Speaking softly, "Junior brother, lend me a heavenly heart elixir for a moment." At that critical juncture, the image of Yin Yang Taiji manifested in the world. The imposing figure of the Tai Ching Saint Laozi stood between heaven and earth. Xian Dan's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Master!" The Tai Ching Saint moved with an ethereal grace, transcending the bounds of the world. With a gentle sweep of his whisk, the laws of the universe converged around him. Endless profound Tao inscriptions coalesced into substance, swirling endlessly. In an instant, they transformed into the Yin Yang Taiji, embodying the essence of all laws. The quasi-saint beast roared defiantly, attempting to challenge the saint's authority, yet Tai Ching remained unfazed. Merely casting a glance, the encompassing yin-yang taiji descended with thunderous force, carrying the power to reverse the cosmos and create worlds. The quasi-saint beast, with no power to resist, was effortlessly suppressed by a single strike from the Tai Ching saint. The ferocity of the beast dissipated in an instant, vanishing into nothingness. All beings in the Eastern Sea felt a weight upon their hearts, filled with dread. The myriad alien beasts surrounding the dragon palace scattered in panic. The sea was easily cleaved apart, and the beasts were cast into the infinite abyss. The Tai Ching saint's every gesture resonated with the ultimate truths of the universe, aligning with the laws governing all things. Regardless of how the quasi-saint beast struggled, it was like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly foolish to eye in the blink of an eye. The quasi-saint beast was enveloped by the yin-yang taiji. Returning to the cosmos, the four seas dragon kings stared in astonishment, their souls trembling. Was this truly the power of a saint? The saint's intervention left the disciples of the Xianmen aboard the Nine Heavens chariot in a state of shock. Their normally gentle and scholarly master displayed such grandeur in action. Guangchengzi could not help but shake his head in awe. Single-handedly vanquish a quasi-saint, truly worthy of being a saint. The Tai Ching saint became the focal point of the universe, yet none dared to meet his gaze. It was only after his ethereal form faded that a few flickers of consciousness emerged. Seemingly relishing the spectacle of the saint's might, Ji Meng's heart raced with unease, his pulse quickening. The moment the saint took action, he felt numb, his mind consumed by three words: unbeatable. Only after the Tai Ching departed did he manage to steady his breath. With the fall of the quasi-saint beast, Ji Meng sighed. Indeed, there was no opportunity left. Remaining in the Eastern Sea was merely a waste of time. Just as he prepared to lead the demon horde away, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, halting his steps as he gazed back at the vast sea. Boom! The blood of the quasi-saint beast was swept away by the waves. The once tranquil waters erupted with tumult. Resembling the primordial chaos. An ancient and powerful aura surged forth from the depths of the sea. A colossal whirlpool absorbed the beast's blood, and a brilliant golden beam shot skyward from the sea's eye. The entire Eastern Sea was bathed in golden light, soon followed by a mountain-like pressure cascading down. The beings of the Eastern Sea were filled with trepidation, their expressions fraught with panic. Could it be that another saint was making a move? The four seas dragon kings felt a pull and suppression from their bloodline. They exchanged uncertain glances at the golden beam. Within the endless radiance, a massive gate materialized, adorned with countless precious jewels. Radiating a mesmerizing glow above it, a five-clawed golden dragon coiled lifelike and ready to soar into the skies, exuding an ancient and formidable might. Roar! The roar of the true dragon reverberated throughout the Eastern Sea. As the golden light gradually faded, the true form of the giant gate was fully revealed. A Taoist phantom circled before the gate, exuding immense pressure, its voice booming like thunder. The four seas dragon kings gasped in astonishment. Ancestral dragon? Xian Dan's eyebrows raised in surprise. He had not anticipated that the phantom before him was the ancestral dragon, who had led the dragon clan to dominance during the primordial cataclysm. He fixed his gaze upon the ancestral dragon's apparition, listening intently. After my demise, the dragon clan can still slay quasi-saints. My descendants shall not disappoint my expectations. Only my dragon clan shall flourish, eternally reigning over the primordial realm. Slay quasi-saints, and my descendants shall inherit my legacy. Revitalizing the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon's voice echoed across the Eastern Sea, reaching the ears of every sea creature. In that moment, the four seas dragon kings were left utterly dumbfounded. The elder had a legacy in the world, yet they were completely unaware. The Eastern Sea Dragon King felt tears welling in his eyes. How could the elder resort to such a ploy? Xian Dan regained his composure, sensing the aura of the legacy, and suddenly understood: the beast slain by his master, its blood had opened the path to the ancestral dragon's legacy. At the end of the primordial cataclysm, the ancestral dragon must have sensed the impending doom of the dragon clan, fearing their complete decline and loss of opportunity for resurgence. Thus, he stored his accumulated essence within the dragon gate, awaiting the day when a descendant would emerge to slay a quasi-saint and inherit the legacy, ensuring the dragon clan's revival. In the Eastern Sea, should a quasi-saint dragon emerge, the legacy would manifest on its own. Alternatively, as was the case now, the legacy could be activated using the blood of a quasi-saint. Clearly, the ancestral dragon had accounted for every possibility, leaving little to chance. However, the slain quasi-saint was not vanquished by the dragon clan. Xian Dan noted the Four Seas Dragon King's expressions, a blend of laughter and tears. The Eastern Sea Dragon King could not contain his sorrowful indignation. Oh, ancestral dragon, did you not consider that this quasi-saint was not slain by our clan? Had they followed the proper course, the Dragon Clan could have leveraged the ancestral dragon's legacy to make a triumphant return, potentially standing shoulder to shoulder with the Demon Clan. In contemporary times, such a monumental blunder has unfolded, leading to the dramatic emergence of the ancestral dragon's legacy. Whether it can be safeguarded remains a pressing concern. The resplendent Dragon Gate stands abruptly atop the Eastern Sea, as if an unclaimed opportunity beckons all cultivators. Xian Dan furrows his brow, murmuring, "This feels ominous." On the shores of the Eastern Sea, Qi Meng, leading the demon army in preparation for retreat, clenches his fists tightly. His eyes widen as he fixates on the ancestral dragon's legacy, a manic smile spreading across his face. The ancestral dragon's legacy must surely be a recompense bestowed by the heavenly Tao upon this demon sage. Having lost the primordial golden Dan, now the ancestral dragon's legacy emerges. Chapter 34, A scheme against my disciple deserves death. The appearance of the ancestral dragon's legacy in the Dragon Gate rising above the Eastern Sea captivates the attention of countless formidable beings, all eager to seize the moment. With the proximity of opportunity, Qi Meng, the demon sage, is already impatient. He instantaneously transforms into a colossal dragon form, rushing towards the direction of the ancestral dragon's legacy with utmost haste. Securing the ancestral dragon's legacy and the treasures it harbors would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his own power, for one aspiring to elevate their prowess to the quasi-saint realm. It is a daunting task. The chance at the primordial golden Dan has slipped away. He must grasp the sudden appearance of the ancestral dragon's legacy with unwavering resolve. In that very instant, Qi Meng sets forth. The imposing figure of the Taiching saint manifests once more across the realms simultaneously, a gaze as profound as the galaxy falls upon Qi Meng. Should he linger? How dare Qi Meng show himself? Qi Meng feels his body stiffen, breath constricted, as if turned to stone. With a look of terror, he raises his gaze, locking eyes with the Taiching saint, his heart racing. He feels as though his heart might burst from sheer panic. Deep-seated fear envelopes him, especially after witnessing the saint's might. He can only pray that his duplicity remains undiscovered. Countless covetous gazes fixate on the Taiching saint, and a voice devoid of emotion resounds, "You possess quite the audacity. Plotting against my cherished disciple, and still harboring designs on the ancestral dragon's legacy." This utterance stirs a tempest of reactions, whether lurking in the shadows or among the Four Seas Dragon Kings and the escaped disciples of the Xianmen. All are taken aback. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea is particularly incensed, realizing they have been ensnared by a scheme involving a quasi-saint beast, who could be so brazen. Simultaneously, the powerful beings of the wilderness and the disciples of the Xianmen are rife with suspicion. Xian Dan displays a pensive demeanor, murmuring, "I have friends far and wide. I never anticipated having enemies." Yet at this moment, Qi Meng is drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with guilt. Only he knows that the saint speaks of him. His mind races, swallowing nervously. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes him, and he defiantly retorts, "The saint must adhere to the principles of evidence. This demon sage led troops away from the Eastern Sea. The turmoil with the beast is of no concern to me. You cannot simply cast aspersions upon me. I refuse to accept it." Qi Meng stifles his inner dread and shouts. The Taiching saint remains unperturbed, his demeanor calm and inscrutable. His indifferent gaze remains fixed upon Qi Meng. "Is this your final testament?" In that moment, Qi Meng's eyes bulge with rage, cold sweat pouring from him as he teeters on the brink of madness. "No, you lack evidence. The saint cannot act with impunity." The Taiching saint lowers his gaze slightly, gracefully waving his whisk. "What I have stated serves as evidence. Should one scheme against my disciple, they must contemplate whether they can bear the consequences." As his words resonate, Qi Meng's countenance turns ashen. The saint extends a finger, tracing the intersection of black and white. Yin and yang. It is as if the myriad paths and endless laws converge upon his fingertip. The overwhelming spiritual energy surges forth, transforming into a green light beam that pierces through the vast expanse of space. Where it passes, it appears as if time and space themselves are momentarily halted, an authentic manifestation of the supreme authority of the wilderness. Like the descent of the heavenly Tao's holy wrath, the green beam manifests before the myriad beings of the Eastern Sea. The tranquil assault swiftly envelopes Qi Meng, whose massive form emits a sound of unbearable strain. Crack! The corporeal body of the quasi-saint shatters in layers. The azure light embodies the rules of life and death, shattering the flesh but sparing the soul, under the astonished gazes of numerous formidable beings. Chi Meng's colossal body disintegrates with a thunderous crash, wailing in excruciating agony. Within 3 breaths, only his primordial spirit remains afloat upon the sea. Simultaneously, his shattered flesh is engulfed by the Samadhi true fire. When the divine fire dissipates, dozens of elixirs emerge with but a thought. The saints' elixirs fall into the hands of the 4 seas dragon kings and the wounded disciples of the Shenmen. I have refined these elixirs from your corporeal form. This is the price for scheming against my beloved disciple. At that moment, the saint feels a twinge of regret. Had Chi Meng not held significance during the calamity, today he would have refined both body and soul. The now ethereal Chi Meng trembles uncontrollably, gripped by fear. And meanwhile, far away in the heavenly court, the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi are equally astonished and grave. They never anticipated that this fool Chi Meng would dare scheme against a disciple of the saint. Amidst the ongoing conflict between the Wu and the Yao, he is engaged in this foolish act of enmity against the saint. Their trepidation regarding the saints might leaves no room for hope. Of the saint hovering above the eastern sea, furrows his brow slightly, letting out a cold snort. Do you intend to linger, waiting to seize the ancestral dragon's legacy? The frigid tone reverberates through Chi Meng's primordial spirit. His soul immediately sustains injury. He dares not harbor resentment and hastily retreats. The saint's gaze returns to the golden dragon gate, gently extending his hand to reveal a precious orb soaring from within. Under the astonished eyes of the 4 seas dragon kings, it lands in Xian Dan's palm. The saint's voice resonates. The ancestral dragon's legacy may also be seen as a gift from me to the world. A quasi-saint level dragon pearl shall serve as my reward for this endeavor. What say you? The 4 seas dragon kings nod fervently, daring not to voice any dissent. They are wise and understand well that had the Taiching saint not intervened fortuitously, the ancestral dragon's legacy would have remained elusive for ages. As for the notion that the Taiching's intervention was solely for their benefit and not in exchange for compensation, such a matter is of little consequence. The dragon pearl of a true dragon at the quasi-saint level is a treasure to be cherished. This item is exceedingly rare in the wilderness, whether for pill refinement or artifact crafting. It is a material of the highest quality. Should one wish to enhance their cultivation, they may directly absorb its essence, yielding myriad benefits. However, in your possession, it holds even greater value than in others. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, I shall personally instruct you on its usage. Shen Dan listens to his master's introduction, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He quickly secures the dragon pearl, responding with a grin. Rest assured, master, I will not lose this dragon pearl. The saint smiles faintly at Shen Dan's exuberance. Once more, his gaze falls upon the 4 seas dragon kings. I shall assist the dragon lineage in unlocking this ancestral dragon's legacy and offer this dragon gate as an opportunity for the disciples of the 3 teachings. What do you all think? The 4 seas dragon kings hastily bow in respectful acknowledgement. The saint jests. The ancestral dragon's legacy is yours to unveil, and it is your decision to make. Indeed, with this fortuitous encounter, it is only fitting to grant you young friends an opportunity. The saint observes the 4 seas dragon king's compliant demeanor, chuckling softly, not feeling the need for further discourse. In an instant, a dazzling array of treasures and celestial materials soar forth from the dragon gate, as if each possesses its own spirit, gracefully landing in the hands of the disciples of the 3 teachings. Each item differs, some artifacts, some spiritual roots, and others lifeblood. Excitement flickers in the eyes of the disciples of the 3 teachings. Chapter 35, Returning to Kunlun, Lu Yu seeks justice? In Xin Du's hand lies the dragon blood grass necessary for crafting supreme elixirs, a spiritual herb that has bathed in the true dragon's essence during the Dragon Han War. Almost impossible to find after the initial calamity of the Dragon Han, it is exceedingly precious. Guang Qingzi has obtained a phoenix feather, a remnant of the quasi-saint phoenix. Given the dragon lineage's nature, there is no doubt it was plucked from the phoenix during the initial calamity. The Phoenix clan now resides in the southern Ming immortal volcano, never to emerge again. Acquiring such an item once more is virtually impossible. The rarest materials required for artifact crafting are hardly found in the wilderness. The treasures in the hands of the other Shenmen disciples align with their respective paths. For instance, Huang Long, a figure beyond compare, holds a primordial spiritual treasure within his grasp. Shen Dan, noticing his senior brother's infatuation, smiles knowingly his senior brother has finally shed the moniker of For No Real Person. The disciples of the Shinmen upon the Nine Heavens cloud chariot are ecstatic. They all express their gratitude to the saint and the Four Seas Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas Force smiles in response. The saint, however, merely smiles serenely and softly states, after enduring trials, the emergence of the ancestral dragon's legacy is both fate and destiny. It is only right that you receive it, accept it. His gaze once again falls upon the Four Seas Dragon Kings. The calamity of the Dragon Palace arose from my disciple Shen Dan's breakthrough to the Golden Immortal. The ancestral dragon's legacy materialized due to this calamity, and now the karmic ties are dissolved. As for the remaining ancestral dragon's legacy, you have shown kindness to the disciples of the three teachings. Thus, return this ancestral dragon's legacy to the dragon lineage to conclude the karmic ties. Upon finishing, a radiant golden dragon scale drops into the hands of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The Four Seas Dragon Kings exchange glances, trembling with excitement. The ancestral dragon's legacy, the highest remnant of the dragon lineage's quasi-saint, was thought to be taken by the saint, yet it is unexpectedly left for the dragon lineage. For them, the treasures within the Dragon Gate hold little value. Regardless of how many treasures one possesses, if they cannot be safeguarded, they are of no use. The ancestral dragon's legacy is precisely what grants them the ability to protect their treasures. In a moment of excitement, the Dragon King of the Four Seas did not forget to respectfully bow in gratitude. We are grateful for the sage's generosity. This act serves as a form of protection for our dragon kin. The treasures of heaven and earth, along with the magical artifacts, have fallen into the hands of the disciples of the three teachings. The myriad beings of the primordial world naturally lack the courage to take risks for such gains. Even the remaining ancestral dragon legacy, while esteemed, offers limited enhancement to the mighty saints. As for the ambitious Great Luo, the Dragon King of the Four Seas is more than capable of handling them. Laozi, indifferent to the thoughts of the Dragon King, turned his gaze to the disciples of the Shin Men and praised, "During this journey down the mountain each of you has performed admirably, and now that this training has concluded, it is time to return to Kunlun Mountain." The sage's encouragement was undoubtedly uplifting for them. The disciples of the three teachings displayed joyful smiles, brimming with excitement. Laozi waved his feathered whisk, releasing an invisible force that surged forth, drawing all disciples of the three teachings scattered throughout the primordial world back to Kunlun Mountain. This included the suppressed Lu, confined in the Eastern Sea. The binding magic suddenly vanished, replaced by the irresistible might of the sage. The Dragon King of the Four Seas watched as the majestic chariot of clouds and mist sped away. In an instant, all disciples who had ventured down the mountain returned to Kunlun Mountain. Shen Dan stowed away the chariot, looked around, and smiled. Rushing around is one thing, but Kunlun Mountain brings true comfort. Shen Du stepped forward, responding with a grin. After all, with our master and two uncles present, one can feel at ease. After swallowing a medicinal pill, Duo Bao's injuries had largely healed, and he regained his former bold demeanor. Going down the mountain was merely for training. Kunlun Mountain is home. Our place of refuge, he declared. Guang Chengzi suddenly spoke up. I almost forgot to congratulate my junior brother, Zhen. The great Luo has achieved the Tao of Tai. The other disciples of Shinmen, snapping back to reality, promptly offered their congratulations, their gazes toward Duo Bao filled with admiration. They could hardly forget the sight of Duo Bao pointing his sword at the great Luo, a display of courage that was indeed rare even in the vast primordial world. Shen Dan raised an eyebrow and approached Huang Long, revealing an expression of surprise. Brother, this high-grade innate spirit sword is truly remarkable. Huang Long instantly beamed with joy, tenderly caressing the spirit sword. Certainly, it was once the companion treasure of a quasi-saint true dragon, perfectly resonating with my essence. Hearing the praise, Huang Long's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears. Let me see who dares to call me the For No Real Person. Amidst the harmonious scene on Kunlun Mountain, a shadow of darkness appeared incongruously. Lu, recently freed, glared at Shen Dan and Huang Long with resentment. Bang! A bell told. All disciples of Shenmen gather in the 8th Scenery Palace. The sage summoned, and the disciples dared not delay. Hastening to the 8th Scenery Palace, inside, they assembled, with the personal disciples in front and others behind. A sea of figures gathered, exuding an air reminiscent of a multitude of immortals coming to pay their respects. The three pure ones exchanged smiles, witnessing the flourishing scene of Shenmen. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. I beseech my master to seek justice for me. The voice echoed within the 8th Scenery Palace. Persistent and unyielding, the previously bustling palace fell into a profound silence, so still that a falling needle could be heard. All eyes turned to Elu, whose expression was filled with malice. He bowed respectfully, his tone filled with anguish. "I have been wronged." The smile on Tong Tian's face vanished, replaced by indifference, his voice colder than before. "Speak then, from whence does this grievance arise?" Elu immediately cast a sidelong glance at Huang Long, a subtle smirk forming upon his lips, before lamenting. "Reporting to my master, I followed your command to descend the mountain for training, and in the Eastern Sea, I practiced in peace, yet, that Huang Long from the Chan teaching, relying on his seniority, unjustly suppressed me. I made it clear that I am a disciple of the Jie teaching, a fellow of the three teachings, and a student of the Tong Tian sage. Yet, this fellow disregarded even the master's face and acted against me without cause. I am indeed wronged, and my master must be wronged too." Huang Long was momentarily taken aback, his anger flaring up at the sheer audacity of Elu's blatant distortion of the truth. He quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, Elu's words are a complete inversion of reality. Had he practiced in peace, I would have had no quarrel with him. It is Elu who, emboldened by his identity as a saint's disciple, acted arrogantly and recklessly. He practiced a malevolent path without regard for the lives of the sea folk, and when I kindly advised him, he unjustly inflicted serious harm upon me. Were it not for the assistance of my junior brother Xian Dan, I might never have returned to Kunlun Mountain. I implore my uncle to see the truth." As his words fell, the 8th scenery palace fell into an even deeper silence. Countless gazes darted between Huang Long and Elu. Laozi and Yuansha remained silent, their expressions tranquil, simply awaiting Tong Tian's response. Seeing no reaction from Tong Tian, Elu prepared to add fuel to the fire. Boom! The sage's pressure surged skyward, his wrath erupting. "Wretched disciple, be silent." Chapter 36. Something is awry. How has the narrative turned this way? Tong Tian no longer bore the demeanor of a benevolent teacher. A torrent of imposing force surged forth like a flood, relentlessly crashing against Elu. The golden immortal Elu gritted his teeth, kneeling upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He felt as insignificant as a grain of sand amidst the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. At a mere thought from Tong Tian, he could be utterly obliterated. Before Tong Tian, he was no longer the reckless practitioner of poison in the Eastern Sea, but merely an ant ever at risk of annihilation. He could not comprehend why his master had suddenly grown so furious that he wished to speak, yet words lodged in his throat, leaving him voiceless. Tong Tian's icy gaze fell upon Elu, filled with disappointment and sorrow. He scolded sternly, "As a disciple of the sage, you do not abide by the teachings of the Jie sect, and instead, you harm the very beings we strive to protect. The evidence is clear. And yet you dare to twist the truth before me? What audacity you possess! Do you truly believe I am unaware of your actions?" As his words fell, Elu felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. Chill to the bone, cold sweat pouring from him, it turned out that his master knew everything. Tong Tian continued, "If you truly wish to cultivate well, I would certainly reward you. However, neglecting the lives of the sea folk while practicing in the Eastern Sea, how will you defend such a grievous act?" Like thunderclaps, his words detonated in Elu's ears. With his forehead pressed against the floor of the 8th scenery palace, he dared not utter a syllable. Tong Tian remained furiously cold, his voice icy. "You commit such absurd deeds and dare to invoke the name of the Jie teaching. I previously instructed you that upon descending the mountain, you must not claim to be a disciple of the Jie teaching. You profess to obey my orders, yet treat my command as mere wind passing by your ears?" Elu, trembling on the ground, swallowed hard, panic racing through his heart. He yearned to speak but was met with Tong Tian's piercing gaze, silencing him completely. Meanwhile, among the Jie disciples, those who had committed wrongdoings under the banner of the Jie teaching stood rigid, their heads bowed, unable to meet Tong Tian's eyes. Since joining the Jie sect, they had never witnessed such fury from their master. No matter their prior misdeeds, the master had always laughed them off, offering only gentle admonitions without substantial punishment. Today, they sensed a different atmosphere. Their master was genuinely enraged. Trembling all over, they were left wondering what punishment Elu would face. Tong Tian's cold gaze swept over all the Jie disciples. Many felt guilty and began to tremble. Observing the scene, his anger intensified, and he truly grasped the gravity of the issues within the Jie sect. With a cold snort, he quickened the heartbeat of every disciple present. "Previously, I have been too lenient with you. Without rules, there can be no order. The Jie sect must undergo change. From this day forth, any disciple who misuses the Jie teaching's name for nefarious deeds shall face death." The final word resonated in the air. sending chills through the bodies of the Jia disciples. Those with past offenses felt their hearts leap into their throats. Lu, kneeling on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat. Tong Tian's indifferent gaze fell upon him. An inkling of murderous intent flickering within, more so a sense of deep disappointment. Lu, with his innate talent, stood among the forefront of the Jia sect's outer disciples, yet his character was utterly vile. Some trees that cannot be straightened must be uprooted, for their roots are fundamentally twisted. There is no teaching to be salvaged. A disciple like Lu can only bring calamity to the Jia sect. Tong Tian's eyes hardened as he declared coldly, "The law of cause and effect is inescapable. Today, I will personally conclude Lu's fate as a warning to others." As his voice fell, Lu's body straightened in disbelief. Panic washed over his features, and he shook his head repeatedly, bowing and pleading for mercy. "Master, grant me one more chance. I shall never err again. You know my talent. I was simply lacking in character before. Now I understand and will keep your teachings in my heart, never to falter again. Master, please, for the sake of our past bond, spare my life." The sight of Lu's pitiful state stirred a tinge of compassion among the Jia disciples. After all, they were fellow disciples, sharing bonds of camaraderie. Zhao Gongming opened his mouth slightly, only to be halted by Duo Bao's outstretched hand beside him. Duo Bao's eyes glinted with icy resolve of the law of cause and effect. One reaps what one sows. Lu has brought this upon himself, and now he must face the consequences. The opportunities afforded him have been ample. It is not that Tong Tian's heart is cruel, but rather that Lu is unworthy. Xin Dan was equally taken aback by Tong Tian's decisiveness, sensing a change in his uncle that he could not quite articulate. Tong Tian closed his eyes, seemingly shutting out the pleas for mercy. With a gentle wave of his hand, without a trace of sacred might, the pleading Lu dissipated into the wind. In an instant, both his corporeal form and soul ceased to exist. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would be as though Lu had never existed in this world. Many disciples of the Jia were engulfed in sorrow, their genuine camaraderie tinged with a sense of shared grief. Tong Tian let out a soft sigh, only to once again assume a stern demeanor. His indifferent gaze swept across the Jia disciples, who had just relaxed, now tensing up in an instant. Those who had acted arrogantly under the banner of Jia stepped forward unbidden. I do not wish to repeat myself. The Jia disciples exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They had witnessed Lu's fate firsthand, and now admitting their transgressions might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, if Tong Tian singled them out, they would likely share Lu's grim destiny. Before 3 breaths had passed, someone, steeling themselves, stepped forward, with one leading the charge. The psychological defenses of the remaining Jia disciples crumbled entirely. Those who had flaunted their status under the Jia banner all advanced, resulting in a gathering of several hundred disciples. Tong Tian's expression darkened immediately, his fury igniting. It was startling to behold the sheer number of problematic disciples within Jia, a matter he had seemingly overlooked until now. With a cold glare, Tong Tian waved his hand once more. The azure sword energy cleaved through the transgressing disciples, and anguished cries echoed as their spirits waned. Some even fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back in darkness. Tong Tian's indifferent voice resonated within the 8 Sceneries Palace. "I will strip you of your Yuan Hui cultivation as a warning." The Jia disciples, thankful to have escaped with their lives, bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude for their master's forgiveness. Tong Tian snorted, seemingly expelling the anger festering within, his tone notably calmer. "The previous chaos within Jia is due to my negligence in governance, leading to the rise of disciples with talent but lacking virtue. This is my dereliction of duty. Henceforth, I shall personally establish the rules of Jia. Should any of you continue to act arrogantly under the guise of being a disciple of a sage, breaching the rules of Jia, do not blame me for disregarding our master-disciple bond and purging you myself." The Jia disciples fell silent, bowing in respect. "We shall heed the master's will." Meanwhile, Xin Dan, who had been quietly observing from a corner, wore a puzzled expression. "Something feels amiss. This unfolding narrative diverges from expectations. According to the tales of my past life, shouldn't the master uncle be consumed by rage, fiercely defending his disciples, and then embroiled in a dispute with the master? Shouldn't this lead to a declaration of discord among the 3 clear ones, resulting in a schism? Following that, wouldn't master uncle take the Jia disciples away from Kunlun Mountain to settle on Golden Ao Island? Why is he reacting this way now? There is something profoundly unsettling about this." Xin Dan stroked his chin, perplexed. Where did it all go awry? Chapter 37, Yuanshi bestows divine fire, the great competition of the 3 teachings. The Jie disciples are stunned. Xian Dan regarded Tong Tian, who was suddenly dutiful and selfless, with a sense of incredulity. It seemed the primordial chaos was veering into unpredictable territory. Familiarity with the course of primordial events would considerably diminish in significance. However, he soon realized that if the three clear ones remained harmonious and never separated, with the master being the strongest sage, the second uncle wielding the innate treasure Pango banner, and the third uncle commanding the extermination sword array, the outcome would undoubtedly be far more favorable than a division among the three clear ones. Xian Dan felt that the backdrop of this primordial realm could only be described in two words: invincible. The three clear ones shared the same origin, their fortunes intertwined, united in action. They would find no rival in the primordial world. While he reveled in this thought, he did not forget the words of the Tao ancestor: the grand trends of the world cannot be altered. Yet small currents may be changed. Upon reflection, the division of the three clear ones might indeed represent a significant shift. Whether future events would unfold differently remained uncertain, and Xian Dan held no strong attachment to the outcome. Content to let things flow naturally, Tong Tian's unwavering demeanor rendered the Jie disciples mute. Once he finished speaking, he fell silent, his expression regaining tranquility as he settled onto his meditation cushion. Suddenly Xian Dan felt the master's gaze upon him, but he promptly dismissed any wandering thoughts, standing respectfully. None of you shall act recklessly under the guise of my teachings. As disciples of a sage, you must not bully others, otherwise I shall not hesitate to disregard our master-disciple bond. Xian Du and Xian Dan bowed deeply in respect. We shall obey the master's will. Yet Xian Dan's mind wandered back to his earlier encounter in the Dragon Palace. Recalling the words he had boldly spoken in defiance of the demon sage. My master is the supreme purity. Reflecting on it now, he felt a rush of exhilaration. The master spoke of not acting recklessly. Surely putting on a show doesn't count as recklessness. Xian Dan suddenly realized he had stumbled upon a blind spot. Yuanshi had always maintained strict rules for his disciples, that he had merely offered a few reminders, and the matter was soon brushed aside. After speaking, Yuanshi suddenly turned his gaze to Xian Dan, his eyes filled with appreciation. Xian Dan furrowed his brow, confused. Why is the second uncle looking at me? In the span of 3 breaths, he recalled all his misdeeds. Yuanshi smiled and spoke. Brother, you have indeed taken in a fine disciple. Nephew, you remain discerning in the face of your fellow disciples, not allowing camaraderie to cloud your judgment. Well done. Xian Dan exhaled a sigh of relief, responding cheerfully, the second uncle's praise is unwarranted. It is all thanks to the master and my 2 uncles setting a fine example. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 clear ones shared knowing smiles. Yuanshi chuckled, prompting the disciples of Chanjiao to stare in astonishment. After entering Chanjiao, they had rarely seen their master smile, let alone laugh so heartily. Yet he pointed at Xian Dan, playfully scolding, you little sly one, always peddling flattering words. I certainly haven't taught you that. However, your actions have indeed pleased me, and this item, which holds no use for me, I shall bestow upon you. With that, a brilliant flame of immense heat materialized before Xian Dan. He was taken aback by the searing energy radiating from the flame, and as he examined this source of fire, astonishment washed over his face. The energy it contained rivaled that of the Nirvana divine fire he had obtained in the Dragon Palace. Second uncle, what is this? Seeing Xian Dan's dazed expression, Yuanshi chuckled and explained. This is known as the 9 Heavens Profound Fire, one of the primordial divine fires. As you cultivate alchemy, it will serve you well. Take it. Xian Dan's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. Wait, the primordial divine fire's essence is just given away? This is the 9 Heavens Profound Fire, ranked among the top 10 divine fires of the primordial realm, on par with the Nirvana divine fire and the true fire of 3 realms. It has existed since the dawn of the primordial age, residing within the 33 heavens. Its powers include purification, exorcism, and demonic dispelling, and it is immensely useful for alchemy. The disciples of Chanjiao stared with wide eyes. The well-informed Guangchengzi could not help but exclaim in awe, the 9 Heavens Profound Fire is unique to the primordial realm. In terms of rarity, it far surpasses other divine fires. Now Xian Dan, aside from the master, should be the only one possessing this divine fire. The Chanjiao disciples looked at Yuanshi with longing eyes. If a non-disciple like Xian Dan received the 9 Heavens Profound Fire, what treasures might they be granted? The Chanjiao disciples felt a surge of excitement, eager to know what their master would bestow upon them. Xian Dan, overjoyed, accepted the 9 Heavens Profound Fire, smiling as he said, Thank you, second uncle. With the assistance of the nine heavens' profound fire, my ability to wield the blazing heaven flame will ascend to new heights, greatly benefiting my alchemical pursuits. Yuan Shi nodded with a smile. Then turned his attention to the disciples of Chan Jiao, his earlier smile vanishing, replaced by a serious expression. He suddenly recalled the earlier scene where the Chan Jiao disciples had recklessly confronted the exotic beasts. Guang Chengzi, responding with a sunny smile, Guang Chengzi was about to express his gratitude for the reward when he was met with a stern reprimand. You have become overly reliant on magical artifacts in battle. You must prioritize cultivating your own skills. No matter how powerful a magical artifact may be, it is ultimately an external force. Guang Chengzi stood there, somewhat dazed, casting a resentful glance at Xian Dan. Disciple shall heed the master's teachings, Shi Jingzi. Yuan Shi's sudden shift left the Chan Jiao disciples somewhat flabbergasted, their smiles faded, replaced with furrowed brows. They could not comprehend why their master seemed to favor his nephew over them. While their smiles did not vanish entirely, they simply shifted to the faces of other disciples of the Xianmen. Laozi exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Tian, both displaying expressions of helplessness. As brothers sharing the same origin, they understood Yuan Shi's temperament well. Soon, Yuan Shi finished admonishing each Chan Jiao disciple one by one. With a sudden change in tone, he spoke seriously. The great competition of the three teachings is approaching. You must not slacken your efforts. I will devote myself to imparting wisdom, but how much you comprehend depends entirely on yourselves. This declaration left the gathered disciples of the three teachings momentarily stunned. Xian Dan, too, wore a puzzled expression, questioning, what is this great competition of the three teachings? Just as they were about to voice their confusion, Tong Tian interjected, the great competition of the three teachings is the result of discussions among me and my two brothers. Intended to assess the outcomes of your experiences during your descent from the mountain. It is tentatively scheduled to commence in 10,000 years, with disciples of the three teachings drawing lots to compete against one another. It is far better to lose face before fellow disciples than to risk your life in the primordial world. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the three teachings all revealed expressions of excitement. During their time on the mountain, they had encountered numerous peer cultivators. The worth of a sage disciple would become evident during their descent. Among their peers in the primordial realm, few could capture the interest of sage disciples. It seemed that only their fellow disciples could ignite their competitive spirit. Moreover, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to openly thrash their good brothers? Laozi surveyed the 8 Sceneries Palace, now resembling a bustling marketplace, and waved his hand. All right, everyone, return to your respective places. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian departed with their disciples, leaving behind only Laozi, Xian Du, and Xian Dan in the 8 Sceneries Palace. Laozi rose, his gaze settling on Xian Du and Xian Dan, and spoke softly, you two shall accompany me. Preparations must be made for the great competition of the three teachings. Chapter 38, Enhancing the Foundation, the Master's Heavenly Secret Method, and the Potential of the Chaos Demon God. Xian Dan and Xian Du followed Laozi to the alchemy chamber. The true fire within the 8 trigrams furnace had extinguished, yet a lingering heat remained palpable. Laozi's gaze fell upon Xian Du as he softly spoke. For you, cultivation is inherently a gradual process, advancing step by step. I am quite satisfied with your progress. Now that you are descending the mountain for training, with Xian Dan's assistance, your state of mind will surely break through, and your resolve will be steadfast. I believe you will achieve a breakthrough before the great competition of the three teachings. Here, take this. A dragon-headed crutch materialized before them. This item is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, akin to the 3 treasures of the Yurui in the hands of Yuan Shi and the Qingping sword wielded by Tong Tian, all originating from the same source. The dragon crutch is purely offensive, lacking in defense, hence it requires careful refinement. You must exert your utmost during the great competition of the three teachings. Xian Du expressed profound gratitude, receiving the dragon crutch with both hands and bowing respectfully. Disciple thanks Master for the bestowed treasure. Xian Dan, however, was entranced, staring at the dragon crutch in a daze. If memory serves, this object was likely encountered by the 3 purities during their travels through the primordial chaos. When they stumbled upon the unborn 24-petal green lotus, each of the 3 saw it differently and exclaimed simultaneously. The green lotus transformed into 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures that fell into the hands of the 3 purities. It is said that this was a celestial hint for the 3 purities to branch out, while others claim it signifies their differing paths yet shared origin, which cannot be forgotten. Just as Xian Dan was lost in thought about the story, Xian had already expressed his thanks and departed. The alchemy chamber was left with only Laozi and Xian, and Laozi's admiring gaze rested on Xian. You have fortuitously acquired numerous spiritual treasures in the Eastern Sea. Yet one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Bestowing you with additional treasures would serve little purpose. Instead, I have procured the Zunsan Dragon Pearl for you, which will prove far more beneficial. I shall impart to you a secret method. You will refine the Dragon Pearl yourself, merging its essence into your Golden Dan, thereby enhancing your primal power. This will significantly bolster the might of your primordial Golden Dan, greatly benefiting you. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Master, please do not keep me in suspense. This secret method is precisely what I need. It will enhance the primal power of my primordial Golden Dan. Does this not imply that my foundation can be further elevated? Laozi chuckled lightly and continued, do not be too hasty. I shall explain to you what constitutes the true Golden Dan Dao. The Golden Dan Dao comprises both inner and outer Dan. The inner Dan is cultivated through one's own efforts, gathering one's primal essence, the quintessence of spirit, soul, and body. As long as the Golden Dan endures, so too shall life. Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. If this is the case, then my foundation in the primordial Golden Dan and my cultivation of the Golden Dan Dao are indeed unique, making me a favored child of the heavenly Dao. Laozi appeared to perceive Xian's inner thoughts and chuckled softly. Your foundation aligns perfectly with the Golden Dan Dao. In the future, you shall surely shine brilliantly, perhaps even surpassing me. The inner Dan relies on one's own essence, guiding cultivation through the regulation of body, breath, and heart, thereby attaining one's own Dao. In contrast, the outer Dan is created through external forces, utilizing the essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Consuming it can lead to instant transcendence, transforming one's essence through external essences. The Golden Dan Dao primarily emphasizes the inner Dan, supplemented by the outer Dan, paving the way for sanctity. Xian displayed a semblance of understanding, as if recalling similar teachings from ancient texts in a previous life. He, having emerged from the primordial Golden Dan, and with Laozi's teachings in the art of alchemy, was thus able to grasp the general concept. I shall impart to you a secret method known as the Swallowing Spirit Transformation Method, which will enable you to perfectly integrate the essence of the Dragon Pearl into your being. This method is tailored specifically for you, based on your unique foundation. Only you can wield it. Xian was filled with delight and bowed in gratitude. Although no spiritual treasure was bestowed, his master had already paved the way for him, crafting a unique secret method to strengthen his foundational abilities. Was this not more formidable than a supreme innate spiritual treasure? In light of his foundation, a supreme innate spiritual treasure seemed trivial. Laozi gently tapped Xian's forehead. Your foundation is inherently extraordinary. Further enhancement will indeed be an extraordinary feat. Moreover, to augment the primal power of your primordial Golden Dan, ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures are utterly inadequate. After much contemplation, I realized that when you break through to the Golden Immortal stage, using the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine yourself is the key. Go and give it a try. Xian suddenly comprehended, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I am formed from the Golden Dan, and I can refine myself. Only I can achieve this, utilizing the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine my very being. He had felt this insight during his previous breakthrough, and now it seemed clear that his master, being the foremost in the art of alchemy and the primordial chaos, had already applied it before him. There was still much for him to learn. Thinking of the potential to further elevate his Golden Dan's foundational essence, Xian was filled with exhilaration. Master, I wish to learn this Swallowing Spirit Transformation Method. Laozi observed Xian's eagerness and shook his head helplessly, lightly gesturing. Look at your impatience. A stream of azure light descended upon Xian. In an instant, he understood how to utilize the Swallowing Spirit Transformation Method. With a casual wave of Laozi's hand, a multitude of precious spiritual roots and materials fell before Xian. Using these as a supplement will yield the greatest enhancement for you. Xian's eyes lit up. Such wondrous treasures, hundreds of varieties of precious materials appeared, the least of which were top-tier innate spiritual roots. These materials were originally prepared for refining the 9 transformation Golden Dan. If you waste them, you shall be left to seek your own. Disciple expresses gratitude to master and vows not to disappoint. With the great competition of the 3 teachings approaching, I must seize the time to cultivate and elevate our human teaching's prestige in the competition. With that, Xin Dan collected the materials and swiftly departed from the 8th Scenery Palace. Laozi gazed at Xian Dan's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips upon returning to his cave abode. Xian Dan immediately employed the swallowing spirit transformation method to absorb the essence of the Zunsan Dragon Pearl, supplemented by the materials, and began the refining process. In an instant, a dazzling array of essences encircled him. Before him floated a black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding essences. In a moment, he felt his golden Dan's essence significantly enhance. Xian Dan gasped in astonishment. This secret method truly defies heaven. Only through personal experience could one comprehend the might of the swallowing spirit transformation method. The essence of the Zunsan dragon clan flowed into his body, tempered by the divine fire within him, merging with his primal essence through the alchemical method. This was truly sublime. He could distinctly sense his essence steadily strengthening. And an overwhelming excitement surged within him as he continued to absorb the essence of the Zunsan Dragon Pearl, reveling in the experience. Thousands of years slipped by unnoticed, for Xian Dan, who was free from the constraints of lifespan as he approached the golden immortal stage. Time had become an ephemeral notion. The cave abode was enveloped in endless essence, continuously merging with the primordial golden Dan, until the Zunsan Dragon Pearl suddenly shattered. The primordial golden Dan appeared to have expanded significantly. Xian Dan, radiant with divine light, exuded an even more imposing pressure. Time and space within the cave seemed to come to a standstill, followed by an outpouring of purer, more formidable magical power. Particularly, the patterns on the primordial golden Dan became more distinct. Subtly radiating a violet divine light that illuminated the cave, the medicinal power that intermittently surged forth was capable of coalescing into the embryonic form of Dao inscriptions. Gradually, Xian Dan retracted his aura, allowing the golden Dan to integrate within him. Upon rising, he felt an overwhelming sense of rejuvenation, as though he had undergone a complete transformation, tenfold. This Zunsan Dragon Pearl has directly amplified my essence tenfold. My foundation has doubled. A jubilant smile spread across Xian Dan's face. It is worth noting that his own foundational essence was the primordial golden Dan, now, with his foundation strengthened by double and his essence by tenfold. Within the entirety of the primordial chaos, his foundation would surely rank among the foremost. If he could replicate this experience several more times, perhaps his foundation could evolve into that of the chaos divine demon. A jolt of realization shot through Xian Dan as he envisioned this astonishing possibility. His uniqueness destined him to utilize the heavens and earth as a furnace, continuously enhancing his foundation. Perhaps one day he could transcend the limits of the primordial chaos and reach the level of the chaos divine demon. Meanwhile, during the thousands of years that Xian Dan was in seclusion, the other disciples of the three teachings were also diligently preparing for the great competition. The three heavens spent their days discussing Tao, while the 7 fairies engaged in various practices. The disciples of the Chan teaching interacted with one another, drawing on each other's strengths to compensate for their weaknesses. None wished to bring shame to their respective sects during the competition. Many disciples shared this sentiment, particularly Shen Du of the human teaching, Guang Qingzi of the Chan teaching, and Duo Bao of the Jie teaching. Shen Du regarded himself as the eldest disciple of the Xian sect and sought to set an example for his younger brothers. Guang Qingzi, not wanting to disgrace his master, was determined to prove his capabilities. Duo Bao, driven by an indomitable sword intent, pursued his own path, engaging in swordplay with his fellow disciples. Yet, cultivation was akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one would inevitably regress, facing countless challenges. In his cave abode, Guang Qingzi wore a furrowed brow. He was so close to breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, yet he could not grasp the final insight. Similarly, the sequestered Duo Bao wore a troubled expression. His swordsmanship had already shown signs of approaching Tai, but time was simply too short. Even 1,000 years might not suffice to solidify this fleeting understanding, even with the guidance of the saints. Enlightenment was not something that could be achieved overnight. Both of their minds drifted back to the moment they had broken through the encirclement of fierce beasts, witnessing their adversaries exerting their full strength. Guang Qingzi sighed helplessly, shaking his head. If my junior brother Duo Bao's sword can cleave through the heavens, without breaking through to Tai, he would be a formidable foe. Duo Bao sighed softly, a hint of reluctance evident in his eyes. Senior brother Guang Qingzi is exceedingly enigmatic, hiding countless trump cards. Should he not achieve Tai, I would stand no chance against him. The two suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. their eyes brightening simultaneously as they glanced towards a particular direction, the 8th Scenery Palace, Xian Dan's abode. If only we had Xian Dan's elixirs to assist us, we would surely break through to Tai. Yet, as they thought of the side effects of his elixirs, Chapter 39, the bald head breaking through elixirs, the Western two saints arrive at Kunlun, time is inconsequential in the path of cultivation. And the primordial chaos knows no years. It has been a millennium since the disciples of the three teachings returned to the mountains above the vast heavens. Dark clouds gather, intermittently reverberating with the roars of thunder. Xian Dan, with fingers deftly forming seals, fixates on the 9 dragons' cauldron. Suddenly, the searing flames that engulf the heavens dissipate, and the alchemical furnace swings wide, releasing a fragrant aroma of elixir into the air. Heavenly thunder descends, invigorated, and is absorbed by the elixir, purging the last vestiges of impurities of the crystalline elixir takes shape, resting in Xian Dan's palm. This elixir is known as the boundary-breaking pill, a reward from the system's critical strike. Capable of aiding individuals in transcending their limits and shattering bottlenecks with greater ease. At that moment, a voice from the system echoes in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for refining the boundary-breaking pill. Its efficacy has been enhanced tenfold. With a side effect of baldness, lasting 5,000 years, the commotion from the elixir's tribulation captured the attention of several disciples at Kunlun Mountain. Among them, the most fervent gazes belonged to Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao. Guang Qingzi's eyes glimmered with hope, yet he remained conflicted. Images of the yellow dragon transforming into a lowly flashing through his mind. However, upon inhaling the rich fragrance emanating from Xian Dan, his resolve solidified. Fists clenched tightly. It is settled then. To transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal, one must inevitably pay the price. With that, he donned a fearless expression, concealing his form and masking his aura, crafting a unique black robe to venture forth under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Duo Bao, having sensed Xian Dan's emergence from seclusion, rose directly. Faced with strength, pride crumbles. With the assistance of his junior's elixir, he would surely break through to Tai when the time comes for the grand competition among the three teachings. He would seize the top position. He would relish seeing who would dare to challenge him. With that thought, Duo Bao too concealed his form and masked his aura, crafting a black robe to venture into the night. The two indistinct shadows unexpectedly crossed paths before Xian Dan's abode. Staring at the robed figure before him, Duo Bao found himself momentarily stunned. Reflecting on the shared perception of heroes, he pondered who this fellow disciple might be. He extended his consciousness to ascertain their identity, only to find it obstructed, leaving him astonished. Guang Qingzi mirrored this action, equally bewildered. Both secretly lamented their prior preparations had borne fruit, crafting robes capable of blocking consciousness probing. Had they been discovered, the entire Kunlun Mountain would surely echo with their deeds. After a prolonged standoff, it was Duo Bao who broke the silence, altering his voice to inquire, "Might I ask which fellow disciple is here at such a late hour?" Guang Qingzi, beads of sweat forming on his brow, adjusted his voice to respond, "This humble one is a close friend of brother Xian Dan. Having heard of his emergence, I came to pay my respects." "What a coincidence, so am I," he added, feeling the weight of their awkwardness. The atmosphere was thick with tension, until the door to Xian Dan's abode swung open unexpectedly, having been in seclusion for an extended period. Xian Dan sought to breathe in the fresh night air. However, upon glimpsing the two cloaked figures, he froze in bewilderment. He scrutinized the pair before him, a ludicrous thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that Kunlun Mountain has been infiltrated by thieves? Tentatively, he ventured, "Are you indulging in some novel activity?" Duo Bao, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter to mask the earlier awkwardness, while Guang Qingzi eagerly joined in. "I wonder which junior disciple is playing this prank on me," he exclaimed. "Fortunately, I arrived as well, or would you have stolen the spotlight?" He quickly added, adopting a high-pitched tone, "Dear junior, fret not, it is of little consequence." Duo Bao shot a meaningful glance at Guang Qingzi. The grand competition among the three teachings had yet to commence, yet they were already on guard against one another. Xian Dan, bewildered, found himself escorted back to his abode by the two elder brothers. What could their intentions be? Upon stepping out, he was met with the overwhelming sight of two cloaked figures, his mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of the situation, until Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao simultaneously smiled and spoke. "This humble one is willing to exchange a treasure for a pill from you, dear junior. Might I inquire about your thoughts?" With a smile, Xian Dan elongated his tone, "If my esteemed brothers have intentions, I shall gladly oblige you with that. He presented the freshly refined boundary-breaking pill to the two. This elixir, known as the boundary-breaking pill, assists in breaking through current realms and shattering bottlenecks. My brothers may request as many as they desire. No sooner had the words left his lips than Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao's eyes shone with fervor. A sacred elixir, truly a sacred elixir, while the side effects of Xin Dan's potion may be dubious, its efficacy was beyond question, they exclaimed in unison. I require 3, exchanging glances. Guang Qingzi produced a stone imbued with the rules of the 5 elements. This is the 5 elements Chaos Stone, a rarity from primordial times. I present it to you. Junior Duo Bao, unwilling to lag behind, produced a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. This is the Jade Qilin armor, forged from the flesh of a Qilin. Do accept it, Junior. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Xian Dan's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for gifting the boundary-breaking pill to others. A random reward has been granted. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Xianin Kuei Water Grass, 9-leaf Spirit Mushroom, Xian Dan, Guang Chengzi, and Duo Bao all reveled in joyous laughter. Enveloped in an atmosphere of elation, suddenly, Guang Chengzi inquired, Dear Junior, does this elixir possess any side effects? Duo Bao's smile faltered, his gaze now tense as it rested upon Xian Dan. Xian Dan shrugged, a casual smile adorning his face. I do not know, I have not consumed it. Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao exchanged wary glances, their expressions laden with hesitation before bowing to I. In that case, this humble one shall take my leave. With that, the 2 elder brothers wasted no time in vanishing into the ether, back in their respective abodes. Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao hesitated not a moment longer. What of side effects? At worst, they would simply refrain from venturing out for a while. After all, the side effects of their junior's elixir were not permanent. They consumed the elixir, and in an instant, profound insights surged within them. Above their abodes, thunder rolled and ominous clouds loomed. An indescribable pressure of the heavenly Tao descended. Guang Chengzi transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the heavens. A colossal ethereal figure stood above their abode, exuding an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, Duo Bao unsheathed his sword, slicing through the heavens to confront the thunderous tribulation. In a moment of silence, as if the world itself were being annihilated, they merged with the very essence of existence. The immense pressure radiating from them signified their ascension to the Taiyi Golden Immortal. Soon, the oppressive aura of the heavenly Tao dissipated, the ethereal figure and sword energy vanishing, and tranquility returned to the realm. They had long prepared formations to conceal the might of their breakthrough, rendering them undetected. Approaching the grand competition among the 3 teachings, the scrutiny of their peers intensified. Duo Bao, sensing the profound power within him, was filled with elation. There was no time to savor the moment. He hastily assessed his own condition. The absence of change only fueled his excitement. The junior's alchemical endeavor had proven flawless. Splendid, splendid, a resonant bell tolled through the heavens. Dong. 2 sacred pressures descended upon Kunlun Mountain. Golden Buddhist light enveloped the entire mountain in a radiant glow. Duo Bao's expression shifted dramatically. It was the 2 saints of the West, though uncertain of their intentions, as the foremost disciple of the it was his duty to greet them, adhering to propriety. In a flash, Duo Bao appeared before Kunlun Mountain. Numerous disciples of the Shenmen were roused from slumber, hastening to pay their respects to the saints. Yet, Duo Bao suddenly felt countless gazes fixated upon him. He stood tall and proud, certain that his recent breakthrough to Taiyi Golden Immortal had left them all in awe. The figures of Zhuanti and Jiayin, radiating with Buddha's light, descended with majestic presence. Observing the multitude of Shenmen disciples before them, they were filled with admiration. Truly, the East is a land of exceptional talent, until Zhuanti's gaze fell upon Duo Bao. A moment of surprise ensued, quickly followed by boundless joy. Before Duo Bao could offer his greetings, Zhuanti spoke first. Young friend, it seems you are destined to forge a connection with the West. Why not join this humble monk in the practice of Buddhism? Zhuanti's fervent gaze roamed over Duo Bao, but he was, without a doubt, a natural-born vessel for Buddhist cultivation. However, Duo Bao found himself momentarily speechless, confusion etched on his face. What? Who? Me? The golden spirit beside him could no longer contain itself. Conjuring a water mirror that reflected Duo Bao's image, staring at the bald figure in the mirror, his face darkened, falling into a melancholic silence. Some live, yet he felt as though he had already perished. Chapter 40. Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao's social embarrassment. The young junior disciple is not to be underestimated. Duo Bao's heart seemed to cease its beating. His warm welcome for the 2 saints of the West had turned into a forced smile. The gazes of his fellow disciples and the two saints bore down upon him, making him wish he could disappear into the ground. Reflecting on his once grand life, he now found himself humiliated before the West. Overwhelmed with indignation, yet the presence of the two saints rendered escape impossible, subjecting him to a double torment. Was this not akin to facing a public interrogation on the streets, just as the atmosphere thickened with tension? Guang Chengzi arrived riding on a cloud. Yuanshi wore an expression of discontent, gently admonishing, "The two saints of the West have graced us with their presence. As the eldest disciple of the why do you arrive so late? This is unbecoming. Have you forgotten the proprieties I have taught you?" His character was one that valued decorum and face. To Yuanshi, Guang Chengzi represented the face of the eldest disciple. He was meant to set an example for all his fellow disciples. His tardiness was a slight against the two saints of the West. Guang Chengzi approached with a radiant smile, exuding an air of grace. Apologetic, he bowed respectfully to Yuanshi. "Esteemed master, I have just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal. I was merely consolidating my aura, hence my delay. I hope master will forgive me." With that, Guang Chengzi released the pressure of his Tai Golden Immortal status, prompting admiration from the surrounding disciples. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened in astonishment. "Truly, the eldest brother is exceptional." Disciples from including Huang Long and Yusu, stepped forward to offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, eldest brother, on your breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal. You must share your insights with your junior brothers. Truly the pride of our tea." Guang Chengzi, basking in the accolades, could not help but smile. The two saints from the West approached Yuanshi and remarked, "Your disciple truly excels." Instantly Yuanshi's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. After all, his own student had brought him honor. Being late was hardly a matter of consequence. Suddenly, the arrival of Guang Chengzi drew the attention of everyone present. Duo Bao cast a skeptical glance, scrutinizing Guang Chengzi from head to toe. Could he be the mysterious figure clad in black from that day? Was it possible that his senior brother had consumed the breakthrough elixir? Yet, why did his hair appear so sparse? Guang Chengzi, adorned with a Taoist crown, had his black hair cascading down his back, fluttering with the breeze. He donned a purple robe, intricately embroidered with esoteric Bagua symbols, exuding an ethereal aura. This seemed acceptable. Could it be that Guang Chengzi had achieved unity with the cosmos and possessed a fortuitous encounter? Stealing a glance at Duo Bao, Guang Chengzi secretly sighed in relief. After consuming the elixir, he had rushed to breakthrough but had first assessed his own condition. Indeed, caution proved beneficial. The stark baldness atop Guang Chengzi's head brought him sorrow. His once flowing locks had been whisked away by the wind. Thus, he employed his artifact crafting skills, transforming spiritual herbs into a wig, which he secured atop his head with the aid of the Temple-S foundation. Duo Bao, it seems my skills surpass yours. Observing Duo Bao's melancholic demeanor, Guang Chengzi felt a mix of trepidation and joy. Thankfully, he had acted wisely. Just as the crowd was about to congratulate Guang Chengzi, a sudden breeze swept through. The Taoist crown atop Guang Chengzi's head swayed precariously before toppling over, revealing a gleaming bald head to the astonished onlookers. The lively atmosphere abruptly turned somber, leaving all the disciples of the mystical gate dumbfounded. Qi Jingzi's congratulatory words were caught in his throat. Half-spoken, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Guang Chengzi's heart sank with foreboding. Trembling, he touched the smoothness of his head. Quite slick. Then he felt his heart not beating. This was a treasure he had crafted. How could it be so easily exposed to the wind? The elixir of the Xin Dan disciple truly posed a grave danger. His baldness could not be concealed by divine powers or artifacts, recalling the time in Yusu Palace, when even Yuanshi, a sage, could not dispel the side effects of the Huanglong transformation into a lowly. It was absurd to think that a mere Tai Golden Immortal could hide his bald head. Duo Bao, on the other hand, felt an inner delight. Indeed it is, you old fellow, when one person is embarrassed, one wishes to find a crack to hide in. When two are embarrassed, it is a source of great comfort. Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The two saints from the West observed the scene with keen interest, their hearts brimming with joy. Excellent, excellent. What promising disciples we have in the Western teachings. Yuanshi and Tong Tian felt their hearts shatter. They simply could not comprehend what the two were up to. Upon realizing the arrival of the two saints from the West, the bald-headed figure had greeted them directly, evoking a sense of nostalgia akin to returning to Mount Shumi for Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. Duo Bao sensed the burning gazes surrounding him, especially when he caught sight of Qiu Xian producing a reflection stone. He felt a sudden urge to flee. This was not a suitable place to linger, master. I have just broken through to Tai Golden Immortal and must return to stabilize my realm. Please grant me your permission. Tong Tian hastily waved his hand. Go back like a man escaping for his life. Duobao rushed back to his cave abode. As Duobao made his hasty exit, Guang Chengzi felt compelled to follow master. But before he could finish, Yuanshi waved his hand. Enough. Quickly return to stabilize your realm. Guang Chengzi was on the verge of tears, his heart already wailing in despair. Junior brother, you have led me astray. He caught sight of Yu Ding and the others holding the flickering reflection stones, causing him to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his escape technique among the three teachings. Only Shen Du remained present. He observed the swift departure of the two junior brothers and could not help but chuckle. He had sensed someone infiltrating the human teaching's dojo earlier, only to discover it was Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi seeking elixirs from the Xian Dan disciple. Indeed, their baldness was a source of embarrassment, yet their realms were undeniably that of Tai Golden Immortals. They were on the verge of a breakthrough ahead of him, while he remained stagnant at the Golden Immortal level. A conflicted expression flickered in Xian Du's eyes. The three clear ones led the two saints of the West into the 8th Scenery Palace. The only disciples of the Western teachings, the Medicine Master and Kayadagarba, were left behind. Laozi instructed Xian Du and Xian Dan to warmly welcome these two disciples from the Western teachings. The remaining disciples who had come to greet them naturally dispersed, while sharing the reflection stones among themselves. Some even traded their bald master for my lowly master, highlighting the esteemed status of Xian Du among the disciples of the three teachings. Within the 8th Scenery Palace, Jieyin and Zhuan could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, the East is rich with talented individuals. The disciples of the three teachings on Kunlun Mountain were, without a doubt, the Ciarmée de la Ciarmée of the Honghuang.2 Tai Golden Immortals evoked great envy from the West. The three clear ones wore smiles, knowing that receiving praise from other sages brought them honor. Taiji took the initiative to inquire, might I ask what brings you two esteemed friends to Kunlun Mountain? Zhuan, with a beaming smile, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. I have heard that the three of you intend to hold a grand competition among the three teachings? Pray tell, how shall this competition be conducted? Taiji responded calmly, the specific details are still under discussion, but it is tentatively set to include martial contests, with disciples drawing lots to compete, as well as task trials to gauge their performance. At that time, my brothers and I will jointly oversee the proceedings. Zhuan and Jane exchanged knowing smiles, confident that with the three clear ones managing the event, no chaos would ensue. However, the three clear ones felt a tinge of confusion, uncertain of the intentions of the two saints from the West. Zhuan candidly stated, as we are all sages of the mystical gate, a competition among the three teachings may prove somewhat monotonous. Earlier, I mentioned before the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace that should the opportunity arise, we must facilitate exchanges between the disciples of the Western teachings and the three teachings. How about incorporating the Western teachings into this competition? Chapter 41, Xian Dan's Deception. The Medicine Master and Kayadagarba lost their underwear. The three clear ones were momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. After much consideration, they realized that the disciples of the mystical gate seemed somewhat one-dimensional. Furthermore, the inclusion of the Western teachings would provide a more objective perspective given that they were all sages. The three clear ones were also quite curious about the capabilities of the Western teachings. Jieyin and Zhuan had established their own sect for many years, utilizing the impoverished lands of the West as their foundation for cultivation. They believed that the Western teachings had certainly achieved some results. The three clear ones had great confidence in the strength of their disciples. Just as the West asserted, the East was indeed a land of exceptional talent. Allowing their disciples to shine brightly before the Westerners would be a remarkable feat. Yuanshi and Tong Tian nodded slightly, secretly conveying their thoughts. Eldest brother, this seems feasible, with both junior brothers having expressed their opinions. Laozi smiled and replied, your suggestion is excellent, but it requires careful deliberation. Jieyin and Zhuan were instantly all smiles. Very well. Zhuan further articulated his thoughts, why not invite the great powers of Honghuang as spectators? Transforming this competition into a grand event, the eyes of the three clear ones sparkled with excitement as they engaged in discussions with the two saints from the West. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao, shamed and humiliated, retreated to their cave to avoid the storm. Xian Du and Xian Dan strolled around Kunlun Mountain with the Medicine Master and Kayadagarba. The Medicine Master had long heard of the earlier ventures of the disciples of the three teachings descending the mountain. The tales of the Dragon Palace battle had already reached the west, with reports of the disciples of the three teachings astonishing the beings of Hongwang as a fellow disciple of a sage. He could not help but feel a curiosity about the current state of the mystical gate. Directly asking would seem too forward, lacking composure. My two friends, the Dragon Palace battle has certainly echoed through the realms. Today, witnessing the real deal, one can see they are indeed remarkable figures. Surely breaking through the encirclement of the alien beasts must have been a perilous endeavor. Xian Du perceived the underlying meaning and was about to respond when Xian Dan beat him to it. With the assistance of the Four Seas Dragon Kings, and ultimately Master intervening, neither my fellow disciples nor I had to exert much effort. The Medicine Master raised an eyebrow and exchanged a subtle glance with K'Itagarba. Skillful. If what Xian Dan claimed were true, how could the disciples of the three teachings have astonished the beings of Hongwang? K'Itagarba cleared his throat, launching the second round of inquiry. Since both of you have already broken through to Tai Golden Immortal, you must have gained considerable rewards. The other disciples of the mystical gate must also be extraordinary. Xian Dan waved his hand dismissively. My two senior brothers gained enlightenment from our two uncles' teachings and are naturally exceptional. Their breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal is hardly surprising. As for the other brothers, they can't quite compare to my two esteemed senior brothers. Just look at me. I am but a mere Golden Immortal. The Medicine Master's gaze fell upon Xian Dan, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed, he was a Golden Immortal. Wait, no, he suddenly detected a fragrance emanating from Xian Dan that seemed to attract the soul. The Medicine Master hastily recited Buddhist scriptures. His eyes filled with astonishment. He found it perplexing what could be so enticing about Xian Dan. Even silently chanting the scriptures did little to quell the surging impulse within him. The glances the Medicine Master directed at Xian Dan gradually turned covetous. Just as Xian Dan's gaze shifted toward him, raising an eyebrow, the Medicine Master found himself swallowing hard, his eyes reflecting a longing akin to that for a miraculous elixir. Xian Dan was acutely aware that it was the influence of the Hunyuan Golden Elixir at play here. It seems my friend's Buddhist cultivation has yet to reach its peak. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and a smile spread across his face. As Xian Dan and Xian Du wandered aimlessly around Kunlun Mountain, engaging in light-hearted conversation, he suddenly chimed in cheerfully, "This idling about is rather dull, is it not? Why don't my senior brother and the two esteemed friends join me in my cave for a visit? I happen to know of a delightful pastime to pass the time." Xian Du's interest was piqued. "Pray tell, what is it?" Xian Dan grinned. "Mahjong, with suits of bamboo, characters, and tens. There are precisely 144 tiles." He quickly explained the rules of Mahjong. The Golden Immortals present easily grasped the concept. Xian Dan's gaze shifted to K'Itagarba and the Medicine Master. "Perfect. It seems we have just the right number of players. Shall we play?" The apothecary and the earth store were somewhat hesitant. Before their departure, their master had advised them to engage in a contest with the disciples of the Xianmen in the primordial wilderness. They were reluctant to miss any opportunity for cultivation. Solely to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the West, however, now that Xian Dan had cordially invited them, it would be rather impolite to decline outright. The disciples of the West found themselves in a dilemma. Hesitating for a moment before stammering a response. My friend, as disciples of the saints, we must prioritize our cultivation. In my humble opinion, before the apothecary could finish, Xian Dan enthusiastically interrupted, "A few rounds of play won't hinder our practice. A proper relaxation can actually benefit cultivation. Balance is the way of nature." The apothecary and earth store exchanged glances and ultimately nodded slightly in agreement. "What you say is indeed reasonable. A balance of effort and ease can lead to true advancement. Dedicating oneself solely to austere practice often yields minimal rewards. Since you have so warmly invited us, let us indulge in a few rounds. I am genuinely intrigued." A mysterious smile appeared on Xian Dan's face. "Excellent, brother. Please escort our two friends to my cave residence for a brief wait. I shall first seek a formation from Brother Zhao Gongming. We are all Golden Immortals. If we were to cheat using our cultivation, it would be hard to detect. A formation is far more reliable." Earthstore nodded in agreement. "Your consideration is commendable. It does not detract from the enjoyment of this game." They then parted ways, with Xian Dan leading the two Western disciples to his abode. After obtaining the formation from Zhao Gongming, he sealed the realms of the participants to a mortal state. Upon returning to the cave, they gathered around a square table, each taking a position. With a flick of his hand, Xian Dan transformed stones into mahjong tiles and placed them on the table. He did not rush to commence the game but instead gazed at the two Western disciples with a smile. Now that we have ascended to immortality, to behave like mere mortals would be rather dull. We must introduce some stakes. He continued, to entice you, I propose wagering this inferior innate spiritual treasure, the black mystic armor. The apothecary and earth store, who initially intended to refuse, found their eyes widening at the sight of the black mystic armor. It would be difficult to turn down such an offer. Earth store awkwardly spoke up. My friend, our western lands are impoverished. Shen Dan waved his hand grandly. No matter, we are merely seeking enjoyment. A small wager brings joy, a large one can bring harm. Let us focus on the fun and not let it disrupt our camaraderie. There is no need for equal value. Anything considered a heavenly material or earthly treasure will suffice. The apothecary and earth store looked at each other with delight, producing two ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The four began to play mahjong swiftly. Before long, Shen Dan shook his head in disappointment, while the apothecary beamed with joy as he claimed the black mystic armor. My friend, I shall shamelessly accept this item. Shen Dan nonchalantly waved his hand, still exuding a grand demeanor. Take it, let us continue. I shall wager this inferior innate spiritual root, the starry tree. Upon seeing the starry tree, the eyes of the apothecary and earth store sparkled. Their hands eagerly grasping their tiles, they were oblivious to the fleeting smile on Shen Dan's face. The allure of mahjong is intoxicating, especially with stakes involved. If the opponent were to intentionally lose, stopping would become impossible. On the gambling table, there was no distinction between immortals and mortals. Desire surged like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, it could not be halted for a full 3 years. The four were engrossed in their mahjong games, lured by fine treasures. The apothecary and earth store were drawn into the fray, only for Shen Dan to employ absolute methods to win back the treasures they had lost. By the second year, Shen Dan had begun to win precious items from the hands of the two Western disciples. By the third year, he stimulated their nerves with superior innate spiritual treasures. They became hopelessly ensnared, especially when they won superior innate spiritual treasures, which sent them into a frenzy of joy. Acquiring such treasures effortlessly was unimaginable for the impoverished disciples from the West. They failed to notice that they had no ordinary heavenly materials or earthly treasures left, instead tossing their magical artifacts into the wager. As the stakes grew larger, the two from the West became increasingly obsessed. While Shen Dan's grin grew ever more audacious, it was not until the apothecary and earth store offered up their life-bound spiritual treasures that they began to awaken to their predicament. Just then, Jain and Zhuanti had concluded their discussions regarding the great contest and were departing from the 8th Scenery Palace to seek out their disciples on Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shen Dan's abode, they were taken aback by the disheveled appearance of the apothecary and earth store. The two saints from the West were struck as if by lightning. They had long heard tales of the West's poverty, which could not be denied. However, they cherished their two disciples greatly, always bestowing gifts upon the apothecary and earth store. How could it be that after 3 years, they were left with only a single life-bound spiritual treasure? Zhuanti could not help but inquire, what on earth has transpired? The apothecary and earth store exchanged glances, each seeing the 4 words reflected in the other's eyes. We're in deep trouble. They recalled their actions over the past 3 years. Trembling and falling silent, too afraid to speak, Zhuanti ceased his inquiries, opting instead to calculate their actions as a master assessing his disciples. In an instant, he discerned the misdeeds of his pupils over the past 3 years. Day 1, playing cards. Day 2, playing cards. Day 3, apothecary, you have won enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cultivate to the Taiyi golden immortal realm. You cannot continue this descent. Day 4, playing cards. Chapter 42. Jain and Zhuanti. A mere side effect of elixirs can be easily dispelled. Zhuanti's heart grew cold as he felt the fundamental nature of his years of cultivation shift. He stared incredulously at the helpless apothecary and earth store. How could you have emptied your coffers over a simple game of mahjong? Moreover, your aptitude is no less than that of the disciples of the 3 teachings. After 3 years, have you not mastered the rules of mahjong at all? Upon hearing this, the apothecary felt like crying without tears, his brow furrowed in despair. Reporting to my master, whenever we felt reluctant to play after losing, Shen Dan would intentionally leave openings. He even brought out superior innate spiritual treasures. Master, you cannot fathom the exquisite joy of acquiring superior innate spiritual treasures so effortlessly. Each time, we were compelled to try and win back more. Earth Store lamented with a woeful expression, "Master, the depths of Mahjong are unfathomable. My brother and I simply cannot resist." Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a sense of helplessness. As saints, they had too much pride to demand anything from the younger generation of the Shenmen. A loss was a loss. No matter how impoverished the West was, they could still accumulate their wealth again. Juanti remained somewhat reluctant, asking, "After 3 years, have you truly gained nothing at all?" The apothecary suddenly lifted his head. A glimmer of insight in his eyes. "No, Master, I have discerned the core reason for the rapid progress of our Shenmen friends." Jane and Juanti's expressions brightened instantly. "Oh, speak quickly, disciple. It is precisely due to the elixirs refined by our friend Shendan. They have greatly aided the Shenmen disciples, allowing Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao to break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, and those elixirs played an indispensable role." The apothecary's response astonished Jane and Juanti. However, recalling Shendan's earlier reveal in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, they understood, hailing from a lineage of primordial golden elixirs and trained in the alchemical arts of the Tai Ching Saint, it was no surprise he was adept in this field. Juanti's mind began to churn with thoughts. "Ahem, you should seek out Shendan for some elixirs. After losing so much in Mahjong, it is not unreasonable to ask for some." Earth Store hesitated, stammering, "Master, the elixirs refined by Shendan do have side effects." As seen in Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao, just as he finished speaking, Juanti waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "Merely side effects, what of it? As a saint, I grasp the laws of heaven and earth and wield the authority of the heavenly path. Dispelling the side effects of elixirs is as easy as flipping my hand. You should go and ask for the elixirs. However, it would be inappropriate to go empty-handed, so take these heavenly materials and earthly treasures with you." The apothecary and Earth Store exchanged knowing smiles. Quickly returning to Shendan's residence with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they chanced upon Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao, who had joined the game. Reveling in their Mahjong session, Shendan, observing the wilted green onions, pondered, could it be they went to seek the two Western saints to rebuild their capital, intending to stage a comeback? The apothecary lowered his stance. Producing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures bestowed by the saints, bowing respectfully. "My friend, I come with sincerity, seeking elixirs, and hope you can oblige." Shendan's brow furrowed in response, deep in thought. He had heard from his two senior brothers that the Western saints seemed intent on involving the Western teachings in the great contest. Would handing over elixirs to the apothecary be tantamount to providing them with resources? Suddenly, Guang Chengzi sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from his bald-headed brother. "Your noble character warrants that we should offer some elixirs." "Regardless," as Duo Bao chimed in, "what my brother said is entirely true. We cannot be partial. My brother will certainly agree to the exchange." Shendan stared in astonishment at the two bald heads, perplexed. Had his senior brothers lost their senses? Or was there some peculiar reason behind their behavior? He noticed the subtle smiles from his two senior brothers and the almost bursting at the seams demeanor of the honest Shendu. Suddenly, Shendan understood. "Of course, given my senior brother's nature, they must have something up their sleeves. No wonder they are so supportive of the Western disciples." The apothecary and Earth Store gazed at Shendan with gratitude. Their appreciation for the Shenmen disciples soaring. "Truly, as disciples of the saints, they possess remarkable virtues. We are immensely grateful." Shendan cleared his throat, feigning a troubled expression. "Since both my senior brothers have spoken, I naturally have no reason to refuse." With that, he handed over to each of the Tianqing pill and the breakthrough pill. He had his own motives for exchanging the elixirs, aside from the earlier requests from Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao. However, the other fellow disciples did not come to exchange for the elixirs. Without a market, the elixirs could not be distributed, and thus there were no rewards. It was just right to allow the Western disciples to provoke them a bit. If they did not come to demand the elixirs, they might find themselves subdued by the Western disciples. If they wished to save face, they had no choice but to seek the elixirs. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in their minds. Ding, the host bestows elixirs to others, and a random reward is granted. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the demon-breaking blade, and a low-grade innate spiritual root, the cloud-young fruit tree. The apothecary and the Earth Store displayed expressions of deep gratitude, moved beyond words. "Esteemed friends, your righteousness is deeply appreciated," the monk expressed with sincerity. Shendan suddenly smiled. "Look, they still have to thank us." After receiving the elixirs, the Western disciples swiftly departed, excitedly returning to the cave prepared for them by the Shenmen to cultivate, without a moment's hesitation. They swallowed the elixirs. The potent medicinal energy immediately coursed through their limbs and bones, enhancing their innate pressure, making it more formidable and overwhelming. The apothecary let out a comfortable sigh. Truly, this elixir sought by the disciples of Xianmen is exceptional. If I could fully refine this energy, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal would be a mere formality. The two, bolstered by the elixir's efficacy, successfully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Exiting the cave, they exchanged a glance, momentarily frozen in place, their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes. A muscular bald figure and a Na'vi, adorable lowly face. This bizarre combination was strikingly odd. The West was barren, with spiritual energy far thinner than in the East. They focused on cultivating their physical forms, each muscle pronounced. The apothecary and earthstore simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Goodness, the aftereffects of this elixir are overwhelming. It feels somewhat nauseating. Without needing to say more, they unconsciously sought out Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin. After all, with two saints intervening, alleviating these side effects would be a simple task. Their trust in their master was unwavering. Approaching Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin, the strange appearance of the two forced Jieyin to close his eyes. Unable to bear the sight, Zhuan-Ti scrutinized his disciples and nephew, inhaling sharply. This side effect is indeed quite severe. Fear not, with me here, such a trivial side effect will surely be manageable. Watch as I rectify your forms. Chapter 43, the muscular lowly apothecary and earthstore, enthusiastically seeking elixirs, after the passage of a joss stick's time. The apothecary and earthstore, with their naive lowly faces, stared eagerly at Zhuan-Ti, who showed no signs of change. Though Zhuan-Ti remained outwardly calm internally, he was in turmoil. Why can this poor monk not dispel this side effect? Jieyin suddenly expressed confusion. Why is my junior's mouth twitching? In the next moment, he heard Zhuan-Ti's mental transmission. Come help me, brother. Jieyin, realizing the situation, quickly intervened. Simultaneously astonished, he reflected on how his junior could not break the side effect. The might of the saint should command the laws of heaven and earth, capable of rewriting the rules, yet could not alleviate a mere elixir's side effect. After Jieyin took action, his doubts were swiftly dispelled. Together, the two saints found no effect whatsoever. Another joss stick's time passed, and the muscle-bound apothecary and earthstore, adorned with naive lowly faces, inquired, Master, is it truly impossible to resolve? Zhuan-Ti cleared his throat, coughed twice, and responded calmly, What do you mean? How could I possibly be unable to resolve this? It is merely for your benefit. After much contemplation, I have concluded that this appearance aids your cultivation. Look at Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao. Are they not also cultivating in this manner? This is a trial of your resolve. Maintain this posture, and it will be resolved before the grand competition. Now you may return. The apothecary and earthstore exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting despair. Appearing in such a manner was no different than being unclothed. With their master having spoken, they left with ashen faces. On their way back to the cave, they hung their heads in dejection, mentally exhausted. Little did they know, just after departing, a familiar voice rang out behind them, Why do you two friends hurry so? Do you have time today for a round of mahjong? The apothecary and earthstore instinctively turned back to see Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao cheerfully approaching. Your progress is indeed remarkable. The elixirs crafted by our brother Xian Dan are truly exceptional. You've already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal, and you shall surely shine in the upcoming competition. As the apothecary and earthstore were about to respond, they keenly noticed the recording stones in the hands of the two. Recalling their current appearances, they froze in place. Despite having just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal, their paths seemed bright. However, their spirits were on the verge of collapse. Like walking corpses, the apothecary and earthstore exchanged glances, choosing not to respond. In an instant, they transformed into two beams of golden light, racing towards their cave. Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao exchanged knowing smiles. Soon, a sensational story of my Western muscular lowly friend would sweep across Kunlun Mountain, captivating countless disciples. After witnessing it, everyone was left in shock, unable to contain themselves. The apothecary and earthstore's appearance caused a stir that rivaled even the disruption caused by otherworldly beasts. Within their secluded caves, Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao silently chuckled. Their plan had succeeded. And the more pressing explosive point had emerged. No one would pay attention to the two bald heads any longer. The recent circulation of recording stones had awakened many disciples to the realization that Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao had clearly consumed the elixirs crafted by brother Xian Dan. Now, the apothecary and earthstore from the Western sect had transformed in this manner. It bore a striking resemblance to the former Huang Long and Xian, indicating that disciples of the Western sect had consumed brother Xian Dan's elixirs. Instantly, excitement surged through the minds of the disciples across Kunlun Mountain. Everyone desired to make a name for themselves in the grand competition. With little time remaining before the contest, further isolation would yield no progress. The elixirs produced by Xian Dan had undeniably become the best option. As disciples of the esteemed Eastern Saints, how could they allow themselves to be outdone by those of the Western sect? Moreover, how could they possibly endure further humiliation, especially when compared to the Western disciples? As this thought took root, some quick-acting individuals had already begun to take action in front of Xian Dan's residence. Several disciples from the three teachings sought elixirs. Among them were Qiushou, Jing Guang Lingya, and Yue from the Seven Immortals, who, after offering precious materials, left with boundary-breaking elixirs in high spirits. Soon news of their breakthroughs spread. However, Qiushou and the others had yet to emerge from their cave, leaving their fellow disciples, who had hidden nearby with recording stones, somewhat disappointed. Simultaneously, this news further stimulated the nerves of the remaining disciples. Almost everyone had but one thought in mind: to consume. Each day, Xian Dan cheerfully distributed elixirs. Earlier, during the exchange with the Western disciples, he had envisioned today's scene, thus having prepared ample quantities of 3 different elixirs. Xian Dan's smile seemed to stretch to his ears. Once all the elixirs were completely distributed, the resulting impact would be terrifying. Immersed in happiness, he found it hard to extricate himself just as Kunlun Mountain was about to plunge into a frenzy of elixir seeking. Xian Du clenched his fists, a visible struggle in his eyes. With both his disciples having transcended to the Tai Golden Immortal, as the elder brother of the Shenmen, he could not lag behind. Everyone was approaching his junior for elixirs. Why should he, for the sake of strength, not set aside his pride? What mattered more, face or strength? It was just a bald head. It would not affect his resolve. After all, the lowly had transformed before, having already faced social death once. This time, it was of no consequence. He continually encouraged himself within, advancing with a demeanor that defied death, heading towards Xian Dan's residence. Upon raising his head to see the grand entrance, Xian Du nodded. Obtaining the elixir would allow him to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. A bald head was inconsequential. The door slowly opened, revealing Xian Dan's beaming visage. Instantly, Xian Du felt a flutter of anxiety within. Xian Dan stepped forward, grasping Xian Du's arm. Brother, come in quickly. I prepared the elixirs for you. He mused that if his brother didn't come, he would have to deliver them in his leisure time. Xian Du felt a warmth in his heart. Truly, what a good junior. He always considers his elder brother in every good deed, yet, he could not partake without giving something in return. They would exchange. In the end, Xian Du left with boundary-breaking elixirs, his face alight with joy. All those who were meant to seek elixirs had already passed through. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Xian Dan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for distributing a vast quantity of elixirs, triggering a random critical reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a critical reward, the divine power, the demon-breaking hand seal, and the high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The long rainbow sword. He reveled in the joy of receiving critical rewards. After the elixir-seeking frenzy on Kunlun Mountain subsided, the previous vibrancy vanished without a trace. The entire Kunlun Mountain resembled a desolate realm, devoid of any signs of disciples from the 3 teachings. Even if someone left their cave, they wore black robes and moved stealthily. Countless disciples were secluded within their caves. Kunlun Mountain bore a striking resemblance to the tranquility of the era when only the 3 pure ones reigned. Chapter 44. The grand competition of Shenmen commences. Xian Dan aims for victory. Xian Dan's gaze swept eagerly through the system space, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his smile radiating pure joy. The number of critical rewards was beyond counting. Among them, the one that captured his attention the most was the divine power, the demon-breaking hand seal. Merely the name showcased the might of this ability. It could summon one's own magical power, drawing upon the vast spiritual energy to form an overwhelming hand seal that could shake the heavens. Demon-breaking, with Xian Dan's profound magical prowess, he could unleash this ability to its fullest potential. For him, it was undoubtedly a trump card of the highest caliber. With the grand competition approaching, he possessed only the golden immortal realm, yet brimmed with confidence. Additionally, there was the system's reward, the true fire of the sun. One of the most formidable divine fires in the primordial world originates from the moonstar, formed from the condensation of lunar energy, characterized by extreme coldness, purity, and femininity. It proves remarkably effective in the refinement of feminine magical treasures and elixirs. The moon star is the domain of Changxi and Shihe. Were it not for the assistance of the system, Xiandan might have to wait until the calamity of the witch and demon tribes to venture to the moon star in search of fortune. By invoking the burning sky blaze and completely consuming this true lunar fire, his combat prowess could potentially increase by more than threefold. The grand competition gathers the most elite disciples from the three teachings and the Western Church, including Xiandu, Guang Chengzi Duobao the medicine master, and Di Zheng, all of whom are paragons among their peers. Faced with them, Xiandan finds himself in a challenging position. With these rewards in hand, he finally feels a sense of confidence. Subsequently, Xiandan retrieves numerous toxic substances and spiritual roots, casting them into the nine-dragon cauldron. He diligently concocts various plagues. This five-turbid poison can taint the body, heart, and consciousness of individuals, making it particularly suitable for dealing with Guang Qingzi. The Duobao sword array, with its dual supremacy, utilizes the poison of broken laws, complemented by the toxin of decayed wood, to dismantle the formation and rot the swords of Brother Dan. Your fire is exceptional. The divine fire can counter the burning sky blaze. The path of the golden elixir presents some challenges, but perhaps the poison of elixirs could be tested on myself first. My esteemed brothers, forgive me, but since you have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal, I must target you fiercely. Rest assured, I will assist you in detoxification afterward. After all, I aspire to claim victory. The day of the grand competition swiftly arrives. With disciples from the three teachings and the Western Church converging at Kunlun Mountain, Tai Ching summons the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram, the convergence of yin and yang, blankets the heavens and the earth. The magnificent scene causes the disciples to tremble with a in an instant. Space is divided, transforming the surroundings into an endless sea of clouds. At the center lies a colossal arena, harmonizing with the profound principles of Taiji and the 8 trigrams. The disciples are arranged upon the arena, gazing around at the opulent thrones that adorn the celestial expanse. Xiandan cannot help but feel a sense of astonishment. With a mere gesture, one could open a small 1,000 worlds. Indeed, the power of a sage is unfathomable. The 3 purities and the 2 saints of the West sit upon their thrones, their expressions serene. Zhuan Ti gazes at the unfolding scene with a smile, softly remarking, "Fellow Taoists, the time has come. The other friends should be arriving soon, I presume." As his words fall, an endless roar reverberates through the air, accompanied by the sudden ringing of bells that shake this world. 2 figures, akin to great suns descending, manifest, radiating boundless divine light. They exude a scorching aura, their eyes reflecting the indifference and authority befitting emperors. Dressed in purple gold robes and crowned, they seem to command the stars. Their movements governed by celestial order. The latter exudes a colder demeanor, a chilling aura of lethal intent emanating from them, as they wield a black ancient bell with an air of arrogance. They bow toward the 3 purities and the 2 saints of the West before taking their seats. Countless disciples gasp in astonishment. It is the Emperor Jun, the one who established the demon court, and Dom Huang Tai. Such overwhelming pressure must signify their status as formidable beings among the quasi-saints. Xiandan keenly observes that the 2 linger their gazes upon him for a brief moment. Emperor Jun raises an eyebrow, glancing at Xiandan, internally musing, "The Hunyuan Golden Elixir's lineage is quite intriguing. Alas, if only he were not a disciple of Tai Ching, he could undoubtedly assist me in advancing further." Before the crowd can regain their composure, a tree of fruit suddenly shoots up into the heavens, adorned with countless fruits resembling infants. Simultaneously, ethereal shadows of dense forests emerge around, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The arrivals, clad in brown robes and holding a brown tome, bear kind expressions. Suddenly, crimson clouds envelop much of the sky, and a young man in red robes appears, his smile radiant. They both perform a respectful bow before taking their seats. Emperor Jun and Tai regard the young man with a hint of aggression in their gazes. The 3 Shaos, originally formed from clouds, sense the presence and exclaim, "It is the old ancestor of Red Cloud. Rumor has it that he possesses the primordial purple energy. Could he be on the verge of breaking through to the saintly fruit position?" The other figure is Jin Yuanzi, the progenitor of Earth Immortals. Xiandan observes the reappearance of Jin Yuanzi and old ancestor Red Cloud, both of whom have endured misfortunes during the calamity of journey to the West. He notes that both their gazes linger on him as well. Hiss, "During my breakthrough to the Golden Immortal in the Dragon Palace, my Hunyuan Golden Elixir lineage has evidently caught the attention of not only the Eastern Sea but all the primordial powers. In this moment, Xin Dan finally comprehends the significance of the situation. He wonders if there are any daring souls willing to take action against him. Nevertheless, he knows he must tread carefully. Nearby, the old ancestor of the underworld is surrounded by a surging sea of blood. With wailing ghosts echoing around behind him, he carries two unparalleled swords imbued with boundless killing intent. The Queen Mother of the West is enveloped in celestial energy, her every movement exuding nobility and grace. Embodying the majesty of the foremost female immortal, the quasi-saints of the primordial realm have all arrived. Ultimately, the Holy Mother Nuwa appears, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of divine light, clad in a plain palace gown. Her eyes sweep over the gathered crowd with profound compassion. As the first to attain sainthood in the primordial world and the maternal figure of humanity, the previously seated quasi-saints rise in reverence. Bowing respectfully, the disciples standing upon the arena do the same. We pay our respects to the Holy Mother Nuwa. Nuwa reveals a gentle smile and waves her hand lightly. Instantly, the assembly feels a force of regulation uplifting them. You may dispense with the formalities. Her gaze also rests on Xin Dan for a fleeting moment, her surprise barely concealed. The Hanyuan golden elixir possesses such remarkable potential, harboring this kind of power. With the 6 saints gathered and the remaining dozens of quasi-saints, nearly all of the top-tier combatants of the primordial realm are present. Tai Ching surveys the surroundings, noting that everything is prepared, and gradually speaks. We have established our teachings for quite some time. Today, we hold this grand event for disciples of the 4 teachings to engage in friendly competition, to learn from each other and aid in their cultivation. The numerous disciples bow respectfully in acknowledgement. We shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of the saints. Tai Ching nods slightly and continues. In the first round of competition, we shall measure the combat prowess of the disciples from the 4 teachings. The top 10 disciples from each teaching shall receive rewards bestowed jointly by the 5 of us. Upon hearing this, the disciples from the 4 teachings feel their breaths grow heavy. Rewards bestowed by all 5 saints together. Just contemplating this brings to mind countless benefits. Tai Ching tantalizingly refrains from divulging the nature of the rewards, instead stating, however, the disciples of the Jie teaching are numerous, they may voluntarily register to participate. Those who do not register will be considered to have forfeited. Each will draw lots, ensuring the process is fair, just, and transparent. You may begin to draw lots now. Those who forfeit need not draw. As he speaks, a sheet of white paper materializes before all the disciples. By placing their hands upon it, corresponding immortal seals will appear. Those with matching seals will compete on stage. The disciples of the Jie teaching, including the outer disciples Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos, and the 7 fairies, exude confidence as they grasp the white paper. Xin Dan, too, no longer hesitates, extending his hand to touch the paper. He watches as a black immortal seal emerges on the sheet. A name leaping forth, causing Xin Dan's expression to freeze in surprise. Chapter 45, Xin Dan's Fire Refinement Against the Flame Immortal, a stunning performance in the realm of Fire Dao? Xin Dan fixates on the immortal seal that has materialized on the white paper. Before he can scan his surroundings in search of his adversary, Laozi, standing upon the high platform, gently waves his hand. The disciples, who were previously glancing around, are suddenly transported to the arena, each taking their place. Only Xin Dan and a youth clad in a crimson robe remain on the stage. According to the rules, Jiayi is the first to take the stage. Xin Dan surveys the young man in the red robe. Smiling lightly, I am Xin Dan of the human teaching. I seek your guidance. I am Luo Xian, an outer disciple of the Jie teaching. The youth stands tall, exuding an air of confidence. Luo Xian, his first opponent is actually him. Renowned in the investiture of the gods, he has earned a tremendous reputation as an outer disciple of the Jie teaching. Transformed from primordial fire essence, he possesses extraordinary talents, adept at fire-based techniques and magical treasures. Ultimately, he was conferred the title of the Southern 3 Chi Fire Virtue Star Lord. Xin Dan recalls information regarding this senior brother, his eyes glimmering with determination. Fire attribute techniques, this is akin to stepping into the line of fire. It seems that in this first battle, I need not reveal too much. The seated sage, Tontian, displays a proud smile. This young man is one of the most promising disciples of the outer Jie teaching. His talents and character are exceptional, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal brother. Xin Dan excels in both alchemy and poison, while Luo Xian is formidable in fire techniques. I fear Xin Dan may encounter difficulties. Being singled out for introduction by Tontian in such a manner immediately captures Emperor Jun's attention. His gaze shifts to Luo Xian, curiosity evident on his face. Specializing in the path of fire, it is no surprise that the disciples of the sage are so formidable. On the arena, Luo Xian's eyes shine brightly. Junior brother, I must apologize, thanks to your elixirs. I have been able to grasp such techniques. I shall ensure you are treated with dignity. As soon as he finishes speaking, he forms a seal with his hands, and primordial spiritual fire wraps around him. With each step, lotus flowers bloom and flames, drifting outward in all directions from the air, they transform into fiery crows taking flight, animated and lifelike. Behind him, the primordial spiritual treasure, the 10,000 crows jug, floats, and in his hand, a spiritual sword unleashes a torrent of flames. Tightly held, smoke billows for miles, obscuring his true form. Sitting above, Dong Huang Tai displays a hint of a smile. Quite interesting, he possesses profound fortune, wielding a primordial spiritual treasure right from the start. His understanding of the path of fire is commendable. To earn praise from one of the strongest beings among the quasi-saints is a testament to Luo Xian's exceptional performance. He continues to change forms, channeling all his magical energy, summoning the primordial spiritual treasure, the 5 dragon will. Instantly 5 fire dragons spiral in the heavens, billowing clouds for miles. As the 5 dragons soar into the sky, the fiery sword entwines with the ocean of flames, and the spiritual fire from the 10,000 crows jug erupts. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in a magnificent spectacle, as an overwhelming heat enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to soar alarmingly. Even the most ordinary of golden immortals would find it difficult to breathe here, likely reduced to ashes in an instant. Luo Xian concealed himself amidst the swirling smoke, a faint smile gracing his lips. For this grand competition, I have prepared for over 10,000 years. My apologies, junior brother. A storm of fire crows descended from the sky, accompanied by the fierce roars of 5 fire dragons. The blades of my sword surged forth, summoning thousands of fiery serpents, completely locking down any semblance of life from Xian Dan. The onlooking duobao wore an expression of astonishment, utterly amazed. Thankfully, I have broken through to the Tai realm. Had I still been in my golden immortal phase, facing such an onslaught would have been quite challenging. I wonder how my junior brother Xian Dan will respond. Luo Xian's prowess was evident to all present, his performance exceptional among all the golden immortal disciples. He certainly ranked among the top. In stark contrast, Xian Dan had only recently achieved a breakthrough after over a mere decade. As he made his move, all eyes were drawn to him. How would the disciple of the Tai Ching saint, with the foundation of the Hunyuan golden pill, handle this overwhelming assault? Xian Dan remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the barrage before him. With a mere flick of his hand, the fire crows that were so near were suddenly frozen mid-air. The unexpected turn of events left Luo Xian dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Once more, he wielded the Fian sword to unleash the burning heaven sword chi, summoning the 5 fire dragons to unleash a deafening roar. The scorching energy surged outward, yet it could not approach Xian Dan's side. Luo Xian's pupils constricted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The innate spiritual fire ranked among the divine fires of the Hongwang, and with the aid of 3 innate spiritual treasures of fire attribute to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, how could my junior brother withstand this? Before he could collect his thoughts, Xian Dan formed a seal, seemingly drawing upon the surrounding fire laws. Simultaneously, a fire lotus began to bloom from his palm, causing the innate spiritual fires in all directions to tremble as if in fear of the fire lotus in his grasp. In less than 3 breaths, the fire lotus descended, spanning a radius of 10,000 miles, standing majestically in the heavens, exuding the chilling essence of the true fire of the Taiyin, the vitality of the nirvana divine fire, the profundity of the 9 heavens mysterious fire, and the searing heat of the 3 realms true fire. The endless clouds and countless fire crows, along with the 5 fire dragons, were consumed by the fire lotus. Luo Xian's figure emerged, his face a mask of panic. In that fleeting moment, Xian Dan's brilliance astonished all present. Both Emperor Jun and Tai gazed on in surprise. Brother, did I sense incorrectly? This fire lotus seems to subtly suppress the true fire of the sun. I too sensed its ability to devour myriad fires and refine the imperial fire. What a divine technique! Xian Dan suddenly waved his hand, his expression grave. The burning heaven blaze abruptly coalesced into a towering fire pillar descending from the heavens, instantly pinning Luo Xian beneath its weight. In the next moment, Luo Xian found himself back at the observation area, still in a daze as he regained his senses upon witnessing the change in his surroundings. It turned out that the deadly threat he had just faced was sensed by the arena's formation, which had shifted him away. Luo Xian looked at Xian Dan, who was now collecting the burning heaven blaze. revealing a bitter smile as he shook his head and sighed. This junior brother's divine powers leave me feeling inadequate. That divine fire may very well be the pinnacle of the path of fire I have long pursued. His gaze burned with fervor as he looked at Xian Dan, filled with both admiration and shame. The fervor stemmed from seeing in Xian Dan the very essence he had been seeking, the mastery of myriad fires to achieve supremacy in the realm of fire. The shame arose from having devoted countless years to the path of fire, only to find himself so vastly outmatched by Xian Dan. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. The other disciples present were equally astonished by his words, their faces reflecting shock. Guang Chengxi's gaze was particularly intense as he stared at Xian Dan, unable to contain his amazement. I often see the junior brother engaged in alchemy and seclusion. Yet I never anticipated he would possess such depth. Duobao's expression grew serious as well. This divine technique ranks among the pinnacle of the Hongwang, and it just so happens to counter Luo Xian's abilities. Luo Xian's defeat is not unjust. He felt a twinge of apprehension. If he were to face Xian Dan, that divine fire would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to him. The burning heaven blaze, upon its emergence, had indeed astonished all present. Among them, the two demon emperors born of the Sun Star were particularly impressed. What a divine technique! If my Jinwu clan were to confront him, I would lose 3 parts of my strength right off the bat. Luo Xian had already distinguished himself, a paragon among his peers, yet in Kunlun Mountain, he suffered defeat in the very first round. Were all the disciples of the saints such prodigies? Jin Yuanzi, Huang Yun, and Ming He, all quasi-saint powers, could not help but converse in awe. Tong Tian merely cleared his throat, as if to dismiss his earlier remarks. Among the saints, the two from the west exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with astonishment. The eastern lands are indeed blessed with outstanding talents. Xian Dan, this child, possesses an extraordinary foundation in top-tier divine powers. The Tai Ching truly has hidden his treasures well. My face is likely to be aglow with pride now. The two saints discreetly cast glances at Laozi, who, typically stern and unsmiling, now wore a knowing smile, though internally he too was astonished. When had my disciple developed such remarkable divine powers? Has he been hiding this all along just to make a grand debut? Facing the many eager gazes, Xian Dan smiled as he descended from the stage, returning to the observation area, his heart brimming with joy. Thankfully, the opponent he faced was Luo Xian, allowing him to use the burning heaven blaze to counter him without revealing more of his abilities. He responded to the congratulations from his senior brothers with a smile, saying, "Fear not, dear brothers, surprises await us all." Chapter 46. The Path of Heaven and the Primordial Beginning. Survival of the fittest is the mainstream of the Hongwang. The initial clash between Xian Dan and Luo Xian came to a close, their performances eliciting admiration from all the saintly disciples and mighty beings of the Hongwang, with Xian Dan standing out the most. His technique, the burning heaven blaze, was nothing short of astounding, igniting discussions among the quasi-saints present. The audience eagerly anticipated the ensuing contests. Next up were the Jinling Holy Mother of the Jiejiao and the Outer Gates Nanji Immortal. The contest concluded with Jinling's victory, her swordsmanship leaving the quasi-saint Ming He thoroughly impressed. Truly worthy of being a disciple of Tong Tian, she must have received considerable true teachings. The compassionate navigation Taoist of the Chan sect faced off against Jin Guang, one of the 7 attendants of the Jiejiao. The result saw compassionate navigation gain the upper hand, as she summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the jade purification bottle, containing the 3 light divine water. The power she exhibited made Jin Yuanzi nod in approval. The subsequent matches paled in comparison to the initial battle between Xian Dan and Luo Xian, yet they were still noteworthy, showcasing the strength of the saint's disciples. It wasn't until the appearance of the Jade Ding, real person of the Chan sect, that Yuanshi could not help but smile. The foundation of Jade Ding was derived from the teeth of Pangu, an unparalleled advantage. At the peak of the golden immortal realm, he wielded his spells and divine techniques with exceptional mastery. Within the Chan sect, he ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess. Yuanshi naturally had confidence in Jade Ding, whose opponent was Zhao Gongming, the Outer Gate's elder brother, a late-stage golden immortal who summoned 24 supreme innate spiritual treasures. The Dinghai Pearl. The Dinghai Pearls were instantly cast forth, sealing off Jade Ding's path to survival while unleashing the water laws contained within to summon towering waves. The oppressive force crashed down upon Jade Ding. Despite possessing several divine techniques, he was defeated in less than a stick of incense's time. When Jade Ding returned to the observation area, his expression was one of deep disappointment. Zhao Gongming's formidable offensive prowess earned him nods of approval from the quasi-saints present, and his mastery over the 24 Dinghai pearls was nothing short of exquisite. Yuan Shi's brow furrowed, his expression growing slightly dim. I personally taught Jade Ding, who stands at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. To face a late-stage Golden Immortal from the Jiejiao and be so easily defeated? The disparity in true life and death combat is indeed staggering. Tong Tian, overhearing his brother's murmurs, replied nonchalantly, the Jiejiao, whether inner or outer sect, has limited constraints upon them. Brother, you often say that the outer sect is filled with those seeking glory through battle. But this is not entirely a bad thing. The disciples with the loudest reputations in our outer sect have earned their names through real battles. Take the three Xiaos, known as the three Xiaos Nyang, or Zhao Gongming, the elder brother of the outer sect, and the blazing immortal Luo Xian, among others. Their formidable strength is entirely normal, given their rich experience in life and death combat. The Chan sect's disciples still lack experience in such matters. Ultimately, in the Hongwang, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong devour the weak. Relying on the names of saintly disciples, they may find their path smoother, but can we always protect them? A timely release may not be a bad thing. Yuan Shi nodded slightly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. As the first round of battles concluded, the faces of the quasi-saints present displayed expressions of lingering anticipation. Nuwa smiled warmly, saying, "You all truly have some remarkable disciples. Each possesses the potential to become a great power in the Hongwang." The three pure ones and the two saints from the west appeared equally pleased. Yuan Shi suddenly took a step forward, his figure instantly appearing above the arena, drawing countless gazes toward him. He casually released a beam of red light, and the previously empty arena was engulfed in a sea of flames. The flames flickered ominously, seeming capable of influencing the very souls of those present. Many quasi-saints and disciples exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the Yuqing saint intended. Yuan Shi smiled as he explained, "The first round has concluded. If we were to continue with mere ordinary battles, it would soon grow tiresome. I have conjured these flames, known as the heart-refining divine fire. As the name implies, it does not harm the physical body but refines the spirit. Those with unstable Dao hearts will be eliminated. As you engage in battle here, you will not only showcase your combat prowess but also refine your Dao hearts." Nuwa smiled, nodding slightly. The actions of the senior brother are truly remarkable. Cultivation is fundamentally about refining the heart, mastering the methods, attaining self-awareness, and ultimately realizing the great Tao. Merely possessing a certain level of understanding is insufficient to reveal the potential of a practitioner. This initiative is indeed commendable. The other quasi-saints, filled with curiosity, gazed towards the arena. The great Qing sage waved his hand, and a sheet of white paper materialized before the numerous disciples in the observation seats. Thus commenced the drawing of lots for the second round of competition. Xian Dan grasped the white paper, upon which celestial inscriptions emerged. Bing San. He looked around and happened to catch a glimpse of Tai Zhenren smiling at him. Simultaneously, the latter raised his own piece of white paper, also marked Bing San. After each had found their respective opponents, the white paper was whisked away by the wind. Xian Dan, assigned to Bing San, still had some time before his turn. The first match featured the medicine master from the western sect facing off against the leader of the 7 celestial attendants, Wu Yunxian. Upon stepping onto the arena, the heart-refining divine fire blazed fiercely. Wu Yunxian furrowed his brow, sensing a disturbance at his Dao heart. In contrast, the medicine master remained calm and composed. The battle was on the verge of eruption. With Wu Yunxian transforming into a master of thunder, commanding divine lightning to descend upon the world, the medicine master summoned his towering golden body, the image of the Buddha coalescing. During the fierce confrontation, Wu Yunxian felt his Dao heart being incessantly provoked. His anxiety grew, yearning for a swift conclusion to the clash. At the same time, the destructive force of the descending thunder became increasingly terrifying. The medicine master often retreated to advance, skillfully evading his opponent's onslaught, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Wu Yunxian. The heart-refining divine fire appeared to have no effect on him. In his mind resided a singular conviction: to emerge victorious and revitalize the Western sect. Faced with the intensifying and relentless assault, the medicine master's expression hardened. He resolved not to retreat any longer. His towering golden body suddenly transformed into an overwhelming force that sought to suppress the cosmos with a colossal palm print descending from the endless antiquity. Wu Yunxian, standing amidst the heavens, felt a tremor as his thunder-wrapped figure quivered slightly. He looked up, fixated on the obscuring palm print of the Buddha, his heart filled with dread, overwhelmed with agitation. His techniques became erratic, losing all sense of measure. I am the leader of the 7 celestial attendants. How could I possibly be defeated by a disciple of the Western sect, yet, in the blink of an eye? He was subdued by the palm print, suffering defeat. The faces of the 2 saints from the west radiated with prideful smiles. They stood tall, beaming with joy. Jin Yuanzi could not help but exclaim in admiration. To comprehend such a divine ability in the face of the heart-refining divine fire, the steadfastness of your Tao heart is indeed unwavering. The resolution of this disciple from the Western sect is quite intriguing. Instantly awakened, Wu Yunxian, now relegated to the observation seats, felt a sudden calm wash over his once restless heart. He gazed at the medicine master, the center of attention, shaking his head helplessly, a look of shame upon his countenance. The remaining matches among the other disciples proceeded swiftly. Bai Shao faced Yun Shao. Though their strengths were comparable, Bai Shao lacked the steadiness of character, leaving her slightly inferior. In the contest between Manjushri and Samantabhadra from the Chan sect. It was Samantabhadra's insufficient strength that led to defeat. The progression of the matches was remarkably rapid, devoid of any unnecessary delays. The unfolding events captivated the eyes of the quasi-saints present whenever a disciple excelled. They were not stingy with their praises, until it was time for Bing San to take the stage. Xiandan once again basked in the limelight, standing atop the arena. Chapter 47, You asked me to refine the divine fire in my heart. And you have refined the divine fire? Xiandan and Tai Yizhenren appeared simultaneously. Countless gazes converged upon the 2. They all anticipated Xiandan to once again unveil a divine ability even more formidable than the blazing flame of heaven, and hoped to witness Tai Yizhenren deliver a surprise that would surpass Xiandan. Tai Yizhenren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wielding a celestial sword. A mysterious smile adorned his face, his robes fluttering gracefully. After both bowed in salutation, Tai Yizhenren suddenly swung his sword. The surrounding celestial energy surged forth in torrents. A chilling sword intent shot forth into the heavens, prompting Ancestor Ming He to reveal an intrigued smile. It was said that Taoist Tong Tian's swordsmanship was unparalleled. Who would have thought that the disciple of Taoist Yuan Shi could also comprehend such sword intent? Yuan Shi's lips curled slightly, though he remarked, "It's nothing to write home about." Tai Yizhenren continued to wield his sword with confidence, a smile gracing his features. "Junior brother, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for your exchange of the Tianqing Dan, I might have taken millennia to grasp this sword technique. Today, you shall fall beneath my blade, and once the competition concludes, I shall personally compensate you." His words brimmed with confidence, as if victory were already assured. Countless celestial patterns coalesced, ascending into the sky as silvery light surged upward. The heavens resonated with this display. Xiandan raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Tai Yi had indeed reached the realm of unity between man and heaven, perceiving the underlying principles, with sword energy guiding the 3,000 Tao rhythms. The sword energy fell from the firmament, moving with the swiftness of thunder, the rhythms flowing in harmony. It trailed a vast arc across the sky, as if the stars themselves hung inverted in the heavens. The fierce sword energy surged forth. Onlookers, including Duo Bao, were captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. My junior brother possesses such innate talent for the sword, hiding it so deeply." At this moment, Xiandan manifested the blazing flame of heaven. His expression contemplative and grave. He felt the gathered gazes of numerous powerful beings upon him, with no suppressive effects in play. Could Xiandan once again create a miracle using the blazing flame of heaven? As the powerful beings awaited eagerly, Xiandan suddenly made a move, summoning a magical artifact. 2 Phoenix apparitions soared upwards, emitting sharp cries simultaneously. Boom! The sword energy descended, stirring up a tumultuous cloud of dust. As countless powerful beings held their breath, eager to uncover whether Xiandan would succumb to this sword energy, Tai Yizhenren stood tall, a confident smile adorning his face. "This sword has taken me a whole millennium to comprehend. It is my strongest strike. This should be the end." As his words fell, the dust settled, revealing the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 9 heavens cloud phoenix carriage standing unscathed. The sword energy had been thwarted by the magical artifact, with Xiandan remaining unharmed within. It was worth noting that the celestial sword he wielded was also of supreme quality, yet it inflicted no damage upon the 9 heavens cloud phoenix carriage. This demonstrated that Xian Dan's prowess in refining magical artifacts was formidable as well. Little did he know, a significant portion of the cultivation rewards from the system had been utilized to refine these treasures. The level of refinement far surpassed what they could achieve in 10,000 years. How could it not be strong? Meanwhile, the expressions of the powerful beings present varied widely within the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. Xian Dan was unexpectedly engulfed in the blazing flame of heaven, devouring and absorbing the heart-refining divine fire. The tension on his face was evident as he grappled with the dilemma of whether to consume the divine fire in front of such a large audience. Many quasi-saints couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This child truly possesses remarkable ideas. Under the heart-refining divine fire, he disregarded all of us, solely focused on enhancing his divine ability. One could say his Tao heart is indeed steadfast. No one expected that Xian Dan would cease fighting altogether and begin refining the divine fire. This cacophony of noise reached the ears of the three pure ones. Yuanshi Tianzun stared at the bizarre scene, his lips twitching slightly. He turned to look at Laozi, only to find Laozi had averted his gaze, seemingly unable to watch Xian Dan, though a faint smile crept onto his lips. This disciple of mine truly knows how to surprise people, Yuanshi Tianzun thought. Well then, the senior brother is indifferent, he must maintain the situation. As he watched Xian Dan, who seemed to be taking an eternity to complete his refinement. Yuanshi Tianzun cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those around him. In an instant, the arena was divided in two at his wave of the hand. The remaining disciples continued to compete in order. The disciples present regained their focus. On the arena, Tai Zhenrun looked at Xian Dan, who had retreated into the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage, feeling a sense of exasperation. He was well aware of the formidable protective abilities of the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. Junior brother hiding within the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage is hardly a display of skill. Come out. He immediately brandished his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword techniques, striking the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage time and again. Yet to no avail. The other disciples understood the situation. Clearly, this was a prolonged tug-of-war. For the saints and quasi-saints observing, the battle between the two had become rather tedious. The matches of the other disciples swiftly captured the attention of the powerful beings. Zhao Gongming continued to assert his dominance, triumphing over his fellow disciple Qiong Xiao. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Tong Tian's face. Subsequently, disciples from various sects showcased their divine abilities. The Qiao Shouxian fell to Manjushri's prowess. Ling Yixian, one of the 7 celestial attendants, was defeated by Si Hang. Their strength and combat experience truly surpassed those of the Chan sect disciples. Coming from the outer sect and possessing notable reputations, they were undoubtedly powerful, yet they fell short against the disciples of the Chan sect as they could not withstand the subtle provocations of the heart-refining divine fire. Their fighting spirit was somewhat excessive, leading to reckless actions and unstable minds. With just a slight intervention from the heart-refining divine fire, the disciples of the Jie sect were already unable to endure. Tong Tian's previously joyous smile gradually stiffened into a frown. Since the emergence of the heart-refining divine fire in the arena, the performance of the outer disciples from the Jie sect had become rather dismal. Most displayed cracks in their mental fortitude. If this continued, some were on the verge of falling into madness. Tong Tian observed the precarious situation, unable to suppress his furrowed brow. Junior brother, while immense strength is commendable, if your heart is insufficiently firm and your Tao heart unsteady, it will be difficult to achieve great things. Yuanshi sighed softly, transmitting his thoughts to Tong Tian. The performance of the Jie sect left Tong Tian deep in contemplation. The matches among the disciples soon concluded. After a period of time, Xian Dan within the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage finally succeeded in devouring the heart-refining divine fire. By amalgamating the strengths of various schools, he compensated for his own shortcomings. Xian Dan's blazing flame of heaven was refined with the heart-refining capabilities of the heart-refining divine fire. A joyful smile illuminated his face. One cannot deny, the heart-refining divine fire is indeed a creation of Yuanshi Tianzun. The products of a sage's understanding of the principles are indeed challenging to refine and consume considerable time. Without a moment's hesitation, he once again summoned the blazing flame of heaven, retracting the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage, and laughed heartily. Apologies for keeping you waiting, senior brother. Now let us see who is victorious. Unable to resist, Tai Zhenrun turned his head away, covering his face. Many quasi-saints revealed expressions of keen interest, fixating their gazes upon Xian Dan. Upon seeing Tai Yizhen Ren's figure, Xian Dan momentarily froze. Yuan Shi Tianzun's somewhat exasperated voice echoed unexpectedly. Do not linger on the arena. Hasten back to the viewing platform and prepare for the third round of competition. It was only after Xian Dan departed the stage that he realized that Tai Yizhen Ren's heart had cracked, resulting in his defeat. One could only lament that Tai Yizhen Ren was indeed unfortunate to encounter Xian Dan. Despite employing every means at his disposal, he could not breach the defenses of the Nine Heavens Cloud Chariot. His inherently competitive nature contributed to his downfall. Xian Dan stood unassailable, and thus, naturally, Tai Yizhen Ren's heart encountered turmoil. Yuan Shi cast a sidelong glance at Tai Yizhen Ren and subtly transmitted a message. I previously mentioned your inherent flaws. Do you now comprehend? Having recognized your shortcomings, focus on diligent cultivation in the future and do not be disheartened. Chapter 48, Zhuan Ti proposes a challenge, testing comprehension, under the comparison of strength and the tempering of one's heart. The remaining disciples were already few in number. The disciples from the teachings included Xian Du and Xian Dan from Xuanjiao, Guang Chengzi, Huang Longjinren, Xi Hang Daoren, and Dao Xing Tianzuan from Changzhou. Duo Bao Wu Dang, Jin Ling Zhao Gongming, Jin Xiao Yui Xian, and Jin Du Xian from Jiejiao, and Yao Shiring Di Zhang from the Western teachings. In total, there were fewer than 30 disciples participating in the grand competition. Just as all the great beings anticipated, the next bout, Zhuan Ti, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly rose to his feet. The eyes of all present fell upon him, mingled with a hint of curiosity. Zhuan Ti smiled at Yuan Shi. Previously, Yuan Shi Daoist had set up the heart-refining divine fire to compare the hearts of the disciples. I have recently been inspired and wish to propose a clever method of competition. Tong Tian interjected directly, urging, do not keep us in suspense, elaborate further. Zhuan Ti continued to smile as he explained, I am the primordial wilderness of cultivation. While realms and hearts are undoubtedly important, there are other equally significant conditions. For instance, earlier, Xian Dan won through cunning, yet simultaneously witnessed the heart-refining divine fire as a fortuitous opportunity, directly refining it within his chariot. Xian Dan, seated in the observation area, suddenly became the focus of many gazes. Feeling a twinge of confusion, what does it mean to suddenly draw attention to me? He suggested that it would be better to compare comprehension, talent, and wisdom, including previous combat strength and the state of one's heart. These are essential elements on the path to enlightenment. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Shi's gaze subtly shifted. He scrutinized Zhuan Ti, contemplating within himself. Zhuan Ti indeed has not changed his nature. Knowing that continuing the competition would not favor his disciples, he sought to test their perseverance and insight. After all, the West is a barren land, naturally inhabited by those of great endurance. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti are often labeled as possessing great wisdom and immense perseverance. Without exceptional comprehension, one would not carve a new path, deviating from the orthodox teachings of the Xianmen to establish the Western teachings and attain sanctification. Therefore, the third round of competition, in certain respects, leans toward Yao Shiring Di Zhang. However, Zhuan Ti's reasoning is sound. The Sanqing did not offer further comment. The trials consist of 3 aspects, and only those who achieve completeness will claim the top ranks. Which is the essence of true fairness. With a casual wave of his hand, a blue light flickered, transforming into the diagram of heaven and earth's transformation. Landing before the gathered disciples, the western earth veins are fractured. I have traversed the endless Yuan Hui, gathering fragments of stars, remnants of earth veins, and water veins. Utilizing the sacred laws of the West, I have gained insights and condensed this diagram of heaven and earth's transformation. Xian Dan curiously gazed at the celestial map before him, where the emanating Tao rhythm was exceptionally profound. To the west, in its disarray, scattered various substantive fragments of laws. It now appears that Zhuan Ti has collected these and comprehended their deeper meanings. You all must rely on your understanding of the great laws to unravel the diverse celestial chessboards. The myriad paths of the Tao manifest differently, yet the difficulty remains consistent. Different paths can unlock the same chessboard. Primarily relying on comprehension, wisdom, and perseverance, Xian Dan observed the continuously evolving chessboard and nodded slightly. One could only say that the Western sage is indeed persistent. To be able to intuitively grasp such a celestial chessboard is a testament to his sage-like insight. Zhuan Ti continued, stating that once the chessboard is unraveled, one will naturally progress to the next celestial chessboard. There exist a total of 129,600 chessboards. should one manage to unravel them all, it would signify a profound understanding of the great Luo Jingxian path on their chosen path. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the disciples preparing for the competition sparkled with excitement. They believed their comprehension of the Tao far surpassed their current realms, yet remained uncertain of the extent. This celestial chessboard serves as the ultimate validation. However, the sheer number of 129,600 boards is indeed astonishing. Moreover, the process of unraveling the chessboards is itself a competition and an opportunity, enabling you to deepen your understanding of the Tao. Provided you possess sufficient comprehension and unwavering perseverance, breaking through the chessboards will yield rewards. The 8 individuals who unravel the most chessboards may enter the next round of competition. Is there anything unclear to you? The numerous disciples preparing for the trials responded with confidence, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. We understand the rules, Holy One. With that, Huan suddenly gestured, and the chessboard materialized. Let us commence. Before Xian Dan, countless black and white pieces emerged. While the surrounding starlight twinkled and the Tao rhythm flowed, the pieces on the board were indeed manifestations of the laws. With a mere glance, he comprehended the first challenge entirely. The pieces fell continuously, and within 3 breaths, he dismantled the first chessboard. The observing quasi-saints and saints were equally captivated by the celestial chessboard. Tong Tian's gaze fell upon Duo Bao, directing a question to Zhuan Ti beside him. How do the difficulty and realms of your chessboard correspond? Please enlighten us. Zhuan Ti, unperturbed by Tong Tian's lack of decorum, smiled and began to explain. The remaining saints and quasi-saints listened attentively. This chessboard consists of 129,600 boards. The first 80,000 serve as the threshold for the golden immortal. If one can unravel 80,000 boards, it indicates that this individual has attained a nearly perfect understanding of the golden immortal's great Tao. The difficulty of the first 80,000 boards increases incrementally, and from the 80,000th board onward, the difficulty escalates every 1,000 boards. Previously, I also mentioned that the celestial chessboard tests not only wisdom and comprehension but also perseverance. How far one can progress depends entirely on oneself. The assembly nodded, their gazes sweeping over the competing disciples. Jain observed his 2 juniors, calm and composed, their breaths steady, yet he could not help but reveal a smile of delight. Feeling a sense of joy within, Tong Tian's gaze flitted between Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming, a grin stretching across his face as he nudged Yuanshi. Look, Duo Bao has not paused in his moves. His insight is remarkable. Yuanshi cast a resigned glance at his overly exuberant brother, his gaze shifting among the remaining 4 disciples of Chanzhou. Earlier, I personally instructed Guang Chengzi, addressing his shortcomings, and it seems to have paid off splendidly. Huang Long has become more composed, having matured through the tribulations of the Dragon Palace. Cai Hang has demonstrated remarkable perseverance, remaining unperturbed by both praise and blame, which merits further attention in the future. I had not anticipated that Dao Xing Tianzuan would possess such exceptional insight, providing me with a pleasant surprise. He regarded his disciples with increasing satisfaction. The quasi-saints engaged in discussions with friends, each expressing their preferences for the competing disciples. The 80,000 celestial chessboards were swiftly unraveled, with Duo Bao leading the way. Minghe pointed at Duo Bao and laughed, saying, "His moves are relentless. I appreciate this confident junior." Tong Tian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, Minghe, you have a discerning eye." The most captivating figure, of course, was Xian Dan, who followed the path of the Hunyuan golden elixir. As the collective gaze of the crowd fell upon him, astonishment filled their expressions. Who would have thought that Xian Dan would be the last disciple to unravel the 80,000 boards? Chapter 49, Unraveling the Chessboard and Comprehending the Tao. Yao Shi's unfortunate public failure. The saints and the onlookers were momentarily perplexed. Xian Dan's foundation was the Hunyuan golden elixir, closely trailing the chaos divine demons. Logically, his comprehension should be among the most exceptional, yet now he lagged behind in unraveling the chessboards, which seemed rather unusual. The puzzled gazes of the crowd turned to Xian Dan, who appeared calm and composed. Unhurriedly, he engaged in the celestial chess match, dismantling the boards each time he unraveled a chessboard. He paused to reflect. He revisited the insights of the human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, mysterious immortal, and golden immortal, retracing his understanding of the entire immortal path. Strictly speaking, Xian Dan's Hunyuan golden elixir foundation transformed only after he attained the golden immortal Tao fruit. His prior insights on the golden elixir path were not as profound. Now, utilizing the celestial chessboard, he could perfectly compensate for this deficiency. Simultaneously, Xin Dan understood that the time required for his breakthrough to the golden immortal was exceedingly short. In some respects, this was not necessarily a good thing. Achieving the golden immortal Dao fruit through a robust foundation may not be sufficiently solid in his eyes. Establishing a skyscraper begins with a strong foundation. Thus, the base is of utmost importance. Unraveling the celestial chessboard is a process of solidifying this foundation and addressing one's own shortcomings. Until he successfully navigated the 80,000 chessboards, he could be regarded as having achieved consummate cultivation. The expressions of the 6 saints varied, clearly recognizing Xian Dan's intentions. The Sanqing bore smiles, particularly Laozi, who nodded slightly in approval of his good disciple's approach. The remainder shall strive toward even higher realms. Xian Dan maintained his unhurried demeanor. After all, unraveling the celestial chessboards is not a matter of speed but rather of quantity. The one who reaches the end will be the victor of this trial. As Zhuan Ti had stated, the difficulty of the celestial chessboards increases significantly after the 80,000th board. The once undaunted Yin Xiao Zhao Gongming and Yui Xian began to show signs of fatigue. The 100,000th board marks the threshold for Tai Golden Immortals. They found themselves ensnared between the 90,000th and 100,000th chessboards, their brows furrowed in distress, spending hundreds of years to dismantle a single board. As if treading on thin ice, Xian Du, Guang Qingzi, and Duo Bao stood as the representatives of their respective teachings. The three individuals have just entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, yet their comprehension of the laws far surpasses their current level. Beyond 100,000 moves lies the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. As they approach this critical juncture, most of the disciples find themselves ensnared in deadlock. The remaining pillars of various traditions are in fierce competition with one another. The first to reach 100,000 moves is Guang Chengzi Yuanshi. With a smile in his eyes, subtly nods in approval. Guang Chengzi possesses a profound understanding beneath the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. His innate talents are exceptional, complemented by a high level of insight. Having received rigorous teachings from Yuanshi for many years, he has established a solid foundation that surpasses his peers. Du Bao swiftly follows suit. His pace of placing moves remarkably rapid. An infinite drive seems to surge within him as he aspires to claim the top position. Du Bao shall never be outdone. The first to break through 110,000 moves is. Surprisingly, Du Bao, who is caught up with a high-ranking Tongtian, suddenly reclines back, arms spread wide, utterly satisfied. Behold, what it means to be the foremost disciple of the Jie sect and to have captured my heart. Yuanshi turns away. Pursing his lips, feigning ignorance, time rushes by, becoming a triviality for them. A full millennium passes, yet both Guang Chengzi and Du Bao encounter obstacles. They find themselves ensnared in contemplation around 120,000 moves. However, it is Xin Du who has broken the most moves. At 123,000 moves, he finds his progress impeded. Onlookers, the quasi-saints, express their astonishment, shaking their heads in admiration. Truly, he is a direct disciple of the Tai Ching saint. With a stable approach to advancement, a Tai Golden Immortal possesses such insights. The three pure ones regard Tai Ching as their leader, and it seems Xian Du is quite qualified to sit in the position of the master brother of the Xianmen. Jin Yuanzi gestures towards Guang Chengzi and Du Bao, acknowledging them as the elite among their peers. They are destined to step into the realm of quasi-saints in the future. Perhaps I, Du Bao, might even find myself surpassed by these three juniors someday. The Western Queen Mother, adorned with a dignified smile, moves with utmost grace. Who can deny it? The tides of time inevitably bring forth new waves. The performances of these disciples have already astonished the quasi-saints. With exceptional foundations and top-tier insights, coupled with the teachings of saints, their future achievements may not pale in comparison. The performances of the other disciples are equally remarkable. Yun Xiao remains stuck at 108,500 moves. Zhao Gongming finds himself ensnared at 111,900 moves. Yui, having just completed 100,000 moves, abruptly shuts down. These disciples of the saints, even in the realm of Golden Immortal, have attained an understanding of the laws and the great Tao at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, Xian Dan has just broken through 100,000 moves. His speed in breaking the board is not rapid. However, each move he places is deliberate and measured, devoid of arrogance or impatience. Some quasi-saints observing Xian Dan nod slightly in approval. Previously, he harnessed the heart-refining divine fire to enhance his abilities. Now, he revisits his cultivation path using the cosmic chessboard. Such a mindset is exceedingly rare among many quasi-saints. As for the others, like Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, are they truly inferior? They are firmly established as great Luo golden immortals. With hopes of touching the existence of quasi-saints, cast into the wilderness, they will one day become formidable powers. The disciples of the three teachings are exceptionally talented, while the disciples of the Western sect, such as Dezhang, find themselves struggling to progress beyond 100,000 moves. Yaoshi is trapped at 111,200 moves, his brow furrowed with concern. A casual glance reveals the significantly ahead Xian Du, Guang Chengzi, and Du Bao, with Xian Dan steadily pursuing from behind. Yaoshi produces a pill in his hand, the Tianqin pill, which he had previously exchanged from Xian Dan, having requested 2 and retaining 1. A conflicted expression crosses his face. His heart torn. At 111,200 moves, he feels discontent. Remaining here would mean the Western sect would be overshadowed by the three teachings of the Xianmen. Participating in this grand competition is meant to elevate the Western sect. They have separated from the Xianmen to stand on their own, not inferior to the Xianmen. Yaoshi's resolve to revitalize the West remains unwavering. His gaze falls upon the fragrant Tianqin pill. It is merely societal death. After all, Guang Chengzi and Du Bo have already captured images of it. The disciples of Kunlun have all seen it. What harm could another societal death do? Reputation has never held significance. Winning this round and allowing the Western sect to flourish is what truly matters. Yaoshi swallows the Tianqin pill, and its potent medicinal power spreads throughout his body. His thoughts become clear, his gaze bright. The previously obscure and complex board transforms into simplicity. Suddenly, Yaoshi surges forward with remarkable speed. His unexpected actions captured the attention of all present. With a cherubic face, slightly rounded yet retaining a sweet youthful charm, a petite figure with a bald head exudes an air of unexpected steadiness. The expressions of the quasi-saints are all quite peculiar. Their gazes converge on Jian and Zhuanti. Is it not your Western sect that boldly exhibits such abnormality? Why does it seem as though the size varies at will? The two saints of the West lower their eyes, unfazed by the piercing gazes. Yaoshi abruptly unleashes his full potential, breaking through over 1,000 moves, catching up to the disciples of the three teachings. The onlooking quasi-saints are taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of pill possesses such extraordinary power? Chapter 50, Xian Dan dominates the Celestials. Mindsets explode. What shame do you feel? As the quasi-saints witness the astonishing effects of the pill, they all begin to intervene, eager to uncover the identity of the alchemist behind this miraculous elixir. Being quasi-saints themselves, with no one to conceal their intentions, they find it easy to peer into the secrets of heaven. Moments later, the expressions of the powerful change simultaneously. Disbelief etched upon their faces as their gazes fixate on Xian Dan. The pill that aided Yaoshi in breaking through 1,000 moves originated from Xian Dan. However, the side effects, which could be deemed socially fatal, render their expressions both humorous and sorrowful. They internally commend Yaoshi's determination and unwavering pursuit of the DAO. In a critical moment, he is willing to sacrifice everything for the Western sect. Jian and Zhuanti nod secretly, their faces alight with smiles. In their eyes, compared to revitalizing the West, what is mere reputation? If one truly cares about reputation, the Western saints would not exist as they do today. Tongtian gazes at Jian and Zhuanti with a hint of disdain, thinking to himself, as a saint, allowing disciples to engage in such trivial antics, no wonder they sought their saintly positions. The competition becomes increasingly tense due to Yaoshi's rapid progress. Ultimately, he ranks just below Xian Du and the other three. The effects of the pill have fully manifested. Despite his reluctance, he recognizes that prolonging the endeavor would only be a waste of time. Yaoshi withdraws from the trial, seeking out Jian and Zhuanti with a joyful smile. Master, I have not brought shame upon our Western sect. Zhuanti beams, nodding in praise. You have done exceptionally well. Upon our return to Shumi Mountain, you shall be rewarded. Yaoshi is overjoyed, but then expresses some anticipation. Master, given the circumstances, there's no need to further test the disciple. I have already undergone the necessary trials. Please assist in alleviating the side effects of this pill so that I may return to the observation platform to rest. Jian and Zhuanti fall silent, noticing the commotion over here. Yuanshi secretly chuckles. To think he wishes to alleviate the side effects of his disciple's pill. Such a desire is truly futile. Zhuanti suddenly speaks in a serious tone. Disciple, your appearance has already been seen by all beings. The appearance arises from the heart. all laws are devoid of self and distinctions, there is no self-appearance, no appearance of others, no appearance of beings. And no appearance of the aged. A flicker of doubt crosses Yaosher's eyes. Master, are you unable to resolve the side effects of this pill? As soon as the words leave his mouth, silence envelopes the atmosphere once more. Yuan Shi, watching from a distance, wears a stern expression but internally finds amusement. It must be unpleasant to have one's beloved disciple exposed by another. Jane suddenly points at Xin Dan in the arena, exclaiming, "Look at Xin Dan." Though his speed in breaking the cosmic chessboard is somewhat slow, he is progressing steadily without being hindered. He has already surpassed 100,000 moves, achieving insights at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. All gazes turn to Xin Dan, astonishment evident in their eyes. As Xuandi stated, Xin Dan's movements may be slow, yet he shows no signs of being trapped. He continues to advance steadily. Di Jun's fervent gaze falls upon Xin Dan as he solemnly states, "This child is immersed in a state of enlightenment, comprehending the laws of Tai with the perspective of a golden immortal." As soon as the words are spoken, a ripple of excitement spreads. Unlike Shen Du, Guangchengzi, and Du Bao, who rely on their accumulated understanding from teachings and self-cultivation to break through to 12,000 moves, Xin Dan solely relies on his extraordinary insight. With terrifying efficiency, he absorbs and comprehends the rules of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. His previously slow pace suddenly accelerates. The chessboard before him, before it even has a chance to coalesce, is already dismantled. At the level of 110,000 moves, Yun Xiao and Xiao Gongming were expressions of shock. Junior Brother's insight is truly astounding. No wonder he bears the foundation of Hunyuan Golden Elixir. I cannot compare. As he continues, it seems that breaking through to 12,000 moves is certainly within his grasp. The gaze of the halted Xin Du widens in shock, his eyes fixed on his entranced junior brother, feeling a sense of chaos within himself. What kind of prodigy is my junior brother? Both Du Bao and Guangchengzi are equally dumbfounded. Junior brother always enjoys showcasing new tricks. They never expected him to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. The previously ambitious Yaosher, who saw Jane's assistance to alleviate the side effects, watches the sudden shift in the arena with an expression that barely holds. Tai, as a humble monk, relied on the Tianqing pill for assistance. Surely he cannot surpass me. Yet the very next moment, Xin Dan surpasses Yaosher's limits. Yaosher feels his heart sink, having consumed the pill, lost his dignity, transformed into a lowly, and now surpassed. Where can he seek justice? The competition grows increasingly intense due to Xin Dan's meteoric rise. Previously, even the apothecary posed a limited threat to them. Despite having consumed elixirs, however, Xin Dan was different. His innate understanding was unparalleled in the primordial realm. The other three disciples of the Xian sect naturally did not wish to lag behind their junior. They once again put forth their utmost effort to unravel the celestial chessboard. What originally seemed a dull contest suddenly ignited into a fervent battle. The numerous disciples from the three teachings in the spectator stands engaged in intense discussions. Zhao Gongming asserted, "Senior brother Duo Bao is indeed the people's choice." Yuding Jinren confidently proclaimed, "Senior brother Guangchengzi will surely seize victory." Meanwhile, Shi Jingzi shook his head in dissent, stating, "I believe Xin Du has a chance at first place." Only Huang Long exclaimed, "It must be junior brother Xin Dan." Many quasi-saints had already chosen their favored competitors to win. All eyes were fixed upon the four who were striving with all their might. Surprisingly, Xin Du and the others, who had been ensnared by the chessboard, advanced once more, spurred by the sudden offensive launched by Xin Dan. After more than 1,000 years had passed, Xin Du and the other three rallied their spirits, but soon found themselves waning, and ultimately they recognized their limits and withdrew from the contest. All gazes converged upon Xin Dan, who ultimately remained suspended at the chessboard's 129,599th layer, motionless. Although he appeared to be merely one move away from the realm of Daluo, the truth was that he stood leagues apart. The actions of Xin Dan stirred the hearts of all present. Suddenly awakening from his epiphany, he displayed a look of regret. Rising, he shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. The path of Daluo, as a golden immortal, I find it truly not so easy to comprehend." His clear words resonated in the ears of those present. The audience of the three teachings erupted into fervent chatter. How can a few thousand years of insight compare to our several 100,000 years? And yet he sighs in lamentation. What shame is this? He is simply provoking my Tao heart. With such mediocre talent, I would rather perish. Even Tai Ching shook his head in resignation, chuckling as he scolded. This rascal knows how to speak. He is not afraid of being struck down in the primordial realm. The expressions of many great beings were marked by astonishment. The Hunyuan golden elixir was an extraordinary lineage. And with such a heavenly comprehension, it seemed that all good fortune had been bestowed upon this young lad. Chapter 51, The 8 Pains of Heart Refinement, The Subtle Movements of the West. The celestial chessboard of 129,600 layers dissipated on its own, marking the conclusion of the third trial, in which Xin Dan had astonished the entire assembly. The disciples present, along with numerous quasi-saints, turned their gazes toward the saints. Jain and Juati nodded slightly as he rose. Standing upon the platform, everyone became alert. As the tests of the saints varied greatly, Jain spoke calmly. The third round of trials has concluded. Xin Dan, Xin Du, Guangchengzi, Xi Jingzi, Duo Bao, Yunxiao Zhao Gongming, and the apothecary, you all have triumphed in this trial. Next, it is my turn to orchestrate. The named competitors could not help but smile, having distinguished themselves from the multitude of disciples, indeed, a cause for celebration. They were nearly the pinnacle of their peers in the primordial realm. At the same time, they paid close attention to Jain's regulations. The previous 3 trials, I would call contests of magical prowess, heart refinement, and comprehension. What I value most, however, is perseverance, a quality indispensable on the path of cultivation. With that said, he waved his hand, and the original platform quietly transformed into an independent small thousand world. The quasi-saints focused intently, for the methods of the saints were worthy of observation. Their gazes once again converged upon Jain, hoping he could clarify their doubts. Jain rewrote the rules governing this small thousand world. In this realm, the 8 pains of life incessantly eroded the heart. When one must withstand the onslaught of these 8 pains while contending in magical combat, the expressions of the quasi-saints shifted slightly. The disciples of the saints in the spectator stands were equally astonished. Having received the saints' teachings, they naturally understood what the 8 pains of life entailed. This was a doctrine of the Western teachings. The 8 pains of life, birth, aging, illness, death, unfulfilled desires, encounters with resentment, separation from loved ones, and the affliction of the 5 aggregates, were relentless in their assault. Faced with these 8 forms of suffering, even the quasi-saints were left visibly shaken. The demands of the 8 pains on a practitioner's perseverance were verging on the extreme. Many quasi-saints cast doubtful glances at the competing disciples. The experience of being trapped in the illusion of the 8 pains was undoubtedly uncomfortable. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize one's Tao heart. Originally, the seeds of quasi-saints might find their potential diminished as a result. The 3 pure ones regarded the scene with a hint of indifference. Nevertheless, they held absolute confidence in the few disciples who had triumphed. Having personally taken their positions here, they would not allow any unforeseen events to transpire. Jain then instructed the participating disciples to draw lots. Xin Dan casually grasped a piece of white paper, upon which celestial inscriptions emerged. Lotta 1. He glanced around, and his gaze fortuitously met that of the young apothecary. The apothecary returned his look with a sweet smile. Xin Dan nearly choked on the elixir he had swallowed. Jain and Juati exchanged knowing smiles upon seeing that the first match would be between Xin Dan and the apothecary. The apothecary, a disciple of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, was the most outstanding among the Western teachings. Regardless of how extraordinary Xin Dan's lineage and comprehension were, the disparity in their realms could not be altered. The advantage lay with the Tai Golden Immortal over the Golden Immortal. Xin Dan and the apothecary exchanged no further words, stepping directly into the fray, the moment they descended into the small thousand world. Xin Dan felt the rules tugging at his soul, as if attempting to pull him entirely into the illusion. Xin Dan calmed his mind and held his breath, silently circulating his golden elixir technique. The surrounding influences were significantly diminished. Not far away, the young apothecary clasped her hands together, her expression unwavering, as if the 8 pains of life had no effect on her whatsoever. Xin Dan was not surprised. For the concept of the 8 pains was a construct of the Western teachings. They emphasized perseverance and comprehension, dedicating themselves daily to heart refinement. It was likely that they had long since experienced the trials of the 8 pains within the illusions. Xin Dan maintained a calm demeanor, summoning the purple cloud sword to launch a probing attack. To his astonishment, the apothecary did not evade. Instead, she wore an enigmatic smile that unsettled him. She gently moved her fingers, and the rules of the 8 pains coalesced into a dense black mist that enveloped Xin Dan. The sudden turn of events pulled him into an endless illusion. The 8 pains surged forth like a tide. Ordinary cultivators would likely succumb to madness within mere moments. Even Xian Dan, while feeling the torment of the 8 pains, found beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the consequences of succumbing to this ordeal. Diligently circulating his technique, remaining unaffected by external disturbances, and seeking an opportunity to break free from the enemy's grasp, the apothecary, manipulating the 8 pains of life, also had to invest her entire being. Any misstep could lead to a backlash, thus, the scene became a stalemate. However, the actions of the Western disciples in wielding the 8 pains sparked uproar among the spectators and the quasi-saints. The disciples of the 3 teachings in the audience could hardly contain their outrage. Openly cursing, shameless, to brazenly grant advantages to your own disciples, I have never witnessed such unabashed audacity. Is this the behavior of those emerging from the barren lands of the West? Some even began to subtly rebuke the saints. Ordinary cultivators would certainly lack the courage to do so. However, the disciples of the 3 teachings, witnessing their junior being so humiliated, could not hold their tongues. What significance do the Western saints hold? You too, we have 3 behind us. Many quasi-saints cast complex or disdainful glances at Jane and Juanti. Even the usually gentle and Hua could not help but regard the 2 saints with a hint of disdain. The 3 pure ones exchanged cold glances, ever ready to intervene and rescue Xian Dan. In stark contrast to Jane and Juanti maintained their composure, their expressions unperturbed. Could Xian Dan refine the heart fire of heart refinement? Utilizing its power to cultivate the heart, so too could the apothecary manipulate the illusion of the 8 pains. In the face of victory, maintaining one's dignity truly seemed trivial. As Jane and Juanti remained silent and composed. All attention shifted back to Xian Dan. Trapped within the illusion, he bore an expression devoid of emotion, silently circulating his golden elixir technique while subtly drawing upon the primal force of the Hunyuan golden elixir. In an instant, a towering golden pillar of light erupted from his being. The surrounding black mist of the 8 pains was abruptly dispersed, revealing Xian Dan, whose visage was tinged with fury. The apothecary's expression turned to one of disbelief as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? The 8 pains illusion has no effect on Xian Dan?" This time, it seemed she had shot herself in the foot. She had just raised her head to meet Xian Dan's furious gaze, and the pressure emanating from him compelled her to retreat several steps. Before she could gather her thoughts, Xian Dan coldly glared at her. "You sought the elixir. I offered to exchange it out of goodwill. To prevent you from claiming that my disciples of the 3 teachings rely on external forces to bully others, you insisted on playing tricks in what was supposed to be a fair contest. Was that truly necessary?" The apothecary's face was grave, yet she had no means to counter his words. As the backlash of the 8 pains descended upon her, she could only summon all her magical power to resist it. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Dan unleashed his most formidable magical prowess. In an instant, boundless celestial light surged around the apothecary, the winds rose, clouds billowed, and the heavens transformed unpredictably. The numerous disciples in the spectator stands were left astounded, rising in shock as they gazed at Xian Dan in the arena, unable to restrain their exclamations. What kind of magical power is this? Such a phenomenon is unlike any seen upon Kunlun Mountain. Ethereal light emerged from the heavens, coalescing into a colossal handprint that obscured the sky. It faintly radiated the cosmic pressures of exterminating immortals and vanquishing demons, surging upward like a long rainbow towards the 9 heavens. The apothecary, her heart racing with terror, was overwhelmed by the backlash of the 8 pains, the extermination of immortals and demons handprint. It descended with the might to pierce through the heavens and earth, obliterating the myriad realms. In that moment, it seemed that only the indelible pressure of Xian Dan remained in existence. The 3 pure ones simultaneously released a thread of saintly power, shielding the 2 Western saints. Jane and Juanti shot to their feet, their gazes piercing through the shattered battlefield, searching intently. Chapter 52, Xian Dan vs. Xian Du. As the dust settled, the ground was cleaved open, revealing an unfathomable abyss. Xian Dan stood proudly, his figure unwavering, while the apothecary's presence had vanished from sight. The outcome was glaringly evident. The disciples and the spectator stands erupted into jubilant cheers. The Ksitigarbha buried his head even deeper, fearful of being implicated in receiving a beating. Truly, he is worthy of being the junior disciple of the Xian Dan. Let us teach him a lesson. That wretched pharmacist should be dealt with directly. They must not be allowed to leave Kunlun Mountain alive. In the eyes of Xuandu, Guangchengzi, and Duobao, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled. Little did they expect that their junior brother could hide so profoundly. If it were they defending against such a move, they would undoubtedly exert all their strength. The numerous quasi-saints took their seats, their eyes shining with awe, unable to suppress their admiration. Indeed, the new generation is pushing the old. And this humble Taoist feels as though he is being surpassed by the younger disciples. The disciples of the saints possess unparalleled talent, a stark contrast to the rest. The three pure ones simultaneously turned their gazes, their cold stares landing upon the two saints of the West. First, they leveraged elixirs to forcefully break the celestial chessboard. Then, a saint sought to profit for his disciple, attempting to use the 8 sufferings to shatter the heart of the Xiandan. The outcome could only be described as shooting oneself in the foot. The reputation of the West has been tarnished, destined to be remembered for eternity in infamy. Jain and Zhuanti wore expressions of distress, sighing repeatedly. Zhuanti's demeanor was particularly grim, his heart filled with resentment. How deeply one could hide. Tongtian suddenly let out a cold snort, his words dripping with disdain. Is this all? Does one truly believe that my disciple is easy to bully? The taste of losing face must be quite unpleasant. No, ha! The three pure ones burst into laughter. Even Nuwa, who usually refrained from meddling in the affairs of the primordial chaos, could not help but cover her face and chuckle lightly. Jain and Zhuanti soon regained their composure, as if the earlier scene had never transpired. When the pharmacist was teleported out, he was battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. A clear handprint marked his face. It was truly a case of a mute eating durian, with no means to express his suffering. The remaining participating disciples continued as usual. The disciples of the Western sect had already been eliminated. It was merely a contest among the 3 senior brothers, and the outcome was predictable. Jain and Zhuanti were like needles on a hot seat, unable to leave or stay. Ultimately, the 3 victors emerged precisely as anticipated, the disciples of the human teaching. Xuandu, the disciple of the teaching of the expounding Guangchengzi, and the disciple of the teaching of the cutting Duobao. The gathered crowd awaited the saint's pronouncement to initiate the final contest. Tongtian suddenly revealed a mischievous grin, his gaze fixed on Jain. Do take a good look at the demeanor of my 3 disciples, observe closely, and learn well. Having said that, he disregarded Jain and Zhuanti's ashen faces, stepping directly onto the arena. Waving his hand grandly, this Taoist has never adhered to any rules. Whoever has the bigger fist shall have the final say. Draw lots, and let the battle commence. The disciples and quasi-saints in the viewing seats displayed expressions of keen interest. As cultivators of the primordial chaos, one ought to rely on their own strength. The true confrontation of geniuses is precisely the spectacle they wish to witness. The 4 victors stood under the spotlight of countless gazes, each gripping a piece of white paper upon which celestial inscriptions emerged. Xuandu faced Guangchengzi, while Duobao confronted the disciple of the human teaching. The disciples of the same sect engaged in combat. The first disciples of the expounding and cutting sects battled fiercely. Anticipation filled the air as Guangchengzi and Duobao took to the stage first. They represented the faces of their respective sections. Guangchengzi, a master of techniques and divine abilities, adept in the path of instruments. Duobao, the Taoist of the Qingping sword, inheritor of Tongtian's swordsmanship, wielding his sword with prowess, skilled in the art of formations. Both were unmatched talents of their generation, disciples of 2 saints, their paths reflecting their masters. Tongtian approached with a grin, transmitting his thoughts. Brother, I will not allow Duobao to show mercy. Yuanshi stood tall and replied calmly, Junior brother, do not be overly confident. The outcome is uncertain. Guangchengzi and Duobao stood upon the stage, exchanging smiles. At Junior brother, give it your all. Brother, I intend to do just that. Let us begin. Divine technique, transformation of the great universe. Countless clones of Guangchengzi surrounded the arena, each avatar simultaneously formed hand seals, channeling their entire essence. Divine technique, jade clear divine thunder. Divine technique, 3 mystical divine winds. Divine technique, 3 mystical true fires. The winds fueled the flames, and the thunder roared. Hundreds of divine techniques were unleashed simultaneously. The heavens and earth shifted, the clouds darkened, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The numerous disciples in the viewing seats were left astonished, their mouths agape, excluding the pharmacist and Ksidagarba, who feared being besieged by the disciples of the 3 teachings. They sought refuge beside the 2 saints of the West. Is this truly the full extent of our senior brother's power? He used to practice with me, always praising me, yet the gap is so vast. I wonder how Duobao will respond. The observing quasi-saints displayed expressions of keen interest, awaiting Duobao's counter. Duobao summoned the Qingping sword, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. He inhaled deeply, channeling boundless sword intent into the blade. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a light, ethereal sound to announce its presence to the world. He swung his sword, and the Qingping sword instantly cleaved through the heavens. The verdant sword energy pierced the firmament. Trailing like a comet across the sky, the chilling sword intent shattered the surrounding space. Concurrently, the intricacies of formations surged forth from all directions. Duobao deployed the formation flags, positioning them at various angles to channel spiritual energy. The entire small thousand worlds quaked with the ferocity of their battle. Old Ancestor Mingi displayed a look of astonishment, gasping in awe. This childless swordsmanship defies the heavens. He surely possesses the potential of a quasi-saint. In the future, surpassing this humble Taoist is highly likely. The disciples of the three teachings in the viewing area were internally shaken. The remarks bestowed by the master of the Nether Blood Sea Mingi could be deemed supreme. Xuandu fixated on the sword energy that cleaved through the skies, unable to suppress a frown. It would be quite challenging for this humble Taoist to withstand that sword energy. Everyone could not help but rise to their feet, captivated by this extraordinary duel. The clash of boundless divine techniques and world-destroying sword energy erupted. In an instant, silence reigned. No one dared to speak. There upon the arena, Duobao directed his sword at Guangchengzi's face. Guangchengzi wore a helpless smile, shaking his head, and calmly said, "Junior brother has won. This humble Taoist humbly accepts defeat. Keep up the good work." Duobao returned the smile, clasping his fists, and replied, "In the previous round, brother won. This round, I shall claim victory." They exchanged smiles, leaving the arena together. Being of the same sect, they were akin to family, while they contested for supremacy on stage. They remained harmonious off it. Countless disciples and quasi-saints were still savoring the grandeur of the recent battle. Next to take the stage were Xiandan and Xuandu. Guangchengzi suddenly inquired, "Junior brother, who would you like to challenge next?" Duobao replied without hesitation, "Junior brother Xiandan." A mischievous smile graced his face. "I would like to challenge brother Xuandu any time. However, I have yet to test my skills against junior brother Xiandan, and I naturally wish to give it a try." As they spoke, Xiandan and Xuandu had already arrived at the arena. Xuandu summoned his dragon-headed crutch, smiling lightly. "Junior brother, I will not go easy on you." Xiandan wore an enigmatic smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Brother, feel free to unleash your full power." As soon as the words left his mouth, they both sprang into action, divine techniques clashing as they summoned their treasures. The spectators watched with keen interest. The internal conflict among the disciples of the human teaching intrigued everyone. Xuandu relentlessly swung his dragon-headed crutch towards Xiandan while simultaneously employing the divine technique of three mystical true fire to limit Xuandan's evasion space. Xiandan, on the other hand, utilized the might of the burning heavens blazing flame to evade the assault. Their battle lacked the brilliance of Guangchengzi and Duobao's confrontation, yet it was noteworthy in its own right. With exchanges going back and forth, each round saw Xuandu maintaining the upper hand. Zheng Yuanzi furrowed his brow, murmuring, "As expected, junior brother cannot surpass brother." Xiandan persistently dodged the attacks, maintaining a calm demeanor. There was no hint of urgency. Instead, his eyes sparkled with determination. Meanwhile, Xuandu, observing his junior brother's desperate dodging, sighed inwardly, "Forgive me, junior brother, let's practice for a few more millennia." Just as he was about to channel his power to unleash a fatal divine technique, he felt his energy weigh down upon him as though it were laden with lead. Xuandu's expression shifted dramatically, and he inwardly exclaimed, "This is trouble. How did I become afflicted by toxic miasma?" He abruptly looked up, meeting Xuandan's smiling gaze. My apologies, brother. Chapter 53, Xiandan, there's nothing I can do. A handsome face cannot be concealed by a bald head. Xuandu stared in disbelief, feeling the heaviness within him. Struggling to channel his power. He suddenly recalled Xuandan's earlier evasive maneuvers, merely encasing himself in the burning heavens blazing flame. Xuandu's expression darkened as he glared at the grinning Xiandan. "You truly are my good junior brother." Voluntarily showing weakness, while the burning heavens blazing flame secretly harbors toxic miasma, silently, "You have poisoned this humble Taoist, junior brother. You certainly know how to play." The words emerged from his gritted teeth. Xuandu, a disciple of the Tao of alchemy under the Ta Ching saint, had also received the true teachings. In just a few moments, he grasped the effects of the toxic miasma, sharing the same path of the golden elixir. The miasma precisely shackled the source power of the golden elixir, effectively locking his core and rendering him vulnerable. He could not help but curse inwardly. "Junior brother truly holds me in high regard, concocting this poison specifically for me. As fellow practitioners of the golden elixir path, You know my weaknesses all too well. Xuandu attempted to exert his full power to break free from the shackles of the golden elixir's source. He sought to use brute force to shatter the bindings but ultimately found it in vain. This toxin is exceedingly effective, perhaps even too much so? Glancing up once more, he saw Shendan beaming, displaying his pearly white teeth, a visage that was utterly infuriating. Shendan suddenly clasped his hands in salute. Grinning, brother, I must apologize. The corner of Duobao's mouth twitched as he observed from the viewing area. Surely junior brother cannot concoct toxic miasma for every formidable opponent, can he? He wouldn't he, would he? The expressions of the many quasi-saints varied as they watched the unfolding scene. Hong Yun shook his head secretly sighing. After all, the ambush tactics are but a minor path. Who knew that Tai would suddenly snort coldly, indifferently stating, any method capable of killing is a good method. What distinction is there between major and minor paths? The other quasi-saints fell silent, their gazes fixed on the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Shendan launched an attack, employing the burning heavens blazing flame. The torrential flames relentlessly compressed Xuandu's space for survival. All avenues of escape have been severed. And the temperature is rising sharply. Previously I had thought that my preparation against the miasma was insufficient, thus I directly administered the maximum dosage into Xuandu's body. In retrospect, the effects are remarkable, and I am quite satisfied. The many disciples in the viewing area exchanged strange glances. Xuandu's power was significantly suppressed, and the tide of battle shifted. He summoned the Bagua purple gold furnace, his expression darkening. Seal, the raging flames were instantly drawn into it. Xuandan's assault intensified as he wielded the purple cloud sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that soared through the cosmos, thousands of sword strikes flying forth. Xuandu, now restrained, could only fend off the attack with his dragon-headed cane. Utterly unable to mount a counterattack, each attempt to summon the primordial force of his golden core yielded only a response akin to sinking in mire. As the battle tilted against him, a glimmer of insight flickered in Xuandu's eyes, as if he had conceived a countermeasure. He swung his dragon-headed cane and engaged in close combat, observing the inferno being absorbed into the Bagua purple gold furnace. Shendan ceased relying solely on supernatural abilities and continued to brandish the purple cloud sword. The back-and-forth exchange was evident, with Xuandu being thoroughly suppressed. Dubao could not help but shake his head, remarking, it's only a matter of time before my senior brother faces defeat. The other disciples did not refute him, all recognizing the slim chances Xuandu had of victory, just when he was afflicted by the miasma. If only he could find an opportunity to break free from his confinement. Standing upon the stage under Xuandan's relentless harassment, he found no opportunity to draw upon the primordial power within his golden core for an offensive. Once the miasma infiltrated his being, the outcome was already apparent. The many quasi-saints lost interest, sensing that victory had been determined. Throughout Xuandan's onslaught, his words echoed continuously, senior brother, there is no need to continue. Senior brother, my miasma just happens to counter your abilities. Senior brother, we are both disciples of the human sect. Let us call it a day. Xuandu, striving to defend himself, suddenly erupted, as if unleashing a moment of peak power. The spectators' eyes lit up, fixated on the battlefield. Could there still be a twist? Dubao was equally astonished, though he quickly regained his composure. It was only natural for my senior brother to employ some hidden moves. Perhaps it would put my junior brother in a difficult position. In a moment of oversight, Shendan suddenly sensed something amiss. Xuandu, expending all his strength, did not attack him but rather forcefully shoved something into his mouth. When Shendan came to his senses, his face was one of astonishment. Trembling, he pointed at the grinning Xuandu and exclaimed, senior brother, you, with those thick brows and big eyes, resorted to poison? Xuandu shook his head and replied softly, I have not poisoned you. Take a moment to truly feel it. Once Shendan perceived the medicinal effects spreading through his body, the dense pressure abruptly transformed into a surging torrent of magical power. Akin to a dam bursting, pure mana circulated through his meridians, emerging from the primordial golden core and returning once more. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, flooding into his body. Boom! In but 3 breaths, the pressure he exuded escalated to a new level. Mid-stage golden immortal, Xuandan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the breaking boundary pill concocted by you? No wonder Xuandu had earlier requested 2 breaking boundary pills. It appears they were intended for his own benefit. As his words fell, his hair was swept away by the wind, revealing a shiny bald head, as white as jade. In that instant, the disciples in the viewing area burst into laughter. It turns out even my junior brother has moments where he stumbles upon his own misfortune. It seems even he cannot escape the side effects of the pill. It is a pity that what was ingested was not the heart soul pill. As they spoke, they each took out recording stones to document the event. Xuandu gazed at Xuandan's current appearance, laughing heartily. I have long wished to test this, and now I have seized the opportunity. However, as he scrutinized Shendan, his tone turned slightly disgruntled. You've lost all your hair yet still managed to look this way. Shendan displayed no hint of anger or embarrassment. Instead, he chuckled. Senior brother, your words are misguided. There is a saying that a bald head reveals true beauty. Handsomeness cannot be obscured by a bald head. Xuandu's smile abruptly ceased, an impulse to spit blood rising within him. How could this brat be so infuriating? With a darkened expression, he summoned the dragon-headed cane for battle. Already hindered by the miasma, he was just expending his final reserves. Faced with Xuandan's fierce offensive following his breakthrough, he finally found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he was struck down by Xuandan's descending nine heavens cloud carriage. Feeling as though his bones had shattered, suffering a complete defeat, Shendan looked at his senior brother's pitiful state, stowing away the nine heavens cloud carriage, and shook his head. Driving improperly leads to tears for loved ones. Oh, I crashed into a relative. Then it's all good. With that, Shendan promptly flew off the stage and returned to the viewing area. He produced a cleansing miasma pill he had prepared earlier. Senior brother, please do not be angry. It was merely a contest. This is an antidote pill that can resolve all poisons, I assure you. I can handle the plague as well, please forgive me, but to secure victory, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. Xuandu, enduring the pain throughout his body, accepted the cleansing miasma pill and dispelled the miasma within. That's more like it. I suppose you do have a shred of conscience. Only Huang Long in the crowd couldn't help but furrow his brows upon hearing the term cleansing miasma pill. Chapter 54, Xuandu defected after being defeated by Shendan? Xuandan's advancement to the finals caught the quasi-saints present off guard. The foundation of the primordial golden core is indeed formidable. However, his golden immortal realm is also genuine. To triumph over Tai at the golden immortal level puts him among the elite of his peers. Yet, when recalling the maneuvers Shendan had executed during each trial, hiding within the nine heavens cloud carriage to devour the heart soul fire, subjecting the fiercely competitive Taizhenwen to primitive cold violence, ultimately destabilizing his Dao heart, which allowed Shendan to advance rather inadvertently of the recent battle with Xuandu, employing the miasma propagated by the blazing fire, clearly tailored specifically for Xuandu, had led the esteemed senior brother of the human sect to suffer such a humiliating fate. Jin Yuanzi, wearing a smile, shook his head in admiration. This child does not resemble a disciple of the Taiji saint. He possesses a wealth of clever tricks. Mingyi echoed in agreement. Indeed, he plays far more cunningly than I do. It is understandable for one to stand out among the many Tai golden immortals by employing unorthodox tactics. Just having left the arena, Xuandu, having ingested the cleansing miasma pill to dispel the miasma, still bore a somewhat darkened complexion before the eyes of all, having lost to his junior brother of the golden immortal realm. He felt his face burn with humiliation, unable to find comfort in his seat among the audience. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Guang Qingzi Yaoshi and Di Zong, each attending to the saints. Xuandu, unwilling to face the eager gazes of his fellow disciples, sought solace from his master, Lao Ziyat. He transformed into a streak of light, departing his seat. Shortly thereafter, he landed steadily, his expression forlorn. Feeling the saintly pressure emanating from his master, the grievances within him began to pour forth. Unable to contain a long sigh, he gazed sorrowfully at Master. Do you think my defeat to my junior brother truly stems from a lack of talent? After so long in the alchemical arts, I still cannot overcome a mere miasma. Have I brought shame upon you? When confidence is shattered, the comfort of an elder can restore it. Until a booming voice rang in his ears. My good lad, you wish to enter my fold? With my guidance, you shall surely triumph over Shendan. Xuandu. Wait, why did I end up at the third master's place? Coming to his senses, he adopted a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired previously, and bowed respectfully. I was just a bit out of my mind earlier. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xuandu hurriedly departed. Noticing the unusual situation, Laozi rarely furrowed his brows. Did my second disciple just betray my esteemed first disciple? Xuandu hastily approached Laozi. His expression fell once more, eyes filled with sorrow, sighing deeply as images of his defeat at Xuandan's hands flashed through his mind. The miasma concocted by Xiandan had him thoroughly restrained. Unable to stifle another sigh, he lamented, "Master, do you believe that if I refine my alchemical skills a little further, I would not be ensnared by that miasma, if I were to refine my golden core path with greater diligence? Would I not fall into my junior brother's trap?" Guang Qingzi's mouth fell agape, staring incredulously at the suddenly unhinged Xuandu, his heart swirling with turmoil. "Weren't you just competing with me for the position of the first disciple of the Chan sect? Is it merely because Xiandan defeated you that you now call my master? Could it be that the three teachings have conspired behind our backs?" Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled, smiling lightly. As for alchemy, I cannot speak. However, if you could refine your skills in instrument crafting and receive my teachings on magical techniques, harnessing the power of the jade clear divine thunder, you could surely dispel the miasma. Perhaps consider paying your respects after the competition concludes. Xuandu suddenly lifted his head, facing the teasing gaze of his second master and the furious eyes of Guang Qingzi beside him. He feigned ignorance of Guang Qingzi's glare and quickly bowed. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly as he turned to leave. Laozi's frown had never been this deep before. What in the world is Xuandu doing? And this second disciple, does he dare to directly refer to himself as a master? Disregarding me as the elder brother, he watched as Xuandu wandered aimlessly, unable to discern direction. His brows gradually relaxed as he glanced at the approaching Xiandan, just as Xuandu was about to reach the position of the Western Two Saints. Laozi intervened and pulled him back. The scene shifted suddenly, revealing the visage of his master, yet Xuandu could no longer muster that sorrowful tone. He locked eyes with the suspicion reflected in his master's gaze and boldly called out, "Master, you must trust me. I am unwaveringly loyal to the teachings of the Rinjiao, with no ulterior motives. Just now, I merely lost my way, much like a Tai golden immortal adrift in the vast wilderness." A rather absurd jest indeed. Xiandu suddenly felt the inadequacy of his explanation. In a moment of clarity, he recalled the elixir bestowed upon him by his junior brother. His eyes widened in realization as he turned to glance at the cheerful Xiandan, who was preparing to take the stage. "Excellent, truly excellent, my dear junior brother. The toxic miasma is better left unpurged within. My junior brother could have at least informed me of the side effects of the elixir." Meanwhile, Xiandan and Duobao had already entered the finals, poised for a climactic showdown. Xiandan raised his head just in time to catch the gaze of Xiandu and Laozi. He waved at his master with a beaming smile, convinced that his master held high hopes for him and that he must not bring shame upon him. Moreover, his senior brother, even in defeat, looked at him with such fervent encouragement. "Henceforth, every elixir I concoct shall be reserved for my esteemed senior brother." As thoughts surged through his mind, Xiandan and Duobao took to the stage, drawing the attention of all present. Previously, Duobao's astonishing strike had moved even the quasi-saints, yet Xiandan's unexpected maneuvers made it difficult for the quasi-saints to arrive at a hasty conclusion. Who will ultimately seize the title in this grand competition remains uncertain. Standing proudly on the arena, Duobao brandished the Qingsong sword with confidence, his Taoist robe billowing as if in a breeze. He fixed his gaze on Xiandan and abruptly shook his head. "Junior brother, my swordsmanship is unparalleled. Should I not go all out, I fear I may not best you, but if I do unleash my full power, I may not be able to restrain myself. This sword, influenced by the Tianqin Dan and the Pijing Dan, and through aiding your understanding, I am reluctant to wield it against you. After all, you are merely a golden immortal. Having come this far is commendable, why not concede?" Duobao's piercing gaze fell upon Xiandan as he earnestly advised. Upon hearing this, Xiandan exhibited a look of confusion. "Do you mean to imply that your victory is assured, senior brother?" Duobao nodded, declaring, "This sword is invincible. I possess absolute confidence. Before my strike, your alchemical prowess, poisonous arts, and divine fire stand no chance of harming me even slightly. I have ingested the Pajingdan, preparing for this battle for millennia. Solely for this strike, the 300,000 sword immortals of the primordial wilderness bow their heads before my blade." Xiandan felt his pupils tremble. Good heavens! Duobao's chain of actions is quite impressive. Contemplating deeply, he gritted his teeth and replied, "In that case, senior brother, do not blame me. I had no desire to resort to this move." Duobao stood with pride, "Regardless of what technique you employ, I will only need to strike once." Then, he beheld a recording stone inscribed with the words Duobao Tianqin Dan Avi. Xiandan hung the recording stone around his neck and laughed heartily. saying, "Senior brother, unleash your sword." Chapter 55. The grand finale of the competition. Xian Dan claims victory. Xian Dan, with the recording stone around his neck, grinned widely, raising an eyebrow at Duo Bao, exuding an air of bravado. In stark contrast, Duo Bao's face turned ashen, his grip on the Qingsong sword tightening, knuckles whitening, veins throbbed on his forehead as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. All the quasi-saints in the observation area were left speechless. What could possibly be within that recording stone to provoke such a reaction from Duo Bao? Only the serious expression of the quasi-T drew attention, his gaze fixed intently on Xian Dan. Silently contemplating, this lad is indeed destined for something with the West. Duo Bao took several deep breaths, striving to calm his emotions. My sword is swift, I can strike before you even release the image. Xian Dan firmly grasped the recording stone, smiling lightly. This recording stone is inscribed with a formation. When shattered, it will automatically release the image. Senior brother, do proceed. Duo Bao clenched his jaw tighter, his face reddening as he shouted, "If you dare to release it, I shall dare to strike. If you dare to strike, I shall dare to release. Come on, come, who fears whom?" The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense, yet neither made a move. Tong Tian could not help but glance at his elder brother. Laozi shook his head helplessly, casually casting forth a beam of azure light. The recording stone that had hung around Xian Dan's neck vanished without a trace. Ahem. He cleared his throat, prompting Xian Dan to regain his composure. His smile froze. The smile shifted to Duo Bao's face as he raised the Qingsong sword, pointing it at Xian Dan. "Junior brother, now you find yourself without recourse." Xian Dan's expression swiftly returned to normal. He remained steadfast, secretly channeling his celestial energy. He had not anticipated victory. His sole aim was to undermine Duo Bao's sense of invincibility. There is no need for further words, senior brother, simply strike. My divine abilities also possess their intricacies. The outcome is not yet determined. Duo Bao ceased his persuasion, nodding with a smile at junior brother. "Your determination is truly admirable." The tension between the two intensified, capturing the gaze of all. One possessed dual mastery of alchemy and poison, while the other wielded unmatched swordsmanship. Despite the disparity in realms, the spectacle of their combat remained unaffected. Di Jun's eyes blazed with intensity as he remarked, "Duo Bao's earlier astonishing strike would be difficult for Xian Dan to withstand, even if he summoned the 9 heavens cloud carriage." Jin Yuanzi, meanwhile, smiled lightly. "Not necessarily. This child always manages to conjure new wonders." Xian Dan's expression was grave, ever prepared to unleash his full strength. After all, Duo Bao's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Facing him head-on, the opportunities ahead were limited, requiring him to be at his utmost vigilance. Duo Bao, however, laughed heartily, declaring, "Junior brother, behold this technique." As his words fell, the Qingsong sword soared into the air, its chilling intent causing the disciples in the observation area to twitch their eyelids. In the next moment, Duo Bao's smile broadened as 3,000 formation flags descended from the heavens, positioned around the arena, controlling the secrets of this world. Like a spring, they infused boundless spiritual energy, shimmering with radiant divine light. The instant the formation activated, the celestial mechanism swayed, subtly drawing upon the power of certain laws. Duo Bao's figure stood proudly within intricate and profound celestial inscriptions swirling around him. The grand formation continually harnessed the power of the laws, generating an onslaught capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. It could transform into blazing flames to incinerate all, or freeze the surroundings with icy tendrils, or manifest countless sword energies traversing the cosmos. Within the formation, the laws coalesced, embodying the principles of the 5 elements and the Yin-Yang Bagua. Both the observing disciples and the quasi-saints on the high platform were left in a daze. "So all this time, you were not merely boasting about your swordsmanship, but rather, you intended to set a formation?" Suddenly, a crucial realization struck them. Duo Bao, the disciple of Tong Tian, inherited both swordsmanship and formation arts. Tong Tian's formation techniques are among the pinnacle of the primordial wilderness. As the direct disciple of this first disciple, Duo Bao had previously engaged with his sword, causing them to overlook the aspect of formations. The formidable aura emanating from the celestial mechanism formation was certainly no less than the previous astonishing sword strike, and it could even be said to surpass it. Di Jun's eyes lit up, applauding. "A Tai golden immortal utilizing formations can draw upon the laws of this realm to unleash a fraction of the power of the great Luo. Remarkable. Truly remarkable." The other great beings nodded in agreement. Many gazes turned towards Xian Dan, pondering how he would respond to such a predicament. Xian Dan stood within the formation, his smile twitching. "Senior brother plays quite skillfully." Concealing such a trump card, Duobao beamed widely, nearly stretching his grin to his ears. This was precisely the stunning effect he had aimed for. He had initially thought his junior brother would know fear and concede. To his surprise, Xiandan's tone shifted, and a radiant smile emerged on his face. "Senior brother, I must apologize." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiandan summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The nine-dragon cauldron, toxic miasma, surged forth from within the cauldron like a swarm of frenzied bees. Duobao's brow furrowed slightly before gradually relaxing. "Junior brother, mere miasma cannot breach my formation." An unending flow of toxic miasma erupted. The art of poison is remarkably intricate. As long as one can refine powerful toxins and find a way to poison the enemy, defeating the strong with the weak is not insurmountable. Having prepared a vast array of innate spiritual herb-level poisons for this battle, Xiandan had truly emptied his reserves to concoct various formidable toxins for the confrontation. However, flames blazed forth, consumed by the searing flames of heaven. Ice was engulfed, corroded by the toxins, dissipating instantly. Divine thunder descended, shattered by the toxins, its might dissipated. Sword energies erupted, corroded by the toxins, dulling their edge. Countless forces surged forth from Duobao's formation, yet the toxic miasma within the nine-dragon cauldron countered each one. The miasma and the formidable power of the formation clashed repeatedly, dissipating. "Junior brother, you have indeed come well prepared." Duobao secretly marveled, wondering just how much his junior brother had readied. Xiandan merely smiled broadly. "Not much, just a mere 198,623 different types of miasma." A year had passed, and the miasma had already begun to corrode the surrounding formation flags, showing no signs of abating. Xiandan continued to wear his sunny smile, while an ominous premonition arose within Duobao. He tirelessly drew upon the power of the laws of heaven and earth to launch continual assaults. Yet before he could even approach Xiandan, he found his might eroded by the miasma, the potency diminished by over 90%, ultimately being thwarted by the nine-dragon cauldron. 10 years elapsed, and the miasma had nearly dismantled the majority of the formation. A hint of panic surfaced on Duobao's face, while the observing quasi-saints felt their eyelids twitching. A few of the quasi-saints cast disdainful glances at Minghe, internally scoffing. So they resort to summoning the projection of the underworld blood sea in a fight. Leveraging their home advantage to remain undefeated. How ostentatious, however, it must be said. In battle, regardless of the means, only the outcome matters. A century passed, and Duobao's complexion had gone completely pale. The formation flags were all corroded, and the toxic miasma within the nine-dragon cauldron showed no signs of abating. Suddenly Xiandan shouted fiercely, "Senior brother, I am coming in." With that, an endless tide of miasma surged violently into Duobao's body. Duobao was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his entire body trembling. He had expended 90% of his magical energy controlling the heavenly mechanism array, leaving him utterly incapable of further combat now, with the poison invading his body. There was no hope for recovery. "I have lost," he declared, his voice tinged with a sense of desolation and unwillingness. The fierce battle between the two abruptly ceased, marking the end of their confrontation. The onlooking disciples of the great sects and the quasi-saints were all visibly shocked, showering their congratulations. "Junior brother is remarkable, a dual master of alchemy and poison, unmatched among peers, truly the foremost disciple of our sage." It was no surprise, given his esteemed tutelage under the Ta Ching saint, that he possessed an array of extraordinary techniques. The mastery of both alchemy and poison was already impressive, recalling his burning heaven blaze and the annihilating immortal's great seal. It was only natural for him to claim the victory. Upon returning to the spectator's seat, Xiandan presented Duobao with a clear poison pill. At the same moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind, rewarding him with spirit-gathering grass identical to the previous reward from the clear poison pill he had given to Xuandu. He paid no mind. Duobao, however, forced a smile, congratulating his junior brother on securing the championship. Xiandan smiled, waving his hand dismissively. "Just a stroke of luck." Ta Ching, in high spirits, stepped forward to announce, "In this grand competition, Xiandan has emerged victorious." Chapter 56, Xuandan's Versailles, who truly claimed the victory. Ta Ching's benevolent gaze fell upon Xiandan as he spoke softly. "Having claimed the championship, you shall receive a reward. Come forth." This statement drew the attention of many, who cast envious glances. The quasi-saints present couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. That was a reward from a sage, priceless innate treasures. Exceptional innate roots, an abundance of everything imaginable, whatever one desired, could be effortlessly obtained with but a word. Simultaneously, they were curious about what Xiandan truly wished for. With great enthusiasm, Xiandan stepped forward, while Duobao ingested the clear poison pill to rid himself of the toxins within. Approaching the Lord Laozi, he proclaimed, "My disciple has claimed the championship of the means employed were somewhat difficult to articulate, yet regardless, my disciple is the champion, and I am elated." Laozi inquired with a smile, having claimed the championship. "You ought to receive a reward." He stroked his beard, contemplating, "How about I bestow upon you a supreme innate treasure? Traveling through the primordial world, possessing such a treasure would greatly enhance your strength." "It would be beneficial." Xiandan shook his head, replying, "Disciple possesses the supreme innate treasure, the 9-dragon cauldron, and the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot. I have no need for more." Laozi nodded slightly, continuing to ponder, "Then I shall grant you a top-tier divine ability, enabling you to adapt to myriad changes in battle, enriching your arsenal of techniques." Xiandan again shook his head in response. "Disciple already possesses the burning heaven blaze and the annihilating immortal's great seal. There is no need." The disciples of the various sects watching were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. To refuse a supreme innate treasure and to lack for top-tier divine abilities, was he truly the embodiment of all privileges? Especially the many outer disciples of Jia Jiao, their eyes turning red to it was not envy or jealousy, but merely the natural color of their pupils, particularly Yaoshi and Dizang, standing beside Jia Jiao, lamented that the East was indeed affluent. Yet they treated supreme innate treasures as trifles. It was no wonder they dared to use such treasures as stakes in mahjong. The West was indeed suffering. Xuandan's responses left the quasi-saints present filled with envy. They hailed from noble lineages, having cultivated through countless epochs to achieve their present status. Having received teachings from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, they possessed a myriad of divine abilities. They too had supreme innate treasures and top-tier divine abilities. Yet, hearing such words from a younger generation of a personal sect, many mighty beings felt a sense of misfortune. Were it not for their pride, some might have dared to take on disciples from their peers. Seeing that his disciple lacked for nothing, Laozi remained exceedingly pleased and once again inquired, "Disciple, what is it that you desire?" Xiandan pondered briefly before exclaiming, "Disciple is deeply engrossed in the path of alchemy. Unable to extricate himself, I only wish for my esteemed master to grant me a top-tier alchemical formula, so that I may further hone my skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the many disciples of the great sects in the viewing area suddenly brightened with excitement. Setting aside all else, the efficacy of his junior brother's elixirs was truly remarkable. Moreover, the formula bestowed by the Grandmaster would surely not be of ordinary quality. With the Grandmaster's formula, would not junior brother's alchemical creations soar to new heights? As for side effects, surely the Grandmaster's formula would pose no issues. Laozi's smile widened, nodding repeatedly, "Very well, it is fitting that you are my good disciple, since you have taken the initiative to speak. I shall surely grant it to you." Saying this, he reached out and lightly tapped Xuandan's forehead, bestowing upon him the formula for a pill named the Fortune Pill. Laozi continued, "The Fortune Pill, when consumed, can enhance one's luck within a specified duration." Upon hearing this, the disciples in the viewing area erupted in excitement. The distant Xuandu couldn't help but stretch his neck to look over. Luck is an enigmatic yet vital aspect for cultivators. With good fortune at their doorstep, their cultivation would soar like never before, enhancing a cultivator's luck, amplifying opportunities while diminishing misfortune. Who would not desire such a splendid existence? Furthermore, the elixirs refined by Junior Brother would have their effects magnified. Particularly, the disciples of Chan Jiao, who were eagerly anticipating it, were already blessed with substantial fortune. If they were to obtain the fortune pill refined by Junior Brother, would not treasures rain down upon them with every turn? Disciples from the three teachings were all elated. However, fleeting thoughts of Huanglong, the bald Duobao, and Ma Yuan's third leg crept into their minds, causing their smiles to stiffen. Xiandan, overjoyed, noticed the eager gazes of his fellow disciples. He thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Rest assured, my fellow brothers, leave the matter of alchemy to me. Do not be so bashful. If you desire elixirs, simply speak up. We are all comrades, so let us not be so formal." The disciples in the viewing area found themselves at a loss for words, their hearts aflame with eagerness for the elixirs, yet fearful of the potential side effects. Guang Chengzi leaned closer to Xuandu. "Your dear junior brother, how about you try it first? After consuming it, your fortune will surge, and you'll reap great rewards." Xuandu recalled the two dissenters from earlier and shot Guang Chengzi a glare. "Why not? From now on, I shall call you brother, and you can try it first." The many disciples of the three teachings exchanged glances, each urging the other to go first. "You go first, this elixir is truly exceptional." Ah, such words are misguided. It should be the junior brother who goes first. Witnessing this scene, the quasi-saints couldn't help but express their admiration. The camaraderie among the disciples of the three teachings is truly remarkable. They say the three pure ones are discordant, yet what I observed today is merely a falsehood. The emperor, with his few young ones, wished they would cease their daily quarrels. Several idle quasi-saints cast sympathetic glances toward the speaker. Emperor Jun.As, the ruler of the demon race, overseeing their significant matters, raising 10 sons, left him drained with exhaustion. Matters of the demon race and family affairs were both burdensome. Perhaps being a loose cultivator would be preferable. At that moment, Shijingzi pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we seal our senses and play rock paper scissors? The loser shall indicate the worst luck and be obliged to consume the fortune pill. If luck is already so poor, there is no need to worry about side effects, I say." The other disciples exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Agreed. The disciples of the viewing area then began their spirited game of rock paper scissors. Within half a stick of incense, all eyes converged upon Shurji, the outer disciple of Jia. Shurji's expression was one of astonishment as she scanned the surroundings, witnessing the mixed gazes of her fellow disciples, some filled with pity, others with envy, and yet others with sympathy. We thank our senior sister for her selfless dedication, testing the elixir herself. Such words, congratulations to junior sister Shurji, your fortune is bound to flourish, indeed, with the fortune pill in hand. Your fate will be transformed. Only Shurji, now the center of attention, felt somewhat at a loss. Duobao laughed heartily. Excellent, junior sister, you should be the first to consume the elixir refined by junior brother Xiandan. He pointed at himself, appearing somewhat adorably naive. Me? Bai Xiao immediately rushed forward, grasping one of Shurji's arms. Junior sister, such great benevolence, I am in awe. Junior sister, benevolence, I admire you. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable, having just received the formula. Xiandan, glancing at the ecstatic gathering of his senior brothers and sisters around Shurji, couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. Is this truly the treatment one receives for claiming the championship? Shouldn't you all be here to congratulate me? Soon his mindset shifted, and he shook his head, muttering, just wait until I refine the fortune pill. Once junior sister Shurji consumes it and her fate is transformed, you'll all be envious. In the future, if you wish to consume the fortune pill, you must first pair it with other elixirs. Ta Ching, observing the harmonious interactions among the disciples of the three teachings, felt warmth in his heart, yet his expression turned serious as he calmly declared, the grand competition has now concluded. Chapter 57, the demon race cannot be humiliated unless the Shenyang pill suffices. Ta Ching's gaze swept over the many quasi-saints. Pausing momentarily on Jian and Zhuodi, I, too, extend my gratitude to all fellow Taoists for attending this ceremony. Special thanks to Jian and Zhuodi for their participation. The quasi-saints dared not take liberties. Being thanked by a sage was indeed an honor too great to bear. Their attendance was a boon for them, and they promptly stood to return the courtesy. Your words are too kind, sage. Only Jian and Zhuodi's faces turned ashen. They snorted coldly, taking their leave with Yaoshi and Dizong. Saying nothing and not looking back, it was evident to all that the Western virtues had shattered upon the ground during this competition, irretrievably lost. Their reputation in the East was now thoroughly tarnished. The contest was not yet concluded, yet Jian and Zhuodi fidgeted uncomfortably, unable to tolerate the mockery from the three pure ones any longer. Tongtian's mocking gaze followed the departing figures of the two Western saints as he coldly snorted. It is high time we departed. Can we still expect sustenance from our presence? When Nuo and the other quasi-saints took their leave, they greeted the three pure ones with smiles, extending their congratulations to Taiji for his disciples' triumph. The smile on Taiji's face never wavered. Only Dijuan instructed Tai to depart first to attend to the affairs of the demon clan, while he himself sought out Xiandan with a demeanor marked by tranquility. Your performance in the grand competition was truly remarkable, young friend. However, I have a request that necessitates your assistance. Xiandan, taken aback, gazed at the imposing demon emperor Dijuan with curiosity and inquired, Your Majesty is being overly modest. Please feel free to speak candidly. Dijuan then began, I would first like to extend my apologies on behalf of my subordinate Jimeng. Earlier, from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, it was reported that the East Sea Dragon King's son underwent a transformation of bloodline due to the elixir gifted by you. Thus, I wish to procure an elixir from you for my rather unremarkable son. Upon my return, I shall certainly impose strict penalties on Jiming." Shendan was even more bewildered. "The elixir I provided merely awakens the bloodline. It cannot directly enhance one's innate potential. All the princes possess the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. What need have they for such an elixir?" Dijuan's expression grew somber as he sighed. "Both Tai and I are of the innate three-legged golden crow lineage. These young ones, born later, possess an inferior bloodline." Shendan suddenly comprehended the gravity of the difference between innate and acquired. A mere word could create an insurmountable chasm. The essence of spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and bloodlines are all analogous. He scrutinized Dijuan, who exuded an aura of unyielding authority, yet in Xuandan's eyes, he was merely a wealthy individual. With a bittersweet sigh, he confessed, "To be candid, the concoction of an elixir is no simple task. The daylight grass and shenyang vine are exceedingly rare across the vast expanse of the wilderness. The refining process consumes substantial time. Observe how little time I have for cultivation, yet I have only just attained the golden immortal stage. Not to mention, there are other disciples seeking elixirs as well. Alas, the struggle is real." Listening to Xuandan's lamentations, Dijuan pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is no easy feat, but wait. You have only been cultivating for a brief period and have already reached the golden immortal stage. Are you not satisfied?" He turned back to carefully reflect on Xuandan's words and discern two key notions: more money. Dijuan's expression remained unperturbed as he waved his hand dismissively. His gesture was not one of refusal but rather an indication that no further elaboration was necessary. Is the essence of the sun's true fire sufficient in exchange for an elixir? Xuandan's face brightened with joy as he promptly placed a shenyang dan into Dijuan's hand. "Your Majesty is exceedingly generous. Few in the wilderness possess your lavishness. Truly, the demeanor of the demon emperor is unparalleled. The sun's true fire is among the finest divine flames of the wilderness. Should one manage to consume it, the power of the blazing sky would transcend to new heights, originating from the sun star. It embodies the essence of utmost yang and unyielding strength. It proves invaluable in the crafting of elixirs and magical artifacts." The flattery from the foremost figure of the three teachings evidently pleased Dijuan greatly. He casually handed over the essence of the sun's true fire to Shendan, simultaneously receiving the shenyang dan and savoring its rich medicinal potency. A smile involuntarily crept upon his face, and his heart stirred with hope. "May this elixir indeed prove beneficial, for then my youngest's essence shall be saved." Dijuan then took his leave, hastening back to test the elixir. Observing from the spectators' platform, the disciples of the three teachings noted Dijuan's exchange for the elixir. Watching his retreating figure, they inwardly sighed, contemplating which prince of the demon court would be fortunate enough to become the next victim. With matters here concluded, many disciples of the three teachings urged Shendan to return and concoct a fortune elixir. Shendan was indeed inclined to do so. Very well. I, as a humble practitioner, am most amenable to persuasion. Just watch and see." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, returning to his cave abode. Summoning the nine-dragon cauldron, he followed the recipe to refine the fortune elixir. Simultaneously, the demon emperor, the sovereign of the demon court, Dijuan, had just returned to the sun star. He had arranged for all 10 of his sons to cultivate in this place. The sun star, with its ever-renewing sun's true fire and exquisite innate spiritual root, the fusang tree, provided an ideal environment for the three-legged golden crows to thrive. The fusang tree emerged from a chasm in the sun star, a location known as Tang Valley. Upon his arrival, he caught sight of the fourth and fifth sons engaged in a scuffle. He averted his gaze, preferring not to witness their antics, and instead focused on the youngest, who was diligently cultivating atop the fusang tree. In his eyes flickered a mix of affection and guilt. Alas, at the moment of his birth, his essence was marred, and even the finest treasures of heaven and earth could scarcely restore it. "I hope the elixir exchanged with Shendan proves beneficial." The youngest, possessing the most humble origins yet displaying the greatest diligence, suddenly awoke, sensing a presence nearby. His face brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "Father!" The moment his words left his lips, the previously fighting fourth and fifth sons ceased their tussle, along with the other golden crows, standing awkwardly in place. Under normal circumstances, Dijuan would have delivered a stern reprimand. However, with pressing matters at hand, he produced the shenyang dan. "Consume this, it may restore your essence." The youngest accepted the shenyang dan, his expression turning somber. His essence had been impaired for years without remedy. Despite the continuous arrival of elixirs and treasures, the results had only been futile. He had long since abandoned any hope, yet he forced a smile and expressed, "Thank you, Father, I believe in you." With that, he swallowed the Shenyang Dan. The other golden crows wore serious expressions, as their younger brother's plight was a thorn in their hearts. Regardless of any treasures, they always prioritized the youngest. If they could restore his essence, they would be even more elated than he. Just as their hearts were filled with trepidation, the youngest, upon consuming the elixir, felt his blood surge like molten lava, drawing upon the very essence of the sun star to infuse within him. A resplendent golden divine light burst forth from his form, shining brilliantly. From the depths of the sun's true fire erupted the resonant cries of the golden crow, shaking the heavens and the earth. Dijuan and the other 9 golden crows stood in stunned silence. As the divine light gradually dissipated, it revealed the youngest's striking figure, adorned in a golden robe embroidered with the golden crow emblem. His eyes ablaze. In the firmament above, a shadow of a 3-legged golden crow vanished into his body, amplifying the pressure emanating from him. He had reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Dijuan's countenance radiated excitement as he scrutinized his transformed youngest. "Your essence has been restored, and you have even broken through to the golden immortal realm. Splendid, splendid, such elegance, your features resemble mine, and your aura is similarly impressive." His gaze then shifted downward, fixating on the conspicuous protrusion beneath his youngest's robe, inhaling sharply. Is this a remarkable talent? The Shenyang Dan not only restored his essence but had this additional effect? The other golden crows, filled with jubilation, surrounded him to offer their congratulations. "Marvelous, the essence of our younger brother has been restored. Not only restored, but the density of his bloodline has also intensified. What I admire most is this remarkable." Silence. The youngest, realizing the commotion, promptly lifted his robe. The golden crows quickly shielded their eyes. "No, I fear it may lead to misunderstandings." The youngest's expression turned peculiar as he hurriedly clarified, "Do not misconstrue. This is merely my 3rd leg of the 3-legged golden crow that could not transform. And I know not why it has grown so large. It seems to be a side effect of the elixir." Dijuan examined his youngest closely, recognizing that it was indeed the 3rd leg of the 3-legged golden crow. Now enlarged tenfold. He draped a proper robe over his son, his lips twitching as he instructed, "Do not leave the sun star for a while. It would be inappropriate for other celestial maidens to see you." The youngest was left bewildered. What on earth is father saying? I cannot comprehend. Dijuan cleared his throat. "Do not lead the children astray." Feeling the pure bloodline within his youngest, Dijuan could no longer contain his laughter. A hearty and unabashed laughter. He hastily summoned Tai. Tai, puzzled, stared at his brother's ecstatic demeanor and the exuberance of his nephews, feeling a chill run down his spine. What is happening in this world? Until his gaze fell upon the peculiar situation of the transformed youngest, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. 10 nephews, what is the meaning of this? Dijuan pointed toward Kunlun Mountain, proclaiming, "Hasten to Kunlun Mountain at once. Do so without delay." Tai snapped back to reality, recalling his brother's prior actions and words. His fists clenched tightly, and fury ignited in his eyes. It was undoubtedly his brother who had requested elixirs from the 3 pure ones, resulting in his 10 nephews encountering unforeseen complications. With this thought, Tai gritted his teeth, brimming with indignation. "I shall spare no effort, even risking my life, to demand an explanation from Kunlun Mountain. The demon clan shall not be humiliated." His fervent gaze fixed upon Dijuan, awaiting his brother's command. Dijuan gestured grandly, pointing toward Kunlun Mountain, exclaiming, "Immediately proceed to Kunlun Mountain and procure elixirs without limit. Inform Xiandan that whatever he has, I shall take in full measure. Bring along some heavenly materials and treasures. Carry them from the demon clan's treasury personally." Tai's expression turned grave as he responded loudly, "Rest assured, brother. Once I take action, Kunlun Mountain shall be held accountable." "What did you say? You will procure elixirs and carry the demon clan's treasury to seek Xiandan?" Meanwhile, within Xuandan's abode, the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air. Suddenly, Xiandan extinguished the blazing flames and opened the 9-dragon cauldron. A voice resonated in his mind. "Ding, the host has refined the fortune elixir, enhancing its efficacy tenfold. Side effect, will involuntarily vocalize heartfelt thoughts. Duration, 3,000 years. Chapter 58, the socially anxious Shiji reveals her heartfelt thoughts. The senior brother is still on his way. Thick thunderclouds gathered above the firmament, capturing the attention of the disciples of the 3 teachings on Kunlun Mountain. Endless thunderbolts rained down upon Xuandan's abode. Until the dark clouds dissipated, and the fragrance of elixirs permeated the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Xian Dao were suddenly enlightened, each harboring the same thought in their minds: the junior brother has successfully refined the fortune elixir. During the previous grand competition among the three teachings, they had made a promise. As soon as the fortune elixir comes into existence, it is imperative that Shurji be the first to consume it. This matter has become common knowledge among the disciples of the three teachings. Now that the fortune elixir has emerged, Shurji will undoubtedly make her way to the Xiandan mansion. All disciples who are not in secluded meditation are rushing towards Xiandan mansion. The phenomenon of flocking together in excitement is no exception even in the primordial chaos. Shurji gazes upward, fixating on the myriad lights racing towards Xiandan mansion. A look of inner turmoil crosses her face as her fists clench tightly, revealing her palpable anxiety. Oh dear, why are there so many people? By nature, Shurji is reclusive and detests crowded places. Even a slight increase in the number of people leaves her at a loss for words. The last time she sought the heavenly heart elixir from Shendan, it was only because the fairy Kaiyun had coaxed her to accompany her. Now, the thought of consuming the elixir in front of so many fellow disciples fills her with trepidation. Her heart racing uncontrollably. However, at the conclusion of the great comparison of the three teachings, Shurji had promised her fellow disciples that she would be the first to consume the fortune elixir. The mere idea of competing with so many others makes her feel disheartened, and she mutters to herself, "Perhaps I truly need the fortune elixir." Shurji takes a few deep breaths, rallying her spirits. Yes, enhancing one's fortune is a good thing. Encouraging herself, she employs her escape technique and sets off. Meanwhile, at the same time, Xuandu, Guangchengzi, and Duobao are also preparing to depart. On the way, Guangchengzi encounters Xuandu and Duobao traveling together. He feels somewhat puzzled, as it seems that after the great comparison of the three teachings, the bond between the two has grown closer than that of brothers. They are inseparable, a sight visible all across Kunlun Mountain. Seeing that they are about to embark on a journey, he inquires, "The fortune elixir has emerged. I must go take a look. Are you two coming along?" Xuandu, with a somewhat strange expression, waves dismissively. "You go ahead. We shall follow shortly." Guangchengzi sizes up Xuandu and Duobao, pointing behind them. "Yet it seems you are headed in the wrong direction." Xuandu and Duobao reply, "No need to concern yourself. I just remembered that my alchemical furnace is still alight and I must return to check on it." Guangchengzi wonders, "Isn't your alchemical furnace supposed to be portable?" He shakes his head, feeling an inexplicable oddity. Nevertheless, he dismisses it and prioritizes the matter of the fortune elixir, quickly putting Xuandu and Duobao's strangeness out of his mind as he speeds away. Duobao breathes a sigh of relief as he watches Guangchengzi leave. Thankfully, his senior brother did not pay much attention. Had he insisted on accompanying us, our ruse would surely have been uncovered. Xuandu cannot help but sigh. Indeed, even those who lead can lose their way. I cannot afford to be that person. But can we manage to reach Xiandan mansion on our own? Duobao thumps his chest, his face earnest. "Don't worry, trust me, Kunlun Mountain isn't large, we will surely arrive in due time." With that, Xuandu and Duobao continue on their way together. The number of disciples gathering in front of Xiandan mansion increases by the moment. Guangchengzi arrives first, followed by the other disciples of the Chan teaching, and then the numerous disciples of the Jie teaching. Among the crowd, Zhao Gongming furrows his brow and approaches to inquire quietly, "Senior brother, why do I not see junior brother Duobao?" Given Duobao's character, he would likely have been the first to arrive. Guangchengzi recalls the earlier scene and smiles. Rest assured, junior brother Duobao and senior brother Xuandu are on their way. Zhao Gongming feels reassured and continues to wait. More and more disciples converge at this location. The cloud-enshrouded fairy cannot help but frown and steps forward to ask senior brother Zhao, "Why is junior brother Duobao not here?" After all, he is the backbone of the Jie teaching. Aside from Tongtian, it has been a long time since we last saw him, and I miss him dearly. Moreover, how could such a scene lack the presence of the Jie teaching's eldest brother? Zhao Gongming recalls Guangchengzi's words and smiles. "Don't worry, junior brother Duobao and senior brother Xuandu are still on their way." The cloud-enshrouded fairy feels reassured and returns to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Xuandu wholeheartedly believes in Duobao's words. He follows along, only to suddenly come to his senses. Looking around and realizing that he sees no trace of Kunlun Mountain, confusion fills his eyes as he exclaims, "Junior brother, where have you led me? Is this still Kunlun Mountain?" Until Shendan emerges from his seclusion with the fortune elixir, a beaming smile on his face, he surveys the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on Guangchengzi. A hint of confusion crosses his features as he asks, Wait, where are senior brother Xuandu and junior brother Duobao? Guangchengzi is equally perplexed, his confidence wavering. Perhaps they are still on their way. Xian Dan shakes his head with a sigh. Alas, it is said that one must have a senior brother present during the alchemical process. Yet he has not been fortunate enough to enjoy that. The others present feel a wave of embarrassment and quickly speak up. Junior brother, do not mind that. Let us see the power of the fortune elixir. Yes, I want to see the fortune elixir. I want to see the fortune elixir. The many eager disciples behind them begin to cheer. Xian Dan, witnessing such enthusiasm, is overjoyed. Splendid. Where is Sister Shiji? Come forth quickly. In the crowd, Shiji timidly raises her hand, her face visibly flustered. I'm here, junior brother. Her voice is barely audible, akin to a whisper, as she slowly steps forward. The Chiosho fairy in the crowd cannot help but shake his head and murmur. Sister, you are wonderful in every way, but you are just a tad too introverted. For a practitioner, being introverted is not a good trait. Xian Dan approaches Shiji, extending the fortune elixir towards her. Sister, here, take it and swallow it. Shiji accepts the fortune elixir, glancing at her junior brother's hopeful gaze, and inwardly thinks, just eat it. After all, my fortune has been so poor. She swallows the fortune elixir. A strange wind suddenly stirs in the heavens and earth. The crowd falls silent, intently observing Shiji. Half a stick of incense passes, and there is no sign of change. Joy spreads across their faces as they begin to exclaim, truly worthy of the master's alchemical formula. The Sage's formula certainly has no side effects. Of course, we must also thank junior brother for his alchemical prowess. Xian Dan beams widely, standing tall and proud. Indeed, it is as easy as pie. Hearing the discussions around her, Shiji opens her eyes and hurriedly checks for any changes within herself. She is instantly overjoyed, her heart exclaiming, hooray, there are indeed no side effects. The disciples of the three teachings present fall silent. Their gazes towards Shiji varying. Shiji catches a glimpse of the Chiosho fairy's stare and feels a tremor within. Why does brother Qingshi look so frightening? Why is he staring at me like that? She then notices the handsome Xian Dan nearby, thinking, Xian Dan junior brother is truly dashing. I hope he can consume the heavenly heart elixir soon. Introverted individuals often harbor peculiar thoughts and tend to converse within their minds. Just as Shiji begins to anticipate her forthcoming good fortune, the Chiosho fairy in the crowd reddens, shouting, what is so frightening about me? This is called masculinity. Do you understand? Clearly, I am also very handsome. Chapter 59, The Reverse Fortune Elixir. Shiji's fortune's turn. The Chiosho fairy's indignant cry reverberates through the skies of Kunlun Mountain. Shiji's face instantly turns crimson, overwhelmed by shyness, and she blurts out, why are you shouting so loudly? As soon as the words leave her mouth, she suddenly realizes and quickly covers her mouth. Wait a minute, how can you hear my thoughts? I was clearly just thinking them in my mind. How did it come out loud? The Chiosho fairy, looking aggrieved, retorts, your voice was louder than mine, alright, aside from those fools from the Western sect who are confined to their six senses, who wouldn't hear it. Shiji's mouth slightly agape, she stands frozen in place, utterly bewildered. It's over, what is happening? I was clearly thinking my thoughts, how did they come out? Boo-hoo! The surrounding disciples watching the commotion immediately twitch at the corners of their mouths. Guangchengzi leans closer to Yunxiao, whispering, did you not say that this little junior sister has an introverted personality? Could it be that the Jie teaching refers to this kind of personality as introverted? Yunxiao's expression is also quite awkward as she recalls her junior sister from the past. She never spoke in crowds, only uttering a few words when with the Sanxiao sisters or the fairy Kaiyun. Such behavior is utterly out of character today, extremely peculiar. She stares at Shiji, whose actions are so uncharacteristic, pondering for a moment before her eyes light up. Could it be the side effects of the fortune elixir? The other disciples of the three teachings also begin to realize. They glance at the proud and confident Xian Dan, then at the raucous Shiji. In perfect unison, they take 2 steps back. If inner thoughts are forcibly expressed, then not a single secret can be kept. This fortune elixir is indeed hard to swallow. Junior brother is still the same junior brother. Shiji's face is flushed as she continues to uncontrollably shout. How embarrassing, how shameful, ah! The other disciples stand there, expressionless, unable to imagine what they would look like after consuming the elixir. They can no longer afford to think about it. How mortifying, yet the more Shiji tries to suppress her thoughts, the more words spring forth in her mind, coupled with the side effects of the fortune elixir. Oh no! I'll never like junior brother Xian Dan again. are there any handsome senior brothers or beautiful senior sisters who can give me a hug? I feel like I can't go on living. Hearing this, the Chiosho fairy takes 2 steps forward and sees Yunxiao already beside Shurji. She gently embraces Shurji, comforting her. Shurji buries her face in the embrace. Still shouting in disarray, unable to bear this torment any longer, she flies away. The crowd watches Shurji's retreating figure with sympathetic expressions. Only Xin Dan bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I never imagined Sister Shurji to be so outgoing. Behold, esteemed fellow disciples, the elixir I have concocted is devoid of any flaw. Rather, it has aided Sister Shurji in overcoming her introverted struggles, enabling her to engage in conversation with others. Who among you wishes to sample the fortune pill?" The eager gaze of Shendan swept across the crowd. The disciples of the 3 teachings lowered their heads, glancing sideways, too apprehensive to meet his eyes. The recent misfortune of Shurji was still fresh in their minds. As for the claim that the elixir posed no issues, who would believe such nonsense? The heavenly heart pill transforming into a young girl, the breaking through pill resulting in a bald head. One could not help but recall the fate of Ma Yuan from the Jie sect after consuming the Shenyang pill, as well as the extraordinary tricks displayed during the great competition of the 3 teachings. A collective thought emerged among the disciples. This mischievous junior brother is truly devious. No one dared to step forward and consume the fortune pill. Guang Chengzi approached Zhao Gongming, communicating telepathically. "Junior brother, why not take the lead?" Zhao Gongming replied without lifting his head. "Senior brother, you should set the example." An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. "You eat, and I will support you." "I eat, but I shall abstain." The disciples of the 3 teachings exchanged polite refusals, their humility palpable. Shendan couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. "We are all brothers of the mystical sect. Truly, we are one family. It is a pity that Brother Xuandu is not present. I shall reserve a pill for him, since my senior brother has been so kind to me. I cannot let him down." Just then, a profound pressure that transcended time and space descended upon Kunlun Mountain. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy spread across the skies above Kunlun, akin to the heavens unleashing a deluge. The 3 saints atop the mountain were simultaneously stirred, their fingers moving in calculation. Moments later, they revealed faintly mystical smiles. They seek Shendan. Subsequently, the 3 saints closed their eyes, returning to their contemplation of the laws of heaven and earth, no longer paying attention to the gathering of disciples. The disciples of the 3 teachings raised their heads in unison, Shendan included, to behold a majestic cliff floating in the firmament. Although their cultivation levels were substantial, the distance allowed them to discern the treasures amassed upon the cliff. Countless sealed celestial materials, spiritual treasures, and roots of law were piled high, exuding a dazzling brilliance. If the seals were to be lifted, it would likely rival the descent of the sun itself. The cliff slowly drifted towards Kunlun Mountain, igniting a flurry of discussion among the disciples. It is rumored that the dragon clan is wealthy. This treasure trove must rival theirs. Such dense demonic energy. Could it be that powerful demons from the demon clan have come to woo our esteemed masters? Good heavens, I seem to see numerous innate spiritual treasures. The demons are flaunting their riches upon Kunlun Mountain. The floating cliff obscured much of Kunlun's sky. Overcome with indignation, Shurji, her eyes shut, hastily retreated. "I must return to my cave dwelling at once. I shall never emerge again. This is utterly mortifying." Duan, suddenly Shurji felt a collision with an unseen object. She tumbled from the clouds, her body aching all over, intensifying her embarrassment. Once again, she found herself in an awkward predicament. Her face flushing with humiliation, rubbing her forehead where she had bumped into something. Tears of grievance nearly fell from her eyes. Who was so lacking in public decency? How dare one collide with someone on Kunlun Mountain? It hurt so much. Just as she lamented, a streak of radiant light descended from the heavens, landing directly in her hands. The complaint she had intended to voice was abruptly silenced, and the tears that threatened to spill were stifled as she realized she was holding a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the celestial star wheel. Shurji's jaw dropped, her face a mask of astonishment, as her heart seemed to momentarily cease its rhythm. The disciples of the 3 teachings, who had been observing, were equally dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had emerged from her dwelling only to stumble upon an innate spiritual treasure. Zhao Gongming leaned closer to Guang Chengzi, who had just suggested that the junior brother take a demonstration. "So, you wish to let your junior brother take the lead?" Chapter 60. A great terror descends upon Kunlun Mountain. Guang Chengzi cast a discreet glance at Zhao Gongming. "As your senior brother, it is only natural that I should test the efficacy of this elixir first. Rest assured, once I ascertain the effects, You may partake without worry. Guang Chengzi grasped Zhao Gongming's hand, feigning a fraternal demeanor, while secretly channeling their magical energies in a subtle contest. Meanwhile, Shurji, cradling the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the celestial star wheel, found herself in a daze. Her mind went momentarily blank as thoughts surged like a tide. Wow, 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 a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips stretching into a grin that nearly reached her ears. To stumble upon an innate spiritual treasure out of the blue, indeed, fortune had smiled upon her. The fortune pill crafted by my junior brother is truly remarkable. The celestial star wheel sounds formidable. To experience such effects upon swallowing the pill, but I cannot return to my cave dwelling. I must explore every corner of Kunlun Mountain. Soon, all celestial materials and treasures shall belong to me. Shurji, just as she reveled in her newfound joy, Tai, bearing the immense treasure cliff, regarded her with an expression of skepticism, his brow furrowed slightly. Her exuberance was rather grating. Young friend, you are quite loud. The sudden voice brought Shurji's smile to an abrupt halt. Her cheeks flushing anew in a fluster, she scanned her surroundings, quickly spotting Tai, who bore the entire treasure cliff. She felt a pang of regret as she muttered to herself, I thought it was a treasure cliff that floated down from the heavens. Why is there someone carrying it around? Her inner thoughts inadvertently escaped her lips. Tai, bearing the treasure cliff, couldn't help but think, my elder brother seems to have lost his wits. He cannot see how extraordinary the elixir's effects are, warranting such attention. Just then, Shurji approached him, her face flushed, reluctantly offering the celestial star wheel. I did not realize someone was present. I thought it was a stroke of fortune. This item rightly belongs to its original owner. Please take it back. Yet, her heart was filled with myriad thoughts. Alas, how disheartening. The mid-grade innate spiritual treasure I just acquired is gone. I truly am the unluckiest Shurji. What a cruel fate. Tai's brow furrowed. His eyes filled with wariness as he scrutinized the celestial star wheel. It was merely a diluted version of the superior innate spiritual treasures, the solar wheel and lunar wheel. The affluent demon court. It held little value. Tai waved his hand dismissively, his voice solemn. Forget it. This item is of no use to me. You may keep it. As soon as the words left his lips, Shurji was overcome with uncontainable joy. Wow, wow, wow. I have never stumbled upon a spiritual treasure before. Fortune has finally turned in my favor. A mid-grade spiritual treasure. There will be no end to its use throughout my life. How wonderful, after consuming the fortune pill. My luck is truly extraordinary. Tai felt a throbbing in his temples from the noise. Young friend, if you have no further business, please clear a path. He fixed his gaze on the exuberant Shurji, who quickly moved aside. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble. Female cultivators are indeed the most troublesome beings. Luckily, I married my elder brother. It is far more liberating to be alone. Tai continued on his way, the treasure cliff in tow, heading towards Xuandan's abode. Shurji, meanwhile, sang a cheerful tune, wandering aimlessly about Kunlun Mountain, anticipating further fortuitous encounters. Upon Tai's arrival at Xuandan's door, he found a throng of disciples from the three teachings gathered there. At this moment, the disciples of the mystical sect, having regained their composure, gazed at Xiandan with fervent enthusiasm. Just moments ago, Shurji had emerged from her dwelling with an innate spiritual treasure, witnessed by all present. Considering the side effects of the fortune pill and the possibility of obtaining an innate spiritual treasure, the disciples exchanged glances. How could they allow pride to cost them such an opportunity? Furthermore, this dilemma seemed surmountable. As long as they exercised caution, kept their thoughts private, and avoided being overheard, it didn't seem like a significant issue. In that instant, the disciples of the three teachings became optimistic. Indeed, there is no shame in this. What is most crucial in cultivation? Opportunities. How could one let such chances slip away? Guang Chengzi and Zhao Gongming acted swiftly, while the remaining disciples of the three teachings followed suit, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they surrounded Xiandan, clamoring for the fortune pill. Xiandan, overjoyed, raised his hand and called out, "Do not crowd, line up in an orderly fashion, trust in me, the fortune pill will be available for everyone." Form a line, one by one. After receiving the fortune pill, they were instructed not to linger too long. The bonds among the disciples of the three teachings had deepened following the competition. To obtain the fortune pill, they needed to heed the junior brother's words. In less than a quarter of an hour, a long line formed. Just as Dong Huang Tai arrived, his brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. For many years, he had managed the demon court with an iron fist, and upon witnessing such an extensive queue, he instinctively felt the urge to exercise his imperial authority. As the Eastern Emperor of the demon court, He had never before waited in line. Reacting instinctively, he declared, "Step aside, let this emperor go first." As soon as the words left his mouth, the voices of the disciples of the three teachings erupted in unison. "This emperor, I am but a humble disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. You wish to cut in line? Master, someone is bullying your good disciple. Remember, standing before you is the Huang Qing Lion, one of the 7 celestials serving the Jie sect, a paragon of both elegance and valor." Tai's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of the many disciples of the three teachings queuing before him. Observing the lowly realm, one sees nothing but mere ants, yet the backdrop looms vast and grand. In contrast, the status of the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Court appears inadequate to suppress them. Tai could not help but shake his head and softly sigh. "Well then, let us line up honestly." Just then, Guang Chengzi, standing at the forefront, suddenly spoke up. "Junior brothers, guests are here. We are all disciples of saints and must adhere to the etiquette of hospitality." With that, he voluntarily positioned himself at the back, offering his place to Tai. Guang Chengzi's smile radiated warmth, and Tai nodded slightly. Truly, as a disciple of the Primordial, he understood the importance of manners. He chuckled softly. "As the Demon Emperor, I shall not take advantage of a junior." With that, he tossed a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Guang Chengzi gleefully received it. "Too kind, senior." The onlookers were taken aback. Before even consuming the elixirs, they're already acquiring spiritual treasures. What does that make our sacrifice of social standing for a chance at fortune? Guang Chengzi exchanged glances with the other disciples, a fleeting smile crossing their brows. These juniors are still too young. If they were to consume the elixirs first, would they not bring shame upon our demon clan? It is better for Tai to endure the embarrassment first, ensuring a balance, as both have their histories to bear. At this point, Tai had already stepped to the forefront. Xin Dan beamed brightly. "Brothers and sisters, while consuming elixirs is permissible, I have a new rule. To partake of the fortune elixir, one must also consume another kind of elixir." Upon hearing this, the crowd was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. In an instant, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the disciples from the three teachings. The powerful figures felt their magical energies tremble, their expressions gravely serious, their minds racing with calculations. A great terror was descending upon Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 61. Tai, am I being robbed at Kunlun Mountain? The disciples of the three teachings trembled with fear, their hearts racing, ready to flee. Images of lowly and bald heads flashed in their minds, unable to forget the scene of Shurji receiving spiritual treasures just moments ago. They exchanged looks, their expressions conflicted, ultimately gritting their teeth. "Fine, mere bundled sales, a trivial scheme, shall not deter us. For the sake of that pinnacle fortune, we shall risk it all." The crowd could not help but admire Tai. Realizing his character was not so ill-natured after all, he treated his fellow disciples exceedingly well. At that moment, Xin Dan cheerfully inquired, "What elixirs does the Eastern Emperor wish to exchange for?" Boom! The treasure cliff was set down in a clearing on Kunlun Mountain. Tai stood proudly, casually gesturing toward the treasure cliff. "This emperor has brought the demon clan's treasury. How many of your Xin Yang elixirs do you have? I shall take as many." The entire treasury of the demon clan lay before them. They could choose as they pleased. Such grandiose words left the disciples of the three teachings dumbfounded. They stared at Tai's formidable figure with a complex gaze. Upon closer inspection, some discerned 3 words: "wealthy dog." Others shook their heads in dismay, interpreting it as "great fool." Xin Dan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had never seen the Dragon Clan so generous, even during his time in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. It was said that the Dragon Clan was notoriously stingy. Reflecting on the past and observing the current approach of the Demon Clan in exchanging elixirs was incomparable. The Dragon Clan was out. Xin Dan could hardly suppress his glee, rubbing his hands together, his figure flickering as he quickly arrived at the treasure cliff to survey the surroundings. Top-notch innate spiritual roots, a branch of the Fusang tree. Quite splendid, 2 pieces of superior innate spiritual treasures, the Sun and Moon Divine will, simply marvelous. What is that? The blood of a quasi-saint demon, 10 drops. Do we need to draw blood to join the demon court? Is this a health check? Before long Xin Dan returned to Tai, coughing twice to feign seriousness, yet, upon glancing at the myriad treasures, he could not help but chuckle, with a playful lift of his brow. He said with enthusiasm, "Eastern Emperor, I just refined a fortune elixir with remarkable effects. The one who bumped into you earlier was Sister Shurji after she swallowed the elixir. You see, she used to have the worst luck, falling flat on her face. Having her teeth jammed with cold water, being interrupted by rowdy children while cultivating, and getting shot by an arrow for no reason. Now look, she has effortlessly acquired the spiritual treasure. Why not exchange some for a try? If the effects are good, we can engage in large-scale cooperation. Bulk orders come with discounts, so don't miss out. Tai scoffed, standing tall with an air of arrogance. What a joke! I am the illustrious Eastern Emperor of the Demon Court. Flourishing in fortune, using this fortune elixir to enhance my luck would be superfluous. However, my elder brother does indeed value your elixirs, so I shall take a little of each. Xian Dan's eyes sparkled. His smile radiant. After some consideration, he cautiously proposed, how about 5 of each? What does the Demon Emperor think? Tai suddenly snorted coldly, casting a glance at Xian Dan, and proclaimed, 10 of each, bring me 10 of everything. Lest the neighboring witch clan think we cannot afford it, he was not merely throwing out a random number, he intended for all 10 of his nephews to have a share. Xian Dan beamed. Promptly retrieving 10 each of the Tianxin elixir, Xian Yang elixir, breakthrough elixir, clear poison elixir, and fortune elixir, handing them to Tai. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, ding, congratulations to the host for gifting elixirs to others. Receiving a random reward, ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a critical reward, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Xian Dan's heart surged with excitement, his body tingling with pleasure. The 12th grade pure world white lotus was one of the premier spiritual treasures yet to emerge in the wilderness, born from the fragmentation of the 36th grade chaotic azure lotus. It shared its origin with the fiery red lotus of karma, the golden lotus of merit, the black lotus of annihilation, and the azure lotus of creation, possessing the ability to purify all evils with its immaculate and untainted sacred fire. Suppressing his inner joy, he cheerfully said, Senior, please take good care of this. We must engage in much cooperation in the future. Tai casually accepted the elixirs, softly stating, as long as your elixirs work well, all will be well. The rest of the disciples from the 3 teachings stared at the Eastern Emperor Tai with astonishment. Had His Majesty always been this bold? Guangqingzi's expression twisted. He could hardly fathom what chaotic scene the Demon Court would become. Truly, as the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Court, he was decisively formidable. Tai noticed the expressions and gazes of the crowd but maintained his proud posture without a hint of humility. Being envied by the disciples of saints made even Tai feel a sense of satisfaction. Xian Dan's figure had reappeared on the treasure cliff, and his heart raced as he gazed at the array of dazzling treasures. The branch of the Fusong tree he had seen earlier was still there. Also, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Fong Tianhua halberd. I shall take that too. That the 3 light divine waters stored over there. Xian Dan dashed back and forth across the treasure cliff, each time departing with precious materials and treasures. Quietly arriving and departing with a flick of his sleeve, he carried away a large portion of valuables. The demon clan's treasury diminished visibly, losing 1/10 of its contents. Even the grandiose Tai could not help but twitch his eyelids. Do not think that just because you are on Kunlun Mountain, you can rob this emperor. I may not grasp the profound principles of the great Tao, but I do understand a bit of divine power. Xian Dan instantly halted, glancing around with an awkward smile. I may have gotten a bit too carried away. With a beaming face, he casually stored away the quasi-saint's blood and returned to Tai. Rest assured, my elixirs, you shall see for yourself. Tai remained skeptical, recalling how Xian Dan had shamelessly gathered so many items, narrowing his eyes as he asked, Boy, with this many treasures of my demon clan, are your elixirs made from top-grade spiritual treasures or top-grade spiritual roots? Xian Dan chuckled. Where in the wilderness can you find elixirs with such potent effects? The materials are of the highest quality. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. Tai still harbored doubts. Can you guarantee the effectiveness of your elixirs? Xian Dan smiled nonchalantly, nodding confidently. Senior, I am a disciple of the Taching sage. How could I possibly provide you with defective elixirs? Rest assured, if the elixirs are ineffective, you can certainly find me at Kunlun Mountain. Should a disciple flee, the master cannot. Seeing Xian Dan's earnest demeanor, Tai reluctantly stored the treasure cliff away. Fine, I shall trust you this once. With that, he turned and left with a flourish, clutching the elixirs. Xian Dan called out enthusiastically, Senior, do come by often. This action left the disciples of the 3 teachings once again dumbfounded. Chapter 62, The Primordial's Duplicity. How about giving him a fortune elixir? Tai and Xian Dan's exchange and reactions were closely observed by the 3 purities. Within the Yushu Palace, the Primordial had sensed Tai's arrival to seek Xian Dan and had summoned Laozi and Tong Tian to watch the spectacle together. Now, witnessing Tai lose a tenth of the demon clan's treasury in exchange for several elixirs, the three purities could hardly contain their amusement, their lips curling upward at the thought of the chaotic scene in the demon court. If the demon emperor Jiduan and Eastern emperor Tai were to consume the elixirs, it was an unfathomable prospect. They were all peers emerging from the Zhixiao palace. The younger generation would not be overly concerned. But the fun among peers was something they genuinely enjoyed. Unbeknownst to him, Xian Dan had unwittingly brought calamity upon the demon clan. Tong Tian could not help but chuckle. The master has asked us to facilitate the development of the calamity in the wilderness. Look, now it's effortless. Xian Dan is doing the work for us. Laozi smiled lightly. When one intends to plant flowers, they do not bloom. When one does not think of willows, they flourish. Relying on the elixirs crafted from the Xian Dan to propel the cataclysm of the primordial chaos is indeed remarkable. The three pure ones gazed at the departing figure of the Eastern Emperor Tai, their eyes flickering with a blend of amusement and sympathy. The entire realm of demons is likely to be thrown into disarray by this batch of elixirs. Laozi's gaze swept back and forth between his two junior brothers. Why not allow me to personally procure 2 fortune pills for you? It would also provide an opportunity for me to share some heartfelt words with you. Yuanshe responded with a smile and a gentle shake of his head, declining the offer. Tong Tian's eyes widened in protest, shaking his head vigorously. What are you saying, brother? When have we ever had such conversations? Those are indeed matters of the heart. The sentiment is evident. If we do not need the fortune pills, then they are superfluous. I merely smiled slightly, choosing to say no more, my gaze drifting over the numerous disciples of the three teachings. With the departure of Eastern Emperor Tai, the next to seek elixirs would be Zhao Gongming, who would set a precedent. The warm smile on Xian Dan's face remained undiminished. Brother, what kind of elixirs would you like to pair? Feel free to speak your mind. Whatever your request, my junior must fulfill it to the best of his abilities. With a grand gesture, several elixirs floated before him, showcasing the Tianqing Dan, Pijing Dan, Qingzheng Dan, and Xianyang Dan. Come choose freely. There is no deception here. Zhao Gongming immediately donned a mask of anguish, hesitating momentarily, while behind him, Guang Chengzi urged him on. A junior brother, go ahead, set an example. Zhao Gongming's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I mean, can we not simply consume the fortune pill? Xian Dan shook his head resolutely, his brow furrowing, his expression earnest, and his tone sincere as he placed a hand on Zhao Gongming's shoulder. Brother, everything I do is for the sake of everyone's cultivation. A dual approach is the true path. Zhao Gongming's gaze flitted between the elixirs, ultimately making a difficult choice. Junior brother, I shall pair it with the Qingzheng Dan. He thought to himself, it's merely a matter of getting lost. How vast is Kunlun Mountain? Moreover, with fortune on my side, perhaps wandering about will lead me to rare treasures. After much deliberation, he felt that the Qingzheng Dan was indeed the most suitable choice. With a grand wave, Xian Dan raised his eyebrows and declared, excellent. The Qingzheng Dan and fortune pill fell into Zhao Gongming's hands simultaneously. A voice echoed in Xian Dan's mind, ding, congratulations, host, for gifting others elixirs and receiving a reward. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. The dragon scales of a quasi-saint 5-clawed golden dragon. He remained in a state of indecision, while his many fellow disciples began to cheer, eat, 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 eat. Zhao Gongming steeled himself, closed his eyes, and swallowed both elixirs. The potent medicinal power spread throughout his body, while simultaneously a heavenly azure light descended into him. He surveyed his surroundings, clenching his teeth. I must not entertain any strange thoughts. I must return to my cave dwelling with utmost haste. With 2 furious roars, he soared into the clouds. Guang Chengzi watched the direction in which Zhao Gongming had departed, shaking his head in resignation. Just moments ago, junior brother declared his intention to return to the cave. And now he rushes off towards the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, truly a man of contradictory words and actions. Just then, he noticed Xian Dan's beaming gaze. Standing behind him, Huan Long appeared bewildered. Huh? Is it my turn now? He approached Xian Dan with delight. Having consumed nearly every elixir, he bore no psychological burden. His face more important than innate spiritual treasures. Huan Long directly took the fortune pill and Tianqing Dan, swallowing them whole. With a flash of golden light, a delicate girl with soft dragon horns appeared simultaneously. Xian Dan's mind echoed with the system's voice once more. Ding, congratulations, host, for gifting others elixirs and receiving a reward. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. The 7-kill black poison. Even though face was of little consequence, she couldn't help but blush. The golden-haired, 1-meter-6 girl with dragon horns felt a rush of shyness. Oh dear. How embarrassing. Let us hurry. With that, Huanglong dashed towards Yushu Palace at the fastest speed, eager to experience the concentrated spiritual energy of the Chan school and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth while the effects of the Tianqing dance still lingered. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yushu Palace, she suddenly gasped in surprise. Master! Simultaneously, a flurry of anxious thoughts surged within her. What should I do? Huanglong felt frightened. The figure of Yuanshi loomed suddenly close. His demeanor amiable. I merely felt a sense of awareness and came to stroll at the door, where I encountered you. What is there to fear? Come closer, let me assess your studies. The little dragon girl felt her heart race. Taking several deep breaths. It's alright, Master treats me the best. He will not make things difficult for me. I must believe in myself. I am the best. As she drew near, Yuanshi wore a warm smile. His hand resting on Huanglong's little head. Wait, who placed their hand on my disciple's head? During the previous 3 teachings competition, your performance was commendable. Your daily efforts have not gone unnoticed by me. This matter also reflects your steadfastness in pursuing the Tao, which brings me great joy. With that, he produced a palm-sized copper bell from his sleeve. Huanglong's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "It's a high-grade innate spiritual treasure." Yuanshi smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, this object is called the Hao Tian bell, which I obtained from Fanbao Cliff. Consider it a reward for you. Remain humble and diligent, for I believe in you. Huanglong's mouth formed a no shape, her expression one of shock, her mind racing with a singular thought. The fortune pill my junior brother possesses is truly powerful. Yuanshi, however, raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight discomfort within. Why should I gift Huanglong a treasure when she ought to thank Xindan for the fortune pill? Meanwhile, within Yushu Palace, Tong Tian rolled his eyes, exchanging glances with Laozi, transmitting thoughts. Look at that. We haven't even left, and he is already doting on his disciple, all the while claiming to be strict with his disciples. Such blatant hypocrisy. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Brother, let us give a complete fortune pill to our second brother and see how he justifies his contradictory words. Chapter 63, Xindan distributes elixirs. Chaos reigns in Kunlun Mountain. At the front of Xindan's abode on Kunlun Mountain, a radiant smile adorned his face as he diligently distributed the refined elixirs to his elder and younger siblings. With Zhao Gongming and Huanglong leading the charge, the other disciples were equally eager to partake. The earlier scene of Shi Ji discovering an innate spiritual treasure continued to stimulate their sensitive nerves. Eat! We must eat. Simultaneously, the sound of the system echoed incessantly in Xindan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gifting others elixirs and receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a critical reward, a mid-grade innate spiritual root. The purple cloud tree and comprehension tea leaves. The corners of Xindan's mouth had not faltered from their upward curve. When it came time for the San Shao, Xindan's smile grew even brighter. As he shared a good rapport with the 3 elder sisters. My dear sisters, it has been so long since we last met. How have you become even more beautiful? Yun Zhao's face flushed as she playfully scolded. Your silver tongue is truly remarkable. With a grand gesture, Xindan revealed all the elixirs. Whatever combinations of elixirs the sisters desire, they may choose freely. Yun Zhao, clearly having made up her mind, spoke without hesitation. We 3 sisters would like a combination of the Tianqing Dan and fortune pill. Xindan clapped his hands in agreement, praising them profusely. A splendid choice, aligning perfectly with what my junior brother envisioned. Come, here are the elixirs for my 3 sisters. With that, the Sanshao joyfully consumed the elixirs. Concurrently, the system's voice rang in their minds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, Haimu grass and Baiyun herbal medicine. The Sanshao had already consumed the Tianqingdan, and being women, who could resist becoming younger and more charming? Before long, 3 adorable little girls appeared before everyone. Their petite figures were enveloped in celestial garments. Their eyes sparkling like autumn waters, each exuding a uniquely charming aura. Yin Xiao was gentle, Bai Xiao was proud, and Xiong Xiao was adorably naive. Many disciples of the Xin men secretly activated their recording stones. Naming it, my 3 adorable little sisters 2.0. Bai Xiao, hands on her hips and chest puffed out, declared proudly, my elder sister always liked to bully me. Look at me now, aided by the fortune pill. I shall possess unparalleled luck. Traversing the primordial chaos will yield treasures in abundance. As she indulged in her fantasies, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, sensing an ominous premonition. Jun Zhao's smiling gaze remained fixed on Bai Xiao. What's wrong? Is the little girl feeling itchy? The embarrassment was too much for Bai Xiao to bear. Shattering her gentle facade, Yun Xiao rushed forward to vigorously pinch Bai Xiao's delicate face. The disciples of the 3 teachings looked on with amusement. Xian Dan stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "Brother, guess what I just saw? The two sisters are fighting. I absolutely love watching women bicker." Recording stone, recording stone, recording stone. The Sanshao left Xian Dan's abode amidst their playful scuffle. The disciples who had recorded the earlier scenes shook their heads and renamed their recording stones to My Three Adorable Little Sisters 2.0 playful version. Following this, Xian Dan continued to distribute elixirs, with system rewards pouring in incessantly. When it was time for the brothers of the winged immortals, Yui Xian, Qiushou Xian, Lingyi Xian, and Jin Guang Xian, they had already conspired in advance to request a combination of the fortune pill and the Pijing Dan. After consuming the elixirs, the medicinal power circulated throughout their bodies, elevating their realms while revealing the side effects of the four muscular, bald men radiated an aura of intensity as they exchanged glances, flexing their muscles. Qiushou Xian laughed heartily towards the sky. "This is the true visage of male cultivators, masculine." The radiant figure of the golden light immortal struck a dashing pose, and an intense desire to battle surged within me. No sooner had I spoken than the fervent gazes of the other three converged upon me, declaring in unison, "Indeed, come, let us engage in combat. It shall be exhilarating." The four renowned disciples of the Jie Jiao, embodying the robust image of brawny bald men, exchanged powerful fist bumps. The clash of raw strength drenched them in sweat. Mighty strikes, aura aura aura. Guang Qingzi's eyes sparkled as he produced a recording stone to capture the moment, depicting the four muscular bald men drenched in perspiration. Meanwhile, Xian Dan remained utterly disinterested, continuing to distribute elixirs. Eventually, only Guang Qingzi was left. The entirety of Kunlun Mountain had descended into chaos. The visage of Jade Dingjinren appeared magnified tenfold. Drooling uncontrollably, Qi Jingzi remarked that such a sight would leave anyone salivating. A Jie Jiao disciple attempted to return to his cave abode, heading directly towards the 8th Scenery Palace, only to be pulled back by the unfaltering lowly Jinling, who had not lost her way. She maintained her enthusiastic smile, showing no sign of fatigue. As senior brother, choose the elixir combination that pleases you. Guang Qingzi had long formulated a plan. He seized the Qingzheng Dan and the Qi Yun Dan, swallowing them whole. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xian Dan's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, the 72 transformations of the earth evil." Xian Dan's heart leapt with joy as he mused inwardly. "Ah, I've once again seized the opportunity." Guang Qingzi departed with a smile, intending to wander about Kunlun Mountain, hoping to encounter some fortuitous events. Yet, within him, a flicker of doubt arose. It was said that Xian Du and Duobao possessed remarkable composure, managing to resist the allure of the elixirs, never partaking of the Qi Yin Dan. Perhaps they had not witnessed the scene of Shi Ji receiving the innate spiritual treasure. Guang Qingzi shook his head, sighing. It is merely a matter of voicing one's true thoughts. As for the side effects of the Qingzheng Dan, he had yet to grasp their nature. Just as he prepared to return to his cave, a sudden realization struck him as he lifted his gaze. The surroundings bore no resemblance to the landscapes of Kunlun Mountain. "Where has my humble abode gone?" Guang Qingzi abruptly recalled Zhao Gongming's behavior after consuming the two elixirs. He smote his thigh in alarm. "Oh no, I've been rash." Meanwhile, at Mount Wanshou, within the 5 Vision Yuanzi, who was comprehending the profound truths of heaven and earth, opened his eyes, initially furrowing his brow in confusion. He soon shook his head and summoned the two young Taoists, Qingfeng and Mingyu. "What orders does the esteemed master have?" Vision Yuanzi waved his whisk with calm demeanor and spoke. "There are two distinguished guests from Kunlun Mountain. We must not neglect our courtesies. You shall go and welcome them." Qingfeng and Mingyu exchanged glances, brimming with curiosity, since following their master, aside from the gluttonous Hong Yun, they had not encountered any other beings visiting. "We shall obey the master's command." Outside the 5 figures wore bewildered expressions. They stood agape, staring at the Taoist temple before them. The 5, the abode of immortals seeking eternal life, where the Taoist lives in harmony with the heavens. Xian Du and Duobao exchanged puzzled looks. "Where exactly are we?" But just then, the main door swung open, and the two young Taoists appeared. "The master has informed us of distinguished guests arriving. Please enter for a discussion." Chapter 64. Seeking elixirs to reach the heavens, the secret plot of the two pure ones. Within the 5 Vision Yuanzi sat at the center, flanked by the fiery red-robed Hong Yun. Hong Yun extended his hand to calculate and curiously inquired, "What brings the foremost disciples of the human teaching in Jie Jiao here?" Jin Yuanzi's brow knitted in thought, shaking his head in bewilderment. I am unaware, master. The esteemed guests have arrived. Upon saying this, he pointed out Xian Du and Duo Bao, who were following Qing Feng and Mingyu. Zhen Yuanzi keenly noticed their somewhat awkward expressions. The two saintly disciples understood well the status of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun in the primordial world. They respectfully bowed, maintaining every ounce of decorum. We have met Zhen Yuanzi, esteemed senior, and Hong Yun. Esteemed senior. Hong Yun's demeanor was exceedingly amiable. He exhibited no airs before the younger generation and straightforwardly inquired, "What brings you two to the five? Did your master send you, or did you come of your own accord?" As he spoke, he casually picked up a ginseng fruit from the platter and began to munch on it, showing no concern for the slight breach of etiquette. Xian Du and Duo Bao exchanged glances. Their expressions mirroring each other's thoughts, they could never admit they had come by mistake, lest they suffer great embarrassment. Xian Du smiled and replied, "Our master has advised us to explore the primordial world more. Particularly to visit esteemed seniors like Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. We have long admired both of you and came to seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's faces lit up with joy. They had not anticipated such high regard from the disciples of the saints. This realization brought immense comfort to their hearts. Hong Yun could not help but clap his hands in delight. Laughing heartily, "Look, even the disciples of the saints admire us." Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, "It is commendable that you both have heeded the words of the saints. Coincidentally, my friend Hong Yun and I have gained some insights into the great Tao. In light of your eagerness to learn, we shall impart some teachings to you. As for how much you comprehend, that depends on your individual enlightenment. As soon as the words left his lips, Xian Du and Duo Bao's faces radiated sheer joy. Could this be the legendary blessing that comes from misfortune? Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, among the pinnacle of quasi-saints, possessed understanding of the great Tao that, in certain respects, could even surpass that of the saints. They responded reverently, sitting up straight, ready to listen to the teachings of the Tao. Meanwhile, Xin Dan had just finished collecting all the elixirs, gazing at the dazzling array of rewards in the system space. His heart echoing with one word, exhilarating. He was about to turn and return to his cave abode when suddenly an unfamiliar figure approached. The newcomer appeared youthful, exuding the essence of a novice swordsman just stepping into the world. With every gesture steeped in the spirit of martial arts, Xin Dan frowned slightly, searching his memory but finding it blank. "Who are you?" The youth, with an innocent smile, replied, "Senior brother, I am a newly initiated outer disciple of Jie Jiao. Hearing of your generous gift of elixirs, I have come to seek one. However, having just arrived at Kunlun Mountain, I am somewhat unfamiliar and arrived late. Have I missed out?" Internally, he chuckled heartily, "Here I am." Lowering myself to call my senior brother, the youth was none other than Tong Tian, who had transformed to request a Qi Yin Dan from Yuanshi. Xian Dan's lips curved into a smile as he embraced Tong Tian warmly. Exuding an air of camaraderie. "Splendid, I shall no longer be the youngest disciple among the three teachings. Rest assured, senior brother has considerable prestige in Kunlun Mountain. I shall look after you from now on. By the way, you want elixirs, right? I must ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. Here, let me present you with a set of elixirs as a token of our meeting." With that, Xian Dan directly handed over one each of Tian Xin Dan, Pajing Dan, Qing Zhang Dan, Xian Yang Dan, and Qi Yun Dan simultaneously. A voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. 6 Ding Divine Fire." The glimmer in Xian Dan's eyes intensified as he regarded Tong Tian with even greater fervor. "From now on we shall be dear friends, brothers in arms." Tong Tian found himself momentarily dazed. "Wow, does my senior brother always give so generously?" Observing Tong Tian's sudden stupor, Xian Dan wore a broad grin. "Encouraging junior brother, the elixirs I concocted are exquisite, they taste delightful, eat up." "Why aren't you eating?" Tong Tian, feeling the warmth of his senior brother's enthusiasm, broke into a cold sweat. "I dare not consume your elixirs." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he continued, "Senior brother, I have just entered Zhejiao and must visit other senior uncles as well. I appreciate your gift of elixirs, but I shall save them for later when I enter seclusion." Just as Tong Tian was about to step away, Xian Dan pulled him back once more. "As a newcomer, I must show you around Kunlun Mountain. You see, senior brother is quite well liked here. Who in the entire three teachings does not know Xian Dan?" For 3 whole days, Tong Tian endured Xian Dan's boastful tales. He felt as if his ears were about to develop calluses. Several times, he considered revealing his true form to teach his senior brother a lesson. Contemplating the grand scheme of convincing Yuan Shi to consume the Qi Yin Dan, yet he suppressed his impulses, finally managing to extricate himself. After 3 days of mental fortitude, Tong Tian felt as if he had gained more than he would in 1,000 years of seclusion. It was a dual torment for both body and spirit. Tong Tian could not help but shake his head in reflection. Had my elder brother simply refined it for me back then, I fear my tongue would still be hardened in the 8 trigrams furnace. He swiftly returned to the 8th scenery palace with the elixirs, noticing that Yuan Shi was still within the Yusu palace. Instructing Huang Long Laozi, sensing Tong Tian's return, he inquired, "You have returned. What elixirs do you have?" Tong Tian paused for a moment, then blurted out, "Only one Qi Yun Dan, specifically requested by my second brother, the rest of the elixirs. I have other plans for. A multitude of side effects accompanied the elixirs. He intended to experiment thoroughly. Laozi's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed, yet he did not delve too deeply. We are all saints. To have my second brother consume the elixirs must be justified and smooth. After all, he has achieved the Tao fruit of a saint. Even the 9-turn golden elixir I refined has lost its efficacy. To encourage my second brother to willingly consume the elixirs, I must devise a plan." Tong Tian's brow also furrowed, revealing a contemplative expression. Within half a stick of incense's time, he suddenly raised his head. Inspiration striking him, "What if I use the Zhuxian sword array to forcefully trap my second brother?" At that moment, the elder brother would directly suppress it with the Taiji diagram. Wouldn't that simply mean feeding the elixir at will? Before he could finish his thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of a hand swiftly approaching. Surprisingly, as a sage, he found himself unable to muster even the slightest inclination to resist. This was the bloodline suppression emanating from his elder brother. Smack! What a pleasant sound indeed. Chapter 65, The Bald Lowly Princess. Emperor Jun, my wife, let me explain. On the Sun Star, Dong Huang Taiyi returned to Tang Valley with a dark expression. He recalled the greedy demeanor of Xiandan just moments ago. The numerous treasures accumulated by the demon race over endless years had mostly fallen into Xiandan's hands, yielding only a meager amount of elixir in return. The more Dong Huang thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth and murmuring, "Too expensive, even my Taoist friend Xing can't accept these. He truly dares to demand them. What a shameless beggar from Kunlun Mountain, if the efficacy is lacking. I shall demand justice from him, no matter what." Having just returned to Tang Valley, Emperor Jun eagerly approached. Taiyi felt a warmth in his heart. His elder brother was indeed wonderful, with a brother around. One need not wander far. Just as he revealed a smile and was about to greet him, the urgent voice of Emperor Jun pierced his ears. "Quick, quick, how many elixirs did you bring back?" Taiyi's smile instantly froze, and he suddenly calmed down. Sometimes true heartache does not stem from loud quarrels. He casually retrieved the elixirs, and Emperor Jun's eyes lit up, his face breaking into a broad smile. Good, 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 as expected of my dear brother." As he spoke, he turned and left with the elixirs, leaving Taiyi standing alone amidst the blazing sunfire. Feeling utterly confused, Emperor Jun stared at the categorized elixirs. Murmuring to himself, "Fortune elixir, Xianyang elixir, heavenly heart elixir. This breakthrough elixir seems quite remarkable." In the face of Taiyi's ostentatious display, the attitude towards Xiandan was naturally fervent. He even thoughtfully labeled the effects of each elixir. Though the side effects were, of course, omitted, Emperor Jun took out a breakthrough elixir and handed it to the eldest son of the Jinwu. "You're about to break through to Taiyi Golden Immortal. This breakthrough elixir will be perfect for you." The eldest son, seeing the transformation of the youngest, was filled with envy. Without a second thought, he swallowed the breakthrough elixir. The eldest Jinwu flapped his wings vigorously and soared into the sky, circling the heavens, emitting a cry that resonated like a great bell echoing throughout the sun star. The resonance with the sun's true fire soared like a heavenly pillar, high into the air. The entire Jinwu transformed into a golden sunwheel, radiating immense power. A rich demonic aura surged from his body as the sun's true fire erupted. When the dazzling light faded, a faint aura of Taiyi Golden Immortal pressure was discernible. The other Jinwu, along with Emperor Jun and Taiyi, stood stunned, their expressions filled with astonishment. To break through to Taiyi Golden Immortal so directly, were the effects of this elixir truly so unreasonable? However, Emperor Jun's expression turned peculiar as he furrowed his brow. "Why has my eldest son gone bald?" The eldest Jinwu, once adorned with golden feathers, now appeared as though he had been scalded, losing his plumage. A dignified Jinwu prince had turned into a featherless chicken. What a disgrace! Fortunately, the demon race's perspective on appearance differed greatly from the three teachings. they valued strength above all, with powerful abilities determining status. As for image overcome it, Emperor Jun swallowed hard, observing his son's current state. Torn between whether to praise or lament, the remaining 9 Jinwu princes, upon seeing their elder brother transformed into a featherless chicken, were momentarily taken aback. What mattered more than appearance was the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. 9 eager gazes fixated on Emperor Jun, clearly wishing to have a taste of that breakthrough elixir. The featherless Jinwu prince laughed heartily, the scene appearing quite surreal. Tai, too, was utterly astonished. The gloom of being robbed had vanished. Divine elixir, a miraculous revival indeed. If all elixirs could yield such effects, granting the entire demon treasury to Xian Dan for him to concoct elixirs for the demon race would be a guaranteed profit. Emperor Jun then took out another heavenly heart elixir. Come, let's have an elixir that enhances comprehension. The breakthrough elixir could enable the eldest to advance to Tai Golden Immortal, and he was curious about what the heavenly heart elixir would do for his beloved son. As the elixir was swallowed, numerous radiant gazes fell upon the eldest Jinwu prince. In an instant, the sun's true fire became overwhelming, swiftly enveloping him. The subtle rhythm emanating from him could even stir the sun star. This was the sight of the Jinwu entering a state of profound enlightenment. The sun's true fire transformed, returning to its essence, achieving the utmost understanding. Until the golden light dissipated, the eldest Jinwu prince had completely transformed into a grandson in the sky. His brilliance rivaling that of the sun star itself. Emperor Jun gazed in astonishment, standing rooted to the spot, exclaiming, "The great sun rises. This is the secret technique of our Jinwu clan." Tai, too, was immersed in shock. Struggling to regain his composure, "Perhaps I should return again. Such treasures, if only the demon sages could contribute some blood essence to exchange for more elixirs." The pressure of the golden prince gradually receded. Revealing his form, both Emperor Jun and Tai, previously stunned, now wore expressions of disbelief, as did the other 9 Jinwu princes. They beheld a petite figure draped in a golden robe, her golden eyes exuding an indifferent gaze. Most striking was her completely hairless head, which added a touch of adorability. The eldest Jinwu prince had transformed into a lowly. She tilted her head, fingers on her lips, her face a picture of confusion. "Father, did I not do well?" Emperor Jun rushed forward, embracing the eldest Jinwu prince, a smile never leaving his face. "You did wonderfully, my precious son. I've always wanted a daughter." Tai remained absorbed in shock. It seemed his blood essence was not so precious after all. Just then, Changshi appeared clad in a light moonwhite gown, striding towards Tang Valley, exuding the aura of a demon queen and the radiance of motherhood. Since having children, her greatest joy had been to teach her 10 sons. As she approached Tang Valley, Changshi shook her head. "I hope they aren't fighting again, those rascals." Upon stepping inside, she spotted Tai standing dazed. Her 9 sons petrified, and Emperor Jun with the lowly in his arms. Changshi was momentarily taken aback, then rushed forward, directly tugging on Emperor Jun's ear. Before he could react, a flurry of punches descended upon him like rain. "You treacherous scoundrel, I bore you 10 sons, and you're out gallivanting. Who is this daughter of ours? Speak, who is it?" Emperor Jun felt wronged. As the dignified demon emperor, he could remain composed even before sages. Yet before his wife, he could only gesture desperately. "I didn't, my dear, you misunderstand." Before he could finish, Changshi interrupted, pointing at the eldest Jinwu prince. "Do you think I'm blind? Such a strong Jinwu bloodline. And you think I can't see it?" Tai saw the misunderstanding deepening, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Changshi's pressure suddenly fell upon him. Her voice, devoid of emotion, was chilling. "Silence!" Tai immediately clamped his mouth shut, feigning ignorance of his brother's pleading gaze. Sigh, "What good is a female cultivator, anyway?" Chapter 66, Fooling You Onshore. "Good brother, eat an elixir." Emperor Jun's ear was still being tugged. While the other Jinwu princes watched the spectacle, feeling their status plummet, the once formidable authority he held in the eyes of his 10 sons was swept away in an instant. Emperor Jun gazed at Changshi, who was on the verge of fury and even seemed ready to unleash the power of the moon. He spoke at the fastest pace of his life to explain the situation clearly. "Changshi, you mean this daughter is our eldest son's?" Emperor Jun rubbed his reddened ear, his tone slightly aggrieved. "Of course, we never lie to you." After pondering for a moment, Changshi nodded slightly. "I suppose you wouldn't dare." As she spoke, her gaze softened. When looking at the eldest Jinwu prince, she stepped forward, unable to resist pinching her delicate face and stroking her smooth little chest. So smooth that she suddenly noticed that her eldest son's hair had vanished. Could it be a side effect of the elixir? Emperor June nodded. She didn't mind, immediately pulling the eldest prince into her embrace. I've always wanted a daughter, not to mention, you truly are adorable in this form. Without looking back, she said directly, by the way, take out those heavenly heart elixirs, give them to our other 9 sons. Emperor June's eyes brightened, and without hesitation he acted. 9 heavenly heart elixirs were consumed by the 9 sons. They were simultaneously enveloped in the sun's true fire, immersed in a state of enlightenment, comprehending the Jinwoo secret technique. The great sun rising, the entire sun star was stirred by their overwhelming power. Once the golden light faded, 9 uniquely characterized little Lolas appeared before them, golden hair, golden eyes, petite figures, particularly the youngest, who appeared exceedingly delicate. With only a single Jinwoo leg that could not transform, appearing quite out of place, and Emperor June's eyes shone the glow of paternal love as he clenched his fists, until all 10 Jinwoo Lolas simultaneously bowed respectfully. Thanking their father for the elixirs, Emperor June's heart swelled with joy, standing tall and laughing heartily. This was the life he had always wanted, having 10 adorable daughters. His protective instincts as a father surged strongly. Deep down, he vowed to protect all 10 Jinwoo fiercely. Anyone who dared to cast their eyes upon his children would face dire consequences. 10 delightful, endearing, golden-haired Lolas surrounded Emperor June and Changshi, creating a scene of familial joy that made Tai feel distinctly out of place. He sighed inwardly. With his brother having a sister-in-law, he seemed to have been forgotten. At this moment, Emperor June recalled that the formation on the sun star needed improvement. He directly grasped Tai, preparing to rearrange the formation of the sun star. It was imperative to employ the highest caliber of defensive array. Even in the presence of a sage, I must remain vigilant. Capable of withstanding such a being, Dijuan possessed 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, which served as companion treasures. His proficiency in divination and array formation was remarkable. Furthermore, he had Donghuang Tai by his side, who wielded the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, as assistance. Coincidentally, the vast treasury of the demon clan he carried was filled with countless array flags. The 2 brothers had originated from the sun star and were intimately familiar with its essence. Enjoying the advantages of time, place, and harmony, Dijuan continuously deduced the focal points of the formation, while Donghuang Tai was responsible for placing the flags at those points. The 2 demon sovereigns simultaneously commenced the arrangement of the array. As Dijuan had previously asserted, even if a sage were to descend, there must be a response. Yet shortly after the formation began, both Dijuan and Donghuang Tai halted their movements. With solemn gazes, they simultaneously turned their attention towards Kunlun Mountain. An overwhelming sword intent surged skyward, cleaving the very heavens asunder. The celestial expanse above Kunlun Mountain was split in 2, the unstoppable sword intent slicing through space itself. The immense pressure radiated outward in all directions across the primordial realm. The transcendent sword intent prompted a meaningful exchange of glances between Dijuan and Donghuang Tai. Without further contemplation, they both recognized that within the primordial realm, such mastery of the sword path could only belong to that figure atop Kunlun Mountain, the master of the Tongtian. Dijuan's heart swelled with excitement. His power had evidently surged once more, achieving breakthroughs with astonishing rapidity. It had been many years since he had accumulated such strength. The thought of enhancement surged within him, and his gaze instinctively fell upon the elixirs. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, within the Bo Palace, the sword intent erupted skyward. Countless disciples were awakened by its formidable presence, the disciples of the displayed expressions of delight, as if they shared a tacit understanding, rising to bow in congratulations towards the Bo Palace, celebrating their masteress' advancement in the sword path. Naturally, the disciples of the also reacted. The 2 sages closest to Tongtian were equally perceptive. Inside the Bo Palace, Tongtian wore a look of suspicion as he softly inquired of Laozi beside him, "Brother, do you think our little ploy will fool second brother?" Laozi cast a fleeting glance at Tongtian and replied softly, "I never miss my mark." Tongtian recalled his elder brother's past exploits with a hint of admiration and settled onto his cushion, waiting patiently for the fish to bite. Just then, the who had been instructing Huanglong was suddenly startled awake. Without a moment to spare, he abandoned his student, saying, "Disciple, ponder over what I have taught you. I must step out for a moment." With that, Kiss figure appeared within the Bo Palace. He raised his gaze to find both Laozi and Tongtian present. His attention lingered momentarily on Tongtian, whose aura was reined in yet faintly emanated a formidable sword energy yearning to pierce the heavens. He could not help but feel elated and approached him with congratulations. Third brother, your cultivation has significantly advanced. It seems you have attained some enlightenment. To reach our level and seek further enhancement is no easy feat. Now that all three brothers are gathered, why not engage in a philosophical discourse? Tong Tian wore a broad smile, waving his hand. Second brother, there's no rush. My progress is primarily due to the potency of brothers' elixirs. You know my comprehension pales in comparison to both of you. His eyes sparkled with admiration. He had not anticipated his elder brother's alchemical skills to have also improved, yielding elixirs from which even sages could draw insight. At this thought, a bitter pang arose within him, realizing that among the brothers, he seemed to be the one lagging behind. Just then, Tong Tian excitedly produced an elixir. Second brother, this elixir is extraordinary. It has allowed my sword path to break through its bottleneck. We are brothers, so I surely saved some for you. Accepted the elixir, inhaling its rich fragrance and potent aura, a wave of warmth washing over him. Deeply touched, he opened his mouth, about to express his gratitude, but was abruptly interrupted by Tong Tian's gesture. With a serious demeanor, he declared, we are brothers, no need for excessive words. Second brother, just take the elixir, nodded earnestly, his heart brimming with warmth, thinking, they are truly my dear brothers. They genuinely care for me. Chapter 67, consumes the fortune elixir. Are we truly in sync, or are you trying to outsmart me? Just moments ago, Tong Tian had made a breakthrough, and it seemed that the mighty beings of the primordial realm had taken note. After attaining the sage's Dao fruit, further enhancement had become exceedingly challenging. Now with the elixirs crafted by Laozi, Tong Tian had not consumed them all. Remembering his elder brother well, his heart was enveloped by a boundless warmth as he gazed at Tong Tian's innocent smile. Unable to suppress his emotions earlier, due to the matter of the disciples descending the mountain for training, he and Tong Tian had nearly quarreled, yet now, the third brother showed no concern and even offered a sacred elixir. Expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Among the mighty beings of the primordial realm, there are few who cherish kinship as we do. His gaze fell upon Tong Tian, and suddenly, he stepped forward, grasping both of his hands tightly in his own. His fervent eyes fixed on Tong Tian's endearing smile, revealing an abundance of sincerity. Tong Tian maintained his brotherly smile, yet within, a sense of helplessness emerged. Why is second brother still hesitating to consume it? Could he possibly have guessed my thoughts? Beamed with joy, gently shaking his head, pondering Tong Tian's actions today, unable to help but smile. I am genuinely pleased that you are progressing. It brings me joy. Your breakthrough makes me even happier. After much consideration, he concluded that the elixir was indeed best left for the third brother. As soon as the words left his lips, Tong Tian's heart raced, recalling the side effects of the fortune elixir. His eyes widened in alarm as he cast a pleading glance at Laozi. However, Laozi, having sensed the commotion, chuckled, your brotherly love warms my heart. I'm glad for you both. Tong Tian, noticing's fervent gaze and Laozi's indifference, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The fortune elixir, a source of social embarrassment, was something he dared not consume. Tong Tian inwardly lamented, second brother has suddenly changed his demeanor, and brother remains apathetic. How excessive. Consuming the elixir was out of the question, absolutely out of the question. His mind raced as he swiftly pushed his hand back, a serious expression overtaking his face. Second brother, you must not. I have already consumed the elixir. It is imperative for you to take it for my peace of mind. Just eat it quickly, and it will be done. After all, it was brother's goodwill, one elixir each. This must not be taken lightly. Regarded Tong Tian's self-effacing demeanor with a sigh. Ah, you have truly grown. Tong Tian seized the moment, urging, brother said one elixir each. If you let me consume both, would that not diminish the worth of both me and brother? As soon as he spoke, Laozi cast an exasperated glance at Tong Tian, indicating that the third brother was trying to drag him down with him. Tong Tian radiated an air of righteous determination, asserting that he could not consume the elixir, and it must be for his heart swelled with gratitude. Indeed, they were true brothers, bound together forever as he gazed at the elixir in his hand. Contemplating Tong Tian's transformation, unable to resist taking a deep breath, what a good child. He truly has grown, and he knows to save the good things for his brothers. Tong Tian observed the touched expression on his face, and any lingering guilt within him flickered momentarily. There was guilt, but not much. When it came to discussing his elder brother, always thought of the one who silently contributed the most. Laozi. His gaze suddenly fell upon the silent Laozi, and an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. Noticing Laozi's calm demeanor, raised an eyebrow, presenting the elixir. Brother, it seems you have not broken through either. After all, it is your elixir. How can you let me and Tong Tian consume it while you refrain? asserted brother. You should consume this elixir yourself. It would put my mind at ease. Before he could finish, Laozi felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Meanwhile, not far off, Tong Tian wore a barely perceptible smile. Tong Tian had already consumed the elixir and made a breakthrough. Yet, Laozi, who was not partaking of the elixir, seemed solely focused on his younger brothers. This action genuinely moved him. After much contemplation, feeling unworthy of receiving the elixir, he decided it would be best for him to consume it. As he spoke, Laozi's feelings of naturalness and effortless governance began to stir uneasily. Tong Tian remained nearby, donning an expression of anticipation. Just moments prior, he had exerted all his strength to escape. He was curious to see how his elder brother would respond. To his surprise, Laozi's face darkened, and he exclaimed, "I personally refined this elixir for you and Tong Tian. How could you possibly expect me to consume it myself? Spare me your protestations, you will eat it." "And that is that. Why all this unnecessary chatter? You must know my alchemical prowess is unrivaled in the primordial realm. How could I be lacking for a single elixir, if this matter were to leak out? How would others ridicule me?" The leader of his admonishing words, laced with warmth, only served to ignite's heart. Laozi was indeed the most exceptional alchemist in the primordial realm. Just moments ago, he had truly been swept away by emotion. If he chose to refine more elixirs, he could consume them like mere candy. It had been a lapse in judgment. He had indeed lost his senses. His grateful gaze flitted back and forth between Laozi and Tong Tian. Both brothers acknowledged him with a nod. Yuanshi raised the fortune pill, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "In that case, I shall consume this pill." Laozi slightly inclined his head, inwardly sighing in relief, thinking, finally, he is going to take it. Tong Tian, on the other hand, waved his hand vigorously, almost rushing forward to force the pill into Yuanshi's mouth. "Eat, just eat it heartily, don't hesitate, quickly now," embracing the warm smiles and benevolent gazes of his two brothers. Yuanshi swallowed the pill. His eyes could not help but reveal his excitement. "These are my cherished friends and brothers." The atmosphere atop Kunlun Mountain grew ever more jubilant, flourishing splendidly. However, if only the Huanglong could remain in her dragon maiden form, it would be akin to having a daughter. As the pill was ingested, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, initially failing to notice anything amiss until he caught sight of Laozi's barely suppressed laughter and Tong Tian's broad grin. An unabashed display of mirth. Confusion washed over Yuanshi. Why were their expressions so peculiar? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed something was off, hastily covering his mouth. No, the very thoughts he harbored escaped as exclamations. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, nodding slightly. "Indeed, that's exactly it." Yuanshi glared at his two brothers, his anger palpable. "I share my heart with you, and yet you conspire against me?" Chapter 68. The bond between the master and uncle grows ever stronger. Yuanshi was overwhelmed with shame and fury, particularly as he directed a furious gaze at Tong Tian, his eyes glistening with suppressed tears. The sudden turn of events left him trembling with rage. "So you two have joined forces to toy with me, have you?" He gritted his teeth, his wrath threatening to erupt. "You both truly deserve to perish." Tong Tian could no longer contain himself, laughing so hard that he shook his mouth agape, his tongue almost slipping out. Ever since he attained the status of a sage, he had not laughed so joyously. Tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. Even the usually composed Laozi could not help but chuckle, shaking his head with a broad smile, internally reflecting, no wonder the disciples of the three teachings atop Kunlun Mountain relish making others consume pills. Indeed, there is a unique delight in this. Yuanshi's mind raced with all manner of venomous thoughts. The side effects of the fortune pill compelled him to shout in exasperation, "You two are insufferable, I could scatter your ashes." The respect of the Taoist way had been utterly ruined by this fortune pill. Especially regarding his affinity for daughters, Tong Tian burst into hearty laughter, stepping forward to embrace Yuanshi warmly, his face alight with a knowing grin. "Second brother, is it not simply a wish for a daughter? The effect of the Tianqin pill lasts for 3,000 years. We can always procure more from our nephew, the Xin pill master. Just give him one every 3,000 years, and you shall forever have your dragon maiden daughter." Yuanshi's face flushed crimson, and he waved his sleeve vehemently. "Impossible, I am not that kind of person. The dragon clan is a breed of wet birth larva, devoid of fortune. The Huanglong was born of primordial Xin Huang energy. A dragon maiden, what a farce." His words were resolute, yet his mind could not help but conjure the image of a cute, soft dragon girl. Huanglong. Numerous ideas flooded his thoughts, yet this method seemed rather feasible. Why had he not thought of such a brilliant plan before? A daughter, indeed, is far superior to a troublesome son. as soon as he voiced this, he noticed the disdainful gazes of Laozi and Tong Tian. Tong Tian even smirked, mimicking in a sing-song voice, "Dragon Maiden, ha, what a joke." Yuan Shi, the leader of the Chan school, the Yuqing of the Three Purities, the second disciple of the Xianmen, the one of the highest standing in the primordial weapon Dao, was now utterly humiliated before his two brethren. His words seemed to be spat from his mouth. Tong Tian: "Today, I shall cleanse the evil winds and rectify the path of the Three Purities," with a resounding boom. The innate treasure, the Pango banner, suddenly manifested in Yuan Shi's hand. A torrent of immense magical power surged forth, drawing forth boundless chaotic energy. The overwhelming might radiated from Yuan Shi as his furious gaze fell upon Tong Tian. He often boasted that the Ji Xian sword array could not be broken by the four saints. Today, I shall put the innate treasure, the Pango banner, to the test. Tong Tian was instantly paralyzed with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, the claim that the Ji Xian sword array could not be broken by the four saints was true, as was the oppressive pressure stemming from his brother's bloodline. Faced with the genuine wrath of his elder brother, he could not even muster the will to conjure the four swords of Ji Xian for defense. Tong Tian hurriedly scampered behind Laozi, fawning, "Brother, second brother, my dear brothers, please, do not take it to heart, it was all in jest. We are three brothers, all of the same origin, please don't fight." Yuan Shi's anger only intensified. He raised the Pango banner high, his teeth grinding audibly. "You dare acknowledge our brotherhood now? Is this how you treat your own brother? We must split apart, enough is enough. If you refuse to leave, I shall." With that, Yuan Shi ceased to project the Pango banner's might, dispersing the pressure and turning to depart. He intended to summon all disciples of the Chan school to leave Kunlun Mountain. Severing ties entirely, Tong Tian stood frozen, disbelief washing over him as he quickly regained his composure, eyes brimming with tears, trembling all over. It seemed tears were on the verge of spilling at any moment. Originally about to walk away, Yuan Shi noticed Tong Tian's unusual demeanor. Guilt and compassion welled within him. Perhaps his earlier words had been too harsh. It was merely a matter of losing face before two brothers, nothing of great consequence. Thoughts surged in his mind as he blurted out, "The bond of the Three Purities remains unchanged. We cannot truly let such trivial matters drive us apart." Yuan Shi sighed, returning to Tong Tian's side, patting his younger brother's shoulder. "We are brothers. What I said earlier was but a hasty remark. Can such a deep bond be severed over a loss of face?" The sound of Tong Tian's sobs echoed in his ears, stirring Yuan Shi's heart. Just as his words left his lips, the sobs turned oddly peculiar. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition, only to see Tong Tian suddenly lift his head, beaming with joy. The tears had vanished without a trace. "Second brother, I'm glad you didn't truly intend to part ways. I was ready to hang your likeness at the entrance of Bo Palace. Anyone wishing to enter must first view it, and upon exit, view it once more." Yuan Shi inhaled sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on Tong Tian's insufferable face. The earlier tension had nearly driven him to madness. He seized Tong Tian's arm tightly, his eyes reddened as he fixed him with a frigid glare. "Today, you shall accompany me to the chaos, only one of us shall return alive to Kunlun Mountain." Tong Tian could not suppress his gulp, trembling all over as he stammered, "Second brother, I don't see the necessity for that, do you?" Yet, matters were beyond his control. Yuan Shi forcibly dragged Tong Tian toward the chaos. As the situation escalated, Laozi sighed, shaking his head in resignation, following closely behind while holding a likeness stone. Meanwhile, the idle Shen Dan wandered aimlessly around Kunlun Mountain. Upon looking up, he saw Yuan Shi pulling Tong Tian ahead, with their master Laozi trailing closely behind. Observing the affectionate camaraderie among the Three Purities, he could not help but smile broadly, marveling at the evolution of their relationship, once forced to part by overwhelming circumstances. The Three Purities had transformed into such a united and loving trio. Truly, the path I tread plays a crucial role in this. In the future, as they traverse the primordial world, the disciples of the Xianmen will have the support of three saints. How formidable! How invincible! Shen Dan lifted his gaze once more, admiring the backs of the Three Purities walking together, nodding in admiration. "The bond between my master and uncles grows ever stronger, much like the bond one share with my own brothers." Chapter 69. United in heart, despite diverging paths, what can they do? After some time, the three saints returned quietly to Kunlun Mountain, making their way to Laozi's 8 Sceneries Palace. Laozi regarded his two younger brothers with an expression of calm detachment. Yuan Shi's countenance remained stern, seemingly still vexed, while Tong Tian appeared drastically altered, with a bruised face and swollen features, his eyes squinting almost shut. His face resembled that of someone stung by a bee. Swollen and high pouting, he spoke in a muffled tone, "Second brother, I didn't mean it, please calm down and spare me. If it weren't for big brother intervening, you would have struck me dead with the Pango banner." Tong Tian had never witnessed such a violent application of the Pango banner. Without the aid of magical power or chaotic energy, it unleashed the force of a feather duster, directly striking Tong Tian faced with the pressure of his elder brother. He dared not offer any resistance, the pain of the strikes echoing through the chaos. Just as he was about to use magic to remedy his disfigured face, a sharp smack rang out. Yuan Shi's crisp palm struck the back of his head. "As your brother, I have already spared you the humiliation of being forced to swallow the Tianqin pill. That should be sufficient respect. You little rascal, dare you attempt to use magic to erase your shame? Want to try?" The head of Tong Tian shook like a rattle, his eyes shimmering with a palpable fear of his brother's bloodline. Yuan Shi's gaze swept back and forth between Laozi and Tong Tian, with lingering resentment simmering within him. It was imperative that he find an opportunity to administer the elixir to his third brother. As for the elder brother, once a figure of remarkable composure, he too had succumbed to the antics of the third brother. A firm resolve emerged within him to ensure the elder brother also received a dose of the elixir. Everyone must partake in the elixir. As these thoughts surged forth, he suddenly became aware of the vigilant glances exchanged between Laozi and Tong Tian. Tong Tian, pouting, remarked, "Second brother, have you forgotten the side effects of the fortune elixir? Enough of your prattle, do you think I am unaware?" Tong Tian covered the back of his head, lowering his gaze and falling silent. The din had subsided, and the fury had nearly dissipated. After a while, the three pure ones seemed to share a tacit understanding. Simultaneously exhaling a sigh, Tong Tian suddenly clasped his hands in a solemn bow, speaking earnestly, "Second brother, it was wrong of me earlier. Seeing you speak with a forked tongue compelled me to resort to such measures. Ever since we established our sect and attained the fruits of sagehood, it seems we three brothers have not played together like this. Each has followed his own path, drifting further apart, a situation we have never encountered before." He gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. To be honest, second brother, you've grown increasingly fond of pretense stuff. I still cherish the days before we became saints, when we traversed the primordial wilderness together, forging bonds with powerful beings and reveling in carefree antics. Laozi and Yuan Shi also reminisced about those precious memories. Yuan Shi suddenly chuckled, recalling the time they had just emerged from Kunlun Mountain, when the third brother insisted on seeing how high Buzhou Mountain truly was. That rascal had taken to cultivating there, but on the way he had spotted a Qilin egg and insisted on stealing it to roast and eat. Had it not been for the protective presence of the elder brother's exquisite treasure, the three of them would have long been subdued by the Qilin clan. Laozi's lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of those days when they had yet to attain sagehood, even when the Dao ancestor Hongjun had not yet become a saint. There were no significant interests entangled among the beings. They exchanged insights on the Tao, progressing together. Unable to contain his amusement, he recounted a humorous incident from those times. Back then, the third brother always had a knack for conjuring new tricks. Later, when our master attained sagehood and conferred the title of Eastern King upon himself as the foremost among male immortals, the third brother, feeling discontent, chased after him for a fight right after a sermon. Had it not been for the swift intervention of our friend Kuanping, who helped to restrain him, who knows what trouble would have ensued. Tong Tian, chuckling at the foolishness of his past, recalled, "You should have seen his arrogant demeanor back then. Acting as if he were invincible in swordplay, claiming he could subdue the river of oblivion without my assistance. He simply had to provoke me, and how could I swallow that indignation? I had to confront him." Laozi smiled faintly, remaining silent. The three of them reflected on the joyous times of yore. Tong Tian often engaged in inexplicable antics, leaving his two elder brothers to clean up after him, with a grin. He remarked, "Indeed, we shared in the revelry of victory together, but we have never truly known defeat." Prior to attaining sagehood, the three pure ones were renowned throughout the primordial wilderness, yet the smile on his face faded into a hint of melancholy as silence enveloped them. His tone shifting to one tinged with sadness. "However, after attaining the fruits of sagehood, we are invincible in this world, wielding supreme authority. Though we may be physically close, coming together has become increasingly elusive." The elder brother lowered his gaze slightly, nodding gently, and spoke softly. "It was only after the arrival of Xin Dan at my doorstep that the bustle among us brothers began anew." Yuan Shi embraced his two brothers' shoulders, his tone resolute. "There is no need for further words. between us brothers there has never been an insurmountable obstacle. People often say that differing paths lead to estrangement, yet I would argue that true bonds can overcome such divides. Both Laozi and Tongtian nodded in agreement, affirming this sentiment. There is no such thing as divergent paths leading to separation, it is merely a matter of insufficient depth in our affections, Yuanshi continued. As long as we brothers unite in purpose, we shall surely overcome all adversities. Rest assured, our brotherly bond will never falter, nor will the camaraderie among our disciples. He emphatically declared, I will not permit anyone to shake the foundations of our brotherhood. Abruptly, he shifted his tone, however, the third brother must manage the diligently, and now that we have all attained the fruits of sagehood, it is time to be more prudent. Tongtian nodded repeatedly, affirming, second brother speaks the truth. Laozi also inclined his head slightly, agreeing with the words of his younger brother. After a moment of silence, Yuanshi suddenly realized, fixing a piercing gaze upon Tongtian, you little rascal, think you can gloss over the matter of me feeding you the elixir? I assure you, that is not going to happen. I will find an opportunity to shove the Tianqing Dan into your mouth. This matter will not be left unresolved. Tongtian, feeling the weight of that sharp gaze upon him, stammered, I have a new array I'm working on, and I've only set half of it up. If I don't hurry back, the spiritual energy will dissipate. With that, he fled the 8th scenery palace. Not daring to look back, Laozi then sensed the gaze of his second brother upon him. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded Yuanshi with a hint of wariness and exclaimed, what do you intend to do? I am your elder brother, Yuanshi retorted without hesitation. Even the heavenly king cannot intervene. You are certain to consume the elixir. That is my decree. Laozi suddenly sprang to his feet, making a beeline for the elixir chamber. My elixirs are not yet complete. I bid you farewell. In the 8th scenery palace, only Yuanshi remained. He surveyed the empty hall, thoughts swirling in his mind. The side effects previously experienced by the disciples had evidently vanished, indicating that the effects were temporary. I must enter seclusion. His voice echoed within the 8th scenery palace. Oh dear, do not let your thoughts run wild. He mused, why did that slip out? Stop calling me. Yuanshi's face turned dark, his breath coming in heavy pants. In a moment of frustration, he decided to abandon all restraint, racing back to the Yushu palace at top speed. Forget it, my mind is completely blank. Clearing his thoughts and calming his breath, he resolved to enter seclusion. The yellow dragon outside the outer hall of the Yushu palace observed the frenzied Yuanshi approach, his mouth agape. The astonished expression on his adorably naive face was evident. Noticing his disciple's reaction, Yuanshi's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. No need to be concerned, Huanglong, you continue your cultivation, I must enter seclusion. With that, he paid no heed to Huanglong's response and retreated into the Yushu palace to cultivate. Huanglong, puzzled, wondered, did master not say he would return shortly to teach me? What a deceitful master, speaking without sincerity. Winky face. Chapter 70, The Heavenly Court's Demon Sage Consumes the Fortune Elixir, on the Sun Star. Dijuan and Donghuang Tai joined forces to establish a defensive formation. These two pinnacle figures among the quasi-saints summoned forth exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, as well as the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. To aid their efforts, a total of 129,600 array flags were planted upon the Sun Star. The intricate defensive formation consumed a great deal of their attention and energy. Once the formation was complete, the two exchanged knowing smiles. The entire Sunstar's sunfire could now be manipulated by the formation, ensuring that any living being that approached, even a saint, would be subjected to the scorching sunfire. Moreover, with Dijuan and Donghuang Tai wielding the river map, Luo book, and Chaos Bell, they could sense the presence of any living being in an instant, no matter where they were in the primordial expanse. They could rush back at lightning speed, ensuring the safety of the 10 golden crow princes. Cultivating in the a look of bliss adorned Dijuan's face, knowing that this would secure the safety of his 10 lovely daughters. Beside him, Donghuang Tai shared in the sentiment, grinning from ear to ear. Just then, he couldn't help but inquire, by the way, elder brother, what are your plans for the remaining elixirs? Dijuan fell into contemplation, his brow furrowing. Elixirs all come with side effects. They cannot be consumed indiscriminately. To his surprise, Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. Elder brother, I happen to know the side effects of the fortune elixir, and it could be greatly beneficial to us. Dijuan's curiosity was piqued, and he urged, speak plainly. If you keep playing coy, I shall reprimand you. Tai disregarded the latter part of the statement. The side effect of the fortune elixir is that it compels the taker to vocalize their innermost thoughts. When I first arrived at Kunlun Mountain, I witnessed a young female cultivator consume it, and she could not hide her thoughts. They spilled forth uncontrollably. Dejuan's eyes brightened at once, exclaiming, "What a splendid item! We can use this elixir to probe the true thoughts of the demon sages under my command, especially since the attitudes of a few of them toward me are quite ambiguous." Tai's expression grew serious. "This matter pertains to the foundation of the demon court and merits serious consideration. With the side effects of the fortune elixir, we can ascertain the genuine sentiments of the demon sages without any effort." Tai nodded slightly, transforming into a streak of light that vanished. "Elder brother, please wait a moment. I shall summon the 10 demon sages at once." In less than a quarter of an hour, the 10 demon sages of the demon court gathered at the Taiyin Star. They exchanged glances, feeling the pressure from the 2 demon emperors. Even the demon sages, who were formidable beings in the primordial realm, felt a touch of nervousness. Jaimin Ingzhao Filian Zhuiying Shangyang Qinyuan City Guijie Bays, and Faden Dejuan's gaze swept over them one by one, revealing a smile tinged with depth. It is often said that accompanying a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. The 3-legged golden crows are far more formidable than mere tigers. Dejuan signaled Tai to distribute the fortune elixirs in sequence. In the hands of the 10 great demon saints, each possessed a singular elixir. He observed the expressions of confusion that adorned the faces of the esteemed demon saints and patiently began to elucidate. "You are all the loyal retainers of the demon court, the very pillars of our realm." No sooner had he spoken than the 10 great demon saints displayed a countenance of trepidation. We are unworthy," they replied. "Your Majesty speaks too highly of us as subjects of the demon court. It is our duty to alleviate your burdens." Dejun, unfazed by their reactions, continued, "This elixir was procured from Kunlun Mountain. There are but 10 in existence. At the first moment, my thoughts did not turn to the 10 princes, but rather to you. The elixir originated from the revered alchemical formula of the Supreme Pure Saint. Unparalleled in the primordial world, accessible only to the disciples of saints, and you, my loyal subjects, are the only ones, aside from the disciples of the 3 teachings, who have the opportunity to obtain this elixir." At once, the eyes of the 10 great demon saints sparkled with fervor, their faces unable to conceal the radiant smiles that emerged. Kunlun Mountain, the Supreme Pure Saint, the alchemical formula, such terms combined signify immense value. The elixir, which the primary princes do not possess, is now theirs. How could this not imply that in the heart of your Majesty, the status of the demon saints surpasses that of the princes? Dejun, catching a glimpse of the excitement displayed by the 10 demon saints, smiled faintly. In fact, we have sacrificed 1/10 of the treasures from the demon clan's treasury for these elixirs, and now, I bestow these 10 elixirs upon my loyal ministers." Instantly, the 10 demon saints were overwhelmed with exhilaration, their fervor bordering on madness. They collectively proclaimed Dejun's name, expressing their unwavering loyalty. "Your Majesty's grace, we can never repay. We shall follow you into fire and water without hesitation. Your Majesty is the sun on our path of cultivation. To ensure we keep pace with you, we sought out the saint at Kunlun Mountain to request this elixir. Such is your magnanimity. To live as your Majesty's subject, and to die as a meritorious minister of the demon court." The praises of the 10 great demon saints echoed in Dejun's ears, leaving him to ponder how many were heartfelt and how many were mere flattery. As they consumed the elixirs, they did not experience an overt enhancement in strength, yet a sense of clarity and lightness enveloped them. Among them, the effects of the elixir first manifested in the foremost of the 10 great demon saints. The strategist Bai Zhe, who understood the essence of all things and was versed in the matters of spirits and deities. As a fellow disciple of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he had long been a stalwart ally of Dejun and Tai Yi. Upon swallowing the elixir, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude within his heart.